This is our main character. He is a godlike being whose name alone strikes fear into everyone. With a single act of dimensional manipulation he can destroy an entire continent, and to satisfy his need for sleep he even created an SSS-rank dungeon that annihilated a team of hero hunters the moment they set foot in it. Under his command are all-powerful individuals. This skeleton alone can wipe out an entire Imperial army. The small dwarf girl wields 5 weapons simultaneously, each a relic of holy artifact grade. Well, I won't explain any further. Let's begin. Inside the desolate cave only the sound of flowing water could be heard. As one demon collapsed, several others immediately rushed to support him, asking anxiously, "Are you all right? Just a little more effort." But the person was too exhausted to stand any longer and fell to the ground. Those nearby whispered, "Another one has fallen. How many have fainted today?" Everyone was worried. "At this rate, even the healers will run out of mana to recover others," someone nearby asked with a sad expression. "At this rate, aren't we all going to die?" A serious voice resounded. "It's all right." The person who had just collapsed now looked very confident. He said with an excited voice, "We still believe in the Empire." His eyes gleamed. This was because he was sure that the blonde burly hero Ban was with them. Ban, upon hearing his name, smiled and turned back, encouraging them. "I can hear everyone's voices here, so I'm sure you're all fine, right? Let's just push a little harder." The people immediately shouted in unison, "Yes, hero, understood, your excellency." Nevertheless, Ban knew that his team members were slowly wavering. When they first set out there were 74 members in the expedition, but now only 43 remained. The more he thought about it, the more anger welled up inside him. Helplessly he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists and vowed to himself, "I didn't want to lose those 31 people." He looked much sadder and more disheartened due to the immense sense of loss. Only the remaining 43 tried their best. "Even though everyone gave their all, I couldn't protect 31 comrades." He looked around and accepted this fact. Yes, it had to be this way. He looked up and saw that everyone was dealing with this on their own. This was one of the 7 great dungeons, and they had already reached the ancient core. Suddenly a shout rang out, "Your Excellency, Ban." A comrade trailing behind pointed upwards and said, "Look at that." Before them was a door. Ban's eyes narrowed and he said, "We've finally arrived." He knew this was the end of the dungeon and the destination of the ancient core. Light emanated and illuminated the people. "After many sacrifices we have reached the culmination of our journey." Recalling mountains of gold and silver treasures, he knew that countless treasures were to be obtained here. If lucky, this place might house humanity's greatest achievements, the 36 virtuous masterpieces. He also recognized the throne. Furthermore, this was also where the dungeon's master resided. Suddenly the dungeon shook violently. Ban quickly turned and shouted, "Everyone form ranks," he swiftly commanded. "Swordsmen and shield bearers to the front. Mages and healers must be protected first." "Something is moving." Suddenly, everything went quiet again, and the people looked around with surprised faces. The roaring stopped. One person sent an orb of light into the air. "I'll make it a little brighter." Everyone was on guard. The flickering light illuminated the place. Black glistening eyes reflecting the light appeared right in front of the people. Ban gripped his sword tightly and raised it. His eyes were filled with shock and terror. Before the people was a colossal monster's mouth with thousands of sharp teeth that looked truly fearsome. The people froze as if their hearts had stopped. No one could think anymore. It just screamed, "Run, this is impossible." A skeleton elder with glowing eyes stared ahead and said, "So humans invaded while you were sleeping and you fought while tired. So it must have been very difficult, right?" The multi-eyed monster remained silent at first, not answering. The skeleton elder growled once more, "Am I right?" Then the monster reluctantly replied, "Yes." The monster began to complain. "I faced 2 enemies at once, the humans and my own fatigue." He wiped away sweat and furrowed his brow. And Bati asked flustered, "Can't you calm down?" The skeleton elder trembled with anger emanating murderous intent. "Calm down? Do you think I can calm down?" Unable to bear it, he shouted with all his might, "How can a creature that's supposed to be the dungeon boss be asleep until humans appear right in front of him?" He stood silently, listening to the elder's scolding. "You yawned in front of them. Does that make sense? This is a problem with your mental strength." Bati now lost control, angrily clutching his head and howling, "With that head of yours you're trying to get Jenna to ally with you. What do you even think?" She didn't care at all and immediately replied, "I don't know." With her face bowed, her pure white hair covered her face, but he scared the humans with just one yawn. Her eyes widened, her cheeks flushed with joy, and she said in an awe-filled voice, "Jenna is once again overwhelmed by his greatness, Sir Salo." Seeing this ecstatic sight, Bati was speechless and fell silent. For a moment he squinted his eyes in disbelief, unable to say anything. He slumped into a chair, disheartened. "Damn it, I guess I'll have to give up." He angrily clutched his head in helplessness and shouted, "This dungeon is truly ruined." He stood up and added without regret, "Don't be like that. Worrying so much will make your bones ache." This was one of the 7 great dungeons that humans deemed impossible to conquer, the ancient core. Most dungeon raids ended in human victory. This was because the relationship was unfair between humans who could attack whenever they wished and monsters who had to be ready to defend at any time. A series of continuous wars only resulted in dungeons exploding. However, while countless dungeons were being conquered and created, exceptions emerged. These were dungeons that humans could not conquer. In retrospect, it was obvious. There were several types of dungeons, or more precisely, the 7 great dungeons. These 7 great dungeons were temporarily unconquered by humans, earning them the nickname Unconquerable. However, among these notorious 7 great dungeons, the ancient core was the largest magical dungeon. It was guarded by numerous monsters. The dungeon guardians defended 3 different paths. The red path was protected by a small dwarf, none other than the maid Jenna. The main blue path was protected by the skeleton knight. The skeleton knight Bati and the very filthy right path. Currently there is no precise information about that path, only that it is guarded by an unknown tentacled monster, and the creature that dominates this impregnable fortress. An ancient monster appearing on the first page of the Empire's myths bore. The girl closed the book in her hand and said, "That's what it says." Jenna, holding the book, furrowed her brow and said, "As your lordship commanded, after distributing this book the number of intruders increased." Salo clapped his hands and laughed delightedly. "See, there's a way to maintain the dungeon. If there are too many mysteries around us, no one will dare to come near." Imagining humans spreading this information, he became even more delighted. "We need to leak a bit of this information to them. That way, they'll think they know a lot about this dungeon." He even expected them to rush here like moths to a flame, unaware that more than half of that information was false. He scratched his chin and said, slightly surprised, "Even so, I didn't expect them to flock here in such numbers." Thinking of the corpses piled up in the dungeon, there were 74 in total, right? Jenna replied. "Yes, but most of their weapons were melted by the 116 tentacles, so they are no longer usable. The ones that were still usable were quite valuable." But after saying this much, she suddenly made a slightly sad face and rested her chin on the book. "If it were me, Jenna, I could have handled them without any damage." Salo looked at her, his eyes narrowing slightly in surprise. Alright, that's enough. He is the monster called Boar in the book, infinitely vast, entirely black and possessing countless eyes in front of him. Jenna was tiny. Suddenly his eyes changed, appearing human-like, and arms emerged from behind his monstrous skin, transforming him into a young man in an instant. He patted Jenna's head, comforting her. "I'm sure you can do it too." Jenna, hearing that, immediately brightened and laughed. He. The atmosphere was joyful and warm, and the blue eyes staring at them were completely ignored. Bati could no longer stand it and growled, "Excuse me, aren't we here for a meeting, or are we just here to play?" He glared and demanded to know, "Why are you two so excited?" After speaking, he held his own belly and laughed delightedly. "Haha, the atmosphere here is so cheerful that standing next to you two feels like my teeth are rotting." As if he had multiple personalities, the next moment he shook his entire body frantically and shouted loudly, "Not just my teeth, my skull would have rotted away too." He also realized, "By the way, if you're going to transform, do it properly, won't you? Do you know you have 6 fingers?" As the elder spoke, Salo finally looked down at his own hand. "Oh, you're right, I have 6 fingers." At this, Bati couldn't stop laughing again. "But it's better than last time. Last time you had 10 teeth, and every time you laughed it sent shivers down my spine." The elder continued to laugh boisterously, and Salo was extremely displeased. "Bati, the sound of your teeth clattering is too loud." The two glared at each other warningly. The elder thought he couldn't stand it any longer. "I'll have to give up this guard post." There were only 3 people around the meeting table. Jenna, holding a pile of documents, began. "Then Jenna will get straight to the point." She looked at the pile of reports and said, "As you both know, humans have started invading from the right path. The problem is that the 116 black tentacles guarding the right entrance have sustained severe injuries and are in a critical condition." But before she could finish speaking, he interrupted with a long yawn. "TCH, don't worry. The tentacles' regenerative abilities are top-notch. If they're not in good shape, we can just observe for a while, and then find another guardian." As soon as Bati heard this, he excitedly pointed to himself and suggested, "Boss, could you find 2 guardians at once then? I'd like a break too." Salo naturally disagreed. "What are you talking about? You're my lifelong slave." He looked down at the pile of reports and said, "From now on, humans will only enter through the right path." The skeleton elder also added his opinion. "This will lead to another expedition forming, just as we discussed." Jenna realized a new characteristic of dungeon explorers. These days, humans use many communication spells to interact with each other, so the information that the right path is open will spread everywhere. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud thud resonated as he slammed the table. "Alright then," he decided seriously. "We need to devise a strategy too. Listen closely. We're going to change our duties." He drew the dungeon map in his mind. He was in the center. The entrances were guarded by Jenna, Bati, and the tentacles, respectively. "First, Jenna, you're still guarding the red path, aren't you? From now on, I want you to guard the compromised entrance." He directly instructed her on her new task. "The expedition teams will think it's open and enter through that path, so all you have to do is guard it." Her eyes sparkling, she enthusiastically agreed immediately. "Jenna can hold back any number of them." Next, he turned to the skeleton elder. "Regarding the red path that Jenna was guarding, you take charge of that." Elder Bati tilted his head and asked again, surprised, "Me? Why?" Salo had to explain. "When the humans realize Jenna is no longer at the red path, they'll redirect there. You'll be guarding it." After finishing, he clapped for himself, praising his own ingenuity. "That way we can fend off 2 attacks." While he was excited, Elder Bati suddenly raised a hand to stop him. Elder Bati asked, "Hold on, boss. What if the humans come through the blue path?" After he asked, all 3 fell silent and no one could answer. Salo laughed awkwardly. "There's no other option. If they do that, they'll come straight to me." Bati, hearing that, was speechless. What kind of terrible plan is this? Only Jenna's eyes sparkled, her heart pounded as if it would burst, and she sincerely praised him with awe. "It's perfect, Sir Salo." The skeleton elder saw her reaction and felt his stomach churn as if he was about to vomit. I don't know. With the meeting concluded, Jenna organized the documents. It seems the most difficult problem has been resolved. But we just need to decide what to do with that sword. He who had been sprawled on the table turned in surprise and asked, "A sword? What sword?" Bati reminded him. "She's talking about the sword used by the expedition leader." The elder also looked surprised. "I can't believe he used such a sword. The humans who came this time were quite strong." He still couldn't recall and asked again, "I asked what sword?" Bati was certain. "Surely your lordship must have heard about this sword." Suddenly the elder looked to one side and exclaimed, "Ah, there it is," he said, and immediately picked it up. He held the sword straight out, introducing it cheerfully. The 36 virtuous masterpieces. It was quite a famous sword among humans, some of which weren't even weapons. I think it might have been the 14th. I think its name is Tabio." Hearing that, Salo picked his ear and leaned back lazily in his chair. "Ah, now I remember. The 36 whatchamacallit, you mean? I think we had a few of those in our storeroom." Bati still stubbornly insisted. "No, I told you it was a masterpiece." He saw the sword in Jenna's hand, and the sword Jenna used was also one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces. Hearing that, he showed no interest at all and simply said, The humans came with good weapons this time." Bati clearly liked the sword very much and kept staring at it. "What should we do with this?" He looked at the sword and asked Bati again. "If we give this to some monsters passing by, they'll soon take it back. If humans retrieve it, we'll be in trouble, won't we?" The elder brought the sword before him and said, "Therefore your lordship must take it." But he, without needing to think, immediately said, "Bati, don't you use swords? Just take it." The elder was so surprised he froze. "What did you say?" He wore a dumbfounded expression, as if unable to believe it. He asked again, "Really?" He nodded. "Yes." It was needless to say how delighted the skeleton elder was. His eyes sparkled and his cheeks flushed with happiness. "Oh, haha, well then I have no other choice, since your lordship has commanded it. This place is the ancient core, home to a fearsome dwarf maid." Jenna stared at the elder from behind with a stern face. She was not pleased at all, and there was also the skeleton knight emanating an aura of death. Both of them were simply fearsome, and it was a place where a giant ancient monster slept. That was Salo. He was always tired, sprawled out under the table. "Since I gave you that sword, you'll have to tear up the resignation letter you've hidden in your ribcage." Jenna is like a sunflower, always looking only at Sir Salo. Bati is the only sane person in this dungeon and an expert at nagging. Salo is a very lazy ancient monster, and these three were all gathered in this cave. They moved on to the next agenda item. Jenna, holding a report, asked Sir Salo, "What should we do with the remaining spoils?" Bati no longer paid much attention, and continued to gaze at the sword, smiling. "I'm so glad to have this." He rested his chin on his hand and looked boredly at the pile of documents. "Do as you always do. Use what's usable and use the useless stuff as bait for the next ones." She agreed with a smile. "Understood, Sir Salo. I will distribute them." Bati glanced at her, thinking to himself, "She's obviously going to do a sloppy job again. She's only relying on him." He replied indifferently, "All right." Suddenly she spoke seriously. "The problem is that there aren't any monsters who particularly need magical items. What if we take the monastones and sell them? We could earn quite a lot of money then." The monastones were indeed valuable, and they had no shortage of them. He usually wasn't interested in such matters. "Oh really? It's been a while." Bati was surprised by what he said. "How about going to a human village?" Jenna stared at him silently. Both of them were shocked to hear him and exclaimed simultaneously, "What?" Even he was surprised. "Why are you so surprised?" Bati, sweating coldly, shook Jenna and suggested, "Wouldn't it be better to send Lady Jenna instead?" He was so annoyed that his tail even appeared. He slammed his tail hard on the ground and looked at him. "So what?" he hastily explained. "Aren't you a bit clumsy at transforming into a human? Your tail is showing." He even narrowed his eyes and asked. Salo had nothing to say because Bati was absolutely right and reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I'm sure you'll bring back lots of delicious things." A girl walked through the forest. Jenna, dressed in clothes that covered her whole body under the sunlight, walked around happily, looking at her surroundings. The weather was quite pleasant and she didn't look any different from a human. "Then I'll be going, Sir Salo." Inside a house, an old shopkeeper, wearing glasses, carefully examined a stone in his hand. "Well, young lady, I'm sorry but I can't buy this." Her two eyes widened frightfully, her face darkened, and she asked bluntly, "Why not?" The old man was flustered. He bent down under the table as if searching for something. "Let's see." He placed a different colored stone on the table and explained to her. "This is a B-grade monostone. Ordinary commoners would have to save for 10 years to barely buy one of these." He then pointed to the monostones Jenna had brought. "But the stones you've brought are much larger than this. Understand? These kinds of stones can only be used by imperial mages or high-ranking mages affiliated with the magic tower." After speaking, the old man stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. "So only jewelers contracted with the royal family or a magic tower branch would be able to handle these?" she asked again. "The capital or the magic tower?" she thought to herself. "The capital is too far. Then I'll have to go to the magic tower." She resolutely took back her bag of monostones. "I don't want to go to the magic tower, but for Sir Salo." She immediately headed for the door. "I'll be going." The kind old man also bade her farewell. "Goodbye, young lady." Suddenly he saw a huge stone left on the table. What's this?" The old man honestly picked it up and called out, "Young lady, you left one stone behind before leaving." Jenna turned her head and gently replied, "That's a tip. Thank you for the information." The human merchant old man froze, muttering in confusion, "What a strange young lady. She's human herself." As dusk fell, Jenna arrived at the magic tower branch. A man opened the door and greeted her. "Have you come to sell mana? If so, it would be better to consult with the branch manager." She immediately agreed. "Understood." She followed the man up the stairs. "I'll lead you to the office. Please follow me." Jenna followed silently, assessing internally. This place is designed so that the tower master resides on the highest floor. The human magic tower is similar to a dungeon. The servant extended his hand forward, guiding the way. "This way." A woman with orange hair approached with a smile, welcoming her. "Thank you for coming all this way. I am Amor, the head of this magic tower branch." A murderous aura emanated from her entire body. As soon as she saw her, she knew she was not a good person. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Jenna. Jenna also sensed the aura emanating from this human woman, and slightly flustered by the impressive mana, pulled up her hood to cover her face and replied, "I am Jenna." The two sat facing each other across a small table. The woman sneered with an openly contemptuous expression. "I was going to dismiss you as just a child, but my escort told me you brought a pile of mana stones. You're familiar with the reputation of the magic tower, aren't you?" Her eyes shone coldly. "I trust you've brought high-grade mana stones befitting our status." Jenna, not backing down, pulled out a pile of mana stones from her bag with a cold expression and said, "See for yourself." The pile of mana stones rendered the woman speechless. It was truly astonishing. Looking at the mana stones sparkling on the table in various colors and sizes, she muttered in surprise, "Are these A-grade mana stones?" She hastily picked one up and examined it closely. "These mana stones are of top-tier quality, comparable to the highest grade. A child shouldn't possess these." She stared intently at Jenna. "Who exactly is this child?" She immediately asked suspiciously, "Where did you find them?" Suddenly her gaze fell upon Jenna's white hair and she was surprised. "Wait, thinking about it, that hair color." She speculated that there was a family with silver hair among the Empire's 8 great noble houses. Could it be that the daughter of that family ran away from home and secretly brought mana stones? Thinking that, and convinced she was right, she covered her mouth and couldn't help but inwardly laugh. No other possibility comes to mind for a child to possess mana stones of this level. Anyway, this young girl was a noble lady and the world was a dark place. The woman immediately changed her attitude, shedding her arrogant tone. "I apologize for my rude behavior. I didn't realize these were high-grade mana stones. Our branch would like to buy all of these mana stones. How about 50 gold coins per stone? We'll give 80 gold coins for those of particularly good quality." Hearing that, Jenna calmly asked again, 50 gold coins? She recalled what the bald old man had said earlier. "Commoners like you usually have to save for 10 years to barely buy one of these stones," she calculated internally. If an ordinary merchant earns 10 gold coins a year, then in 10 years it should be 100 gold coins. She immediately realized the woman was quoting an absurd price. She stared wide-eyed and immediately warned, "How dare a human try to trick me? Be careful if you don't want to die." Seeing Jenna like that, Amor was terrified. Sweating, she stammered, "Yes, I apologize." She was surprised inwardly. "Oh no, this child knows far more than I thought." Seeing the sharp eyes directed straight at her, the woman was forced to tell the truth. "Actually, even if we emptied all the money in our branch, we couldn't buy all these mana stones." Jenna maintained the same attitude. "Then buy as many as you can." Amor's face turned pale and she could only force a smile, unable to say anything after a moment. A bag full of gold coins was placed in front of Jenna. 2,000 gold coins. "This is all we have." She looked down at the pile of gold coins placed before them and listened to the woman. "Would it be possible for us to offer valuable items corresponding to this amount and take all these mana stones in exchange?" Jenna carefully picked up a gold bar and examined it. "Is the quality of the items assured? They need to be easy to sell," Amor replied confidently. "You don't need to worry about that." After speaking, she pointed in another direction. "Please come this way, I'll show you the items right away." She led Jenna up the stairs. She spoke as they walked. "This area is usually off-limits to outsiders, but we've made a special exception for Lady Jenna." Amor led her to a higher floor to a large room. "Yes, this is our tower's vault." She pulled out a jeweled crown and showed it to Jenna. "This is a crown made with 4-carat diamonds. A mana stone is embedded in the center, making it even more useful for mages." She took out a few more items. "This is a living black pearl. It cries out if the wearer is near poison. It's a product of alchemy." Jenna glanced at each item, muttering inwardly, "Alchemy." She immediately abhorred the items. Seeing her negative attitude towards the items, Amor was slightly flustered and thought to herself, "What's wrong?" Suddenly, she opened a glass display case and said admiringly, "Oh, Lady Jenna, is it not to your aesthetic taste? Well, alchemy isn't a very clean field, so many people detest it." After speaking, she pointed to a conspicuous pink heart-shaped diamond. "How about this? It's a gem called red jasper, and it's said to be able to make love a reality." As soon as she heard this, Jenna's eyes lit up, widening, and she immediately showed interest. A gem that could make love a reality. She couldn't hide her excitement. Since love was what interested her most, her eyes sparkled with delight and her mouth couldn't close. Amor continued, "If you pour mana into this stone in front of the person you love, the spirit within the stone is said to bring eternal love to both of you." Jenna approached the glass display case and asked, "Can it be anyone?" The woman immediately affirmed, "Yes, I swear on the name of the magic tower." She smiled broadly and asked, "Does it suit your taste?" Jenna, without hiding her urgency, said, "I must have this stone." Seeing her reaction, the woman clutched the heart-shaped stone and didn't immediately hand it over. She smiled cunningly and said, I don't know about the other items, but this one is a bit difficult. It's an item that can even steal the Emperor's heart. This item has infinite value. Hearing that, Jenna desired it even more. Her face darkened and she urgently trembled, gritting her teeth. So she offered the woman something else. How about this? Amor was dumbfounded as soon as she saw it. How can she possess that? What Jenna presented was none other than her sword. She firmly clutched the sword. I'll add all the mana stones I gave earlier plus this, so please give me that stone. A voice was heard from outside the room. The guildmaster, wearing glasses, stood next to Amor and questioned her, flustered. Did you really exchange that crystal? The woman replied nonchalantly. So what? He sweated profusely and spoke vehemently. Don't you know what kind of item that is? If you drive that child away like this, you will surely die. The woman still showed no change in expression. What are you talking about? She said emotionlessly, examining the mana stones. That naive noble lady sacrificed herself to get the item she wanted. This man had a slight conscience and still wanted to dissuade her. But the woman smiled cunningly and said with a brazen face, Hey, don't worry, there won't be any problems. She even calculated viciously. That unfortunate girl will die as soon as the curse is lifted, and so will the person she loves, so no traces will be left. Poor Jenna, unaware of anything, happily carried the item back. The man with glasses heard that and felt pain in his heart. Whoever it is, they're truly pitiful. One of the 7 great dungeons. Try the castle. A woman held out a pair of scissors. Your end is death, snip. A clump of white hair fell. The woman was cutting Jenna's hair. Sorry for coming without notice. I owe you a lot. You've always helped me. The woman said in a kind voice. Goodness, shouldn't neighbors look out for each other? She was Ebit Bati, the boss of the Try the Castle dungeon. She replied comfortably while cutting her hair. Besides, I also love seeing your pretty face. She teased Jenna with a smile. No matter what I do, you're still beautiful. She put down the comb in her hand and said in a very sincere voice, Seriously, every time I envy dwarves. She even cupped Jenna's face, which was flushed with embarrassment. To think this beautiful face will never wither. Jenna glanced back and politely praised, Lady Bati also looks very young. Your skin is so white. The 2 girls chatted happily. Goodness, that's too much praise. Do you know how much blood and cosmetics I use in a day? Indeed, countless blood bags were stored inside this castle. Suddenly Jenna called out shyly, Lady Bati? She bravely stood up and asked, How do I look now? Bati, looking at her youthful face with a slight surprise, answered honestly, Of course you are the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. She placed a hand on her shoulder, leaned her face close and teased, No one will be able to resist your looks, I guarantee it. Jenna smiled happily, having heard the compliment. Hey, the woman truly had a keen eye and noticed something strange. But what are you planning to do dressed up like this? Jenna stood speechless and dazed after Bati's direct question. You're not going to confess, are you? Her hand unconsciously gripped the heart-shaped stone tightly. Without hesitation she smiled brightly and immediately boasted, Yes, I'm going to confess. Bati froze when her jokingly thrown remark hit the mark precisely. She shrieked in astonishment, What, really? I was just joking. Then who is it? Jenna's eyes sparkled with heart shapes as she joyfully said, Sir Salo. This time Bati couldn't believe her ears. Her whole body trembled and was drenched in sweat from 2 consecutive shocks. Jenna, why do you have such a serious expression when you're joking? Is it because you're a dwarf? But Jenna didn't seem to be joking at all. Her eyes shone brightly, and her hands were tightly clenched with firm resolve. She asserted, I'm not joking. I'm going to confess to him. Remembering the sight of that ugly pitch-black monster with 4 eyes who spent all day being lazy and avoiding work, Bati sighed with a headache. What's so good about him? I can't find any charm in him at all. Indeed, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Jenna couldn't hear Bati's words now. Love sparkled in her eyes, and she still stubbornly said, But I like many things about him. He's strong, isn't he? Bati couldn't refute this statement and had to agree. Yes, I think he's the strongest person in the world. After saying this much, she still couldn't help but exclaim, But his laziness ruins everything. Jenna knew all of this, and as if blinded by love she accepted it all, clasping her hands together. That's right, he's truly enormous and heavy, and he eats an incredible amount. He sleeps all day and does nothing. He snores. He's becoming increasingly insensitive, and recently he's even gained weight. Bati, hearing all this, was utterly speechless. A goodness, but she smiled very politely, maintaining her composure with folded arms. Anyway, you still like him, don't you, young lady? Jenna's eyes widened as she confirmed. Yes, she said truthfully without any concealment. I really like him. Bati said nothing more, just patted Jenna gently on the shoulder as she walked past. She didn't forget to offer advice. All right, I get it. I hope everything works out, but honestly, Lady Jenna deserves better treatment. She even playfully winked. If he rejects you, you can always come to me. It was truly great encouragement. Jenna narrowed her eyes and laughed, replying, Thank you, Lady Bati. She clutched the stone heart tightly with a hopeful heart. I will hold on tight. It will succeed, she murmured to herself. At the Dungeon Expedition Alliance in the Imperial capital, the blond man scowled, growling in an angry voice. We are Hero Bond's Dungeon Expeditionary Force, he declared to the people gathered before him that they had been wiped out. As soon as he finished speaking, one person abruptly stood up, slammed the table and shouted, What nonsense, he vehemently accused. Didn't you say they could easily defeat the Guardians? Several others also vehemently objected, shouting, Their bodies haven't even been found yet, so how can you be so sure? These people grew increasingly agitated, pounding on the table. That's right, Lord Bon would never lose to such monsters. The white-haired elder sat quietly, burying his head in his hands, lost in thought. No, everyone is wrong. The ancient core dungeon isn't vast or complex. They could have been killed or killed within a day. It's already been 2 days since we heard news of him. Bon is as good as dead. He helplessly gritted his teeth. That's what they think. The elder was the calmest among the group. Looking at the blonde man, he asked, what happened to his sword? The 36 virtuous masterpieces. The blonde man, sweating on his cheeks, admitted he didn't know but was forced to reply. Communication magic stopped when they reached the core of the ancient core. Therefore, if they cannot return there, retrieving the 14th masterpiece, Tanabun, will be impossible. The elder, hearing that, grew even more disheartened and looked down at his hands. I see. Others began to feel fear and one mumbled, no, someone hastily suggested, then we should quickly. Before he could finish, another person cut him off. We can't enter the dungeon. Even Lord Bon's expedition couldn't conquer it. To avoid more casualties, it's best to just give up. Several people exchanged differing opinions. Another person raised his voice. No, we can't give up like this. If Lord Bon truly fought the boss, he would have bravely wounded him. That's right, he's Hero Bon, isn't he? At these words, several others also held on to hope. Surely the boss is licking his wounds now, and as we discussed, the dungeon would have been reorganized. Shouldn't we gather again and conquer it before then? They were regaining their courage. But the white-haired elder grew increasingly disheartened, sweating profusely, bowing his head and saying nothing. He trembled with fear internally, thinking, we've lost one of the Empire's most valuable heroes and a virtuous masterpiece. If a second expedition also fails, the people in charge will surely be fired. If we remain idle, the Imperial family will be furious and turn their blades on us. He was flustered and scared, but considered the worst possibility. What if Bon couldn't wound that dungeon monster? What if the expedition couldn't inflict any damage on the dungeon? In that case, no matter how many times they tried, ultimately, the elder slammed the table and bluntly told the group, conquering the ancient core is impossible. The excited chatter immediately ceased. Just then, someone entered the room. Interesting. Why do you think that? He stood there, declaring to everyone in the room, personally, I think conquering that dungeon is very easy. The white-haired elder was surprised as soon as he saw him. Why is the Imperial Magic Research Association here? He was leading several other people. Smiling pleasantly, he said with an arrogant expression, you don't know whose orders we follow? We are none other than the Imperial Magic Research Association of Three Eyes. What the elder feared most had happened, and he was terrified internally. Damn it, the Imperial family has started to intervene. He arrogantly strode around the room saying, our presence here means it's time for you to pay for your sins. Your foolishness is unparalleled. Was sacrificing one respected hero not enough? You even allowed one of His Majesty's precious virtuous masterpieces to fall into enemy hands. It's truly unbelievable. Because his words were true, the elders could only sit silently and listen. Each elder was sweating profusely, unable to move. He firmly placed a hand on the stout man. But if we kill everyone here, who will cooperate with the Empire's numerous other expeditions? He intentionally threatened. So His Majesty has made an offer for you to survive. He smirked cunningly and declared, you will go and conquer the ancient core once again, the white-haired elder said incredulously. But what if Lord Bon couldn't do it? Before they could finish speaking, the man's face turned cunning. He stood in the middle of the room, spread his arms, and mentioned the name Nihim. He declared, we will use Nihim. The others whispered to each other, not understanding anything. What? Nihim? Did he just say Nihim? The white-haired elder asked again, surprised. Wait, Nihim, if I remember correctly, wasn't that a problematic solution? The man immediately showed an unpleasant expression upon hearing that and explained, Nihim is not a flawed product but an immense success. After speaking, he slammed his hand on the table. Now I have a question for you. He leaned his face close to the elder's face, with his hands on his hips, and asked arrogantly, why did Lord Bon and his party not survive? Was it because they were weak or were they reckless? He sat on the table, posed the question, then turned and asked and answered himself. No, of course not. Then why? The sword at his waist gleamed. Lord Bon and his team lacked one thing. He raised his pinky finger and smirked cunningly. Only one thing, one person asked in a curious voice. Then his companion, leaning against the wall with folded arms, said, it's Nihim. Let's see how successful this expedition will be. He opened his mouth wide and sneezed. Salo stood there looking around and muttering to himself, I have a bad feeling about this. It seems like a big storm is coming this time. Before he finished speaking, he sneezed again, and the sneeze immediately transformed him into his monster form. Flustered, he thought, did I catch a cold? Salo sighed, lying exhausted on the ground, grumbling, I really don't want to do this, but humans could rush in here at any time. If I delay patrol any longer, Batik will scold me. Just thinking about that skeleton face is too scary. Even though he's just a skeleton soldier, he still scares me terribly. Despite saying that, he still had his face buried in the ground with no intention of getting up. He was just a skeleton soldier, but he barely managed to get to his feet. Standing up weakly, he thought, I can't refuse being bothered anymore. He suddenly remembered hearing news that humans had recently been entering through the sewers. I should probably go check that out. He headed towards the core of Tentacle Sentry 16. In front of it were bloodied tentacles. He put his hands in his pockets and looked around, observing. Damn it, but I can't help now. I can only wait. He continued to walk further inside. He arrived at room 5 management, Antofago. Looking at the twisting trees before him, he thought, if I remember correctly. He immediately stepped onto them. Upon inspection, the Antofago species could heal themselves if their body core was intact and they had sufficient nutrients for survival. Looking inside, the granules were still sparkling and glowing, he said with satisfaction. Good news. The core is still alive, so it will recover on its own without my intervention. This core revealed itself to him, then closed up again on its own. Salo put his hands in his pockets and descended. Then after jumping here and there, he landed hard on the ground. The problem was that in front of him were the pitch-black caves of rooms 1 to 4 where they had been massacred. Thinking of this sent shivers down his spine. This seems like a problem I should report to Bati. I suddenly felt worried, but somehow I had a feeling I'd get another big scolding. After doing a little work, he was tired and yawned repeatedly, his eyes becoming heavy-lidded. He decided to think about the rest later. I can rest now, right? Recalling the places he'd checked today, the sewers and room 5, the results so far were quite good. He walked back feeling good, reassuring himself internally. Bati will understand me too. As he chuckled contentedly, thinking his patrol was over, something whizzed past his cheek at an incredible speed. A sharp sword embedded itself in the stone wall, and Salo, frozen in place, radiated killing intent. A person walked out cursing, "You piece of trash human." He ignored her threat and still stood there, yawning nonchalantly. She aimed at him and said, "Since you dared to set foot in this place, I won't let you return satisfied." Suddenly her voice instantly changed. "Oh, Master," it was Jenna. She rushed over and said, "I'm sorry, I thought Master was another cunning human." He also withdrew his killing intent and immediately recognized her. "Oh, it was you." She continued to apologize profusely. "I'm so sorry." He stared intently at her, slightly nervous and sweating. "Ah, it's fine, I was just a little surprised." Besides that, he being lazy hadn't expected to notice. "Jenna, did you dress up?" Her clothes and hair today were specially styled. When he noticed, Jenna's cheeks flushed and she exclaimed with joy, "Master noticed? I'm so happy, Master," she asked delightedly. "How does Jenna look right now?" As happy as she was, he was flustered, sweating profusely and stammering. He muttered, "She's dressed up, so it must be a special day," and worried intensely internally. "She's taken off her maid outfit. Surely she's not planning to retire before Bati, is she?" Jenna twirled a strand of hair, shyly admitting, "A special day? Yes, that's right." Salo stared at her silently, mouth agame in surprise, until she asked, "Master, could you spare Jenna some time?" He turned pale and trembled, unable to say anything, thinking internally. Anything but a resignation letter. Jenna led him to a brightly lit cave. In the center of the cave were a table and chairs. "Welcome, Master. As you can see, this is Jenna's secret place." She turned to him, who was following behind, and excitedly invited him. "Please sit down, I'll bring you some tea." Salo prayed fervently internally. "Please, not a resignation, not a resignation, not a resignation." Hot tea was poured into a cup. She handed him the teacup. "This used to be a place only I knew, but now it will be our secret place, Master." He picked up the teacup and chuckled lightly. "Ah, of course." Suddenly her face flushed with shyness and she spoke hesitantly in a soft voice, making him even more nervous. He was anxious even as he drank the tea, sweating profusely and not daring to look at Jenna, praying to the heavens internally. "Please, anything but a resignation, anything but a resignation." Suddenly she asked him, "It's already been 80 years since Master took office, hasn't it?" He made a surprised sound, and she asked again, "Do you remember?" He looked at the teacup in his hand and replied, "Yes, of course. 80 years ago, the dungeon conquest craze destroyed thousands of dungeons, and tens of thousands of humans entered the ancient core. At that time, Jenna earned her title and gradually climbed the ranks." As she told these stories, he subtly glanced at Jenna and asked, "So you've been through a lot. Is your right eye better?" After saying this much, he felt a momentary relief. Phew, she wasn't asking to resign. Jenna shyly clutched her skirt tightly. Master still remembers Jenna's eye. Jenna is truly touched. Salo sat at the table, arms crossed, and chuckled reassuringly. "Of course I always remember." She stood beside him and continued, "I was truly happy to be able to protect Master all this time." Hearing this, his face suddenly turned pale, and he felt flustered and a chill ran down his spine. "What?" Sweat drenched him and he looked at her worriedly. "Wait, just for about 2 seconds. What does "was happy" mean?" Fear surged within him again. "Isn't that what you say when breaking up?" Jenna didn't know he was so terrified. "Master." He again prayed fervently internally, "Please, not a resignation." "No, no, 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 no." He kept shaking his head. Just as he expected, instead of asking to resign, she gently said directly, "I like you, Master." Just a moment ago, Salo was like sitting on fire, and upon hearing these words amidst continuous surprises, he was momentarily stunned. She looked straight at him with clear eyes and said again, "I like you, Master." She bowed her head, expressing how Jenna had been for the past 80 years until this moment. Now he was extremely confused and his inner self was in a panic. Monster ears sprouted, his tail kept wagging, and he stammered, "Hey Jenna, He tried his best to calm down, scratched his head, and chuckled lightly. "Thanks for saying you like me." Salo looked at her seriously. "But we are always on the brink of life and death." She stood still, listening to him, and felt a little disappointed. "We never know when we might get hurt or lose our lives." A steaming cup of hot tea sat on the table. "Neither of us wants the other to live alone, do we?" Jenna clutched her skirt tightly. "I knew this would be your answer. I also know I'm being too pushy," she said honestly, "but these feelings are too deep for me to keep them locked away in my heart forever." Jenna reached behind her skirt, searching for something. It was because she expected her lord to reject and turn away from her. What she pulled out was that heart-shaped stone. How terrifying was that? She held it out in front of his face. Jenna wanted her lord's love no matter the cost. Suddenly she threw it forward and shouted, "So this is what I mean." Her sudden action startled him too. The gentleness from just a moment ago completely vanished. Possessed by a frenzy, she ran towards him yelling, "Jenna won't give in anymore." Salo was flustered by her appearance and tried to calm her down. "Jenna, calm down, just a moment." Suddenly she became gentle again, holding the heartstone with both hands in front of his face, her eyes sparkling with hope, and said, "With just this my wish will come true, my lord." Salo's eyes changed, widening in horror, and he exclaimed, "Hey, that's..." Naively deceived, Jenna, unaware of what kind of monster it truly was, continued, "You just need to pour your mana into this." Before she could finish speaking, a black surge of killing intent filled the entire room. In a chilling voice, "Jenna, was it you?" The table and chairs were overturned and teacups lay shattered on the floor. Just as he was about to speak in a grim voice, Jenna froze. Paralyzed by fear and covered in cold sweat, she was rooted to the spot. He had transformed back into the terrifying monster with countless eyes. He glared and growled, "You're trying to kill me?" His countless mouths surrounded her, looking as if they would devour her at any moment. Jenna was so frightened that she dropped the heartstone. It shattered into pieces. Tears streamed from her eyes. She stared at the shattered fragments in horror and wondered inwardly, "What is this?" A small monster emerged from the shattered fragments, hiding. Batik's eyes twinkled as he mocked, "Wow, boss, no matter how I look at it, you're the best." Salo is curled up black on the ground, transformed into a monster. He jumped on top of him, running around and spouting nonsense. "Weren't you satisfied just chasing away humans? Where's your conscience? Are you listening to me? It's not here. I can't find it either. Now you've even chased away Jenna." He still didn't react at all. Batik grew increasingly angry, flames shooting from his eyes, and said loudly, "I'm so shocked by your attack that I can't close my mouth. You showed Jenna no mercy at all." He frowned and replied indifferently, This is fine." As soon as he finished speaking, he was scolded again. "What? Shut up right now. It's nothing." He lay stretched out on the ground, covering his eyes with his hands and drooping his ears, saying remorsefully, "Batik, what should I do?" Batik sat cross-legged beside him and replied irritably, "You're the one who caused the problem, so why are you asking me?" The elder looked at the fragment of the heart-shaped stone in his hand. In fact, he fully understood why he had done it, so he gently comforted him. "It's not entirely your fault either." Batik's body radiated killing intent, and he stared intently at him. "Of course you know what you did to me was wrong, don't you?" Salo squeezed his eyes shut, avoiding eye contact, and sweated profusely. Batik was annoyed. "Why aren't you listening again?" At this point, pretending to be deaf and acting ignorant, he shouted, Me, I don't remember anything." Batik never gave up. "Oh really? Should I remind you?" Just then, at the most tense moment, skeleton Batik appeared. Salo, transformed into a monster, was raging as if to devour Jenna alive, but he was completely fearless and rushed towards him. He reached out and hugged him tightly, shouting, "Boss, calm down." Looking at his face, the human form was being overwhelmed by the beastly form. He desperately called out, Boss, look over here." Jenna?" She was kneeling on the ground, staring blankly at the shattered heartstone. He shouted, "Jenna, what the hell have you done?" Batik had to hold Salo and calm Jenna at the same time. "Jenna, calm down. Leave this to me and go." He shouted, not knowing what to do now, but she still sat there gritting her teeth. "Honestly, I can't touch her in this state. There's no way. If this is the case, there's only one way." Without hesitation, he kicked her off the ground, sending her flying. Jenna cried out in pain as she flew. Watching her fly far away, he thought helplessly, "I'm sorry, Jenna, I can't think of any other way. All right, I've put her far away." Now that Jenna was dealt with, only Salo remained, but what should he do now? He had completely lost control, transformed into a giant monster, and lost his reason. From his mouth he constantly muttered, "Are you trying to kill me too?" He even targeted him. Now he's pretending to forget everything. Batik crossed his arms and calmly asked, "You don't remember anything?" Salo covered his face with his hands in embarrassment and stammered, I'm sorry." Upon receiving his apology, he finally stopped. He sat next to him, gently patting his back, and comforted him. It's a relief you recovered quickly. I understand why you were like that." Recalling those heart fragments again, it had to be that way after everything was over. In Jenna's secret room, the two were seated. Salo asked the elder, "Perhaps I should look for her." Batik countered, "Why are you asking me such an obvious question?" Suddenly he said again, I think it's my own thought." Batik asked in surprise, "Why do you say that? You know how important she is to the dungeon, don't you?" Remembering the versatile Jenna, he recalled how she handled almost all management tasks, from preparing meals for the boss to managing other monsters' diets, cleaning and repairing the dungeon, replenishing monsters, resetting traps, handling and resolving complaints from each room, selling items, and reallocating budgets. Frankly, losing her would make the dungeon situation worse than being destroyed. He listened to all the things she had done and broke out in a cold sweat. She was so competent, and she was in charge of everything. Her role was undeniable. He could only reply, I know, but hearing all this is truly shocking. For someone as lazy as him, it was bound to be shocking. Batik sat beside him and advised, "Go find her before it's too late." The more he heard, the more his face darkened and became embarrassed. "Even if you have to beg her or give her a deep kiss, you must bring her back." Hearing that, he was disappointed and transformed into his human form, agreeing helplessly, "Yeah, all right." Suddenly, the elder handed him a bracelet. "Oh, and if you're going to look for her, take this." The bracelet was set with a blue gem. This was a bracelet that helped stabilize mana. He held it and examined it for a long time. The elder added, "You don't need to know the details, just know that it's very expensive." He asked in surprise. "This," Batik explained, "boss's mana flow is very strong, so I don't know if this will work for you." Besides, you have 6 fingers. It's not much, but at least it'll prevent your body from getting bad like just now. The more he listened, the more he thought the bracelet was a miracle. He pointed at it with his hand, widened his eyes, and asked the elder, "You even prepared something like this? It's as if you knew this would happen from the start. It's disgusting. Where did you get it?" The elder honestly confessed. "I picked it up from the floor." He had been bluffing earlier, but now seeing his amused face he felt uneasy and had to warn him more. "So please don't do anything strange. This is fragile." Salo put the bracelet on his wrist as Bati had instructed. Perhaps. As soon as he put it on, the skeleton elder immediately became wary and said, "Oh please." He left with it on his arm as the elder had said. "All right, I'll take care of this place while I'm gone." The elder asked somewhat suspiciously, "You're not planning to walk, are you?" The elder told him seriously, "You must return within 5 days. Humans will be coming back here soon." He understood the elder's intention. "So you want me to return before the conquest team arrives?" The elder immediately admitted, "Yes, boss." Though unsaid, the elder also felt fear. Thinking of the empty throne, what if I can't stop the intruders while the boss is gone? I don't know what will happen if humans reach this place. Bati held up 5 fingers, emphasizing once again very seriously, 5 days. I can guarantee safety for at least 5 days, please keep that in mind. Salo immediately agreed, all right. He put on his cloak in the blink of an eye and reassured the elder, "I'll be back with Jenna within 5 days. Watching him leave in the distance, the skeleton elder shouted after him, "Also, if you end up near a human village, try not to be conspicuous, boss. It's not good for a dungeon monster to be found in a human village." He kicked small pebbles as he walked, feeling nervous. All right. Finally, he teased the elder, smiling cunningly. "If everything gets too bad, I'll just destroy everything and come back." Hearing that, Bati growled in annoyance, "Hey, stop trying to act cool." As he left, the elder was left alone, sighing, Now I have to handle everything here by myself." He had to admit to himself that everything was more complicated than he thought. He pulled out a newspaper with a breaking news article and skimmed through it. He knew that Jenna had sold monostones containing demon stones somewhere and bought that. And because of this, the boss had lost control and she had almost died. Salo still didn't know that she had sold his sword. The elder narrowed his eyes and imagined what would happen if the boss found out. If he found out, he would surely curse as he devoured all the evil humans who had tricked Jenna. These damn bastards. The elder knew it would be the end of the world. Just thinking about it was terrifying. He quickly flipped the newspaper to another page. It's still too early for humans to be annihilated. But as soon as he looked down at the newspaper again, he froze again, eyes wide in surprise. The newspaper read, "Dungeon Conquest Alliance confident of reaching Artifact Core in 3 days in this conquest." It was truly shocking news. Just a moment ago he had confidently spread his 5 fingers assuring 5 days. Now, seeing this news, he shouted as if struck by lightning, 3 days? Bati couldn't hold back and cursed, "Ah, damn it, you idiot." On the desolate ground, Salo lay sprawled, looking up at the blue sky. The sunlight streamed down dazzlingly. Salo lay there, arms behind his head, staring at the sky. "Oh damn it," he sighed, thinking. This was the second time he had teleported to a random location. Bati's words came to mind. "Boss's mana in his body is very unstable, so don't use magic." He saw the black killing intent still in his hands. "Is it because of magic?" He lay bored and muttered to himself, "Nah, let's just try one more time." A black aura emanated from his entire body, and in his mind he calculated the name of the village where Jenna had sold the stone, Hayton Village. After that, he vanished in an instant. Inside the dungeon, a terrifying voice echoed, "You are mere lowly humans, yet you dare to crawl your way in here. I suppose I must bestow a special grace upon small creatures like you. How about a glorious death?" The two-horned demoness's eyes flashed as she sat on her throne looking down contemptuously. One man approached her and said sarcastically, "Arrogant for a demon." He drew his sword and provoked, "We are the 32nd most competent conquest team in the entire kingdom." A leather-clad man led the team forward, pointing his sword directly at the demon lord and introducing himself. "We are elite mercenaries from the Signal Corps." His eyes gleamed with determination. "Remember this name. Soon we will be renowned throughout the continent. You do not deserve to sit on that throne. We have come to depose you." The demon lord was not at all afraid and replied coldly, "Presumptuous fools." She rose from her chair with both hands. "I am the 17th descendant of Demon Lord Ea." Purple light exploded as she unleashed her power. She looked truly terrifying. She growled, "Modelum Ea." Her eyes widened and she said, "You have been granted the honor of knowing my name. Now die." The man tried to maintain his composure. He sweated and clenched his lips tightly. "Oh, remember those words." He vanished in the blink of an eye. He drew his sword and rushed straight into battle, shouting, "I'll return the favor." Demon Lord Aya's staff in her hand was wielded fiercely, fearing no one. The man rushed in but couldn't attack, and glancing irritably he said, "She blocked the way." A mage behind him also rushed forward. "I'll support the captain." Both sides engaged, neither giving ground. Aya shouted loudly, cursing, "Weak humans, you don't know your place." A colossal force enveloped the cave and purple light illuminated the area. "I will turn you to dust." The party couldn't stop it in time and screamed in agony, "Arg!" The captain still stood firm, clutching his sword tightly. The ground shook violently. He stood alone wielding his sword. Suddenly he was startled by an ice orb behind him. His body froze, his mouth agape, and he looked up, shouting in confusion, "This can't be." Above the demon lord's staff was a massive chunk of ice. He asked himself in surprise, did she cast a new spell? Huge rocks floated in the air and he grabbed one, throwing it powerfully. "Even if you throw a rock directly at A, did you think I'd just let you get away with it?" He pushed off the ground and leapt directly at the demon lord. Ah, Aya did not back down, standing amidst the chunks of ice, pointing her staff straight and threatening. Are you digging your own grave, foolish one? But unexpectedly, no matter how strong her ice attack was, it didn't hit him. A protective shield surrounded his body, blocking it. She thought to herself in surprise, a barrier, since when did he? She widened her eyes in shock and gritted her teeth. She had clearly dealt with the mage. Her eyes glowed as she stared intently at him rushing towards her. Several others below cheered loudly in unison. Charge! The captain angrily wielded his purple claws. You mere insects! Both sides rushed towards each other with a clang. A hand flew into the air and shattered stone exploded. The entire cave vibrated and the man rolled onto the ground. Aya likewise slammed into the wall. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How could this be? The man, his mouth full of blood, still didn't understand what had happened. Both of them looked at the place where dust billowed. Something appeared. One person rushed over to support him. Captain, are you still holding on? That guy still has the strength to get up. Don't worry. His mouth was stained with blood and he frowned, looking ahead and asking, but who is that? I haven't received any report about another expedition coming. The demon lord girl also managed to stand up injured. This was the first time she had been hit so hard, so she said, flustered, have they gotten stronger? If they have the power to break through the demon lord's fortress, that's a big problem. As the dust slowly cleared and a faint figure appeared, she watched him intently, highly vigilant, and muttered, who are you? Even before seeing the person, Sayla's voice was heard. He looked at all of them and calmly asked, do you know where Hayton is? She stared at him and muttered, what kind of monster is this guy? Even before seeing the person, Sayla's voice was heard. Do you know? His face was innocent and he asked where Hayton was. Everyone present was dumbfounded, unable to close their mouths. The demon lord girl was also speechless. Both of them simultaneously shouted, what in the world are you rambling about barging in here? He calmly picked his ear, looking at them. Ah, humans even warned him, his appearance is human-like, but you'd better stay far away from the demon lord. He wasn't scared at all. Instead he turned and looked at demon lord Aya. She glared at them, wiped the blood from her face and stared menacingly, saying, send as many people as you want, no matter how many, you won't be able to defeat me. He looked at her and thought, is that demon the demon lord? Remembering the demons he had met before, this one felt completely different from the previous demon lords. Is this a generation gap? Aya cursed into Sayla's ear, this damned bastard daring to destroy my castle, he'll pay a heavy price. Ah, I'll show these damned bastards a taste of their own medicine. Just then another group rushed over in a hurry. They looked back and shouted with joy, Commander, reinforcements have arrived. Excellent. Let's defeat the demon lord together. Then they plunged back into the fight and he stood alone between the two groups. No, wait, you guys. No one listened to him and just went straight into the fight. Wah, they shouted loudly. Let's see, your magic won't do us any harm. Humans just make a lot of noise, don't they? They exchanged loud curses. With the reinforcements, they became even more violent. We have reinforcements, so there's nothing to fear. Everyone charge. Sayla stood where no one was listening and said, can someone tell me how? Before he could finish, others shouted and interrupted him. Everyone charge. He helplessly slumped to the ground. The surroundings were full of curses. Taste the pain. This lowly place will be your grave, demon lord. His face darkened. He desperately needed help, but no one listened. Annoyed, he squinted his eyes. Now I'm getting angry too. He looked up at the dungeon and muttered to himself, I need to find Jenna quickly, seeing them busy fighting. No one paid him any mind. He knew it was impossible to talk to them. He scratched his head, desperately trying to think of a way. If I delay any longer, Bati will tear me to shreds. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Just then, two people approached him from behind and arrogantly commanded, hey, come over here and help us. That guy must be scared and peeing his pants. Before he could finish speaking, Saylo had already reached his limit. He immediately transformed into a monster. Hundreds of eyes glared at them and his voice was chilling. The humans cowered in terror. He looked truly fearsome and seized them in an instant. One by one, they were all devoured on the spot. In an instant, no one was left. And only Saylo, with a full belly, stood there. The demon lord's face turned pale and she stared at him, sweating profusely and speechless. She was extremely terrified. He let out another loud roar. She clutched her staff and asked, flustered, what did you just do? She was extremely excited and asked continuously, you're truly amazing. You're so strong, perhaps even stronger than me. Aya's eyes gleamed with joy and she shouted triumphantly, I'm really interested in you. I want to know more about you. He looked at him like a rare treasure, ran around him, touched his hands and feet and asked, full of curiosity, what is your true identity? What was that giant thing that just appeared? Where did you hide it? What is your name? What's the secret to your power? Sayla's face turned pale with annoyance and he pursed his lips, extremely uncomfortable, but she didn't notice and still stared at him intently, then coughed after a while. Ahem, please forgive my rudeness. She extended her hand and confidently introduced herself. Let me introduce myself. Her limbs began to strike a pose. I am the 17th descendant of the great and famous demon lord Asmodeus. She struck a very cool pose and declared her name to be Menzelem Aya, then scrutinized him with serious eyes. Now what is your name? The more she spoke, the more disgust was evident on his face. I hate this, all of it. He wanted to get angry, but then he thought, but for this I have to try to adapt. He raised his hand, flustered. I am Saul. Before he could finish, he exclaimed, oh, he suddenly paused. Wait. He remembered old Bati warning him that if he revealed his identity, rumors would spread everywhere. Bati wouldn't want that to happen, and besides, there was no need to reveal his identity now. So he immediately came up with the alias Sado Juiner. He knew there was no need to reveal his true identity yet. He smiled and gave a thumbs up, acting cool. I am Sado Juiner. he forced a smile, creating the image of a handsome young man. Sato Jr., 32 years old, single. This was his new identity on his journey to find Jenna. He came up with the name and felt disgusted with himself. Damn it, that name is really disgusting, but he couldn't think of anything else. The Demon Lord girl repeated his name. Sato Jr.? Her eyes gleamed with interest and she asked, "May I call you Sato Nim?" He sweat profusely and reluctantly replied, "If you wish." Aya immediately started a conversation like an old friend. Then Sato Nim, "First of all, thank you very much for saving me, although it was a bit unnecessary." Salo could no longer bear it and sighed, covering his face. "Just keep it short." She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. He didn't want to listen, but she continued, No, if it weren't for your help, I must admit a little embarrassingly. They might have attacked me. So you saved me, but I didn't ask you to save me." As soon as she finished speaking, she burst into delighted laughter, hands on her hips, and said refreshingly, "And since you helped me, I want to help you too. How can I help you?" Salo, who had been patient until now, was excited and said loudly, as if he had been waiting for this very moment, "Yes, do you know the way to Hayton?" As soon as Aya heard him, she exclaimed, "Oh, Hayton." Seeing her expression, his heart was filled with hope and expectation. She knows, he thought, it was the right thing to help her kill the humans. Just a little longer, Jenna, he said quickly. But barely a few minutes into his joy, her eyes sparkled and she asked again, "What's Hayton?" It was truly a deafening blow. His smile vanished. He was indescribably flustered. "What's Hayton? Wait, does she not know the way there, or does she not know what Hayton is?" Despair washed over him. Unbelievable, did I just ask someone who doesn't know what Hayton is? He decided to change the question. "All right, then where's the closest human village?" Aya muttered with an innocent face. "Human village," she thought for a moment. "From what I know, Rizet city is the closest." This was truly adding insult to injury. He was even more shocked. Rizet, the capital of the Rizet kingdom. As far as he knew, didn't it take 2 months by human carriage from Hayton to Rizet? Salo officially fainted. He was already lazy to begin with. He lay on the ground in despair. The Demon Lord understood nothing and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Sato Nim? Is there a problem?" He just muttered, "It's too far." The clever girl suddenly had an idea. "Ah, I get it. So you want to go somewhere far, then how about using a teleportation device?" Salo was immediately interested and raised his head, asking again, "What, a device?" Aya saw his confused face and asked directly, "Don't you know?" She explained. "Humans created it with magic and alchemy. Currently, this device can move humans through space." He immediately felt hope. He sprang to his feet. "Where is it?" She asked him again. "Do you want to go?" The teleportation device. Fortunately, the device was in Rizet, a very bustling place. Salo sat on the ground and asked, "Where is it?" She placed her hands on her hips and replied, "Are you going?" The teleportation device is in the bustling city of Rizet. In the blink of an eye they arrived here. He looked up at the tall buildings and asked, Is this the center of Rizet?" Needless to say, Aya was very happy. Her eyes shone and she exclaimed, "That's right, there's no better place to get information," but he had no feeling that he would find Jenna here. He was a little flustered inside. "I don't know if I can find Jenna here, but since I don't know if she went to Hayton, I need to find clues." Suddenly her voice was heard and she asked, "You said you wanted to find a silver-haired girl, right?" Salo admitted, disappointed. "Yes." Unlike his gloomy appearance, Aya smiled with extreme generosity and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you find her." Hearing that she was going to search with him, he asked, surprised, "Aren't you the master of the Demon Lord's castle? What about your castle?" Hearing his question, she became even more delighted. "Are you worried about me? That's commendable, but you don't need to be." She began to act dramatically, striking a cool and confident pose. "As a Demon Lord born with this ultimate body, I exist to rule. That castle isn't important. Where I am is the demon realm, and all the demons around are my soldiers." Truly splendid words. He stroked his chin, half believing, and asked again, "Is that the power of a Demon Lord? You can summon demons at will?" She lied without batting an eye and immediately admitted, "Exactly." After speaking, she smirked to herself and said, "I've never done it though." Salo was speechless. When he showed a disbelieving expression, she stubbornly shouted again, "My father did it, so I can definitely do it too." He quickly conceded to stop her. "All right." Suddenly, Aya became gloomy. "Oh, and also in this unfamiliar city." She suddenly confided her sad feelings to him. "The Demon Lord's castle my father bequeathed to me was partially destroyed, so I had no choice." Hearing her suddenly tell a sad story, he awkwardly scratched his head and looked away. "I'm sorry." She teared up as if wronged. "No, honestly, it's nothing much. Humans always cause problems." As she said this, she transformed into a storm, standing in the middle of the city, spreading her arms and shouting, "Even a demon lord like me is struggling, and the human capital is right in front of my castle." Aya, after speaking, she laughed cheerfully as usual. "All right, enough sadness. Let's go gather information." He had no other choice but to follow her. He felt uneasy inside. "I have a bad feeling about this." Following her, he worried, "Something troublesome is going to happen, or am I thinking too much?" Then 2 full glasses of beer were placed heavily on the table and a shout was heard. 2 beers for our guests." He looked at the frothy beer in front of him and muttered to himself, flustered, "Maybe I'm not thinking too much after all." He was sweating all over, extremely anxious. Still a long way to go. What am I doing here?" Aya emptied her beer glass in one go as if she was just having fun. After drinking, she loudly exclaimed, "Ah," she declared with extreme confidence, "it seems you don't understand human villages, Sato Nim. Taverns are places to share and find information." After speaking, she pointed to a crowded area. Just look around and listen. This tavern was very busy and everyone was sitting together drinking and talking. All the conversations were valuable information that couldn't be obtained elsewhere. Her face was flushed and her eyes sparkled with laughter. You just have to choose what you want to hear, pseudonym. Salo looked around as she suggested and quietly asked, what does choose mean? Suddenly his gaze was fixed on something. I'm looking at a bulletin board covered with papers. What's that? Both of them stood there and looked, and Aya had a knowing expression. Oh, I didn't expect this to be here. She skimmed through the papers on the bulletin board and explained, this is the information I was talking about. He immediately scoffed. Oh, you said that. You clearly said nothing and were stubborn. I did. He particularly noticed one piece of paper. This is, she quickly replied. It's a list of expedition teams currently active in the dungeon. I heard it's to prevent multiple teams from crowding into one dungeon and to reduce confusion. Salo knew this too. That's right, there wouldn't be two groups at the same time, according to Aya. If there was more than one team, dividing them would be very troublesome. At this point she suddenly became uncharacteristically serious. Speaking of human life, wouldn't it be easier to succeed with more lowly humans? Look at them, blinded by greed, ready to jump into the flames. Salo, however, replied indifferently. Anyway, it's good for us. At his unintentional remark, she immediately paid attention. She pressed him. Why us? Sweat ran down his face. He flinched nervously at her question. Are you a demon from the dungeon too? Her eyes widened and she thrust her terrifying face close to his, threatening him. Now that I think about it, it's strange. I'm the master of the demon lord's castle, but you're a demon, so how can you roam freely outside? He nervously avoided her. It's too bothersome to explain, so it's a complicated story. Can't we just skip this? Seeing that he didn't want to talk, she also gave up. You really have a lot of secrets. All right, I won't force you. You must have your reasons. Suddenly, he looked forward in surprise. The bulletin board was covered with documents. Hello, it's my dungeon. Seeing the information written there, he felt relieved. Thank goodness, the expedition list is empty, so there's still time. Suddenly, she shouted, what's that? She couldn't see it because she was short. She pestered him to show her, full of curiosity. Don't look alone, show me too. She kept pulling him, not letting go, as if to show off her height. Cheeky one, too annoyed, he had no choice but to lower the paper and show it to her. All right, here. She excitedly grabbed the paper. Oh, she exclaimed with joy. The 7 Great Poison Dungeons, Ancient Core Conquest Promotion Force. Seeing her expression, he asked, you know about the Ancient Core too? Salo admitted. Yes, she was so happy that she blinked and waved her arms. Of course, I've seen you fight in the dungeon, and I know very well what kind of place a dungeon is. He nodded. I see, well, you really know a lot of information. He patted her shoulder and said, I'm glad you can handle all of this. She closed her eyes shyly and her face turned red. She took his hand and said with a happy face, I'm so happy to be able to help my lord. He shook his head and quietly held her hand. Ah, is this why she's happy? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Of course. The two continued their conversation. She rattled off details about the 7 great dungeons. Each dungeon possessed all kinds of terrifying powers, she said, enough to impress even foolish humans. Seeing her take a piece of paper, he asked, surprised, wait, can you just take the dungeon flyer? Her eyes gleamed and she happily waved the paper in her hand, exclaiming, this is the dream of all demons. Looking at the paper on the table, she declared that among the 7 great dungeons, the Ancient Core was the most powerful. She praised it relentlessly, like an avid fan. The ruler is none other than the master of the Creator, the guardian of God, the punisher of the greedy, and the supreme ruler of all demons in this world. Salo Nim sounded truly magnificent coming from Aya's mouth, but upon reflection he was disappointed. More like a landlord constantly suffering because of demons. She continued to read the paper again and again. My lord, my favorite dungeon is the Ancient Core. Suddenly her eyes filled with contemplation. I want to become stronger, she said softly. If I become stronger, I'll be able to meet Lord Salo again in the future. Sweat poured down his back. He stared at her, thinking to himself, she's talking about me right now. Looking at the beer glass on the table, all he could hear was Aya's voice. So cool, incomparable power, I want it too. While talking, she inadvertently recalled her father. Of course my dad is strong too. He was a true demon lord, and he fit the role very well. Among humans there are even stronger people than him, just like me. Remembering that scene, Bond, the young hero Salo had swallowed whole while yawning, now looked at him with wide surprised eyes. He's the hero who defeated the demon lord. I really don't want to go near him. Her eyes were filled with sadness. Honestly, I don't want to live my whole life as a dungeon manager like my dad. She spread her arms and said with passion throughout her body, I just want to enable demons to build their own dungeons. The more she spoke, the more hopeful she became. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkled. That's why I need to get stronger. What do you think? Isn't it cool? Seeing her like that, Salo smiled inadvertently and thought, ah, youth is good. He murmured softly, I used to be like that too. It was so long ago I don't even remember. Once I was full of vitality. I led a powerful army and dominated the continent. I tried to understand all the knowledge in this world. I was more serious than anyone. I helped the poor and they moved me. Many times I gave them everything. Thinking this far, his eyes suddenly glowed with anger, but I eventually realized that everything was in vain now. His goal was to sleep all day. He had found a new true love in life. After chatting for a long time, he suddenly found her slumped on the table asleep. She's sleeping? Is she really sleeping? But all he got in return was snoring. The pub suddenly became boisterous. Oh, another conquest mission. Yeah, there was one yesterday too, I just haven't posted it yet. Some people asked again, why are you posting it only now? What dungeon is it? He, without any interest, went straight to the owner and asked, do you have a room to rest? The old man pointed to one side and said, this way. One person holding a hammer posted a paper on the bulletin board. Just a moment, I'm putting it up now. Everyone see for yourselves, someone nearby added. Sir, you never change it. If an inspector finds out, you'll definitely get fined, the old man retorted. I'm doing it now. Isn't it still far? A new report was posted. The 7th of the 7 great dungeons, the ancient core, latest conquest information. The next morning the curtains fluttered in the wind, and a body on the bed stirred slightly. As Aya sat up, Salo approached and greeted her with a yawn. Oh, you're awake. Seeing him, she was slightly flustered. Sadonim, I don't remember anything. He approached and replied, yeah, yesterday I was so startled I thought I saw a ghost and I collapsed on the ground, she asked urgently. Why were you so surprised, Sadonim? He stared at her, stammering. How what? His whole body stiffened, and he couldn't believe his eyes, asking himself, is my eyesight broken? Looking at the small child in front of him, she was completely different from the sexy woman he had seen yesterday. He couldn't help but ask, why do you look like such a child? She was also startled. What? I'm not a child. He laughed deliberately as if teasing her. Ah, you're a minor then. She grew even angrier upon hearing that. Don't you think that's rude to say, Sadonim? After speaking, she repeatedly slapped his face. He wasn't afraid at all. Who told you to suddenly shrink? I was just surprised. Ow, ow. She ignored him and continued hitting, explaining, I didn't get younger. Even though he screamed in pain, she didn't stop. Eventually, Salo was hit and fell to the ground. I'll stop it. Aya explained, yesterday's appearance was my second form, created to prevent humans from looking down on me. She put her hand on her chest and firmly asserted, this current appearance is my first form. He had only been hit for a moment, but his face was already swollen and he was bleeding from the nose. So yesterday's appearance wasn't real, and this is your real appearance? She replied, no, that's not it. Suddenly, she propped herself up with her arm and stared at him. But why is Sadonim's face like that? Did you eat a late-night snack last night and not call me? He exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Sweating, he clenched his fists and quickly explained, that's because of transformation magic. It's magic that allows the user to have a future appearance. After speaking, he propped himself up with his arm, tilted his head back, and smiled triumphantly. In other words, when I grow up, I'll look like my beautiful second form. He sat down to meet her eye level. Yeah, I get it, she pointed at him with her finger. Do you get it, Sadonim? He insisted so strongly that he had no choice but to agree. Yeah, I get it. Hearing this, she became even angrier. It was an insincere answer. Sela looked at her clothes and naturally changed the subject. First, I think we need to buy some new clothes. She continued to nag him without stopping. Don't treat me like a child, he conceded. All right. She still didn't give up. I won't forgive you, Sadonim, Hayton County. One person, sword in hand, stopped and looked at the person in front of them. Count Hayton, listen carefully. He opened his eyes wide and commanded. Immediately open the city gates and welcome the conquest team. These people were numerous and stood fiercely giving orders. We have come from Rizet to conquer the ancient core. Inside the room, voices echoed. Who sent these documents here? He picked up the paper and looked at it, and the servant reported, they were sent yesterday in the name of the Three Eyes Guild. Etta, the lord of the Hayton region, angrily gripped the paper tightly in his hand, his eyes wide, inwardly cursing. 3 eyes, those damn imperial direct associations. He slammed the paper in his hand hard on the table, full of discontent regarding upper-tier dungeons. A dungeon could only be invaded with the lord's permission, but instead of permission they had only sent a notification. The more the old man thought about it, the angrier he became. This is an imperial order, so I can't drive them away. So he raised his head and asked the servant standing in the room, do you think this conquest team can conquer the ancient core? The servant silently and firmly shook his head. The old man, seeing this, became even more convinced that his thoughts were correct. You think so too? They're too weak to be an ancient core conquest team. And the commander of the conquest team is called Nihim. I've never heard that name before. Those damn guys from the Three Eyes Guild, what on earth are they thinking? His eyes were filled with tension, and his face was pale as he glanced out the window, calculating inwardly. If they approach the ancient core half-heartedly, my territory will surely be in danger. I need to request a stronger conquest team, right? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. To do that, I need a reliable conquest team. Just then, the servant's voice echoed, interrupting his thoughts. My lord, you might find the answer closer than you think. Etta, hearing that, was startled and realized. Closer than I think? Then what about the Twin Wings Magic Tower? Yes, the Twin Wings Magic Tower could certainly do it. I heard they're expanding enormously these days, having acquired many high-quality monostones from unknown sources. Of course, even with such rapid development, it would be crazy for an A-rank magic tower to attempt to conquer the ancient core. But if the rumors he had heard were true, he inadvertently smiled contentedly. Recalling what he knew about the ancient core, the only monster remaining at the right entrance was the very monster that had defeated Hero Bond's expedition, its guardian gone. He immediately decided to act, sending someone to the Twin Wings Magic Tower to deliver a proxy. Tell them that I, in my name, promise them immense wealth and fame, so they should go conquer the ancient core first. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge gate swung open and screams echoed, You shall never enter there. The count and the servant were startled and looked back. Who is it? 3 arrogant people entered from outside, and the man at the front said, Are you Lord Etta? The old man stood stiffly by the table and asked again, Who are you? The man immediately replied, I am Nihim. Since you wouldn't open the door no matter how much we called, we entered without permission. The old man was slightly flustered. Why have you come here without prior notice? The man sat down without invitation, propped his legs on the table and said with a sneer, Hey, didn't you receive the documents sent by the imperial family? His eyes gleamed and he angrily questioned the old man. Is there any reason why we shouldn't come? Etta immediately turned pale with fear and looked elsewhere. No, inwardly he worried. She looks very young, but she seems bloodthirsty. Just then another girl among the three sat down cheerfully next to Nahim, softening the atmosphere. Hey, we're guests, so why the long face? Smile, smile. I want something sweet. Bring us some tea and snacks. More. Old Etta's hands clenched in discontent, but after a moment he had to compromise. Quickly prepare them. The servant girl standing nearby nodded in dissatisfaction. The two sat facing each other and old Etta asked, But why have you come to see me? Nahim smiled and replied, What do you mean? Of course, we've come to conquer the ancient core. The old man broke out in a cold sweat. The documents were only 1 day old. You're truly fast. Then when do you plan to go? She answered honestly. Actually, I planned to go today, but something suddenly came up, so I'm thinking of going tomorrow. Is that all right? As soon as she finished speaking, the old man was even more flustered. Tomorrow so early? This is an important mission. Wouldn't it be better to recover and go? I'll provide lodging so you can rest comfortably. She shook her leg, which was propped on the table, and firmly refused. No, you don't need to worry about us. We'll head straight out after stopping by the Twin Wings magic tower. The old man's face darkened. Startled. Why are they going there? Do they know someone there? Nifjim's voice grew even more sarcastic. Oh no, that's not the reason. Her eyes gleamed brightly again, and her lips curled into a terrifying smile almost reaching her ears. Honestly, we're going there to kill them. At these words, the atmosphere in the room grew suddenly tense. The old man still tried to maintain his composure. What do you mean? She brushed back her hair and glanced contemptuously around the room. It's easy to eavesdrop with magic in a poorly guarded place like this. Etta's face was revealed and I heard everything on the way. So my lord, you were planning to have the magic tower punish them? She smiled slyly and declared, completely fearless, We've also come to conquer this frontier region. Do you think we'll give up easily? We'll eliminate anyone who gets in our way. She looked straight at him and said, Isn't this beneficial for you too, my lord? The stronger of us and the Twin Wings magic tower will conquer the ancient core. Thus threatened and with his weakness exposed, the old man had nowhere left to retreat. He had no choice but to concede. My apologies, I won't request any more teams, so you may begin the conquest whenever you wish. He picked up a biscuit from the table. Oh, is that so? Eating a piece with relish, I am truly pleased with the Count's favor. The stone statues in the cave were motionless, and skeleton Batik was seriously practicing sword fighting. He was left alone here, steeling his resolve. His eyes gleamed and he was mentally prepared. The time has come. They're coming. In the street, Salo and Aya walked together, her face looking very cheerful. Seeing the people passing by, he suddenly felt a familiar sensation. In front was a huge city gate, and her voice echoed. Lord Salo, we've arrived, he asked the soldier guarding the gate. I'd like to go to where the teleportation device is. The soldier turned to him and asked, The axle, that's still far. He was flustered. What? Still far, he explained to the soldier. This is the city gate. The axle is in the castle on the right side of the imperial palace. So there's still a long way to go. You have to pass through 3 more city gates. Just hearing it made him lose energy. How long will it take? The soldier thought for a moment. Let's see, his words were like thunder. It will probably take at least a week to walk there. As soon as he finished speaking, he exclaimed, Ha! It was truly unbelievable. Both of them opened their eyes wide and shouted. A week? The soldier was also flustered by their expressions. Is there a problem? Thinking of Batik at home, his face turned pale. It's too late. At this rate, let alone finding Jenna, Batik will leave home too. Aya had no choice but to turn around and softly suggest, Lord Sela, why don't we use flight magic? He sweated profusely and firmly refused. No, he softly explained to her. If I use mana, humans will notice. In fact, he had an internal worry. Who knows what will happen if I release mana? As they whispered, someone spoke to them. You too, is there a problem? The bald old man stroked his shiny head. Sorry for eavesdropping, but do you too want to go to the teleportation device? She turned around and replied, Yes. But who are you? The old man smiled kindly and introduced himself. I'm a flying carriage pilot. Aya, not understanding at all, asked again. Flying carriage? The old man, knowing they were young, smiled triumphantly and pointed to his carriage. Ah, that's right, that carriage pulled by a flying bird is like a machine. According to the old man, this was a defected Generation 4 artificial angel, a result of the kingdom's plan to produce them. The moment he heard it, he understood. As expected, the girl frowned, calling it ugly and disliked it. The old man stroked the bird, praising it lovingly, saying it was very healthy and obedient, and it could fly. But it was scrapped because it couldn't destroy the church. Its initial target, Aya asked with a curious expression, have the human hound experiments ended? The old man replied, hardly. From what I see, this kingdom will never give up such power. Strange rumors say they are mass-produced through a large-scale process. Salo, listening from the side, became a little interested and joined the discussion. How? Aren't they usually kept in huge jars? To the bald old man, Salo seemed like a primitive. With both hands on his hips, he asked with a puzzled expression, HMPH, that's an old story. That technology was used 150 years ago during the first generation of Hound. The mention of this period reminded Salo of Jenna. 150 years ago, Jenna was already born. Aya walked forward and tested the old man's flying carriage. It looks sturdy. It doesn't seem like the old man is lying. How long will it take to reach the teleportation device if we go by this? The old man was very pleased to hear her praise. The young lady indeed has a good eye. After calculating, he said it would take 3 hours for the flight and an additional hour for customs clearance, making it a total of 4 hours. This was because even though they could go by air, they still needed to be inspected to pass. Salo, thinking it was quite fast, asked for the price. With a joyful face, the old man spread out 8 fingers and told the 2 of them it was 8 gold. The moment they heard that, their faces turned pale and they stood frozen with their mouths agape. 8 gold, that's 800 silver. The tavern lodging was 8 silver, which was 100 times the cost of last night's lodging. Aya turned around in a panic. I'm sorry, I don't have that much money. Salo also searched all his pockets. Do you think I do? She rummaged through her body for something and pulled out a wad of paper. Inside were a few gold coins and a note from the skeleton elder. To the clumsy boss, someday you will thank me. Thanks to this money given by Bati, they successfully rented the flying carriage. Suddenly Aya asked, Sir Salo. Salo replied, what is it? She looked out the window at the street and asked with a curious expression, who gave you so much money? Salo yawned, leaning back lazily in his chair. That, my dungeon subordinates put it in my pocket. She asked again. Someone you know? You're a dungeon monster, so why are you wandering around? Salo looked at her with serious eyes and asked in return, can I say I was kicked out of there? She seemed quite convinced and asked again, then were your subordinates also expelled? Salo casually replied, well, something like that. Surprisingly, she put on a sad expression, bit her lip and whispered enviously, even after leaving the dungeon you still take care of your subordinates to the very end. I wish I had such companions. She continued to look outside, looking a little lonely. I want to live like you. Her eyes sparkled and her cheeks flushed with shyness. Someone cares about you and you care about them in return. Could anything be happier? But Salo wasn't very interested in her, turned his face away wanting to sleep and replied casually, really? Finally, upon reaching the bustling cart path, a disappointed voice was heard. So you're saying we can't use the teleportation device? The attendant bowed politely. Yes, I apologize for the inconvenience. Aya was disappointed. Difficulties kept coming, clutching Salo's collar tightly. I can't believe this is happening, what a shame. Sir Salo, that old man didn't inform the 2 of you. If you're not in a hurry, please come back at 8 p.m. tonight. The teleportation device is temporarily shut down today for auction security. If you're interested, feel free to watch. Once the auction is over, VIP customers will use the teleportation device, and then a superior will permit it. Salo took the scroll the old man handed him and asked again, it's closed because of an auction? The old man pointed to the paper. Yes, a very rare item has appeared this time. Inside is Jenna's sword. The 34th item among the 36 virtuous masterpieces, Claw Smasher. It's a hot item discovered just a few days ago. We had to close the gates to prevent infiltration of the auction house using the teleportation device. Aya also looked at the detailed design with a curious expression. Salo was confused. I've seen this somewhere before. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine and his eyes widened. Isn't this identical to my subordinate's weapon? The old man, hearing Salo's words, looked even more incredulous. I'm sorry, but I think you're mistaken. Salo gripped the paper tightly in his hand and asserted firmly, mistaken, it's identical. He reenacted Jenna's sword-wielding motion. When you grip this tightly, doesn't it transform into a large sword, right? Something like that. But the old man had never used this sword, he replied in a flustered tone. I don't know, but you must be mistaken, he added. There's only one Claw Smasher in the world. Salo's face darkened. Unique. He clutched his head in frustration. It's definitely Jenna's weapon. Aya immediately sensed something strange and called out urgently, Sir Salo. Salo couldn't pay attention to anything else and focused on his thoughts in confusion. But why is it in human hands? Could Jenna have given it to humans? No, even the other bosses of the 7 great dungeons had to be wary of Jenna. Humans wouldn't dare to stand against her. Jenna is very strong. It's no coincidence she's called Sword Maid Jenna. The more he thought about it, the less he understood. Surely Jenna took her sword with her when she left. He quickly recalled her appearance at that time. Her clothes didn't even have space to hide a weapon, and she even threw a sword at me, thinking I was an enemy. So how many more weapons does Jenna have? He thought of Bati when fighting humans. Did she use fewer than 5 types of weapons? Without a sword, Bati could still be handled, but with a sword he became much stronger. But Jenna was different. If the sword maid had her sword taken away, what would be left of her? More and more worst-case scenarios popped into his head, and Salo was on the verge of losing control. Aya, standing nearby, was also a little frightened. Sir Salo. Salo's face began to change, and dark, killing intent emanated from him. So Jenna was killed by humans, by a lowly race, by treacherous humans. Yellow eyes of death appeared on his body. Salo immediately transformed into a monster. If Jenna was killed by an ordinary human, the old man stumbled backward in fear, screaming frantically, Ah! He yelled hysterically in terror. Don't come near me, monster! But of course Salo would not forgive him, no matter who he was. Salo's cold voice echoed through the space. Then it's only natural to kill everyone here. In the blink of an eye, the man fainted in fear. Turning to Aya, who stood beside him, You think so too, don't you? She was also frightened. Trying to calm him, she called out, Sir Salo, calm down. But Salo didn't care about anything. He continued to growl, asking if she agreed. His entire body, except for his face, turned into black smoke. Aya shouted to calm him down. Sir Salo, calm down. She gripped his sleeve tightly and pulled hard. Get a grip, Sir Salo. Confused, she shouted at the monster within his body. What the hell is going on? Answer me. His yellow eyes were enormous and terrifying. I'll only answer once. Claw Smasher, one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces, Salo asked frantically. It's the only one in the whole world, right? Ea stammered in fear, drenched in sweat. As far as I know, yes. Seeing his half-human, half-monster face, she asked in a flustered tone. But why are you suddenly asking that? Now Salo spoke the truth. I've been looking for it for a long time. It belongs to my friend. I have to find it. After speaking, he firmly pulled his hand away from hers. You don't need to help me anymore, thank you. Ea was left alone, calling out urgently. Sir Salo. Salo turned around, ignored the man sprawled on the ground, and immediately tried to leave. Now that I know how to get to Hayton, I can go alone from now on. The monster's black shadows on Salo's body were absorbed back into him. So it was best for her to get as far away from this place as possible. Ea cried out in a panic. Sir Salo, she immediately asked, is that the friend you're talking about? Salo's steps stopped. As he paused, she continued. A silver-haired female demon, a warrior who uses Claw Smasher, one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces. She described Jenna accurately. Salo stood still, not denying it. And as she directly mentioned Sword Maid Lady, his entire body felt like it was about to transform into a monster. Her whole body trembled and her face turned pale, but she had to pretend to be fine. Seeing his reaction, it seemed she was right. Sir Salo, Salo's cold voice echoed. Enough with the games. His sharp yellow eyes glared at her. What do you want to know? She tried to calm herself, threw her head back and laughed coolly. I don't need to hear the whole story. Even if you use that scary voice, you can't scare me. Her eyes shone innocently, and she said with a joyful laugh, especially since I already know who you are. She confidently reeled off. The lady is the guardian who protects the guardians of the great ancient core. She is among the highest-ranking people at the very top, she further asserted. So if Sir Salo confirms that Jenna is your friend, Sir Salo must definitely be Sir Salo himself. As she pointed out the master of the ancient king, Salo's eyes widened in surprise. His hidden identity was exposed to her. He smiled slightly helplessly and admitted, Yes, I am Ziver. Before he could finish speaking, she interrupted him. Oh, she laughed excitedly. She must be Sir Ziver's subordinate. Salo was left with a bitter taste in his mouth, having tried to coolly admit his identity. He was speechless. He couldn't understand how this autumn woman could think so much, yet the outcome was still so absurd, and she smiled contentedly. Ha, look at your face. I totally nailed it, didn't I? Don't worry. My deduction skills are top-notch, she added. You two are still standing there and I don't know what dangerous thoughts you're having, but I'll help you. You won't be able to refuse. Salo didn't trust her at all and immediately retorted. Someone who claims to be almost equal to a demon lord, are you sure you can deduce so simply? Ea didn't mind his mocking tone. She spouted some philosophical wisdom of life. A demon with logic cannot be king. The words of a demon who is king are logic. Salo listened and just sighed. This matter had gone too far. Seeing his disheartened face like a soggy pancake, she said again, Oh, that face. Surprisingly, she declared that this was the Sir Salo she knew. At these words, Salo also widened his eyes in surprise and looked at her. She began to describe his terrifyingly cool appearance from just a moment ago again. You're incredibly scary right now. Strange things appeared behind you just now. Finally, he even laughed with tears in his eyes. So I'm really glad you're back to normal. Don't worry, I'll help you from now on. Ea casually grabbed his clothes. And don't talk in that voice anymore. Promise me. She was truly a person full of positive energy. On the day of the auction, the front gate was bustling with people of money and power. At the same time, the back gate was quiet with not even a shadow. The gatekeeper was almost dozing off. He leaned against the wall on guard, thinking to himself, I expected this, but no one really came. He was still disheartened, wondering what was the point of standing guard. Just then a voice said, Hello. Ea and Salo arrived. She was wearing a shimmering old noble dress and smiled charmingly, saying, May we enter the auction through this gate? He stammered and immediately agreed, Yes, this way, but first I need to verify your identities. What are your names? Ea immediately replied, I am Menzelum of the Ea family. This person is my servant. He immediately pulled out a list and checked it for a long time. Please wait a moment. After checking, he broke out in a cold sweat. I apologize, but the young lady's name is not on today's guest list, she laughed playfully. My, how strange. She slyly turned to Salo. Ea family, did you bring the invitation? The more the gatekeeper listened, the more confused he became. Invitation. Salo also understood the meaning and immediately stepped forward. Oh yes, here. Before he could finish, the gatekeeper stopped him. Hold on. No invitation was sent. Before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly punched squarely in the face. Before he fainted, he saw Salo's face smiling with his fist raised. This is an invitation from your next life. After dealing with him, Salo grumbled to her. More importantly, can't you wear something else? That mature appearance with such flashy clothes is really unbearable. But she retorted with a confident, radiant smile. Are you afraid you'll fall for my beauty? The two started arguing again. You're a child, don't wear clothes like that. Don't show sensitive areas, she yelled. Don't call me a child, Salo reluctantly replied casually. Yeah, I get it. Let's go. The two continued to argue noisily as they went inside. Take that back quickly. Voice echoed from the bedroom in Trivy Castle. Jenna, this is ridiculous. She was here. Lying sadly on the bed, she thought she had returned to the ancient core. 80 years ago, the Ravinia forest burned fiercely, and the flames covered everything. Conversation echoed inside the house. I'm sorry for what happened. I didn't expect humans to do such a thing. A woman's hand was stained with long black stripes. Still, this forest will immediately recover and be filled with joy, won't it? A hideous old witch with blue hair stood there. Anyway, I've taken my revenge on them. She was the owner of the Ravinia forest and a witch nicknamed Witch of Earth Purification. Salo stood beside her at that time. He thought to himself, the ancient core used this forest as a natural fortress, so I need to make a good impression on Gavin. He looked at the corpses in front of him. Are all the guys who burned the forest dead? Tisk. Then Gavvia's anger will also gradually subside. Red blood covered the ground. Salo hesitated for a moment, thinking, still, what should I do? In front was an iron cage. This seemed to have nothing to do with it. Jenna was inside. He looked at her and thought that the more he saw her, the more interested he became. Was she really what they called a dwarf? Was she a non-human life form created by humans? He looked at her and fell deep into thought. Should I kill this one? Leaving witnesses isn't good either. But in the end, he said to Jenna, hey, this is your master's last wish. You are now free. Go wherever you want. Even she was surprised by his words. Salo clearly felt that he was acting abnormally. He grabbed the iron bars and spoke to her directly. But I won't help you escape from here. Even as he said that, his hands pried open the iron bars, opening the prison door for her to leave. On the day they first met, he even threatened her, feigning indifference. Do you want to die trapped here, or do you want to escape? He watched the small girl kneeling before him, making no sound from beginning to end. Before leaving, he said, it's up to you. Larau. He turned and glanced at her, saying, your master is looking for a maid named Larau, and there are no maids nearby, so it must be you. He added the final words, my curiosity and kindness end here. Having said that, he disappeared. She was left alone. Was she a non-human life form created by humans? She repeated the name he had just called her, Larau, in confusion. Larau is the name of a maid who serves the head of a household and a title given to the most capable maid. Larau is currently the head maid, but this small maid had never been called or referred to by that name. Things like her didn't have names, but because of that, as the light shone on her beautiful face, she repeated the name, tears welling up in her eyes with emotion. Larau of Trithy Castle. Jenna sat alone outside watching everything. Suddenly a voice echoed. Lena, a person veiled from head to toe, approached. I heard the Imperial expedition is advancing directly to the ancient core. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. She replied, even if Ms. Bati says so, Jenna won't go back there. She approached and comforted her. I didn't tell you to go back there. I cherish Jenna's happiness very much, but I value freedom of choice and happiness more. A hint of sadness appeared in her eyes, and she advised, shouldn't you make sure all the problems are resolved? Recalling Salo's frenzy, she was sure, if it's those two, they'll be looking for you everywhere. If they find out you were tricked by humans and trapped here, what do you think Salo and Bati will do? The more Jenna heard, the more surprised she became, her eyes widening. If you're going to waste time like a ghost, erase your traces forever. Bati even thought of a way for her. It doesn't have to be perfect. It can be clumsy. Bati will understand your intentions and handle it himself. Because of the expedition, the ancient core will deal with them in a few days. She even told her that if she was thinking of getting married, now was the time. Jenna remained silent, lost in deep thought, and for a moment was speechless. She gripped Bati's sleeve tightly, stood up resolutely, and made up her mind. Jenna will go far away for some fresh air. Bati suddenly stopped her. Wait, Jenna, your right eye seems a bit blurry. She asked if she would be all right going alone. She turned seriously and reassured her, Jenna is fine, thank you for worrying. Bati, where's Jenna's sword? Across the building. Salo was choking a man and pressing him against the wall. I'll ask one last time. Tell me everything about the claw smasher. The human's face turned pale and he barely managed to speak. It was sent from Hayden's magic tower, Twin Wings. I truly know nothing, please believe me. He heard that and immediately thought, so it's Hayden. He asked again. Did you say Twin Wings Hayden Magic Tower, right? After speaking, he dropped him to the ground. Thank you for telling the truth. I will spare your life. Once the matter was resolved, the two immediately left. The man, having escaped death, rubbed his neck and grumbled to himself, damn it, that bastard, I almost died. I'm just a guard. What did I do wrong? Go to hell, you bastard. As soon as he finished speaking, his terrifying face appeared right next to him. A dark voice echoed, yes, you did nothing wrong. Salo's two demonic eyes were reflected in his, and he opened his eyes wide, listening in fear. You did nothing wrong, you just unfortunately caught my attention. Black shadows reappeared from his body, and he put both hands in his pockets, angrily demanding, what did you say when you set foot in my territory? Slaughter or death? The human who saw this sight asked, scared to death. Are you a monster? He didn't care at all, and poured out all the unfair grievances the dungeon had suffered. You use beautiful words like punishment or conquest. The man over there had a pale face, his whole body pressed against the wall, unable to move. Don't you feel sorry for the creatures you killed? Haven't they done anything wrong enough to deserve death? His monster eyes were revealed, and he frowned in disgust. No, me neither. You are my enemy. That's why I'm doing this. At the auction house, loud noises continued nonstop. Damn it, someone bid 35 billion gold. Another person shouted, 38.4 billion? Another shout immediately followed. 39.8 billion, 50 billion, 60.7 billion, 70 billion, it's already 70 billion. The entire room was in an uproar. Is there anyone else? In the corner of the room, two women stood talking. It's so boring. Should we participate in the auction too, just for fun? The woman standing next to her immediately cut her off. What? Be serious, Miss Hewen. We're here to be responsible for the auction's security, not to participate in the auction. The captain of the Black Tiger Hero Unit, Hewen Historia, laughed merrily. Alright, I guess I can't joke with you, Gajot. The other person was Gajot, the deputy captain of the Black Tiger Spy Unit. She seriously advised, don't forget why we're here. Let's finish quickly and go eat something delicious. Damn it, a man spoke. Is there no one there? The two women were still engrossed in discussing salmon sandwiches or pumpkin tarts. Oh, I want pudding too. The bald man standing on the stage still said, I will present the third card and stop the auction. Suddenly a black shadow appeared and covered everything. Salo's cold voice echoed. Who said that? In an instant blood spurted and screams erupted. Ah, he ascended the stage and stood before the people. I will end this auction, all of you. The two women quickly took their positions, and the woman next to Gajot, realizing the meaning, rushed forward. Yes, Salo stood on the stage. The human face had 4 eyes and black smoke billowed from behind his back. He was about to transform into a monster. He stood casually, hands in his pockets, looking at the people before him. You all came to buy the Claw Smasher, didn't you, warriors? There were 3 warriors in the Empire, and after O Historia, one of them died in battle with the ancient core. The warriors, whose duty it was to protect the people, were met with criticism from the populace. He died raiding a dungeon for personal gain. Now the 2 of them were constantly subjected to criticism. All the people blamed them. The criticism was directed not only at Bond but also at the other 2 warriors. One of the 2 felt it as a warrior. Maintaining the trust of the imperial people was a necessary enough task to suppress their survival instincts and ignite their fighting spirit. A Historia's nose darkened. She gritted her teeth, ready to rush forward. Suddenly someone stopped her. Historia, stop. Gajot held her hand tightly and wouldn't let go. You can't go. Clear fear appeared on her face and she sweated profusely, saying seriously, you can't do anything. She stared intently at Salo. That thing is far beyond danger. Now he stood there. The surroundings were filled with gloomy black smoke, as if the Grim Reaper had come to take lives. 4 large yellow eyes blinked. He touched Jenna's scabbard and felt that this mark might not be just a mere intuition, but it felt incredibly real. Staring intently at the sword emanating magic, he thought that Jenna's traces felt too strong to be fake. He threw the glass display case, but he speculated that Jenna had been attacked by lowly humans. This thought only made him angrier, and he gritted his teeth and snarled. This situation was too complex to explain in detail. He looked at the people crouching in fear below and declared, this item actually has an owner, so I will return it to its owner. It's truly shameful. It will sell for a very high price. Salo had barely finished speaking before he said, since you all saw it. The people below were in an uproar, pointing and shouting, guards, what are you doing? Stop this damn bastard immediately. Seeing that they weren't paying any attention to him, he shrugged. Alright, you don't seem to be planning to see me off politely. Black smoke covered his entire body. Alright, I feel it too. The monster's form became even clearer. I will tear you to shreds and bury your corpses with this blade. Screams erupted among the people. Do you think I'll allow that? A flash erupted with lightning speed and Salo stopped, lifting his head. He saw Historia rushing towards him, screaming, ah! Seeing her leap from a high place, he remarked, very good, as fast as a flying squirrel. The movement with the combat gear is excellent. But Salo looked sideways without changing his expression. Unfortunately, you don't have the talent for that. She missed. Where is he? She parried, dodging to one side, and he said, you have no other weapon besides those gloves. She clenched her fists, ready to fight. He still stood there, scrutinizing her from head to toe. In that case, I'll tear off your arms. His gaze was very sharp, determined to shatter those gloves. In Salo's eyes she was nothing, but he still thought she was quite impressive for a human. She dealt him a glancing blow and he received the punch with his bare hands. Their hands met and their skills were evenly matched. Even he himself opened his eyes wide in surprise. With a bang, smoke billowed. Historia still stood firm, panting. Her arms were still intact. He flew far away, and a murderous voice echoed, ha, so you're not an ordinary human? Black traces appeared in the billowing smoke. She opened her eyes wide in shock and thought, that guy survived that technique, that can't be. She was truly flustered. That technique eliminated even dungeon bosses without a trace, that can't be. She frantically touched her armor. Even the Apocalypse replica is known to withstand any attack 3 times. It was destroyed by a single blow of that technique. Her iron arm had fallen off, completely broken. Salo stood there. She saw black things around him. Black liquid, no, it was in gaseous form. Then he's not human, but he's not an ordinary monster either. She couldn't understand what he was. His 2 demonic eyes shone gloomily, and he bared his sharp teeth and laughed. Too bad, Historia was too small before Salo's power. Just then a shout echoed, Hewen. She turned around. Gajot and she came up together. The remaining one was blocking the way with magic. Hewen shouted urgently, Gajot, don't come near. But she didn't listen, and the magical light in her hand shone brightly as she shouted, stay away from us. In an instant there was no one here. The twilight light cast over this city and the building was partially collapsed. Ea and Salo sat there and she asked him, are you still safe? I was really worried. He was still the same. He replied without a scratch, I'm fine. She was worried about him, tears welling up in her eyes, and she repeatedly asked, are you really okay? I thought you died from that magic attack. He was also surprised and thought, how am I still alive? Reconsidering a moment ago, that attack was not something a human could do. It felt like hitting my heart. He even thought to himself, I wouldn't be surprised if that attack revealed my true form. This makes me feel good. Just thinking about his true form being revealed made him break out in a cold sweat, because old Batik's face would appear and scold him. If I get caught, Batik will definitely, I don't even want to think about it anymore. He could even die because of it. He feared neither heaven nor earth, but he feared his employee Batik quitting. He raised his head and looked up. But more importantly, the twilight light made him miss those two. His gaze became serious again. It wasn't just one, it was two flying squirrels. Gajot also appeared earlier with unusual red hair. While I was focused on the green-haired one, she evacuated the humans here and cast several protective spells on the green-haired one, then quickly escaped my magical fangs at the same time. Thinking of the battle just now, Salo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. You're interesting. The street was covered in dust and people were screaming. Something just fell. What on earth is going on? People said to each other in confusion. Hey, is anyone here? Wake up! Historia was lying on the ground, having hit it hard with her entire body, unconscious. The people around kept shouting, she's seriously injured, call the guards? No, call a healer. Her eyes were tightly shut but her mind was clear. Although I am a warrior, I was defeated in one blow by a nameless monster. The people around helped her up and she frowned in pain but still thought of others. Are all the people in the auction house safe? What about Gajot? Others gently helped her up, saying kindly, please stand up slowly. The woman called out to her comrade. Gajot? A person's voice echoed. How can she hear you if you call her so softly? Gajot stood safely before her, smiling. Miss Huon. As soon as she saw her comrade, her two eyes shone brightly, and with tears in her eyes she exclaimed, you're still alive. Gajot squatted down, pinching her cheek and teasing, you should thank me quickly. If I hadn't been there, next year this time would have been your death anniversary. Suddenly Huon froze. Despite one of Gajot's arms being torn off, she was still smiling cheerfully. Huon screamed in surprise. Gajot, where's your arm? Gajot still smiled, reassuring her. Don't worry, it's not life-threatening. Huon couldn't hold back her feelings of gratitude and pain, hugging her comrade and crying, I'm sorry, Gajot, because of me, I'm truly a failed hero. Ah, Gajot, I'm sorry. As soon as she burst into tears, she was stopped by a loud voice. Gajot, her face pale, spoke seriously. She wiped all the tears from Huon's face with her hand and said, calm down, you're a hero. Do you think people would like an imperial hero bursting into tears? Even in this state, she calmly whispered into Huon's ear, what's an arm? It'll be fine, won't it? Don't you know who you're up against? Huon recalled Salo's monstrous appearance from earlier. Gajot had already realized and was certain that the monster was Salo, the master of the ancient core. Huon was shocked by these words, but still had a doubtful expression. How, what are you talking about? Don't joke. Monster like that can't possibly be here, Gajot, sweating profusely, said with serious eyes. I don't know why, but I'm certain. Remembering the light emanating from his feet then, she was convinced that he was indeed Salo. That dreadful black calamity is none other than the ancient monster Salo. There were traces of Hero Bon Historia on the monster's feet, and those traces seemed less than a month old. As she said this, her face darkened with worry. This is far more serious than we thought, Lady Huon. Huon sat there blankly, then froze in fear. Now I believe it, damn it. Gajot continued, if this continues, the Empire will fall. Huon, flustered, quickly thought of a way. If it really is Salo, we have to stop him. This is human territory, and we have the advantage. For her to think such a naive thought after just experiencing battle, Gajot immediately stopped her. Lady Huon, this is not something we can solve with our own power. You just directly experienced his overwhelming power. Gajot placed a hand on her comrade's shoulder and said, we cannot defeat him now. We need to request help from the Demon Conquest Alliance and report to the Imperial family. So I will act alone first. She quickly healed Huon's injuries. In my current condition, neither of us can teleport, so Lady Huon, please stay here. A healing light emanated. The wounds on Huon's body gradually healed. You're not fully healed, so don't wander around and wait for me here. After speaking, she lifted her body and flew up. Huon quickly shouted, wait, but we don't know when that monster might rampage again, Gajot calmly reminded her. Still, it's better to wait here. Gajot flew further and further away and didn't forget to pray. Please, Huon barely managed to stand up, shouting, wait for me. But Gajot vanished in an instant, leaving Huon behind. Only Salo remained in the shattered auction house. With his hands in his pockets, he looked at the scene before him and said, annoying. Should I just leave the ones who fled and go to Hayton, or chase them and eliminate all risk factors that indicate my presence here? He paced back and forth, thinking of a way. Home, what should I do? As he placed his hand on Jenna's sword hidden in his pocket, his mind became much calmer. It's safe. Claw Smasher has been recovered. Let's just leave them. Besides, I mustn't forget my purpose, to find Jenna. He was certain he needed to find at least Jenna's body. You have to see the person alive and the body if they're dead. He turned towards the demon lord who was preparing to leave. She had a slightly sad expression and simply nodded. When the usually noisy girl showed an unusual reaction, he immediately asked, what's wrong? She was sweating with her head bowed and a sad expression, but she just said, no, it's nothing. Salo frowned and pressed persistently. What is it? His face darkened and he continued to ask. Don't say it's nothing, tell me, she frowned. Sir Salo, she clenched her hands and looked up at him, saying, you're truly strong. I knew it when I saw you fight in the Demon Lord's castle, but the more I learned, the much stronger you seem than I thought. Seeing the recent fight, she was a little confused, nervously rubbing her hands. You said you're Lady Jenna's friend, but don't you seem stronger than her? Or is Lady Jenna stronger than I thought? She said almost pleadingly. Please, Sir Salo, tell me. With serious eyes, he looked directly at her and asked, Who exactly are you? Although they had traveled together for several days, this was the most serious she had been in asking his identity. Salo scratched his head and sighed. Aya then widened her eyes in surprise. Why are you so sad, kid? He patted her head as if comforting a child and replied, I am simply Salo, when everything is over. Aya smiled as if she believed him. I will tell you the truth, all right. She had a good personality of not prying too much into others' secrets. When he replied like that, she was satisfied and followed him obediently again. Now that everything is done, let's show them the power of a demon lord. She immediately nodded. Yes, as she threw her cloak into the sky, she transformed into a mature and powerful demon lord. All right, Salo, she shouted. Reconstruction, purple light flashed from her staff, covering the entire auction house. Bang, a massive explosion echoed, and the building was destroyed in an instant. Everyone nearby panicked, looking at the sight and trembling in fear. What on earth is it? What exploded? Hyun widened her eyes in surprise and looked up. As she realized it was in the direction of the auction house, a wave of worry flooded her mind. Damn it, an attack right in the middle of the capital? The people around expressed fear and complaints. Oh no, my house again. Seeing them panic, she grew even angrier. Do those damn creatures not care how many people live in the capital? She quickly stood up and mixed into the crowd. What should I do? She wanted to go there, but hesitated, remembering Gejot's words, don't wander around and wait for me here. Hyun gritted her teeth and endured, unsure of what to do. Just then her hand was grabbed. A child crying held her hand tightly and said in a trembling voice, Sister, my dad is over there. Seeing this, Hyun could no longer delay. She shouted to the citizens, It's all right, don't worry everyone, she asserted loudly. I will take care of this. She always knew she was hero Hyun Historia. She would not run away from such a monster. In an instant, Aya completely destroyed the auction house. Salo popped out from the broken debris and shouted, Hey. Aya retorted, annoyed. What was the magic you just used? She replied in an indifferent voice. Reconstruction. Didn't that high-level magic cause the ground to sink? She flew up and said proudly. Now everything's fine, right? Everything should be gone. Salo was speechless. That magic shouldn't have been used here, but she didn't listen and retorted, Don't interfere with my work, all right? Her eyes shone brightly and she was stubborn. Everything has just begun, but I've already finished everything. I've tidied everything up. What more do you want from me now? Aya sat on a high pile of stones and said, If you had better magic, why didn't you tell me? Salo was annoyed and didn't want to say anything. He walked back and forth on the broken stone piles. I thought you could do the right thing in this situation. He suddenly felt a bad premonition in his heart, startled, looking around. No, using magic here will cause a lot of problems. He quickly said to her, Do you remember the way to where the teleportation gate is now? She replied, Yes, I know it. I remember that place. Salo looked in another direction and quickly urged, All right, let's get out of here quickly. Heroes or guards will soon flock here. With his hands in his pockets, he didn't intend to scold her but said everything was quite annoying. Since magic was used, we need to go to Hayton quickly. Aya turned around, surprised. All right, but you keep talking about Hayton. Where is that? Salo looked up at her and changed his way of referring to the place, asking, You know where the ancient core is, right? Hearing this, Aya immediately smiled brightly. Yes, I know. She crossed her arms and laughed cheerfully. It's one of my favorite large dungeons. He immediately told her the way. That village is near here, but after saying this much, Aya, flustered, bowed her head and admitted, Actually, I've only read about the ancient core in books. He was speechless but could no longer scold her. All right, let's go. The two went their separate ways. Before she flew off, she looked back and said goodbye. All right, I'll protect you, rest assured. He also waved back. Yes, I'll be there soon. Salo walked among the broken debris. A voice was heard in front of him. We have arrived here. An army stood firmly in front of him. They looked at the broken debris and said, How many people are here? They said, their faces covered. We are the Lamok Conquest Team, one of the Empire's 9 pillar families. A man with a scar on his face introduced himself. I am the captain of the Conquest Team. Who are you? Salo looked directly at them and remained silent. Yes, humans always have to work in teams. Why do they always insist on such things? He looked at the numerous people standing with weapons. If they gather like this, it's going to be quite annoying. They seemed to be guards protecting the auction house, but it was fine. After all, they were just soldiers. No hero had appeared yet. Understanding the situation, he opened his mouth. You want to know who I am? I'll have to consider whether I should tell you. His eyes widened, revealing monster eyes. I am. Black tentacles continuously sprouted from beneath his body and numerous eyes appeared on his skin. His voice was gloomy. Your enemy. Just then, conversation echoed in the ancient core. Nihim. Everyone said that if they entered this dungeon it would be difficult to return, and if they died here, their souls would wander and they wouldn't be able to reincarnate. A green-haired girl cheerfully ran around Nihim. Should we go back now? This place is too scary. At these words, Nihim shouted, annoyed, stop it. Shinbia grumbled. She pouted her lips and retorted, It's so boring here, I'm dying. That's why I did it for fun. Following the flowing light, the two looked around the dungeon. But there are many strange things in this dungeon. Nihim also frowned at these words. She continued, The first room we just passed was full of monster corpses, but this room is different, it's too clean. The more Nihim listened, the more shocked she became. Someone definitely cleaned here. She looked back at the people following her and asked, What do you think? Isn't it hard to understand? Several men stirred, looking around and murmuring. Conquest Team Historia wouldn't have cleaned here. Monsters aren't smart enough to do such things, or did a highly intelligent monster do it? Wait, didn't the dungeon already get destroyed up to the 5th room? Only the boss room is left. A monster couldn't have cleaned all these places. They grew even more confused, especially when someone discovered, what are you talking about? Why did they clean only here and not the 1st room? Nifjim's eyes quickly scanned every corner of the room. She lost control and shouted angrily, monsters don't play tricks here, are you trying to deceive us? A scream echoed throughout the cave. We are? Just then, a cold and serious voice echoed from the darkness. You're too noisy. I'm really tired and exhausted. My bones ache more. I didn't deceive you. I just cleaned here because it looked too messy. Furthermore, it's because I expected someone to come conquer this dungeon. But you're too noisy, so it's quite inconvenient. Nahim quickly turned and commanded. Shinbia, light it up. The girl quickly moved, looking worried. All right. She held a sphere of light high, the light illuminated Batik's skeletal body sitting peacefully on a stone. It's too dazzling. You truly foolish humans, why do you always try to come here? So many people have died and it's still not enough. Welcome to the ancient core. As soon as they saw him, Nahim immediately recognized him as the skeleton knight and asked, then are you the skeleton knight Batik? At these words he said, annoyed, since you know, there's no need for me to introduce myself then. I had prepared a grand introduction, but now it's all useless. You truly foolish humans, always trying to bring death upon yourselves by coming here. As soon as they saw him, the group quickly took up battle positions. Batik looked at them and sneered, calm down, don't overreact, put down your weapons and let's talk. You magic user girl, don't take such a battle stance, and you soldiers, step back a bit. After speaking, he squinted his eyes and joked, did I say something wrong? Before the old man could finish speaking, a flash burst right beside him. Nahim, no longer listening to him, rushed forward to slash and shouted, die, you talk too much. Batik received the sudden attack but blocked her blade with his arm. He squinted his eyes and mocked, truly rude, like a human, attacking already. A scream echoed in the middle of the room. Freezing magic, a huge chunk of ice fell from right behind her onto the spot where Batik had been sitting. His voice still echoed calmly, another fight, this is too familiar to me, it's not fun. The two continued to fight, but mostly Batik did not attack, only retreated and dodged her attacks. While dodging, he said, it doesn't matter who I fight, I'll win in the end anyway. Nifjim's eyes shone brightly. Batik glared at her seriously. His massive sword was thrown high and embedded in the ground behind him. Batik glanced back, annoyed, thinking, a boring fight. He began to praise. Oh, you possess a power completely different from those other guys. Nahim continued to unleash numerous techniques, using spells that enhanced her, such as power reinforcement, frenzied silent steps, and blood roar. Excellent, brave warrior. Hearing her techniques, Batik realized that she was strong because she used many magic effect enhancement spells. He thought to himself, but the effects won't last long. He even expected it would be over in about a minute. Just then, a series of shouts rang out in the air. Paralysis, paralysis. Batik's body faltered, and he grumbled unpleasantly. How this again? Her foot stomped on the elder's body. Hey, how about that? Nahim looked demonic, her two eyes shining brightly with a menacing aura. Who will win? Batik grinned back at her. Ha ha ha, you're truly impressive. I didn't expect you to push me this far. The surrounding people, seeing the elder was still alive, whispered amongst themselves, it's not over yet. There can't be so many guardian monsters in the ancient core. The elder, not at all afraid, looked directly at Shinbia's face and said, it seems I'll have to eliminate that blue-haired mage girl first. She was startled upon hearing that. As soon as he finished speaking, Nahim launched a powerful strike. Shut up! She madly tried to plunge her sword into the elder's body, but in front of Batik her sword was merely a needle, and the elder firmly grasped the sharp tip of the blade with one hand. A joyous and cheerful laugh echoed throughout the room. Ha 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 ha. The elder couldn't stop smiling, his face as bright as a flower as he held the sword. This is truly enjoyable. It's been a long time since I've acted like this, he added as if teasing them. My apologies, I had too much fun after such a long time. I should have subdued you quickly, to be honest. Nifjim's body was drenched in sweat, and she listened intently to the elder's words, her face contorted in fear, gritting her teeth. But it's been too long since conquerors came here, so I was a bit bored. That's why I thought I'd trick you for once. His voice grew increasingly somber. Thank you for giving me this enjoyment. These guys were nothing more than the elder's toys this time. They even tried to paralyze a skeleton. What effect would that have? Nahim suddenly opened her eyes wide, awoke and fiercely screamed, ah! Suddenly she sprang up and looked around, muttering in surprise. What happened? A question echoed in the silence. Oh, you're awake? Elder Batik, sitting a little distance from her, stared intently at her and said, it only took a few seconds to figure everything out after you fainted. The elder pointed to the side. But it would be better for you to see it for yourself. Where he pointed, there were countless corpses. All of them were those who had despised him. Batik, the Knight of Death. No one had survived until now. All of his comrades had been killed by the elder alone, and he sat arrogantly in a chair. I think you should know all of this, because you know my name, but that's all you know about me, and nothing else. After speaking, he threw a corpse in front of Nifjim's face. But dealing with that blue-haired mage was quite arduous. As soon as she saw the corpse, she immediately recognized it. Shinbia. Batik approached her and pulled out the sword embedded in his body. Just thinking about this holy magic makes my bones tingle. Having said this much, the elder couldn't stop smiling. He was so pleased. Anyway, your name is Nahim, isn't it? That mage called your name until the very end. Recalling how Shinbia kept calling out Nifjim's name until her dying breath, her face turned deathly pale and she listened to the elder's words, bowing her head and sighing. How desperately she called your name. Batik observed her expression with amusement and grinned. I expected a more moving reaction, but yours is quite dull, Lady Nahim. You are truly heartless. Having said this much, he raised the sword in his hand high and began to threaten her. Although Puman was a fool, there's no way he would have sent only 30 people, and honestly I apologize, but this conquest team was too ordinary. The elder placed the sword close to her neck and said, I know what you're hiding. His eyes opened wide in seriousness. But I am a benevolent and generous skeleton, so I will give you a few choices. If you wish to answer voluntarily, raise your right hand, and if not, raise your left hand. As soon as he finished speaking, she very cooperatively raised her right hand. Seeing that, the elder was slightly surprised. Oh, wise choice, if you tell me everything you know, I will grant you a clean and painless death. But this time, even more surprisingly, she unhesitatingly raised her middle finger. Bati went berserk with rage. Oh dear. This is truly unbelievable. I've been cursed in this way. At this point, he could no longer tolerate it. The elder held the sword straight and said, I will respect your decision. Die in peace. The sword pierced her chest and drops of blood fell. Bati turned and left immediately, saying as he walked, when can I clean all of this up? Nahim gripped the fabric in front of Shinbia's chest tightly with both hands and bowed her head. The sword remained embedded in her chest. Bati's voice gradually faded. But it seems I can do this more easily than before, right? Seeing the elder leave, she opened her eyes wide and looked up nervously. He's gone. She wasn't dead yet. Her eyes gleamed with killing intent, and she stared intently at the dead Shinbia in front of her, leaning close and calling out softly, Shinbia. It was her comrade's face. She could only manage to say, I'm sorry, but I didn't expect this. She opened her mouth wide, filled with sharp teeth, and devoured her friend, repeating to herself, I must survive. Bati had not left. He was hiding behind the stone wall, observing everything, saying nothing, doing nothing, and thinking with his arms crossed, damn it, that's truly unpleasant. I knew it. There had to be a hidden reason. Even the elder felt disgusted watching her ravenously devour her comrade's corpse. So, by eating corpses she becomes stronger and her wounds heal, and her power accumulates and increases with each meal. Is it limited to human corpses? What is the source of this ability? Alchemy or magic, he thought with his arms crossed. Since there are many corpses here, I should take some time to experiment, he sighed. Anyway, what's the boss doing? Thinking of Salo made the elder's eyes well up with tears and worry. Please may he not do anything strange in a strange place. Flames blazed, lighting up the sky. Two people faced each other. His black shadow was visible even amidst the flames. He stared intently at the newly arrived person and asked bluntly, Have you also come to die? Heeled boots stomped hard on the debris pile. No, she gripped her hands tightly, took a stance and introduced herself. I am Hero Hugh in Historia. Salo had no intention of fighting her and replied, staring at her with cold eyes, I didn't ask who you are. I like your spirit, but you won't be able to defeat me. Huan knew that fact clearly, yet she insisted on attacking. Indeed, he stared at her in surprise. She was weak but always believed she had to stop him and threw a strong punch. But all her attacks were blocked by him with one hand, and he subdued her with one hand. He even said politely, I'm sorry, but you'll only be able to attack me once. He gripped her hand tightly and twisted it down. Leaning close, he growled, Go on, try to escape again if you can. Huan froze on the spot, her two eyes wide with surprise. Before she could even understand what had happened, he threw her into a pile of debris. The certainty that she couldn't defeat him grew stronger in her mind. Blood splattered everywhere, and she groaned in pain. But I bought a little more time, didn't I? Even after being beaten like this, she still proudly believed she was a hero, and a hero's duty was to protect everyone. After thoroughly beating her, Salo grabbed her hand and lifted it high. Seeing no movement, he muttered to himself, Is it over? But surprisingly, she could still speak. I am Hero Hugh in Historia. My eyes are still open and I cannot fall. He opened his eyes wide and stared intently at her. A stubborn girl speaking such moral words while on the verge of death. Spiritual light emanated from her body. I cannot allow you to approach my comrades. She opened her eyes wide and threw a punch. But this time, just like before, the punch was instantly blocked by him. I am a hero. She weakly punched Salo's chest. I must protect innocent people. Having said this, she died on the spot. He said, Congratulations on a death that was not in vain. He casually tossed her corpse onto the ground. Hugh in Historia. All right, I'll remember your name, but I don't know how long I'll remember it. The monster's black shadow around him vanished. He stared intently at her with sharp eyes. With all due respect for your bravery. He raised his foot towards Huan. I will grant you a painless death. Just then, a massive projectile struck Salo hard in the back, startling him too. He faltered, then turned around angrily. New soldiers had arrived. He calmly looked at them, rubbing his neck and demanding, Are you all just sausages? You keep coming in waves like sausages. One person stepped forward and said, We had to take drastic measures to save Lady Huan. Please forgive our rude behavior. He stared intently at them and asked, Do you think one can forgive someone who apologizes after striking you in the back? The captain didn't care whether he would forgive or not, and immediately stepped forward and said, It's late, but I offer my greetings. Seeing his attitude, he immediately knew. He's ignoring me. This person introduced himself. I am Abzl Vitten, a member of the Black Tiger Legion, and it is an honor to meet the almighty Lord Boar. Hearing him call his name, he was slightly surprised. Did you just call me Lord Boar? How did you know? The man calmly stared at him and replied, We have a soldier who can identify you. He grinned at him. Feeling that something was hidden within such a confident smile, he immediately glared and warned, "All right, but I'm not in a good mood right now." The monster's eyes reappeared. "And you're wasting time. If you plan to attack me after all this chatter, do it now." The opposing side respectfully bowed. "Excuse me, but I believe you are mistaken. I would not dare to fight you. We have no intention of resisting you, Lord Boar. We wish to make a deal with you." Half of his body had transformed into a monster. Hearing his words, it was as if he heard a joke, and he shouted, "What, make a deal with me?" His voice was terrifying. Countless eyes focused on him, and an invisible pressure was exerted. "I hope you'll see the situation clearly when I have no more regrets. If you intend to insult me, you will not die peacefully, humans." Though the man was scared upon hearing this, he stood motionless and repeated to himself, "This is a gamble for the fate of the Empire." So he quickly continued, "The original owner of the Claw Smasher is still alive." As soon as he heard that, he paused, his eyes wide with surprise. El Vitten, certain it had an effect, looked directly at him and continued, "I am confident that you did not come all this way just to retrieve the virtuous masterpiece. We have come to offer you our assistance." Zelo approached him. "And what will you do if I say I don't need it?" He became much calmer. His monster form also vanished, and with both hands in his pockets he approached them, bent down and growled, "What if I retrieve the Claw Smasher because I'm bored and my true purpose is to annihilate humans?" His face turned purple and black smoke billowed. He leaned in close and threatened, "What will you do?" One human and one monster faced each other, and the man, frantic with fear, still tried to reach an agreement. "If you continue to destroy everything, nothing will change whether we make an offer or not, will it?" Zelo listened, felt slightly interested, and grinned with both hands in his pockets. "Ah, so you want to avoid the destruction of humanity?" His eyes opened wide, incredibly terrifying. "Then find the owner of this item right now." As the situation improved, El Vitten quickly turned. "We will do as you command, Gajot." A woman's voice echoed, and she immediately replied, "Yes, Lord." He looked at the approaching person and asked, "You met her once, didn't you?" It was the pink-haired girl who had fought him this morning. She looked very exhausted, staring directly at him. "To find someone, one must look at the items they frequently use. May I borrow the Claw Smasher?" Because these guys were certain they couldn't do anything to him, he immediately pulled the Claw Smasher from his body. Before handing it over, he didn't forget to warn, "If you do anything foolish, you won't just lose one hand." She, drenched in sweat, immediately agreed, "Yes, understood." She began to examine the Claw Smasher. "I've found traces of several people here. That person is too far to pinpoint their exact location, but one person is moving west in the opposite direction of Rizet Palace." Hearing that, he immediately thought of the west, towards Hayton. He deemed that information sufficient and without wasting time said directly, "That information is enough." The bright face that Jenna called Master came to his mind and his heart was filled with hope. Jenna is alive. Just knowing she was alive, he felt relieved, sighed, and finally left. He didn't forget to tell the two people, "I owe you. I will remember you clearly." El Vitten immediately replied with joy, "It is an honor to be of service to you." He walked through the people, hands in his pockets. "Go, those guys could only watch from behind and they escaped one catastrophe." A voice echoed, "Lord Zelo." She held the staff in her hand, looking exhausted, barely standing atop a pile of corpses. "You're a little late." He was speechless at the pile of corpses. She looked very exhausted, but still lifted her head, looked at him and smiled cheerfully. "Look, I kept my promise. I defended the teleportation gate." Her blood-stained hand dropped from the staff. "I think this is enough to say welcome." As soon as she finished speaking, she fainted and collapsed. He quickly caught her with his tail and didn't forget to praise her. This should be enough." Looking at her exhausted, childlike, sleeping face, "Well done." Zelo stood in front of the teleportation gate, looking at this unfamiliar object, and muttered to himself, "Let's see, how do I use this? Gather mana, send it to Hayton. If I inject mana..." Suddenly, cracks appeared in the teleportation gate. He cried out in surprise, "Damn it, I haven't even done anything yet, and it's shattered right before my eyes." Zelo was speechless and confused as water splashed on his face. "What? It can't handle my mana? I was quite confident after my transformation stabilized." He looked up at the bracelet on his arm. "If I only use it to transfer mana, can I travel safely?" Remembering his colossal monstrous form, he grew even more uneasy. "I'll definitely transform again, but if that happens, it's tantamount to revealing my existence, isn't it?" The more he thought about it, the less a solution came to mind. "I also have to worry about the finicky old man Bati." In fact, I was already on a path of no return. It was too late to end it peacefully. Helplessly, he took off the bracelet on his arm. As massive mana was released, his monstrous form appeared, and he inwardly apologized to Bati. The teleportation device in the house shook violently. The eye-like part of the teleportation device turned black, then burst and shattered into pieces. Zelo's pitch-black true form appeared, and he squinted, targeting the coordinates of the Hayden magic tower and casting a spell on the huge tower. A man opened the door and said with a smile, "Welcome to the magic tower. We will perform a few simple procedures to verify your identity and origin." In front of the man stood Jenna, her eyes burning with rage. "Human, can you use teleportation magic?" He naturally disagreed and pointed to the tower, saying, "No, our magic tower has countless people from all over, so you cannot enter without identification." Jenna took out a few knives she held. "Then you won't be able to escape." The man was startled and froze, and blood splattered on the ground. Jenna immediately killed him. As she stepped over him and went inside, she recalled her thoughts when she first came here. Remembering the colossal tower, the human magic tower was no different from a dungeon. Everyone who saw her trembled in fear, convinced that the magic tower was a dungeon created by humans. Jenna left corpses everywhere she went, like a warrior conquering a dungeon. They were merely weak monsters. He climbed to the highest floor, covered in blood. Leading her exhausted body up the stairs, she thought she had killed all the humans she saw on the first floor. Her face was dark, and now only the very top floor remained. A red-lipped woman smiled slyly as soon as she saw her. I wondered what kind of enemy would come. But isn't it the noble lady who came before? This woman looked very different from before. She folded her arms, raised her eyes arrogantly, and asked, "Then you weren't human?" Jenna asked only one question. "Where is it?" The woman stubbornly refused to return it and provoked, "It's my property. I have no reason to tell you, but I'm curious." The woman looked directly into Jenna's face. "How are you still alive?" As soon as she heard it, she knew the woman had tried to harm Jenna last time. The woman stared intently at Jenna's damaged eye. "You?" She smiled cunningly. She cruelly asked, "How are you still alive?" Jenna immediately took a battle stance. Seeing her holding a sword with 3 sharp blades and resting her hand on the ground, it was clear that the heart-shaped stone last time was her prank. The woman's eyes gleamed, openly contemptuous. You're holding a weapon that doesn't suit your small face at all." In the blink of an eye, she created a magic shield in front of her. Thinking it was safe, she provoked Jenna. "Do you think you can stand against me, the master of the magic tower, with just a small knife?" She even asked, "What do you plan to do to me with that knife?" Before she could finish speaking, Jenna launched a technique right in front of her face and the magic shield shattered. Only then did the woman's eyes widen in fear and shock, and sweat poured down her as she thought, "Unbelievable, the magic shield was destroyed in one blow." Seeing Jenna's cold and sharp gaze like a blade, she too was terrified. This child possesses terrifying power. Although the magic shield was destroyed in one blow, she wasn't very afraid and showed confidence. "But it's all right. This tower was built on an infinite source of mana, so I can win by using this infinite mana." Jenna charged forward, shouting angrily, "Where is my sword?" Her face was covered in blood and she gripped her weapon tightly, screaming, "Tell me quickly, you damned bitch." The woman raised the staff in her hand and shouted loudly, "Unfortunately, that item is no longer here. I took it to the auction house. Use the magic domain quickly." A glowing red circle appeared above their heads and she stroked the weapon in her hand, saying, "HMPH, quite strong." As she threw the staff in her hand upwards, it immediately emitted a dazzling light. "So I will fight you with all my might." This woman had no talent, but she knew many spells. She loudly chanted this spell and that spell. "Sever, sever, holy shield." Consecutive glowing magic circles rained down on her body. She opened her eyes wide and concentrated with all her might. The woman's scream echoed through the space. "Take all my techniques." From outside the tower, the highest peak was seen exploding and emitting dense smoke. Then Lena's shadow appeared from Jenna's body, and countless blades pierced her body. The woman mocked joyfully. "Yes, monsters like you daring to challenge us humans must pay such a price." Jenna coughed. Exhausted, and blood pooled on the ground. The woman laughed joyfully, thinking to herself, "This must be one of my advanced spells. It's a technique that only a few dungeon bosses can withstand, and I never expected such a child to not have fallen yet." Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror. In an instant, both of her arms were severed, blood poured like rain, and she screamed in pain. Her entire body collapsed to the ground. Trembling, she cried, "It hurts so much. How, my arms?" Jenna was still alive, her face covered in wounds, but her murderous intent remained. Looking down at the woman, she said, "Those are just 2 arms. Don't make so much noise as if you're dead, human." Amor was now terrified and screamed frantically, "Save me!" She looked at Jenna as if she had seen the Grim Reaper, terrified. "Please save me." Jenna's expression did not change at all at this sight, and she felt a slight relief inwardly. "It's over. All traces here have been completely erased." She stumbled forward. Now what should I do? Having fought countless foes, she was now so exhausted she leaned against the wall, tiredly propping herself up. What remained after all that had transpired? She leaned against the wall, feeling as if all the strength was draining from her body. Too tired. "I want to sleep." Just then a scream rang out, startling her. "Captain!" A man ran to Amor's side, asking, "How could this happen?" "Come to your senses quickly." He was the bespectacled secretary. Filled with anxiety and fear, "You must survive," the woman groaned. "It hurts to death," she quietly commanded. Heal me." "No, kill that child first." Hearing that, the man immediately glanced at her. She sat motionless, glaring at him, and there was no fear on her stubborn face. The man no longer paid attention to her, took something out of his pocket, held it up to Amor, and said, "Hold on, you're bleeding too much. Do you see what this is?" The woman glared at the diamond-like stone but said, "I can't see properly." He asked again in a joyful voice, "Can't you see?" His face was dark and sinister. "This is a teleportation mana stone. You'll be able to escape this place with this. But I don't have enough mana to activate it right now." As he spoke, he held the stone closer to her face. "You need to use your mana to activate it." The stone was not at all ordinary. A monster was hidden inside it. Jenna realized it was the same stone she had seen here before, and an uncomfortable feeling resurfaced as soon as she saw it. Amor allowed him to hold the stone to her face without any caution, and she injected her mana as she spoke. "Good, thank you. Now I can do it." But before she could finish speaking, her eyes widened as she noticed something strange. It was too late. Black smoke spewed from the stone, completely enveloping her, and only a miserable scream echoed, "Ah!" Meanwhile, the man smiled triumphantly and said, "Amor, you made too many enemies. You've truly lived a terrible life. That's why Jenna came to punish you. His eyes gleamed and he laughed very happily. "Everyone in your family, the Zhao Min family, hated you too much. That's why they sent me to eliminate you." After saying this much, he suddenly looked at her and asked, "Right, Jenna?" She remained silent. It was best to just quietly observe humans like him. He clasped his hands to his chest, bowed his head and said, "I am very grateful for what you've done now. Thanks to you I've saved myself some trouble." His eyes narrowed coldly. "It seems you still don't intend to stop and are targeting me." That monster appeared in an instant, its entire body like a bumpy balloon. "But this will buy me time to escape. Goodbye." He vanished, leaving behind a very filthy-looking monster transformed from Amor. Jenna stood there facing it. She was slightly confused inwardly. "I can't see it properly. That monster has quite a strong presence and it will be difficult to face it in this state." Seeing it open its mouth wide and rush towards her, she stood almost motionless. This should be enough. Her entire body felt as if it was melting. She didn't want to move and she was too tired. At this moment she suddenly thought of Salo. "Everything I've done is now over. I will disappear from here. All traces of me will vanish completely." She walked straight towards it without hesitation, but she gritted her teeth, trembling with rage. "You damn bastards." With wide, fearless eyes she fought the monster with all her might. "Don't lay your filthy hands on him again." Thinking of how she almost harmed him last time because of the demon heart-shaped stone, the rage in her heart boiled even more. "Even if I die I won't forgive you." But as soon as Jenna charged, before she could even attack, she was thrown back by the monster. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, and wondered inwardly, if he remembers Jenna later, will he be sad? Suddenly, a light flashed inside the tower, a black shadow covered everything, and familiar eyes appeared. His voice echoed, "Are you all right?" Jenna's eyes widened in surprise towards the dazzling light. The situation was similar to when Jenna was first saved by him. Her entire body was embraced by him. Everything was almost completely exhausted. Jenna could not have survived. If he had not appeared to save Jenna, Salo would have embraced her right then. Salo caught Jenna in time with his arms. Seeing him, she asked in surprise, "Sir Ziver?" He gently put her down on the ground. Seeing Salo in front of her, she instinctively asked, "Why is he here?" He didn't say much, only, "Wait a moment." Seeing his strong back in front of her, Jenna still couldn't believe it. "Is this my hallucination?" The colossal monster amidst the shattered debris. Salo's two eyes flashed, and he glared menacingly at the monster with monster eyes. "You damn bastard, how dare you do such a thing, but you will pay the price." Monster teeth protruded from one side of his face and he struck the center of that demon's head with a powerful blow. It was a tremendous technique empowered by the monster's strength within his body. "Die," the demon groaned in pain. "Ah ha ha." Its eyes were wide as if they would pop out. It was still not dead after being hit like that. He frowned, disgusted, and picked it up whole, swung it high, and slammed it hard to the ground. The bloodied face of the demon Amor was still not dead. Its entire body was like rubber, and no matter how much he hit it, it was useless. As he held it, several pieces of flesh wriggled and touched his hand. Just looking at it was disgusting. Sir Ziver seemed to have met such a formidable opponent for the first time. He slammed his fist down again. Damn it, really damned. He slammed his fist hard into the ground. The floor shattered, and his hand was stained with its blood, but it was still not dead. He fought for a while, and suddenly realized, "I see." Seeing its corpse lying in the middle of the shattered floor, he now understood its regenerative power. The monster was recovering quickly, and its entire body was like rubber, not breaking no matter how much he hit it. That was why. Seeing its countless bulging eyes and huge mouth, he sensed the source of mana deeply buried in the ground. He immediately exposed it on the spot. "Infinite mana from an infinite mana spring, isn't it?" Salo stood motionless. He put his hands in his pockets. "Good," he laughed joyfully. "Then it's simple." His monstrous mouth opened wide, full of teeth. Darkness enveloped it. In the blink of an eye, the monster vanished without a trace. "It's really hard to swallow. The taste is too disgusting." After dealing with it, only two people remained in the room. He looked at her back, turned away from him, and quietly called out, "Jenna." She sat motionless, saying nothing. Salo unexpectedly sat directly behind her and quietly said, "I have a lot to say to you, but your heart must be completely empty right now. This was my fault." Sweating, he scratched his head, slightly nervous. "When I came here before, I met a blue-haired girl and I killed her. This won't have any effect, will it?" She still sat motionless, hugging her knees, her head bowed, making no sound. He quietly called out, "Jenna?" Finally he spoke. "I'm really sorry for what I did." She herself was surprised by his words, shed tears, and finally replied, "Sir Ziver doesn't need to apologize to me. It's all my fault." He quickly interrupted her. "Don't say that. The ancient core needs you very much." She didn't expect to hear him sincerely admit. "Jenna is a very important person to me." She shyly asked directly, "Isn't Sir Ziver very angry with me?" Salo sincerely replied, "No, I'm not." The two sat there, leaning against each other's backs, talking. "Doesn't Sir Ziver hate Jenna anymore?" He affirmed, "I don't hate you." Suddenly, Salo got up on his knees. "But I have something to give you." He immediately pulled out her sword. "I retrieved this." Jenna was surprised, shocked, and moved to tears upon seeing it, clutching it tightly to her chest. "Oh," tears streamed down her face. Jenna was afraid and she cried bitterly, pouring out the deep grievances in her heart. "I was so scared you'd hate me. You won't abandon me, will you?" Salo calmly comforted her, telling her not to say such things. He reached out a hand to soothe her. "Come on, let's go back to the ancient core. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger." That day, Batik's voice echoed within the ancient core. He asked if she was a dwarf. A young and small Jenna sat beside Salo's monster form. He yawned tiredly and replied, "She's a child I met at the Gubenia fire before, and I saw her again later in the lab." Batik looked back at the child in surprise and asked, Salo said he brought her because he felt some connection with her. Batik stared at her and asked him, "So this small body contains all the information and knowledge of a dwarf?" He squinted his eyes, quietly assessing. Moreover, the child remained very calm. Even though she was in the ancient core, the dungeon of the strongest boss, also called a demon's den due to its dense dark energy. Seeing the child act so nonchalantly, Batik judged that her mental and physical fortitude could withstand anything. So he pressed him, "Boss, what do you plan to do with this child?" Salo, without needing to think, said as if in his sleep, "Just let her live here. This child seems versatile. So we should first teach her how to fight. If she can't be taught, just let her live peacefully. Anyway, she used to be a maid, so we can leave things like cooking to her." Batik frowned, annoyed by his casual response. "Hold on, boss," he continued to ask, sweating. "Are you serious? Who would want to teach that child?" As he expected, Salo pointed at Batik with his finger and said, "Who else but you? Come on, cheer up a bit." Batik openly complained in annoyance. "No, why me again?" Salo ignored him, propped his chin on his hand and teased. "Don't pretend you don't know. You're bored to death with nothing to do." Batik had nothing to say. He was right. But he still looked back at the child who sat quietly on the ground saying nothing. She's probably a Cluth species, so her physical abilities are excellent, and she might still harbor a potential grudge against humanity. He sighed and finally accepted. "HMPH, do you even know her name?" He lay flat on the ground, resting his head on his arms, and said, "Yeah, what was it?" "I think I vaguely heard it when we first met." Just then, she spoke quietly in a tiny voice. Batik, surprised, asked, "You can talk?" That's how the child stated her name. Lerau. Skeleton Batik was not yet satisfied and pressed him. "Just Lerau, without a family name." Salo, lying tiredly on the ground, lazily said, "What more do you want?" Batik immediately said, "You're her master, why don't you give her a new name?" Hearing that, he thought seriously and gloomily. Let's see." Looking at the girl in front of him, he immediately thought of a name. "Let's call her Jenna." Batik immediately agreed. "Good. So her name is Jenna Lerau." But all he got in return was Salo's snoring. Couldn't say a word. He fell asleep again. Batik crouched down beside the girl. "All right, Lena." He poked her cheek, making her smile, and said gently, "First, you'll have to learn how to smile." She was like a small doll. Batik's two eyes gleamed, and in the gloomy atmosphere he glared and challenged, "Are you still laughing in this situation? What on earth did you do in Hayton to make the ground shake like this?" Salo, sweating profusely and with drooping ears, listened to Batik's scolding. "Did you even dance in the middle of the village?" He began to make forced excuses. "Batik, there are always exceptions in a monster's life." He pointed to Demon Lord Aya, who was sleeping like a log on his arm, and asked, "What is that exception?" Looking at her, he was even more confused. "It's a long story." Batik looked at him and carefully placed her on the ground. He was a little flustered and confused. "Wait, boss, did you kidnap a child? That's a bit too much imagination." He immediately explained, "Do you really think I like troublesome things?" Now he finally remembered the main point. Sweating all over his face, "Where did you put Jenna? Why did you bring this child?" Salo turned his back and sat, huddling helplessly. Batik, his face dark and sad. "I met Jenna in a human village." Batik stood silently, listening patiently. He asked, "So you met her, was she hurt?" He lowered his head and replied softly, "She looked very exhausted." Thinking of her appearance at that time, he admitted to himself, "We probably interfered with Jenna's life." Batik was silent for a while, then finally turned and left helplessly. "HMPH, he's still in the mood for jokes. If you were rejected, you should just say so honestly." Why the gloomy face? He just sighed and said nothing. From now on, he was still in the mood for jokes. Imagining her in a maid outfit, "She'll have to manage this dungeon in a maid outfit." Batik coldly threatened, "I'm ready to submit my resignation letter at any time." Even though they joked, everyone looked sad. He lowered his head, sighed, and asked, "So what are you going to do now?" He replied, "There's nothing else to do. I'll just lie on the ground and get ready to sleep. But I'll wait. I don't know when she'll come back." Batik could only reply helplessly, "HMPH, all right." He turned and left, thinking to himself, in this state it's best to leave him alone. He's probably very sad. After a long while he suddenly heard footsteps. "Boss?" Salo's small ears immediately perked up. Batik shouted joyfully. "She's back." Salo asked again. "Who?" Batik asked back in annoyance. "Who do you think?" he asserted cheerfully. "The person you were still waiting for." Jenna appeared before them in her usual maid outfit. Her cheeks were flushed and she shyly placed her hands on her chest. "Lord Salo, have you not eaten yet? If so, shall I prepare a meal for you?" Batik immediately noticed her yellow eye. He quickly turned and looked at him. "Boss, you still don't understand anything, do you?" Seeing that one of the four eyes was gone, he immediately realized, did he end up doing something to her? Or really, did he give it to her when he wasn't in his right mind? The more he thought about it, the less he understood. At that time, Salo had approached Jenna directly and asked with interest, "Jenna, your right eye was completely destroyed, wasn't it? If you could still see, you would have noticed." Jenna listened to him. "Covering one eye, I told you. If you still harbored those feelings and had that stone, I don't know when." He placed his hand over his eye very seriously without any change in expression. "Think it over one more time." He directly gave her one eye and said, "Next time, bring me a love stone." Just like that, her love was reciprocated. Jenna couldn't stop smiling, her whole face brightening. "From now on, I'll be by your side forever, Lord." A drop of water fell on the sleeping face of Aya. She woke up, sat up, rubbed her eyes, and asked herself, "Where am I? What happened?" Just then, seeing Batik sharpening his sword nearby, she was startled and terrified, grinning, her face pale. Her whole body trembled. "Am I dead? Are you the Grim Reaper? Is this hell?" Batik, surprised to see her, quickly explained, I'm sorry, but this isn't the underworld." She listened to him and her eyes gleamed in surprise. "This is the ancient core." She sweated profusely, pointed at him with her finger and shouted, "Then you're not the Grim Reaper, you're Bati." In the blink of an eye he accurately identified her. He smiled and praised very quick. After speaking he went to where Salo was sleeping. "I wonder if he's awake." He climbed onto his massive body and stepped on him, calling loudly, "Boss, wake up." Salo yawned in annoyance and sat up very displeased. "Bati, I was sleeping soundly." "What is it now?" "Oh yeah, you're awake?" As soon as she saw him her face turned pale with fear again, her voice trembled and stammered, "Oh you are." She hastily knelt on the ground and with the utmost respect shouted loudly, "Master of the ancient core and avatar of the Creator, guardian of God, punisher of the cowardly and supreme ancient monster, you are." He sweated profusely. He placed his hand on his chest and said seriously, "Your Majesty, I apologize, may I introduce myself?" At this point Salo's eyes gleamed and he spoke simultaneously with her. 17th descendant of Demon Lord Momenrum Ea. After speaking he even smiled with his eyes. "Ah, I knew." She was startled and even more terrified, asking, "How do you know my name?" Thinking of the man who had spent several days with her, Ea speculated, "Did Sato tell him?" At this point she suddenly turned her head and looked around. "Oh, by the way, have you seen Sato? I remember he punished the humans in Rizet and retrieved the claw smasher." But before she could finish speaking, Salo directly cut her off. "That's me." She froze, her eyes wide, and said in disbelief, What did you just say?" Seeing her reaction, he helplessly and seriously propped his chin on his hand, looked straight at her and admitted, "I am Salo." Having heard too much shocking news today, her ordinary face suddenly turned purple and she sweated profusely. "Oh no, was I rude to him?" She lowered her head and prostrated herself on the ground, screaming. Even Bati had to call out, "Boss, boss," Demon Lord Menzelem said. He was standing and listening until just now and he already realized. She looked at him with gleaming eyes. "Why didn't you tell me about punishing the humans in Rizet?" Salo's heart skipped a beat. He had almost kept it a secret, but now it was exposed. Sweating profusely, extremely nervous. Well, eventually. Follow me." Bati immediately followed him. Yes, outside the ancient core in the Gaben forest on the border of Hayton territory, laughter echoed. "Haha, what is this?" Some people were wrapped in cloaks. They walked through the forest carrying lamps and chatting. They said they were told not to enter, but nothing happened. This forest had many herbs and mushrooms. Suddenly one person looked to the side and was surprised. Seeing Nahim lying face down, covered in blood, he screamed, "Someone's here, badly hurt." The others also rushed over. "Check her pockets, wait, there are herbs." As they spoke, she had already stood up, snatched what they held, and ravenously ate it with the herbs. Without stopping, she also ate the people who had just tried to help her. As soon as she was full, she regained her strength, stood up, put on her cloak, and left. "I have to go. A dungeon is a battlefield. To survive on a battlefield, many qualities are needed. One of them is calmness." Someone reminded her that a true demon lord should act with a certain gravitas. Melt Line had issued countless warnings. In his room, silence was the most basic principle. Melt refused, shouting that she was a free monster. Moreover, she had already lived in the ancient core before she became a demon lord. She came here to talk to him. Line was also annoyed but said in a small voice, "He's resting." Mel said cheerfully, "That's exactly what he needs. I'll stay by his side and keep him warm until he falls asleep." She pointed at Line with her finger and said, "In this respect, Line is too conservative, too passive. You're really old-fashioned." Line was furious. "Did she just call me old-fashioned?" Line chased after her, trying to eliminate her. Mel enjoyed teasing her and ran away. The two girls looked very cheerful. Seeing the two like this, their efforts to keep their animosity to a minimum seemed to have failed. Bati silently watched the scene before him. It was truly hellish. Salo turned his back, clutched his head, and trembled, grumbling to Bati that he couldn't sleep because of the noise. Bati told him he had no right to say such a thing. The outside was a mess because of him. He turned his head and asked, "How's the situation? Is it bad?" Bati asked if he hadn't read the newspaper he gave him. He said that to reinforce their defenses in Rizet, troops had been deployed, so the villages in the border regions were being attacked by monsters. He listened and sighed in dismay. Furthermore, Bati said that the Lord of Haston had committed suicide. Now Haston was completely paralyzed. And he had read all the newspapers for the past 3 weeks, but there were only 8 articles about Haston. He asked if he knew what that meant. Salo replied, completely uninterested, "Of course I don't." Bati, annoyed, suddenly exuded killing intent. "Think before you speak." He threatened to submit his resignation letter. Salo naturally was flustered by his threat. This tactic still worked. He hastily apologized and begged for forgiveness. Yawning, he asked Bati what he thought. Bati couldn't be sure. There was no information yet, so he couldn't be sure of anything. Given the current situation, he speculated that Haston was probably cut off from outside communication. He asked if he remembered how much damage he had caused, being the monster who destroyed an entire village. He sweated as he thought. Bati said that if an entire village was severely damaged and cut off, it wouldn't be good news. But the ancient core needed Haston, because if they could keep an eye on Haston, they would know the strength and attack timing of the conquest team. So they had to go to Haston quickly. Any further delay would lead to irreversible consequences, Salo realized. He was right. He wished him a peaceful journey. He urged him not to overdo it. In his heart he desperately wished, "Please go alone, please go alone." But surprisingly this time he did as he thought. He just left, saying he'd be back as soon as possible. He said excitedly, "He's going alone, then I can sleep." He thought he'd get some rest, but then he suddenly spoke again. "Don't you think it's too difficult to go alone?" He thought it would be better for at least one more person to go. He was startled and flustered, telling him, "Hold on." The two stopped fighting upon seeing his reaction. Mel asked him what was wrong. She was the best candidate. He thought she was dangerous. If he compared her to magic, she was like explosive magic. If she used magic like she did in the palace, the entire village would be annihilated. He shook his head and said no. Then the second candidate, Line, volunteered herself. She was still holding Mel and wouldn't let go, but he also retorted, "No, no, no, you're fine here." Line was explosive geothermal magic. He asked him to stay here, saying that just being here was helpful enough. Not knowing how long they would have to travel, Bati asked him to come along. He imagined himself as a fish caught in a net. He had fallen into Bati's trap and could no longer refuse. He had no choice but to follow Bati. But then he suddenly realized something. He said that he seemed to be the best option in this situation. However, unfortunately, his bracelet was broken, which meant he couldn't use his abilities safely. Bati spoke calmly as if he had already planned everything. He admired him sarcastically. Without the bracelet, he couldn't go with him. He chuckled triumphantly. "Yes, it worked. I don't have to go. Now I can sleep." Immediately after, he followed Bati outside in his human form. With a sad expression, he was convinced that Bati would die a painful death. Bati in his armor smiled. He cursed Bati, lamenting his own fate as if Bati were already dead. On his wrist was the Demura bracelet. "Didn't I say I couldn't go without the Demura bracelet? In other words, if I have the bracelet, it means I can go immediately, doesn't it?" Salo said angrily. "That's not what I meant." "Damn it, they've arrived. You've caused a big problem. There are 4 ways to tell how a village is doing. First, by observing how bustling the market is. But at night, even the market was empty and he asked to go back. Second, by seeing how much smoke is rising from the chimneys. Bati should have checked before humans had dinner, but it was too late. Salo told him to go back. Third, by checking the Dungeon Expedition mission board to see how many expedition teams are listed. However, there was nothing like that in Hayton, so they skipped it. Even though he begged to go back, Bati dragged him along. He suggested the last method, inns and taverns. Before he could even finish speaking, he was no longer in Bati's grasp. Salo went ahead, asking Bati what he was dawdling for. His attitude completely changed. Bati was overcome with helplessness, thinking he could no longer expect anything from him. He proudly opened the door, went inside, and asked the owner if there were any rooms. Opening the door and looking inside, Bati couldn't help but curse. It was the worst possible situation. This village was no longer an ordinary village. Inside, it was full of zombie-like people. Something shiny fell upon them. As light poured down like rain, they became even more frenzied. Amidst the dead, a man appeared in a flash of lightning. He said that everyone had worked hard. After wiping out Hayton, they would go to the enemy's stronghold, the kingdom of Rizet. Humans were weaker than ever before the Black Calamity. Now was the best time to destroy the Empire. When his appearance was revealed, he looked very much like a skeleton, similar to Pix. Inside the tavern where Salo and Bati had come to investigate, chairs were overturned and there were many scratches. Bati felt it was serious. Who would have known the inn would be so empty? Hayton seemed completely isolated. A man approached and introduced himself as the innkeeper. Bati's eyes lit up. The two looked up at the upstairs where the voice had come from. The innkeeper asked them who they were. The innkeeper pulled out a gun from his waist and asked what their purpose was in coming here. Bati said he was a knight from Netra's Black Tiger expedition team. The innkeeper suspected they had come to attack him. Bati said he wanted to have a simple meal and rest to recover from fatigue. The owner realized they were guests and apologized. However, they didn't have enough food for a night to eat. No, not just them, but the entire village no longer had food. Bati couldn't tell if it was because of the Black Calamity. The owner ran a hand through his hair. He didn't know that Bati knew such things. He apologized, but his inn no longer had any rooms available. He sought Bati's understanding. Bati rubbed his chin, considering the situation. It seemed the water would cost more than the lodging. Bati threw something to him, and the owner quickly snatched it. In his hand was a shining gold coin. Bati told him to quickly prepare a room. As soon as he received the money, the owner completely changed his attitude, immediately escorted them this way, and led them upstairs. As the two went upstairs, the owner finally noticed Salo. He asked Bati who the person behind him was. Bati turned back as if asking Salo what was wrong. Bati cheerfully said that Salo was his servant. Salo reacted as if he didn't accept this identity Bati had given him. Bati continued, "Although he's a servant, he helps me a lot. That's why I treat him so well. That's why I let my servant stay in the same room." After getting the room, the two went up to the inn room. Salo exclaimed that the room was better than he expected. He jumped onto the bed, hugged a pillow, and claimed the bed first. This place was much better than where he had stayed with Mel and Line. Bati also agreed that the room was good. Salo questioned Bati, "Did you really only think of servant at that time?" Bati replied that it wasn't just that he only thought of servant, but that Salo must have thought so too. Aren't the clothes he's wearing the ones he feels most comfortable in? If he keeps dressing so shabbily, others will treat him like a beggar. Perhaps it's better if they treat him like a beggar. If he's a beggar, others won't know when or how to beat him. But a slave is the master's property, so since he doesn't even change his clothes, isn't it logical for Bati to assess him as a slave? He shouted at Salo again. "Why are you acting so sloppy and performing your duty? There's no use hugging that pillow. In your next life you'll definitely be reincarnated as a stone." Bati said that since he had said so, it was best for Salo to listen to him. Salo also started acting, saying to Bati, "You're right, master." Bati said he would go out for a while and told Salo to rest. Salo advised him not to overdo it since it was their first day. Bati said as he went outside, "You don't need to worry about him too much. Anyway, it's late at night now, so it doesn't matter where they rampage, does it?" The main reason the Black Calamity struck Hayton was that the royal family was enraged by the disaster and needed to pin the blame for the successive failures of the Ancient Core expedition on someone. He climbed onto the highest rooftop and admired the destruction Salo had wrought, calling it beautiful. Looking at the depressed mark in the middle that Salo had created. However, before the royal family could intervene, Count Etta, the Lord of Hayton, had died. He opened the ledger and couldn't find who the current Lord of Hayton was. He was curious. The royal family was unlucky, and it was clear they would unleash their wrath upon the noble families. If that were the case, would Count Etta's descendant have inherited his position? He thought he should at least go see the new lord's face. He left for the Hayton lord's castle. Looking around, there was a problem. The security was tighter than expected. He could kill or stun them. But wouldn't that just create more problems tomorrow morning? This is enough for today. Haste makes waste. He left. When he came here, he had already decided where to go. Humans didn't seem to feel it, but he could. Who would have thought the lingering scent of the dead would be so strong here? He decided to go there first. In the room, he was still asleep. The dungeon was cool, so he slept well, but sometimes coming out like this wasn't bad either. Because of the constant noise outside, he could never sleep comfortably. Someone outside knocked on the door, calling for the knight. He opened the door and said the knight had gone out. It was late at night. The owner realized and suggested he come downstairs for a moment. Although it was a bit earlier than usual, he said he had prepared dinner. He knew that an innkeeper would never let a guest go hungry. Moreover, since he had paid generously, the owner had to at least repay him with goodwill. The owner first introduced himself to him. He said his name was Nobin Hacker. He said he could just be called Nobin. He introduced himself as SWAT. The two went downstairs together. The owner suddenly told him he hoped he wouldn't be disappointed when he went downstairs. He said there wasn't much food, so he could only make a few dishes. He asked if the situation in Hayton was really that serious. The owner explained that for it to be called a calamity, it had to truly be close to a calamity. Those who witnessed the great calamity directly immediately went mad. Immediately after the incident, the Lord took his own life. And after that, as he had seen, all communication between Hayton and the outside was cut off. One couldn't get out from inside and one couldn't get in from outside. Outside the city walls, the starved corpses were scattered along the roadside. The owner said he didn't know what he had come here to find, but it was best to leave this place as soon as possible. He said that he too would do so soon. He walked looking around. The owner said that Salo himself would know better than anyone what happens when humans are cornered. From the window, a small red-haired girl crawled in, looking dirty. The girl immediately ran into his room. Good, she thought. If they saw the village's situation and still decided to stay, they must be from outside. Moreover, this is the most expensive room in the inn, so they must have a lot of money. The girl even imagined a wealthy man full of gold and treasures. She had to take everything that could be sold for money. She saw the clothes on the bed and had to pinch her nose. Is this clothes or rags? Disgusting. Aren't the guests here rich? Anyway, if she had that, she could use it to wrap things instead of a cloth bag. She opened the drawer, but it was empty. Feeling something ominous had happened, she turned her head. Surely they didn't leave with everything? The girl continued to search through the closet drawers. The first drawer was where Bati had just put his things. She saw the item. They couldn't have taken everything. She looked down, her eyes wide. What is this? Just then, Bati returned to the inn room. Salo was already lying on the bed. Bati said he had been to the Lord's castle to look around. What are you doing? Salo said he was doing exactly what he had been doing before. Bati said he had tried to see the new Lord's face, but the security was tighter than expected. So he returned without gaining anything. He asked Salo if he had found anything. What did he expect from Salo? It was just a rhetorical question. Salo said that Hayton seemed to be cut off from the outside world. Other than that, even the innkeeper didn't know much. Bati was truly shocked. Salo asked him what was wrong. He didn't know that Salo had actually accomplished something. He was truly shocked. He looked at Salo happily, his eyes sparkling like stars. I see, so Hayton is cut off from the outside world. Let's go investigate tomorrow. Salo didn't listen and turned his head, telling him to do it himself. Bati said they had to go together. He looked out the window. The window was wide open. He asked Salo to close the window as much as possible. When he left, only one window was open, but now both were open. At this rate, a thief will break in, Salo asked again. I never touched the window, Bati laughed and said. He told Salo, stop it. That can't be. Not even the wind could open the window. He asked if Salo thought a ghost had done it. Salo still denied knowing. Whether it's a ghost or a thief, it doesn't matter. Someone must have opened the window. Only then did Bati feel that something was wrong. Salo screamed, my cloak isn't here, Linny. That cloak was made for him by her. Bati searched through the closet drawers. It's gone. My belongings have also disappeared. He asked Salo if he had seen what he put in the drawer. Salo didn't understand and asked him what he had lost. Bati, sweating, slowly said, it was my rib. The girl had already escaped outside and thought that was enough. A man stood in front of the girl, blocking her way, and called her name, Rosalina. The man standing in front asked the girl why she was outside so late at night. Behind him were figures hidden in the darkness, their faces obscured. He told the girl he had told her not to wander around at night. The girl said she had a legitimate reason. This time it was for everyone. The man asked again, "What, for everyone? Do you really think wasting your strength so uselessly and making yourself even hungrier is truly for everyone?" He pointed directly at the girl and said. Rosalina still tried to explain that it wasn't like that. She told him to take this. A man approached, telling him not to be too strict. Rosalina was surprised to see the leader approach her. "You're awake." The leader dragged a chair towards them. "Thieves should not fear the darkness. There's no need to be angry about this, but wandering around without saying anything is clearly wrong." Rosalina bowed her head, bit her lip and was afraid. This situation is already chaotic enough, so this child should think before acting. She needs to think about what problems her actions will cause for others. This place is not like her old home that welcomed her warmly. The leader sat on the chair, propped his arms and advised her. Rosalina stammered that she would be careful. The leader thought she understood. "So what did you do?" Rosalina was about to place the items she had just stolen on the ground. They were Batik's rib and Selo's cloak. The leader asked if she had stolen them. She said yes. She thought she also needed to contribute a little strength for everyone. The leader asked her where she found them. She replied it was an inn in the bustling area. She said she got them from a very expensive room. They were very clean and well preserved in the closet, so they must be very valuable antiques. The leader helplessly rubbed his face and told the girl, "This is a human rib." Rosalina was startled. "This is a human rib?" The girl truly didn't know. The leader asked again, "Surely you didn't steal it?" The girl asserted that it was absolutely not the case. The leader said, "If that were the case, the child wouldn't have paraded it around so proudly." Holding the skeleton bone, the leader speculated it was used for someone's sinister hobby or for magic. Tu was perplexed. "Who collects human ribs?" The leader said there were many scoundrels in this world who cut off slaves' limbs to make ornaments. It was unclear if this was a human bone or the bone of someone who was once human. If it belonged to someone who had learned necromancy or black magic, it would be even more dangerous. The rib was emitting a peculiar blue aura which was truly suspicious. And as for the clothes on the surface, they looked like worn-out clothes worn by beggars, but they were made of the finest fabric. This child, Rosalina, was so unguarded that she didn't even check the pockets. The closed pockets contained many gold coins wrapped in paper, glinting brightly. Rosalina joyfully asked how much it was. Tu also looked at them with delight. This money caused the leader to suddenly become angry, scolding these fools that now was not the time to rejoice. But the child had gone through so much trouble to get it. Just then, a voice from behind confirmed they had found the right place. "It seems our precious belongings are still intact," the leader thought. Guests in a luxurious inn in a desolate village. He should have realized sooner. A human rib, clothes made of expensive fabric, a large amount of gold coins. They had disturbed something unpredictable. Selo and Batik rushed over to greet the thieves. They had come to reclaim their belongings. Seeing the bag in front of them, their belongings were safe for now. "They've returned alive. It's the clothes Line gave me. Thank goodness. I don't know what would have happened if Line had gotten angry again. Anyway, now that everything's over, it's fine." The leader told everyone to stand still. He blocked the others behind him. The two recognized him as the leader. He asked why they were looking for them. Batik said he didn't know. The belongings seemed to greatly miss their owners. Selo complained he was too tired and said they needed to resolve this quickly and go rest. Batik glared at him from behind, exerting pressure. "I'm letting it slide just this once." Because they had been roaming around this area a lot just before. He told the leader of this small alley that he had stolen the wrong person's belongings. He said it wasn't too late if they returned them politely now. Understood? The leader still didn't trust them. How could he be sure they would leave this place after getting their belongings back? Batik thought he had a point. It's strange. Even if they had tracked Rosalina, they found them too quickly at this late hour. It would be impossible unless these two were demons. It must be black magic. Thinking of the rib Rosalina had brought, the leader asked them if they were beings of darkness. Batik replied calculatingly, "Darkness indeed," just as he had thought. They were black mages, and that rib must have been very important to them. Batik replied, "Of course, it's his body." The leader reconsidered, thinking the item was as important as a body. Batik tried to explain that it was merely a part of his body. More importantly, he urged them not to waste any more time and return it. The leader tossed the rib back into the sky. He loudly told the others to stand back, and to take those who couldn't escape on their own. Batik chased after the falling rib. Finally he caught it. Just then, someone hidden nearby prepared to attack him. As Batik shouted, the man struck him hard with a wooden staff which shattered into pieces. Batik's eyes gleamed. The man was astonished and couldn't believe he was completely unharmed. Selo stood, yawning. He had just seen them using stones as weapons. It seems the situation here was really bad. Another cloaked person approached from behind him with a knife. As soon as the blade touched him, it immediately shattered. He again grabbed him by the neck with his bare hands and lifted him. This man had a proper weapon. He asked Batik how to deal with this man. He still spoke politely, feigning Batik as his master. Batik said there was no need to pretend anymore. He reminded the man he was holding to stay still, and Batik suggested completely subduing them for a while. He asked, "Are you asking to spare their lives?" "I didn't say kill them. It means to handle them cleanly." "I don't know, I'm too tired. I wonder if I lack strength, but his lordship said everything would be fine if I did my best." He grabbed a person who tried to escape and slammed him down hard. Inside the dungeon, two girls sat facing each other, drinking tea. He wondered if he was all right now. Mel replied awkwardly, "Of course, it's only been half a day since he left." Mel realized. It really has only been half a day. Line asked if his work was progressing smoothly. Line wondered if it was alright for them to be resting alone like this when he might be starving. Mel said there was no need to worry, such a great being wouldn't possibly skip a meal. How many times will she say that? Mel said she was right. Line's worries were completely unnecessary. There's no way he and Bati would struggle in a human village, right? Mel thought to herself, enough already. After all, those two are ancient monsters standing at the pinnacle of everything, and a death knight who can command death. On the other side, the two had resolved the theft incident. There's truly no greater pain than this. He had retrieved the clothes Line had made for him. Bati told the leader that despite being human he had impressed him. Just a moment ago he even launched a surprise attack on him. He had expected them to have something like a map if they were thieves, but there was nothing. It was better to resolve this quickly without wasting any more time. As soon as he turned his head he saw him lying on the ground. Please don't do anything yet. He tapped the floor, telling him to lie down too, saying it was more comfortable here than he thought. Suddenly, the thief girl stood before them and apologized. She admitted she had stolen. The others have nothing to do with this, so please forgive the others. The child was kneeling and crying, looking very pitiful. To lifted her arm, telling her to stand up. Did she think they would release them if she did that? The two had no intention of doing so. Once everything was clear, Salo told Bati to finish everything. Bati stepped forward and obeyed the command. To stood in front of the girl, protecting her. He said he would kill Bati if he dared to approach. He was serious. Suddenly, at that moment, the girl was holding something in her hand that exuded power, full of light and very strange. Bati noticed it and approached the girl, passing to. He asked the girl where she had gotten it. The phoenix-shaped cross was like an inverted cross. Moreover, the mana flowing from it was surveillance mana. The child stammered, unable to form proper words. Surveillance mana flowed from one of the lowliest beings, not even a mage. He turned his head and told him that someone was monitoring the residents of Hayton. He led him away, raising dust as they left. And as the girl held it and prayed, surveillance mana flowed from the cross. In other words, the cross was only activated under specific conditions. If they learned those conditions, they might be able to uncover the cross owner's plot. He wondered, Hayton isn't even a magic village. Last time it was magic, this time is it an item infected with magic? He said he had temporarily changed his plans and decided to cooperate with humans. He asked for their cooperation. Salo asked, do we really have to? How will he resolve this situation? Bati said, of course, I've come up with a wonderful solution. He apologized for what had just happened. It wasn't that people stole it. They had to leave no traces of those who caused conflict according to imperial decree. He lied that they were the Knights of the Night, the Roanoke Mist, a secret organization directly ordered by the imperial family. To suddenly heard Knights of the Night and found it hard to understand. He laughed heartily and said they had no intention of harming people so they could relax. 2. Believing Bati's lie, asked him how a knightly figure like him was in Hayton. Bati confidently said it was to save Hayton. He explained why they had spared the people despite being against imperial decree. It was because they needed information from the people. He needed to grasp the situation, quickly analyze it, and be able to send necessary personnel and supplies to Hayton. He needed the people's help. They began to whisper among themselves, Imperial Knights. They thought His Majesty hadn't abandoned them. Some people decided to help the knight. Finally, they too had hope of escaping this life. Bati thought the negotiations were over. Humans were still as easy to negotiate with as ever. These ordinary people were truly adept at receiving whatever others gave them. He asked when they would return to the dungeon. Bati, of course, didn't allow it. They had only just begun. He began to discover many strange things here. He truly appreciated his lordship's efforts, but he felt things were getting increasingly complicated. Isn't everything becoming more troublesome because of his lordship? That's why people always say to beware of enemies around you. He said that, then lay down again and turned his head away. He asked why he was suddenly saying such things. He said again that it was nothing, but he told him to get up. Don't lie down on the street. Since things have come to this, you should start working too. Don't be lazy. Seeing him suddenly become so proactive, he asked him if he couldn't do it all by himself. Bati asked angrily, are you serious? He said he would keep an eye on the most suspicious thief leader, and told him to stay with the people and get close to them. Salo's face immediately turned pale. Is he telling him to get close to humans? Bati said cheerfully. They have no other choice, do they? Between a fully armed knight and someone who looks like a beggar, who would find it easier to get close to them? He was displeased. His lordship just said he looked like a beggar. He had merely offered a reasonable conjecture based on the current situation. He needed to remember to get close to them before he returned, to follow what they did and try to blend in with them. He worried. Is he telling me to act like a human? He began to think. First of all, most of them seemed to sleep all day. Most lazy people were drowsy and lazy even when working. He found no motivation in them. Truly, he was convinced he just needed to do as he always did. Bati couldn't understand how he had arrived at such a conclusion. But it won't be easy, and the religion spread in Rosario also needs to be investigated. Don't forget, he needs to extract information from those humans, especially from their boss. The faster they finish, the faster they can go home and rest. He had no choice but to obey him, and he further informed him of this. Even if humans are a bit rude, he must remain calm. Getting close to humans is not easy. Human voices began to surround him. They kept asking him, you said you belong to the Roanoke Mist Guild, right? If you're an Imperial Knight, you must be from Lars, right? I heard that place is full of milk and honey, is that true? Why are other knights wearing armor but he's only wearing clothes? They thought he was in disguise investigating. Do they really think he would walk around in armor investigating? The incessant questions drove him mad. It's too hard to get close to them, I can't breathe and my head hurts. If possible, I'd like to devour them all. But he remembered Batik's words. Get close to them, it's annoying. Only by getting close to them can this work be finished. Get close to them, he said. He forced a smile. He turned to the child holding his clothes and asked what she was curious about. The child asked him if he had had a chance to see Bin directly. He said he didn't even know who they were, but these two names felt too familiar. Rosalina also approached and spoke to him. She awkwardly apologized for stealing his belongings, to then told everyone surrounding them to go home. He told the girl it was all right, since he got it back anyway. Tu introduced his name to him. He said he would be responsible for this place when the leader was absent. The leader ordered him to do as he requested. He said, I've come here to save Hayton. If you want to know the current situation of the village, it's better to see it for yourself than to hear about it. If you wish, I'll guide you there right now. Salo broke out in a cold sweat. He really didn't want to go. He wondered why he was so eager to do so, but if he stayed here, he would keep being questioned. Then his head would ache to death. The others also stared at him eagerly, exerting pressure. He reluctantly agreed, though it weighed on his mind, and told them to go. They first went to the residential area. He asked to where everyone had gone. Why were the streets empty? Tu said they would find the answer once the door opened. As the door opened, the room was filled with darkness. In front of him were people who had starved to death. A couple had passed away holding hands. Here they couldn't even steal food from their neighbors, because there was no food for them to steal either. Even the living didn't know when they would starve to death. He thought about dying from starvation. He had several questions from the start. Normally, when a village faces a famine, anger would erupt towards the Lord and the people enraged would rebel. The Black Calamity was almost like a famine. But why did the people of Hayton choose to starve to death instead of fighting? Tu said the Black Calamity had gripped Hayton for over a month. Why was the village silent and why had no one rebelled? He asked if he wasn't curious. That was exactly what he had been wondering. Back in the dungeon, the two girls were still sitting together. Mel was desperate to go to Hayton with him. She lay slumped on the table, grumbling that the dungeon was boring. Line said she couldn't think that way. He had entrusted them with guarding the dungeon. What could be more important than that? He trusted them completely. She spoke cheerfully to Mel but secretly believed he trusted only her, not Mel. Mel, who stole things like a thieving cat, happily agreed. She had to understand. She also said that they must always be vigilant, as they never knew when humans might invade. Mel said not to worry and that she would check when she had a chance. She had just returned from reconnaissance 10 minutes ago but said she would check again. She began to use the intermediate magic Observer's Eye, and Line also decided to start cleaning. The Observer's Eye notified Mel of an intruder. Line had just finished speaking when she also detected an intruder. Since the Observer's Eye had not shown a strong reaction, it was unlikely that there was only one intruder. Line stood up and told her to get ready. Before Mel could even understand what was happening, a red aura appeared. The aura enveloped everything. He had arrived. Footsteps were heard and then he asked the two girls why they were so flustered. Line realized something and Mel asked Line what was happening. The person who had just arrived was Elizabeth Bati, the boss of the Try-Thee dungeon, the dungeon of great evil. As soon as she arrived, she asked Line how she was doing. Line greeted Bati. She said they didn't have much. She apologized to her, saying that if she had given prior notice they would have prepared something more. Bati told her not to worry, there was no need to fuss so much. After all, she had come without warning. If they really wanted to prepare something, they could give her some blood. Line naturally refused. That's not possible. Bati seemed disappointed. Only then did she notice Mel was there. She asked who she was. A new person, Mel spoke. She asked if she was curious about her great self. Oh, let me tell you, she is the demon lord who rules demons, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus, Mel Agria. Line also introduced the person before Mel. This is the boss of Try-Thee Castle, Lady Bati. Mel froze upon hearing that. Bati appraised her. Is she a young demon lord? Somehow the energy around her is truly intriguing, Mel whispered. If I continue to live here, will I be able to meet all the dungeon bosses? Line, angered, grabbed her face and said her words were utterly ridiculous. She's so brazen. How can she even think of continuing to freeload off them? Bati, hearing the word freeloading. So she's not a member of the ancient corps? She ordered a flying bat to pour drinks. The bat transformed into a handsome and elegant vampire in human form, and poured her a drink. Only then did she ask where Batik and that troublesome fellow were. She said they were temporarily absent. Bati became angry as soon as she heard. To be away at a time like this, Line asked what had happened. Bati said that all the villages around Try-Thee Castle had been devastated. All the humans must have died. The village was a sea of blood, but there were no corpses. She didn't think this was the work of humans. All the blood on the ground flowed in one direction as if marking a path, and the end of that path was Hayton. What does this mean? Mel thought all the corpses had disappeared. Truly unexpected. Could it be zombies? Bati agreed. But there aren't many who can do such a thing. Most zombies are unintelligent and intelligent zombies acquire titles, especially at the elder stage and above. If a horde of zombies moves in a group, it means someone is controlling them. The master of the zombie lord, Evo's the immortal king. He is the most suspicious individual. Upon hearing that name, Mel covered her mouth in surprise. Bati said there was no definite evidence, but they needed to inform that troublesome fellow. She asked if they had any monsters that could deliver a message to them. She said no, the dungeon was currently empty. She said they had to find some way to contact them. Line still refused, firmly believing in his decision. She said, exasperated, that she felt truly sorry for her for believing so steadfastly. Fortunately, Bati was flexible, which was a relief. So worried, who should tell him? Mel suddenly spoke with enthusiasm. She asked if it wasn't time for her great self to step forward. There was no other choice. The Black Calamity was the beginning of everything. Shortly after the Black Calamity struck Hayton, someone set fire to the fields. The flames spread so quickly that all the crops awaiting harvest turned to ash. At the same time, harmful rumors began to spread. The rumor was that food in areas affected by the Black Calamity would be contaminated with disease, and anyone who ate it would suffer immediately. Hayton thus became a cursed land. When rumors even spread that the Emperor had abandoned this place, everyone here fell into despair. But even in despair, hope existed. A wealthy commoner couple stepped forward to help. Fortunately, many of the couple's crops were unaffected by the fire. They opened their granary and distributed to the people. Some even regarded the couple as a central symbol of collective assistance. Just as everyone began to hope again, someone discovered bloody corpses in the couple's home. Perhaps some greedy individual wanting more food had killed them. After that, no one trusted each other. Since no one trusted each other, cooperation was impossible. Everyone fought to prevent their food from being taken and ultimately starved to death. Those living in the slums were able to survive thanks to the rumor that the food was contaminated with disease. Contrary to the rumors, they were fine after eating the food. At least they had been so far. The food couldn't have been contaminated since he hadn't even touched it yet. Someone malicious spread the rumors. They moved to the next location. It was a castle guarded by soldiers, to continue to speak. First, everyone thought they could easily pass through, and this was the result of that confidence. Corpses were piled like mountains in the cemetery. If corpses were left on the roads, flies would gather, so they started digging pits and piling the bodies there. Like this, he asked if they didn't burn the corpses. He said that many who had lost family members still couldn't let go. It would be more accurate to say that no one wanted to take on this troublesome responsibility. He asked if they couldn't do it. He hadn't told him just now, but the couple had a daughter. He was implying that Rosalina's parents were also somewhere in that mountain of corpses. He understood. He asked if the soldiers were still guarding. He said they were guarding in 2 shifts. They weren't guarding, they were controlling. Seeing soldiers controlling the gate in this situation, he thought they were following the Lord's orders. That's right, the Lord of this region was highly suspicious. In this situation, it's best to meet them directly. They wouldn't be able to grasp their plans through ordinary means, so Bati stole a happy. The happies would pursue this egg, then he would appear and defeat them. That would give him an excuse to meet the Lord. It was a truly perfect plan. He thought he was a genius, but suddenly felt sad. The plan was fine, but he hadn't expected so many enemies to rush in. A horde of happies was pouring into Hayton. Somewhere a girl found a man who had hanged himself in a room. Her face was flustered and terrified. The man was not yet dead and uttered his last words, "La, the girl must survive." The man's face came very close to the girl's, his eyes seemingly reminding her even more to not forget to survive. La woke up from a nightmare. La, in a loud voice, was very exhausted, still unable to regain her composure even after dreaming of that man. A servant beside her asked if she had another nightmare. La forced a smile and said, "It's nothing." She was La Navi-Etta, the Lord of Hayton. The servant asked if she wanted to sleep more. She got out of bed and went for some fresh air. She had inherited this position a few weeks ago. She could still clearly remember the day her brother died. Her family members had fled with their wealth, not intending to rebuild Hayton. The only way to survive this situation was to rebuild Hayton. She confronted the cloaked man before her. Hadn't he promised to save them? Hadn't he said he would protect her and her territory? The cloaked man agreed. La scolded him. "Look outside, is this the salvation he spoke of?" The cloaked man said he never broke a promise. Soon he would quell all the difficulties the people of Hayton were facing, so she didn't need to worry too much. She thought this man would never reveal his specific plans, but for now she had no other choice but to trust him. He said that the plan was progressing very smoothly, so she should enjoy her luxurious life as usual. All worries would soon disappear. But as he said this, a sinister smile appeared on his face. La closed her eyes tiredly and gave up. "All right, I'll trust him and wait a little longer." Just then, someone suddenly opened the door and reported on Hayton's security situation. According to the guard, they had been attacked by a horde of happies, but a knight suddenly appeared and repelled them with a single blow. I was surprised to hear he had repelled them with a single blow. Who is he? Which knight order does he belong to? The reporter said the North Gate guard had interrogated him but received no answer. She said she would ask him directly. Where is he? The servant led him to the reception room inside the castle. The cloaked man reacted. He told her to reconsider her decision. He couldn't rule out the possibility that he was an assassin disguised as a knight. La said she couldn't deny his merit, his achievement of saving Hayton, simply because he was suspicious. Praising his merit was her duty as the Lord of Hayton. The servant brought the knight here. Bati met the Lord. He greeted the Lord of Hayton appropriately. He had put in a lot of effort to come to Hayton, but standing before such a noble lady he felt all the difficulties he had endured were worthwhile. La heard that Hayton had been protected thanks to his courage and honor. On behalf of all Hayton she thanked him. He replied, "It is truly an honor." Bati knew at a glance that she was unfit to be a lord. Considering her age, she was probably the previous lord's sister. Asked which family's knight he was. Bati remained silent and did not answer. She continued to ask what his name was. Bati said he was sorry, but he couldn't tell her his name. He hoped she would understand. La said he was hiding too much. If she asked him to remove his helmet, would he refuse that too? He said his face had many battle scars. Half of one side of his face was cut off, making him look very ugly, but if the lady could accept it, he would remove his helmet. La said enough. She would forgive him this time. She didn't have much to give him, but she still wanted to praise him. She asked if there was anything he desired. Bati asked her for food. The most important thing in Hayton right now was food. Through her answer, he would be able to discern the castle's current situation. La thought it wouldn't be difficult and ordered a servant to prepare it. Bati genuinely thanked her. She answered without thinking at all. That meant the castle did not lack food. Then why was the lady of the manor leaving the people of Hayton in such a difficult situation? Moreover, as a zombie he could feel this energy flow. The cloaked man gave him a very familiar feeling. Bati asked her if he could ask one question. This had been bothering him constantly. Who was the cloaked man? Back to Salo, Bati told him everything. He was curious. Surely the lady wasn't just sitting there doing nothing, was she? He said he was just asking out of genuine curiosity. If he felt a familiar sensation, wasn't he a zombie? Then why did he just leave him alone? Salo asked. Did he want to fight there? Furthermore, a familiar sensation didn't necessarily mean he was a zombie. He would also get that feeling from a necromancer. Humans who use black magic can also emit zombie energy depending on the amount of mana in their bodies. But where would they find the time to check each one? If it had been him, he would have dealt with him on the spot. Bati, angered, said they had come to clean up the chaos he had caused, not to create more danger. He asked if he truly wanted him to resign. He, being scolded by him, surrendered and avoided apologizing. Bati decided to let it go for now and asked him what he had found out. He said the people here seemed to believe the food was contaminated with disease. He wondered why the village was so quiet. It turned out the villagers were starving to death by not eating the food, and the thieving child named Rosalina was difficult to catch. The child kept escaping. If only they had hypnosis magic. He got angry seeing him brought here after he hadn't wanted to come in the first place and now saying such things. Oh, stop it. They still had no other option. He handed over the food pouch he had received from the lady of the manor. Salo assumed the discussion would continue after he finished eating. He was also very hungry. Bati suggested using this to gain Rosalina's trust. They found the girl. The girl, seeing the man cornered against the wall, asked fearfully, "What's going on?" He offered the girl bread, but his demeanor was dark and he looked like a bad person. He asked the girl again why she was so surprised. The girl stammered, unable to finish her answer, and he told her to take the bread and eat it with him. Only then did the girl understand what he was trying to do, and her eyes widened with joy. "Isn't this the holy bread given by the priest?" The girl grabbed his hand and he didn't understand anything, but it was what Bati had given him. "Who is the priest?" Rosalina led him somewhere. The girl chattered incessantly about how he believed in that person. He answered the girl vaguely. The girl hadn't expected to meet someone who shared her faith. The girl was very happy. No one around them wanted to believe. Isn't it strange? People were truly foolish. If only they offered unconditional faith, they could be saved. The girl asked if he agreed. Salo answered vaguely. They arrived. It was a pitch-black cave. She didn't know why she got goosebumps every time she came here. The girl reminded him to watch his step as it was dark inside. The two went down the stairs where a few torches lit the way. Inside the cave there was a chapel-like area, and a man stood in the center preaching while others sat and listened like devout believers. He said that the calamity that had befallen Hayton was a test for human wickedness, and that person was a powerful being who could completely overcome the current situation. As believers in that person, they were to be praised as the chosen ones. The listeners believed him and responded, all very submissive. Rosalina even found seats for him and the girl. The priest continued, "Never forget the divine message they received, therefore today too they will enjoy the blessings given by that person." He looked at the scene before him, which was nothing special, just brainwashing. Suddenly the people around him stood up, startling him. Rosalina smiled and said, "This is when they arrive right on time. Now it's communion time." He didn't know what it was and asked. It was the time for the priest to distribute communion bread. Seeing the bread, it was identical to what Bati had received from the Hayton Lord. "Why is such a thing in the Lord's castle?" Rosalina whispered to him. This was a secret only she would tell him. When that person came to save Hayton, she heard that those who truly believed in that person would attain eternal happiness. He didn't understand what eternal happiness was. The girl said he would get closer to a powerful being. It was rumored that doing so would bring greater blessings. He asked what a greater blessing was. The girl wasn't sure, but perhaps something better than dumplings, like meat for example. As she continued to explain, the priest approached them. The priest and the girl greeted each other. He gave the girl a piece of bread. "This is today's blessing, so hold it carefully." The girl sincerely thanked the priest. He just sat and observed. The priest handed him bread and spoke to him. It was his first time here. He hoped he would come more often. Receiving the bread, he said he would consider it. The priest said that if he came here, that person would be very happy. As the two felt some energy through the bread, he was internally cursing him as a damn bastard. What on earth is going on? His face was truly terrifying. The communion bread fell to the floor and shattered, startling Rosalina. He grabbed the priest's shoulder and pushed him hard, threatening softly, "Standing before me and trying to deceive me, humans may not see that mana flow, but this trick won't work on me." He said he didn't care what he did to humans but not to try him. He was crossing the line. Before that he had already felt him surrounding the people who came here and emitting mana. He was shocked, realizing he wasn't human. He said his memory was bad but he would definitely remember him. Rosalina, sensing the bad atmosphere between the two, asked, "What's wrong?" He said he just thanked him for the food. "Now let's go." When they returned to the village, the girl bowed her head, thanking him. He waved his hand, bidding her farewell and telling her to go home safely. There were too many suspicious points, so concrete evidence didn't seem necessary. The cult leader had come to the isolated Haysten region and used an unknown source of mana to brainwash and monitor them. Moreover, there was even a being emanating the aura of the dead beside the Lord. Everything aligned so perfectly that even he couldn't miss it. There was definitely someone behind them. Suddenly, Mel appeared, shining all over. She began to praise him again. "How did you know that?" "As expected, great Lord Dev." He looked at Mel boredly, but she was still excited and asked him what was wrong. He said his troubles had increased again. He had already said he destroyed it, so she wondered how bad it was. She looked down from the building with him. She thought the view from here wasn't bad either. He said she didn't come here because of this problem. "Why is she here?" She said Lady Bati had stopped by the ancient core. She said Haysten would soon face zombies. She had found traces of abnormal phenomena around Trithy Castle, and they were heading towards Haysten. He understood the situation. Bati also added Evos as a potential suspect behind this. He asked if Evos was the most likely suspect. "But that's just speculation, isn't it?" Mel had thought a lot about this problem. "Isn't it very common for a place occupied by zombies to be overwhelmed by their numbers?" Haysten's situation was not good either. He asked indifferently. "So what?" she said. She wondered why he didn't choose another method. If her judgment was correct, he should have used the flow of mana. She was using spells to get what she wanted. As she suspected, he was standing in the cemetery that Swallow had just visited yesterday. The priest stood before the pile of corpses. His shadow seemed to be plotting something here. He placed his hands on the ground and his face had already turned into a skeleton. It was Magus, the guardian of the toxic swamp, the land of the dead. In the air, crows flocked together, forming a pitch-black gate. From the darkness a voice appeared. He spoke to Magus, calling him his loyal servant. Magus respectfully knelt and bowed. The entity in the shadows was Evos, the immortal king, the lord of all zombies. Magus said he would give a final situation report before he went to Haysten. Evos said he wouldn't forget the suffering Maris had to endure. Maris said he was just doing his duty, because he understood Evos' vision. He said, "Of course. What report do you have? Tell me." Maris reported an unexpected intruder, and Yuo also gave him a similar report. Evos asked if the intruder Maris met was wearing armor emanating a corpse aura. Magus asked to be forgiven for his incompetence, but the person he met was neither wearing armor nor emanating a corpse aura, but he was deeply connected to the darkness. Evos showed interest, saying, "Connected to the darkness?" Magus asked if he had a guess who it was. He seemed to have a guess but said he would never step forward. Whatever variables arose to seize the empire, Haysten had to be controlled first. He said he remembered where he was and always had to be cautious before acting for a greater goal. Magus felt ashamed for not completing the important mission entrusted to him. Yuo requested additional troops for the Lord's castle and he sent Masum to the dungeon. He asked if additional troops were needed to deal with the intruder. He said not currently, but he would send word if he felt they were needed later. They decided so and he left immediately. Magus looked up at the sky. Soon zombies would dominate everything in this land. No one could stop them no matter who came, unless that monster came here. On Selo's side, he asked her if she could find out who cast the spell. Mel's spell spread everywhere from the high building, so there was no definite way to know. But most area of effect spells choose a method to maintain a continuous flow of mana to the ground. In other words, the caster must be nearby to maintain the spell. Perhaps that's the case, but it's not entirely guaranteed. They could also use a medium to stably induce mana. This was just Mel's speculation. But to sustain such a powerful area of effect spell covering all of Haysten, the medium would require an enormous amount of mana, wouldn't it? If they had no intention of converting magic, they wouldn't have buried such a huge mana stone in the ground. So if they were trying to hide the medium, it would probably be over there. She pointed to the Lord's castle. That was the most suspicious place. Of course they couldn't be sure. Everything was just speculation. Selo yawned, bored. He thought that even if they didn't know what they were trying to do, if they just overturned everything, someone would surely come to investigate. He stood up. Bati was also there. He asked Mel if she had time. Mel said, of course. He suggested they go to the castle with him. Hearing the castle story, Mel's face turned pale at his terrifying appearance. He smiled. Now it was time to replace one of the toxic swamps. At night in front of the Lord's castle, Bati broke down the door and went inside. As he suspected, this was the most suspicious place. The smell of rotting corpses from below was much stronger than last time. This smell was definitely suspicious, and in the current situation, this dungeon would be useless. A suspicious sound came from the dungeon again. Going deep into the dungeon, Bati finally understood the source of the sound. No wonder the smell was so awful. There was a huge zombie chopping meat. It's been a long time since I've seen an axe. Bati politely apologized for interrupting the zombie's work. He asked who the zombie's master was. The zombie immediately turned its head and attacked Bati. Bati was still unharmed. He praised the zombie for its large size, making the previous blow powerful. But he said such a slow attack would never hit. The zombie's axe was held by Bati with 2 fingers. The zombie used both hands but only had this much strength. Truly pathetic, but for this to be happening in the castle dungeon. Does that mean that person and the Lord are in cahoots? Well, in that case, there's no need to act in secret. Bati broke the axe, and now that he had confirmed it, he told it to get lost. The zombie was instantly cut in half and blood splattered everywhere. Bati felt it was too messy. From behind, before Bati could react, someone attacked him. His armored helmet clanged and rolled away. His face was revealed. He exclaimed, "Truly surprising," he laughed coldly. "Even a Dullahan, a headless knight, has appeared. What on earth are they preparing?" Bati asked the headless knight under whose command he guarded this place. The headless knight didn't answer and attacked Bati, who simply raised his hand to block. He recognized the sword. Its name was the Evil Sword. It could corrode the opponent's weapon, so dealing with it wouldn't be easy. This guy was quite strong, completely different from an ordinary Dullahan. Even though it was the same type of zombie, Bati suggested they sit down and talk, but he didn't listen and kept attacking him. Even though he was an intelligent zombie, he didn't open his mouth to speak. He had to find out why he was here. The lord of this place would answer all his questions. Bati slammed his hand on the floor and cast the low-level spell, Skate. He slid backward and picked up the zombie's axe. At the same time, the headless knight also rushed forward with his sword. Bati swung it like a steel sword, striking him down in one go. If he didn't like talking, he would finish it quickly without wasting more time. So he leaped up with his sword before he could even react. It was his sword. Let him borrow this sword for a moment. He didn't seem to be using it anyway. This final technique, a great cleaving strike, a massive sword, cut him in half. Inside the castle, Lord La Navieta woke up, shivering from the cold in the middle of the night. As she was about to get out of bed, someone appeared before her and asked if she had slept well. Bati's huge shadow appeared before her bed. La was startled. She clutched her blanket tightly and asked him how he dared to invade here in the middle of the night. Isn't it obvious? Because he had something to talk to her about. He asked if her name was La. He threatened her with the sword in his hand. He told her to bring the man who had been standing next to her before within 5 minutes. So in the middle of the night, 3 people met in La's room. Bati apologized for calling them at such a late hour, but he said he had stumbled upon this while wandering around all night. He threw the iron helmet onto the table. La was startled and asked, "What's this?" He asked her if she really didn't know what this was. This was a Dullahan's iron helmet. He directly called Lord La Navieta's name and asked, "Why are you cooperating with zombies?" La asked in confusion, "Zombies? What zombies?" Bati was disappointed. Was she going to pretend not to know until the end? If she wasn't pretending, did she really not even know who she was conspiring with? He wasn't surprised at all. She was an incompetent lord, not even knowing what was happening in her own territory. The cloaked man told the lord that there was no need to listen to such baseless talk anymore, and told her to call the soldiers to arrest him. Bati said he had personally killed that Dullahan in the castle dungeon. This development stirred a reaction in both of them. La hadn't known he was in the dungeon. He affirmed once more, "That's right, her dungeon is full of corpses. I'll give you another hint. The man standing next to her is also undead." He pointed his sword at him. Lady La exclaimed, "I don't believe you. Do you think I'd trust your accusations just because you say so?" She insisted that this man had promised to save Hasten and protect her. If he accused this man of being undead, he would be threatening Hasten's safety. Bati rebuked her with a sharp gaze. "You already know who's threatening Hasten's safety, yet you still say that?" The cloaked man was the first to suggest calming down. He asked Bati if he hadn't just referred to the helmet as a Dullahan's. A Dullahan is not an entity one encounters so easily. Bati immediately returned to his cheerful demeanor. "He thinks so too, doesn't he?" I was truly surprised. I couldn't believe my own eyes for such a high-ranking undead to appear in a place like this. Most importantly, that Dullahan was a bit strange. Even among the undead, an elder level has intelligence and should be able to converse, but he didn't open his mouth even once. His movements during the fight were also abnormal. So I investigated further after burning his soul. I even pretended to have just discovered a mind control magic circle carved inside his helmet. Next to it was the master's name, and the Dullahan's name was Massam. This is probably the name of Massam, the vice-captain of the assault unit, and his brother Hannah. That unit was formed 3 years ago to annihilate a rampant undead, and there were rumors he was quite a strong knight, but after that assault he disappeared. He posed a question to La. Who do you think was the rampant undead they were trying to annihilate? La of course didn't know him and asked who he was. Bati had no choice but to ask another question, hoping she would answer it herself. Bati raised his sword, bringing it close to the cloaked man's neck, and asked, "Where is the rampant undead Erebos' undead minion?" La was confused by the situation before her. Erebos? She didn't understand what he meant. Why the name of a dungeon boss? She wore a bewildered expression. The cloaked man laughed sardonically. La, no matter how foolish, finally understood. She screamed, "Didn't he promise to save me and my territory?" He smiled wickedly and said, "Of course." La was terrified. And he said his plans had changed, but now it was unavoidable. There was no way to resolve everything peacefully anymore. As he looked down at La, an arm emerged from beneath his cloak. She asked him what he intended to do. His hand reached for the lord, but at that moment Pix cut off his arm. He threatened, "Both of you stay put." He looked at the arm that had just been severed, but showed no reaction. Strangely, the arm didn't bleed. La fell to the floor realizing he was undead. He turned around and said he was Uomayo. He would kill her and everyone in this territory, turning this place into a land of death. Humans like her should consider it an honor to have a chance at salvation. This was all part of the plan of Erebos, the undead lord and immortal king. At first, even he couldn't have imagined it. Undead are usually a species that fights using numerical superiority. He hadn't expected them to devise such a meticulous and organized strategy to invade other places. Uomayo had his eyes on him ever since they first met. Excellent. You've exceeded my expectations by defeating Masum. This was the first time he had been praised for killing his subordinate. Uomayo found him even more intriguing, and his curiosity about him grew. You're also undead like me, so why don't you serve Lord Erebos? The Lord, hearing his words, realized he was the Lord. He was caught. He still wanted the Lord to manage the territory and cooperate with them. He didn't want to kill her. He sighed in frustration and suddenly felt a little annoyed. He sliced off Uomayo's arm and pointed his sword directly at him. The best way is to follow my orders. He asked if he thought such a threat would work on an undead. Of course it wouldn't, but he asked if he wasn't afraid of losing everything after committing so many deeds. If he had investigated, he would have known that the person with him was far stronger than he imagined. Swallow's foolish image came to his mind. He was strong enough to easily ruin his plans. He was truly interesting. Then it would also affect humans. Bati had no choice but to apologize, but we are on the human side, so instead of wasting time it would be better to explain everything. Of course he also had to tell him what Erebos intended to do. He remained silent for a moment, then reluctantly gave him an answer. He asked him if he knew what it took to become an elder. Bati unpleasantly retorted, "Don't question me there, just keep talking." Seeing that he didn't mind, he continued, "For a human or an elf to become an elder, it requires a rare supernatural phenomenon, or an immense amount of hatred that surpasses such a phenomenon. The reason they are chosen as elders is that they each possess the power to fight 1,000 demon lords alone. Lord Erebos is a powerful entity who can create such elders with his magic." He gradually understood, so that's why they isolated Haston and created a cult. That's right, it was all to create elders. They needed humans with living bodies and weak souls. That place was perfect for gathering undead. They isolated them, starved them, and weakened their wills. The reason for creating the cult was similar. He roughly understood. But what about the mountain of corpses piled in the dungeon? That was to create more elders. They will destroy the Empire, Bati exclaimed. Truly wicked if the Empire fell and all humans turned into undead. Erebos' target would be the 7 great dungeons to gain immense power. Uomayo began to activate a formation. He murmured, "The truth is always realized too late." He cast another spell. On a surge from the formation emitting an immense red aura. It was a high-level spell, Dark Curse expansion. The aura spread to La recoiled in terror. Monoformed hands reached out to grab Pix. He asked if he thought he couldn't cast a spell even with 2 arms severed. Truly foolish. Pix merely chuckled, "Ha ha ha. He's quite capable to be able to cast spells with just words. Did you think he would tell me the truth? Nothing can stop Lord Erebos. The only one who could is the ancient monster. But after the transfer, that monster fell into a deep slumber. So nothing will stop our master's plan." He aimed an arrow at him and fired. Bati suddenly paused. "Ah, I see. Then I'll ask him this question. Isn't he breaking the restraints with his own power alone?" What he said in summary was this: whatever his grand plan, if the ancient monster appeared, then whether it was him or Erebos, their plan would be for naught. Bati removed his helmet. He thought he was spouting nonsense again. Suddenly behind him the ceiling collapsed. This tremor was felt even outside the castle. Bati knew what had happened. Damn it, perfect timing. Salo sat coolly on the collapsed debris, sitting on top of Uomayo. La coughed, sprawled on the ground from the tremor. She opened her eyes and heard a voice calling her. "Hit your head." It was Mel's voice. She too had appeared here, seeming to have fallen and felt dizzy. "Why does this castle collapse so easily?" she complained. Bati said her timing was truly precise. He turned around and questioned Pix again. Bati didn't say anything more than, "It's nothing." He asked him how much he had found out. He had essentially found out everything. When he saw La, both he and she paused for a moment. La seemed afraid that he would deal with her. He raised his head and pondered for a moment. An arrow flew towards him. Salo casually brushed it aside. The arrow exploded on the ground and its power was considerable. "What, that?" Salo had already started moving. The darkness emanating from him pierced the ground and finally found him. His darkness impaled him and held him firmly in place. Uomayo was surprised by this power. "Surely," Bati spoke again, "didn't I tell you that the person who came with me is much stronger than he thinks?" His eyes widened, looking at him incredulously. He looked down at him contemptuously and asked, "What are you?" He still thought incredulously. "No way, surely no news would have leaked. How could that ancient monster?" He couldn't detect any energy from the stones on the higher floors of the castle. Based on the energy detected from Uomayo, he was certain she was a demon lord. He needed to buy as much time as possible and convey this news to Evos. He stood up and asked him, "Ancient monster, why have you come here?" He had heard that he disappeared after the Lars incident. An explosion occurred near the room window. He coughed, sprawled on the ground right in front of the broken door. He said they had come too late. Mel complained that he talked too much. Salo yawned beside her. "Oh look, he's laughing." He was probably quite stubborn, being an undead. He struggled to stand up again. and with his entire body burning with mana he tried to utter his last words. "Kneel, our master has descended upon this land," Bati tried to remind him, but he had already seen it. Seeing the debris before them, his appearance alone was quite spectacular. In the village, people who were still outside observed that the sky looked a bit strange. The sky was turning black as if a great change was imminent. Someone was running very fast on the road. It was Rosalina. She was caught by Tu. She asked him if he was still awake. Tu in turn asked her, "Where are you going?" She just said she was taking a walk in the square to relax a bit. She realized why she was mentioning a place no one goes to now, a place no one goes to because of disease. She immediately covered her mouth. She thought he would get angry again and apologized. She trembled in fear, waiting for him to scold her. He sighed helplessly. She hadn't expected him not to be angry with her. He told her that the leader and the other members had already made a decision. She asked him what they had decided. He continued, "Tomorrow night they will all leave Haston." He didn't know what she was thinking, but the leader didn't trust those nights. If she followed him, he would explain. He took her to the place where the mountain of corpses was. Rosalina's parents were buried somewhere in that deep pit. He told Rosalina that once they left it would be a long time before they returned here. Of course, the choice was hers. She could do whatever she wanted. Rosalina silently stared at the pile of corpses before her. She said to Tu, "Uncle, I don't understand why the leader wants to leave Haston. Won't Haston be saved? Can't we wait a little longer?" He said he wasn't trying to persuade her. She had already chosen to believe in that cult after all. But while she waited for salvation that might never come, weren't her parents trapped in the darkness? Seeing that she didn't answer, he continued, "The divine entity you believe in is not the only one who can bring salvation. What you do can also bring salvation." Rosalina thought about how what she did could bring salvation. She clenched her fists and finally made a decision. She turned around and said, "Uncle, you're right." Tu handed her a torch and asked if she thought she could do it. She said she had already made up her mind, so of course she could. Holding the torch, she took one last look at the pile of corpses and was about to burn them, but a hand stopped her. The man grabbed her arm and casually said what he was curious about was who would come here so late at night. Rosalina was surprised. "Who on earth is that person?" He ignored Tu. He still asked Rosalina what she was doing here. He was the priest, Erebos's minion. Rosalina was also very surprised to see the priest appear here. He grabbed her hand so tightly it hurt and asked her what she was doing. The flames spread to the priest's hand. Even though his hand was burning, he didn't let go of her. Tu told him to let go of her hand. Just then he also recognized the smell. Rosalina, worried about him, told him to put out the fire first. The priest roughly flung her hand away and the torch flew. Tu caught her. The two fell backward. Tu felt the situation was not good. That damn bastard, the flames have spread further. His true face was revealed. Both of them also realized he was undead. Rosalina was still in a daze. What on earth is happening? To realize more quickly that this situation was not good. They would soon come here. He urged the child, who was still standing there blankly asking what she was doing, to drag the child and fled. A horde of zombies tried to catch them. Countless zombies. In a house they finally escaped from the horde of zombies. The two blocked the door with all the furniture in the house. They did their best. This should hold them off for a while. Rosalina sank to the floor. She thought she couldn't run anymore. They had no other option. Although being here was still better than being outside, the first floor wasn't that safe either. They had no choice but to go up to the second floor, but Rosalina had no energy left to climb any further. Tot, being kind, told the girl to get on his back and they had to hurry up. As they ascended the stairs, Rosalina felt uneasy. "Uncle must be very tired." The girl apologized and thanked him. They reached the second floor, and the zombie horde was still outside. Tot was sure they would both survive if they could survive together. He bit his lip as if thinking of something. Rosalina told Tot that the smell here was too disgusting. Was it because of that room? Opening the room door, there was a black figure that looked like someone. They stopped inside the room. Rosalina thought they were safe, but he said no, this place was just as dangerous, so if they wanted to live they had to stay alert. Rosalina didn't understand what he meant. Tot approached the corpse and saw it holding a large stick with a blade. Tot gave a dry laugh and took off his scarf. The girl thought her uncle was too difficult to understand and asked him, terrified, what he was doing. Tot's scarf was already covered in blood, and seeing him approach the girl with a knife. The girl was very scared. Tot suddenly swung his arm and slashed once. Rosalina, terrified, closed her eyes and covered her face, but when nothing happened she opened her eyes and looked at him. Tot lifted the cross that was hanging around the girl's neck, and only now did he have a chance to speak to the girl, but for a long time this had made him uncomfortable. He reminded the girl that from now on she should only believe what was truly worthy of belief. As Tot spoke, he cut the string of the girl's cross necklace. The girl didn't seem to have any problem with it. Shouldn't he at least say a word to her? He had startled the girl too much. Hearing the sound, the two were startled. They broke down the door. Now what? Tot stood up. What more could I do? Rosalina saw him about to fight and tried to find something to use as a weapon, but Tot didn't wait for the girl and walked straight out. The girl, flustered, asked him where he was going. He was already standing at the door. Tot turned to the girl and smiled, and Rosalina was truly terrified. The girl realized what he was trying to do and told him to wait. The door slammed shut, but the girl still called out to him. Tot was firmly locking the door. He tied his blood-stained scarf to the door. This way they would be fooled by the smell of blood and wouldn't find Rosalina. Rosalina pounded on the door. She kept asking him what he was doing, not to abandon her. The girl was so scared. The girl pleaded with Tot not to leave her here. Tot said coldly, "How long do you plan to rely on others? You've been a burden for long enough." The sound of zombies' footsteps gradually moved up to the second floor. Tot told Rosalina to listen carefully. Whatever sound she heard, she must not make any noise. Don't make a sound, don't act rashly. Rosalina heard his words and covered her mouth. Finally, the girl listened. He praised the girl. Well done, this is better than both of us dying. The zombies appeared right in front and there were countless terrifying zombies. Tot still stood in front of the door. As they charged, he said his last words to the girl and then rushed forward to fight them. He apologized for being too strict with the girl for a long time. Rosalina pounded on the door and wept bitterly. The zombies were ordered to attack the village and people also saw this terrifying red sky. It must be the new lord's fault. They were convinced of it. Something was definitely wrong. She hadn't appeared once in weeks. People also prepared enough weapons for battle and went outside and headed towards the castle. They thought the sky was enraged. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. There was a person in front, both legs trembling from injuries. His last words were danger. Others didn't understand what had happened to him, only seeing that he looked hurt. Someone ran over to check his wounds. This cloaked man and the others behind him introduced themselves as apprentices from the magic tower. The injured man received treatment. He said something about undead. The apprentice treating him saw that he wasn't bleeding despite his injuries. Then where did the blood on his body come from? The undead's feet dragged on the ground and the injured man still spoke with difficulty, one word at a time. He reminded them that the undead were coming but they didn't hear. When someone arrived, they told the healthy people to prepare for battle. The injured man gripped the apprentice's hand tightly and shouted one last time, "Undead, the undead are coming." The apprentice still told him to calm down. At this moment the undead poured in. Everyone was truly terrified of the creature before them. The undead approached the injured man and tried to attack the people around him. As it charged and roared, its neck was severed by Batik's sword. He said the undead weren't as strong as they seemed, so he told them to decide. Would they run and await death or would they stand up and fight? They decided to fight to the end. Seeing these cloaked people, Batik asked them who they were. They introduced themselves again as apprentices from the Wind Magic Guild, saying this was caused by the Black Calamity. They had fortunately survived while on a mission outside. They said they were a little late but wanted to contribute their small strength. Someone in the crowd also raised their hand and said they would fight. Gradually, more people volunteered, raising their hands and joining forces. Batik was satisfied and praised them. Good. He told the healthy people to pick up anything as a weapon and stand on the front lines and the rest to form a defensive line. They would protect Hasten to their last breath. The zombies were now rushing here even faster. They advanced. Magic was prepared and fired. With that vibration, the leader of the thief group didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't find Tot and Rosalina. They had disappeared at this time. As soon as he mentioned it, he saw Rosalina on the stairs. The girl was sitting exhausted and he tried to wake her up. The leader handed the girl a cloak and asked her what had happened to him. Rosalina said, "Tot told me to stay here." Tot told her to stay here, but the girl, scared, had run all the way here. The girl had cried a lot, saying painfully that because of her, Tot. The leader was surprised and asked if he meant he was dead. The leader still tried to reassure the girl, "No, that can't be. He's not that kind of person. It's not your fault, it's thanks to Tot that you've survived until now." Rosalina said they weren't ordinary undead. She recalled the name of the Dark Lord's minion and thought they needed reinforcements. The leader didn't understand what the girl was saying. The girl spoke about the knight and they needed his help. The leader said he also knew someone, and he would be in the Lord's castle by now. The girl didn't understand what he was trying to do, but he pulled out a potion. He knew the girl had no more strength to move, so he told her to drink this and escape. He was the leader, and he was sure the inside of the castle would be safer than here. He couldn't leave his comrades to fight alone. He resolved in his heart not to put Rosalina, whom Tot had protected with his life, in danger. He told the girl to call those knights and they would hold them off here. Inside the castle, Pix reported to him that this place was in complete chaos. "Look at this, it's gotten annoying." He's really not joking. They are truly going too far. Now humans are in danger. He continued to sleep indifferently, waving his hand and saying, "What does that have to do with us?" Batik was speechless. "He's still sleeping, it does. If things get complicated again, he'll try to run away." He thought that humans now seemed to have a slight advantage. They weren't bad at fighting either. He asked him how long he thought that defensive line would last against the undead horde. Batik speculated it wouldn't last long. They had some offensive and defensive capabilities, but that wouldn't be enough to fight against the entire zombie horde. They would tire too quickly. He understood. Moreover, according to Yuo Mayo, there would be another elder mixed in with the zombie horde. Evos seemed to have prepared too much. Should they repay this favor? He fell into thought, a strange smile on his lips. Of course, they should repay it. But before that, there was something he had to do. Batik told him not to do whatever he was planning. He grumbled, "Didn't Uncle tell me to do something?" He stood up and approached the Lord, asking her name. She replied that her name was La Sinavieta. Now he knew her name. He sat before her and introduced himself as Dever. He lifted her chin with his hand and asked only one thing. "You want to live, right?" Batik didn't understand what he was trying to do. They had to kill her. In fact, he had also thought so at first, but now he had changed his mind. He still asked him what he was thinking. "Hasn't Hasten already crossed the line?" He told him to think about it. Wasn't the reason they abandoned Hasten because of the zombie horde? Batik said yes, that's right. If all the zombies disappeared and they controlled the Lord of Hasten, wouldn't there be no need to abandon it? This story was somewhat convincing, so Bati also thought about it. He thought he would just spout nonsense again, but this was worth considering. Using the Lord instead of killing her wasn't a bad idea, but aren't humans too distrustful? Mel also agreed. They wouldn't keep quiet after knowing the secret. He believed that not all humans would be like that. He believed this person had a reason to survive. Although she was scared to see him, she didn't avert her gaze. Even after seeing his true form, she still seemed useful. As La said, she trembled, was terrified, and cried, but she still kept her eyes wide open and looked straight at him. That was a great feat for an ordinary human. He thought there was something special about her. All the heroes he had met had something special that couldn't be acquired by effort alone. This lord had a strong enough spirit to face him. At this moment she opened her mouth. That's right, she has a reason to live. He turned to Pix and said, "See, I knew such a human wouldn't bring death upon herself." Pix said angrily, "Is that the only reason you decided to let him live?" He said confidently, "Plus a good intuition." Mel looked at him with great reverence. Pix didn't trust his intuition. Please rely on something more trustworthy than his intuition. And he still thought he wasn't very trustworthy, but he sighed. If he was so determined, what more could he do? But if everything went wrong, he would have to bear the consequences himself. He said so. Now she can choose. He told her to choose. Say, "Save us," then everything will be resolved. La asked what would happen after that. He said it was simple. The zombies will be driven away and Bati will do his best to help hasten until it regains peace. Bati turned in surprise. So he's selling me out? He awkwardly pursed his lips. Then what is Law's price? He thought the simplest was best. He told her to surrender everything to him. La didn't understand him and looked up at him in surprise. Seeing the three terrifying people before her, he emphasized once more, "Surrender everything to me." La hesitated for a moment. She would surely die, either die at the hands of this monster or be torn apart by zombies. Conversely, if she accepted, she would survive but lose everything. If the Black Calamity hadn't appeared, would her brother have committed suicide? If he were alive, could she have become the Lord of Haston? If she weren't the Lord of Haston, would she be in this situation? She was thinking many things inwardly. Bati felt this was too complicated. Should I just kill her? Where did I put my sword? At this moment, footsteps were heard, and he also felt someone coming. Mel asked him how he would handle it. She could block them with magic, but he told her to stop. Just open the door. She understood, and when the door opened, the person who rushed in was Rosalina. The girl was wearing the leader's cloak and her face was flushed with excitement from finding him. As soon as the girl saw the knight, she pleaded for help. Zombies were pouring into the village and people were trying to fight back, but there were too many. They needed the knight's help. The girl said Tot was dead and the leader would be waiting for her. People were desperately holding on, so she pleaded even more earnestly for their help. Didn't the knight say he would save Haston? Just quietly looked at the girl, and when the girl lifted her face, she discovered the knight was a skeleton. Pix introduced himself as a skeleton without batting an eye. It's truly unfortunate that the current situation depends on the choice of the human over there. He pointed his hand towards the Lord. Rosalina looked back at Lala, turned her head away. Are all the people of Haston dying? At this moment Bati spoke again. Yes, they've reached their limit. He asked Mel for one thing. Mel, also curious, immediately activated the formation. A giant winged eye-like creature burst from the formation. He was surprised. What is that? As the eye flew, Mel reminded it not to be lazy and to go straight. The eye seemed to observe the situation below, where a battle between humans and zombies was unfolding. Humans were at a disadvantage, being torn apart by zombies. This sight terrified the two girls. There were even ghouls. They weren't very popular due to their disgusting smell. Pix felt that humans wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Rosalina despaired in fear. She was watching her acquaintances die. Memories with them flooded back. She wanted to stop them. She begged them not to kill the girl. The girl couldn't believe the knight had the power to stop such monsters. Wasn't the knight strong? Please kill them. Save them. The girl turned and asked the Lord, "People are dying outside. What exactly are you doing?" La froze, unable to answer. The girl couldn't accept it and shouted, asking what she was doing. La now had no choice but to plead with him and make a decision. Please save them. The people still alive in Haston. Save them, she cried out in despair. He stepped forward, agreeing. The two also followed. What could be so difficult? Why not? So they began to save the people outside. The people were badly beaten. As a man fell to the ground, he cursed. Who said these monsters were weak? He hadn't expected them all to fall so easily. Now hardly anyone survived. They were all zombies. This man also thought he would die soon. A zombie rushed at him. But fortunately, the three arrived in time. Mel stomped on the zombie's head, slamming it into the ground, calling it disgusting. She lifted her foot, calling it dirty. She was supposed to land on the roof. Disgusting. Zombies rushed at Mel. She turned and with a terrifying face scolded them, telling them to be quiet. Butterflies of light scattered, piercing through the zombies. Monoflames dyed the surroundings red. Mel stood in the middle of the flame she had created. As the flames subsided, she stood beautifully. The man's eyes gleamed as he thought she was an angel. Mel was angry. What demon lord would like to be called an angel? She cursed him as a useless human and asked what he had just babbled about. She angrily punched him in the stomach. She told him to get lost if he valued his life. The man quickly fled. Mel was still very angry. How dare he compare her to an angel? Damn human. She never thought she would help humans someday. She looked at the castle. The Lich appeared before Mel. Only now did he realize she was a demon, not a human. She had a human appearance and possessed so much mana. Then she must be a demon lord or a dragon. The Lich asked her why she was on the side of humans. She replied with annoyance. She just does what she wants. She told undead like him not to dare question her, a demon lord. He laughed wickedly. He said she would know the truth once she saw her corpse. Fool, she was overestimating her own power. He told her to give up her human body and become undead. What did she think? She would surely become a powerful undead species. She didn't quite understand what he was saying, but she was certain he was the most talkative undead she had ever met. Truly damn annoying, he laughed again. He said he was a subordinate of Evos, the lord of all undead, 10 evil shadows. He pulled out a scythe made of bone. He thought, how could he, Simon Magus, lose to a demon lord? He summoned massive monsters and they surrounded them. Mel also felt something was strange. She had no idea what he was saying. His opponent was not her. He still didn't understand anything. Sayla's terrifying eyes pierced Uomayo, exerting immense pressure. He had finally found him. Grabbed his shoulder from behind. He had said he would remember him. He pulled him back and prepared to swing his fist. He opened his eyes wide and shouted in alarm. Still unsure who he was, his fist struck his face hard, distorting it. This punch was incredibly powerful, and his body slammed into the house behind him, destroying it. He smiled contentedly. That feeling just now wasn't bad, was it? If he wasn't mistaken, the fallen man was the gatekeeper of the undead army. That would mean he was the gatekeeper of the 7 great toxic dungeons. He called out to him. He said he couldn't have died from one punch. He stood up. The monsters behind him also trembled in fear at his power. What a shame to take down such a guy with one punch. Moreover, it seemed he hadn't even used his full power yet. Did Mel see wrong? Mel ran up to him and asked if he had a personal grudge against him. Did he know him? He thought for a moment. Actually, a few hours ago, he had tried to transmit mana to him to scout but hadn't been permitted yet. But he said verbally that he just disliked him. He needed to hit him a few more times. He told him he couldn't stay here long. He asked Mel if she thought Evos was in this village. She said probably not. She pointed to the sky. It was a barrier created to trap the people inside. Only now did he realize it was a barrier. He thought the sky was red. This meant the caster was outside, but she also didn't know what he was trying to do. Unfortunately, it seemed she couldn't break that barrier. He told her that was fine then. He intended to handle this himself. He asked her if she could handle those zombies from now on. He turned, startling them. He told her it would be even better if she could minimize human casualties. Although it might be a little late, this village needs a certain population to continue existing. She thought it wouldn't be perfect, but she could probably handle that much. He patted her head, just like their demon lord. He praised her, well done. Then, before directly confronting Evos, he needed to tidy up this place a bit. Mel happily told him to leave it to her. The zombies growled again. They rushed forward again. Mel asked him how long it would take. Sayla said it would take about 15 to 20 minutes. She said she could hold out for about 20 minutes. Truly reliable. She told him to be careful. He replied, understood. Now he had to finish things here. The Lich Lord's voice came from amidst the debris. He had already made his own guess. But is he the ancient monster? He looked at him. Only his eyes glowed in the darkness. He had made some conjectures. He asked him who exactly he was. He joked again, saying he was Batik's slave. He didn't believe him. It's all nonsense, ancient monster. Did he think he was foolish enough to wait here without any preparations? He created a formation. He, Simon Magus, was one of the pillars of Evos' army, and had never disappointed Evos until now. He was flung by the power emanating from the formation. This power spread widely, shaking the entire ground. He escaped from amidst the debris. He had to use this opportunity to go to Evos, but when he lifted his face, his 2 feet were still firmly planted before him. He coldly snorted. He cursed him as a damn bastard. He was constantly provoking him. His original form partially appeared. He was astonished, realizing he was Dever of the toxic swamp. Countless eyes and mouths appeared on his head. It was covered by a massive darkness. Only now did he feel he was in great danger. He began to flee. He had to go to Evos quickly. He flew close to the ground, repeating to himself that he had to go faster, faster. And no matter how fast he fled, he was still broadly covered by him. The range was still within Sayla's domain. His teeth slowly closed and he was still inside, unable to escape in time. He was an ancient monster that crawled out of the ground and bit that fellow from the toxic swamp. The bone was still outside. He saw it. That damn bastard really fled quickly. He immediately opened a path in the air and entered that gate, falling and disappearing. He returned to his human form, and his gate was also slowly closing. He was disappointed. He had tried to swallow him whole in one go, but he had escaped. Now going to find him was too bothersome, but he couldn't just leave him. He remembered telling Mel he would be gone for only about 15 to 20 minutes. She was confident she could hold out for about 20 minutes. But he was a little worried about Mel. Looking at her, it seemed she was still fighting. He could no longer waste time here. He gathered mana in his hand, creating a powerful force. That damn bastard probably fled to his master. Evos was probably outside the village, so he would have to follow the castle wall to leave this place. He was annoyed. He said he didn't know for sure, but he guessed accurately. He teleported to the castle wall. His power was behind him. When he felt it and turned around, the area behind him was already covered by that power. If he blew away everything in this direction, that worm would surely be hit. Looking at the path blown away in the village, this much was enough. The basic structure of the village was still intact. He walked below the spot he had just attacked. He already heard Batik's complaining voice. He must have been hallucinating. As he walked, he saw him lying on the ground. He wondered if killing something already dead was still called killing a corpse. He left him there. This ruined state of the village was his fault. He had to take responsibility. He grabbed his hair and pulled him up. He cursed him, saying he was dirty. He pulled his hair, dragging him down. Did he dare tell him not to blame others? If he thought it was unfair, he should have survived. If he had anything to explain, he should tell Pix. The huge red net in front of him was a barrier. It was a barrier that even Mel's power couldn't break. He touched it. This barrier isn't bad either, but how strong is it? He pierced the barrier with his hand. The piercing hand twisted and transformed terrifyingly. His arm seemed destroyed, a mix of blood and flesh. He laughed with interest. Truly strong. But it seemed he could pass through as long as this undead could hold out. If this corpse was destroyed and couldn't maintain Batik's transformation, he would surely be scolded, but never mind, if something went wrong he would blame him. He even lifted him up and shook him. Everything depended on him. He looked around behind him. There were no humans in this area. He pulled him back a short distance and Salo began to use his power again. The massive ancient creature transformed into its original form. This time he seemed serious. Stepping back was to gain momentum. This time he rushed directly towards the barrier. Immense mana illuminated the area dazzlingly. Because his dark blue mana was so powerful, the barrier was successfully and greatly destroyed. Countless zombies stood on both sides of the road, and he slowly walked through their midst. He exclaimed that there were really many. They growled madly in the language of the undead, reaching out dirty hands to touch him. He continuously shouted that they were very noisy, and of course, they exploded and flew away before they could even touch him. The zombie leaders slowly began to appear. They also appeared here. He was displeased. Their way of greeting guests was truly awful. One of them, seemingly a high-ranking one, wielded a bone arm, controlling the zombies. They began to walk slowly. Right in front of him were Evo's subordinates. He should have done this originally. Somewhere in the forest a pair of glowing eyes was hidden, watching them. He left the Lich Lord alone. This was a gift for him. He remained silent. Salo said he would have a lot to talk about with him. Evos was sitting on a chair, his body bound by chains. He called him the ancient monster and spoke to him. He asked if he thought it was acceptable for them to be suppressed by humans. He did not answer. He continued to speak. Humans are arrogant, rude, and selfish. Even while living peaceful lives, they always crave more and invade the lands of other species. He spoke too long. He told him to get to the point. He said directly, humans must disappear, and he who possessed the power to easily sweep away the entire empire. He had thought it was impossible to defeat the empire, unless Lars could be defeated, until he heard the news that the Black Calamity had attacked Lars. If he expressed the wish to eradicate humanity from this continent, all demon species would follow him, risking their lives. He scratched his head. Why was he speaking so verbosely? Couldn't he just get to the point? It seemed he wanted to say that if he hadn't stood by, so many demon species wouldn't have lost their lives. They could have even swept away the despicable humanity. He sat above, emanating coldness. He was annoyed. So was everything he was doing now his fault? He said he understood even before he finished speaking. He said he would eradicate humanity so not to block his path. Wasn't that what he wanted to say? He kept telling him he was disappointing, very disappointing. Above his head was a massive magic circle. The beast's claw appeared first and he didn't know what it was. Pig, rotten boar. It was a very large and massive boar-elephant hybrid monster. He shouted, "Ah!" Salo took off his bracelet and transformed into a human. As the boar stepped on the ground, its massive body destroyed the ground below. In the village, Mel was still holding out, waiting for him. There were too many. No matter how much she fought, it was endless. Using mana from her staff, she burned them again. If they kept coming like this, it seemed there was no other way but to keep moving and dodging. The barrier covering the sky was a high-grade magic, just like Lord Dever. He remembered him saying he was going to talk to Evos. Less than 3 minutes had passed since he said that. But many things had happened. She heard someone gasping behind her. It was the leader of the thief group and he was quite badly injured. He asked her if everyone was safe. Mel pointed to the magical flames burning the zombies and said that if he meant the others, they were burning in the fire over there. His condition was not good now, and his eyes were blurry so he couldn't see her properly. He asked her if she was the knight's comrade. She didn't understand what knight meant. He was referring to a person in incredibly large and massive armor and another in black clothes who looked like a beggar. He misspoke and immediately corrected himself, calling him a wanderer. She understood whom he meant. Comrades, how could that be? She was just a maid, how could she compare to their greatness? He asked if she was serious. His eyes grew darker, and now he had to bow his head to see only her. If she had known those knights, she would have gone with them. He thought, Rosalina, well done. At least Tot did not die in vain. Hasten would be saved. He could no longer hold on and collapsed. He told her he would soon turn into a zombie. He knew he wasn't worthy, but he asked if he could ask her one thing. At this he strained to open his eyes to see her properly. His strength was already depleted. He realized she was not human. Seeing the terrifying demon lord before his eyes, he thought, it won't matter anymore. He asked her if she could bring him a weapon if there was one nearby. Mel stared at him piercingly, saying nothing. He had already collapsed. Mel plunged her spear into the ground. She praised him, saying he was a true warrior. Blood splattered as he gripped the spear. Mel flew into the sky and saw a massive explosion of mana. The explosion blew away everything, including trees, earth, and rocks. She saw the boar-elephant monster, saying it was another strange corpse. The boar-elephant monster was blown away by his power, and the sight was indeed a display of power befitting the title of an ancient monster, just as he had expected. He was truly strong. The boar-elephant monster was still alive. He realized it was a zombie with an ancient gelatinous magic core. It shot something at him. and it stuck firmly to his leg. He saw again that he was about to cast a divine magic, a tooth magic. The most powerful divine magic would not be able to be endured even by an ancient monster. The tooth magic flew straight at him like a large arrow. He wanted him to be afraid. The zombie horde suddenly stopped and he was impaled by the large tooth magic arrow. Surrounded by a sea of zombies, his eyes were sharp. He thought he would finally kill the ancient monster, fill this land with zombies, and become a transcendent being who commanded death. The ancient monster, after wandering for thousands of years, should consider himself lucky to meet his end at his hands. And once again, large tooth magic arrows impaled his body. A moment later, his eyes widened even further, and a destructive force caused a massive explosion that seemed to turn heaven and earth upside down. The tooth magic arrows shattered and earth and rocks poured down to the ground. He groaned in pain, saying he could no longer be hit by him. Seeing that look, he couldn't understand what it meant that he was letting him hit him. Could it be that he had intentionally stood still and let himself be attacked all this time? The forest around him was destroyed, and all the trees had fallen, disappearing without a trace. Now he could no longer hide in the forest, but that was not what he had done. He couldn't understand why he was suddenly taking out his anger on the trees, but in any case it was the most powerful magic he could use. He asked again, didn't he have anything more powerful? He pointed to the sky and the tooth magic arrows were still flying at him. He clenched his fists in disbelief. Could it be that he had let himself be hit to test the power of divine magic? He couldn't defeat him, and decided to retreat with his own power. He knew he had been too hasty and needed to create space to escape, but this made him displeased. He was talking to him. He stomped hard on the ground. He told him not to think any more strange thoughts and to use the more powerful magic he had. He looked truly small before his massive power. He asked again, why the silence? Does that mean he doesn't have any more powerful magic? A wave of power suddenly headed for him, attacking him. He sighed, why do they all seem to be acting from the same script? He still stood motionless, taking the attacks directed at him. He bound him with chains and he was surprised. He really hated this kind of magic. And something crawled into the skeleton next to him. A massive monster awakened. It was truly enormous, much larger than him. Was it one of the divine magics? Why does it look quite sturdy in defense? He wondered curiously what it was going to do, but it rushed at him. But by the time he realized it, he had already exclaimed, dirty. Salo returned to human form. He complained, truly unpleasant. At this size it seems he'll have to take it seriously. This sticky monster disgusted him, and his eyes were sharp. When his true form reappeared, he had already swallowed the monster. He could only stand and watch. Everything seemed to have been decided, and all the surrounding zombies were also eliminated. He now guessed that it was time to replace one of the 7 toxic dungeons. In the village, Bati was in a lot of trouble. He couldn't understand what he was thinking. No matter how excited he got, he shouldn't forget that he was a disaster, or did he not understand that? Yet how did he become the boss? But wouldn't it be better if the boss was more excited? He thought he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Bati buried his head in his hands, thinking that he would surely ask him to clean up the mess later. Should he write his resignation letter now? He was a truly bothersome skeleton. He suddenly realized that he too was a skeleton. A dazzling light erupted from the explosion site. La couldn't understand what was happening outside. He told her that he had once again thrown everything into chaos. That meant he was diligently taking care of the zombie army. La asked if Haston would now be saved. That was what he had said. He told her everything would be fine and not to worry too much. And he told her she could speak normally. His bones were already tingling. Fortunately, there seemed to be no zombies left in the village. As expected, he was a demon lord. Mel returned to Bati and collapsed, saying she was too tired. She arrived at the right time. They had just mentioned her. She had finished everything she needed to do. It had been a long time since she had used so much mana. She looked very pleased. Bati told her she had worked hard. He didn't know what would have happened without her. She said he had almost finished everything there. He thought she had done better than him. She couldn't understand. Was he still fighting that guy? As she could see, he was still fighting him. The power was truly magnificent and a sight to behold. Moreover, considering how terrible the outcome would be, it was even more astonishing. Furthermore, there was the fact that every time he went out and fixed a problem, he created more problems. Rosalina was terrified to hear this. He said he would surely have more work to do in this village. All he had to do was crush them, so why prolong the battle? He certainly didn't care about him. He had to chase after him to clean up the mess he made. He suddenly asked if she was Rosina. She turned her head and replied. Bati was already standing behind her. He held his sword high. The Lord was the only person they would spare, so they had to clean up everything here to avoid problems later. His face was very sharp. There was no advantage in sparing anyone other than the Lord. La faltered and Rosalina fell backward. La stopped him, telling him to wait a moment. This child was also one of the Lord's subjects. Bati silently stared at one person and his huge shadow froze the 2 girls. He suddenly changed again and said it was just a joke. He had no reason to kill the girl. The girl alone couldn't do anything. When all the thieves living in the dark alley had died, more importantly, if the girl's mental state was already like this, there was no need to interfere further. If he killed the girl, it would affect the lord of this territory and the losses would outweigh the gains. He glanced at La and she was sweating profusely. He had no choice but to think, it can't be helped, let's consider this matter resolved. He called Mel, who was sprawled on the floor. He asked her if she could put the others to sleep. It was easy for her, but whom did he mean? Mel asked curiously. He wanted to talk to the Lord alone. She understood and immediately put the girl to sleep. As the girl fainted, he said to the Lord, "Shall we begin?" But as she knew, they had kept their promise to save Hasten, so she also had to keep her promise. The Lord asked him what she had to do. He told her not to reveal anything she had heard. He believed she would know this fact even without being told. Now, he said, he would tell her a story so she should listen carefully. This is the story of a brave lord who endured all insults to protect her territory. The Lord, realizing that zombies would overrun her territory, decided to protect her territory and her people. But unfortunately, she had to be monitored by zombies, and there weren't enough warriors in the territory. Her only choice was to ask for help. But before help arrived, the people of the territory, enraged, began to insult and blame her. While waiting for aid, many people died at the hands of zombies. The Lord had no other choice but to hold fast to her faith. After a long wait, reinforcements from the Empire arrived, drove away the zombies, and saved the territory. It was truly an amazing story. After the story ended, he said she was not a cowardly lord, nor was she merely hiding. The Lord was a hero who sacrificed herself to save her people. Lo was startled. Was he telling her to deceive the people? He pointed outside. Hadn't she said she wanted to live? La bit her lip, displeased. He told her to distribute the food in the castle to save the surviving people. Reinforcements from other cities would arrive soon. La was surprised. How could he be so sure that reinforcements would come? He said he wasn't sure, but he would make it a reality. Because they would make Hasten's young lord a hero. La thought for a moment. Bati thought that if the atmosphere was this quiet, the boss must have resolved everything. They had to go to him. Pix suggested to Mel that they go together. It would be good if she could teleport them. Mel said she probably couldn't use teleportation magic as her mana was completely depleted. Bati was disappointed. La opened her mouth. Could she ask him one thing? Why was he doing so much to save Hasten? Two were startled by that question. La thought they were dungeon monsters. There was no way they would save humans without asking for anything in return. Bati glanced at her again. Hadn't she said she wanted to live? Then know your place and don't try to know too much. On Selo's side, he now thought it was time to replace one of the 7 toxic dungeons. He asked him, poor thing, if he had remained silent he wouldn't have gone through all this, would he? He grabbed him and lifted him high. He couldn't understand why this guy or that guy couldn't leave him alone. He had been poked so many times it was ticklish. He finally spoke, astonished by the ancient monster's power. He said, "I don't care," annoyed. He asked him one thing, why Hasten of all places? If he hadn't attacked this place, he wouldn't have had to come here either. He said Hasten was the best location for invading the Empire. He said, no, I wasn't talking about that. So this guy had come here knowing it was his territory. He asked him what he thought the reason was. He opened his mouth but didn't answer, instead doing something with mana. He used his power to subdue him and impaled him like a hedgehog. He didn't even scream in pain but laughed madly. A terrifying laugh erupted from his demonically distorted face, and then he suddenly exploded and his head fell to the ground. He was startled to see the head on the ground. What this? He knew he wasn't trying to convert magic, but it didn't matter to him. He was going to die anyway. Let's see. He looked around and now there was nothing but a large hole or the debris he had caused. He started sweating. What should he do now? If he didn't repair this place, he couldn't use it anymore. At this moment, the thing he feared most happened. He heard Pix calling boss. Terrified, he turned around and saw Pix swinging a sword and calling boss in a sweet voice. He sweated even more and was afraid. Bati was truly scary. He told him, stand here, don't move. He would come for him. He had missed him a lot. He had missed him too, right? He stood there helplessly, knowing he was finished. A heavy rain poured down on Hasten. The ground became muddy, the sky dark, and puddles formed everywhere. A familiar sight was reflected in the water, Tot's smiling face as if he were still alive, and a drop of water fell, breaking this reflection. Now only the dark reality of Rosalina being left alone remained. Her eyes were sunken and there was no hope left. She kept muttering, nothing is left. What good was any of this? She was the only one left alive. The girl sobbed and bowed her head. Under the eaves the rain seemed to cry with her. The rain fell incessantly like that. In the alley a lonely shadow quietly muttered, no, no, I hate everyone, and she turned, sighed, and let go of all her heavy burdens. Ah, whose fault was it now? In those desperate eyes a red glow of rage flickered, rage born from extreme despair. Who killed everyone? The scene shifted to another place where a warm cup of tea was already prepared. It was tea prepared by Jen. Jen skipped happily, welcoming her master's return. In contrast to Jen's joyful demeanor, the 3 adults had faces full of fatigue. Sailor replied in a tired voice, yes, I'm back. Jen still ran happily to greet her master, reporting, Jen was quietly waiting for you, master. Just then, a stalactite attached to the ceiling broke and was about to fall. Jen leapt into the air with incredible speed, kicked the stalactite away, returned to her spot, and reported in a vibrant voice, I cleaned everything thoroughly while waiting. Dalo placed his hand on the child's head and gently stroked it. Oh, good job, Jen grinned. Hee hee. Then Bati and Mel lay down on the ground exhausted. I'm so tired. Phew, I feel like I'm going to die. Jen was also surprised by this sight. She asked Salo, Lord Dever, are you very tired? Salo blankly repeated, huh? Jen winked one eye and continued to ask, would you like to have dinner first or a bath? Salo blankly replied, I just need to drink bath water. Bati frowned. What are you talking about? Jen was overjoyed when Salo answered her. Bati, seeing Jen's way of speaking, immediately turned to Mel and retorted, "What on earth did you teach that child while we were gone?" Mel cleared her throat and replied, "Ho ho ho, did everything go smoothly?" Mel, sweating, avoided Salo's gaze, and Salo shooed Mel away, saying, "Mel, you can go now." Bati sighed deeply and began to speak. "Oh, right. If you combine those who starved to death and those killed by zombies, it'll be about 3,000 people. And don't forget the entire village exploded because of this damned boss. Other than that, everything went smoothly." Mel choked on her tea. She wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and frowned. "Hey Dever, what on earth did you do there?" Salo simply replied, "I just dealt with the zombies." "What's wrong?" Mel, disbelieving, asked again. "You really just dealt with the zombies?" Salo dodged the question. "I dealt with them very cleanly." "What I'm asking is, what exactly did you deal with cleanly?" Salo pulled out the head of Zombie Lord Evos. "Now don't bother me. I'm going to sleep." Mel too was surprised to see this head. Evos, but after observing for a moment, her expression immediately changed. "No, wait a minute." Salo almost choked on his bathwater. "What now?" Mel pointed at the skull and said, "This is just a shell, isn't it?" Bati was also bewildered. "How what?" After a while. Late at night the moon hung high and bright. "Oh, he ended up using magic too." Salo was then idly sitting and recounting the story. Bati, sitting next to him, just shook his head. No matter how he looked at it, this situation was not good at all. "Boss, what did you clean up to make things like this? It's bad enough that the lady of the manor knows everything, but now Evos is even alive. What on earth did we do in Haston?" Salo made excuses. Mel said that Evos had lost at least 70 of his life force. Then Bati spoke again. "That's true, but disputes also arose among the toxic dungeons, so we need to be more careful now." Bati looked up at the sky and reminded him in a low voice. Evos won't be able to do anything for a while, so we'll be fine. Don't ever shirk your duties again. As I already said, I can handle Haston's aftermath, but if you want to accept more monsters into the dungeon, you have to do it yourself." After speaking for a long time, Salo didn't respond, so Bati turned to look at him. "Are you listening to me?" Salo had already fallen into a deep sleep. Bati's eyes widened and he cursed. "Damn it." Returning to Haston, the red-haired girl was now staring intently at a withered tree full of hanging corpses. This girl was Rosalina, now exuding murderous intent. Not far away, a group of people were gathered talking. "We have enough food for 3 days. What's the point of filling our stomachs like this? My wife and children are all dead. Thank the Lord. I'd rather follow them to hell than live like this. Even if we follow them, we should at least fill our stomachs first." As Rosalina approached, someone turned and asked, "What's wrong? Are you giving up too?" "Why don't you fill your stomach before you go?" Rosalina replied. "Where can I go? Of course I'm suffering too. I want to run away." "But why are we the ones who have to run away? What did we do wrong to deserve to die? You all think about it. Who is to blame? Who killed everyone?" Hearing this young girl's words, the adults were all speechless. Rosalina gnashed her teeth after saying this much. A whispering voice kept echoing in her mind. "It's so unfair," she shouted, provoking people's anger. "Don't vent your anger on the wrong people. Dying meaninglessly won't accomplish anything if we're going to die anyway. Let's take revenge on those who put us in this situation." At this, everyone's eyes turned red with rage. The girl had incited them. "What should we do? You all know," Rosalina replied with wide eyes. Her voice also darkened. "We have to kill all the zombies." The scene shifted to the imperial palace where a knight was bowing his head deep in thought. Around him, numerous guards in armor stood in formation. This knight was kneeling before the king. The king called his name. "Ahol be Jan," the knight replied. "Yes, your majesty," the king said. "I called you because you didn't lose your concentration at all even though my speech was so long," Rizet replied. "How could I dare?" The king looked down and said, "The lives of the unit all rest on your shoulders. I have great expectations of you," Rizet replied cautiously. "I will never disappoint your majesty's expectations." A moment later an airship appeared in the sky above the capital. This airship carried knights of very noble status. Inside the airship, Rizet and Rizet were talking. "So you're now fully in command of the dungeon conquest team." "That's right. You said the arrest warrant was for Paimor, right? He's currently on the run, but he was once a wealthy noble, so he'll definitely have allies. That warrant won't be of much use," Rizet replied indifferently, looking out the window. "It's enough for him to just know he's wanted." Rizet had nothing more to say, and the two fell silent again. A month had passed since the Black Calamity struck Diazi. This incident caused much controversy among the Empire's high-ranking officials. Blame was poured from all directions. Those powerless to resist must have all been devoured, and many changes occurred. The carriage stopped in front of a luxurious mansion. As they entered, Rizet asked, "You know there's a meeting in 2 hours, right? What should we do if we're late?" Rizet replied indifferently. "They'll wait until I arrive." "How is she?" he asked again. Rizet frowned and replied, "She's probably inside now." Entering the house, the two headed towards a yellow door. "I'm going in." Rizet kicked the door open. Inside, a little girl was munching on donuts. Seeing this girl, Rizet smiled brightly. "Did you rest well, Gwyn Hitoya?" The girl grinned at Rizet. Inside an unknown cave, a group of cloaked figures moved. The man in the lead instructed, "Listen carefully. If you detect even the slightest movement of monsters, retreat immediately. Don't be complacent. This is the deepest part. We'll reach the first chamber soon. I hope the information we received is accurate." In front of the three was a narrow path at the end of which was a door leaking dazzling light. After walking for a while, the man in the lead spoke again. Then it was correct. The information that no monsters had reappeared since the Hayaton expedition team came here 2 months ago is accurate. He turned back and encouraged, "There will definitely be something worth getting, let's keep going in," the others also agreed. "All right, we're going to get rich." The party went deeper and began to investigate. "The second chamber is the same, the third chamber too." "There's nothing here either?" The three began to grow suspicious. "Are you sure this information hasn't leaked? Other teams might have come first and taken all the valuables." "No way, absolutely not. Is this really the ancient core? If there's nothing even after coming this deep, is there really nothing?" The man in the lead pointed ahead and continued. "The next chamber, the fifth chamber, has an ancient tree monster called Anto Dibago. It was a tree-type monster covered in leaves and thorns. Legend has it that if its corpse is specially processed and forged, it becomes as hard as metal. Even a small piece could be sold for an enormous price. Just getting that would make up for their initial investment. But what if the fifth chamber is also empty?" a young man asked worriedly. "What if there are monsters there? We're only a C-rank squad. We'll be killed in one blow by even the weakest monster here." The leader was also sweating, but his words were still firm. "So you want to go back empty-handed?" He walked forward decisively. "Whoever wants to go back, I won't stop you, but from this point on, if you find anything valuable, don't expect a share." Hearing that, everyone of course made their own decisions. Going inside, still more unanswered questions. "How is it? Did you find anything?" In front of the three were piles of monster corpses, and the leader was speechless. "These are all." The leader quickly ran and picked up the weapons scattered on the ground. "Wow, thank goodness, glad we didn't go back. Let's take these and leave quickly." "Damn it." The leader looked down at the sword in his hand and a sticky liquid was flowing from it. His face turned pale. "Damn it," the two immediately asked as his voice choked. "Captain, what is it?" They looked up to see a massive mouth full of teeth about to strike. He spat on the ground. The Pix team was then dealing with three foolish young men. As expected, nothing special." Jen clicked her tongue. "They could have gone back alive if they had just stopped. Human selfishness and greed truly have no end. I hate humans the most," Jen said, gnashing her teeth. Bati was examining a pair of leather shoes. "This should fetch a good price." "Boss, what do you think?" Bati looked up at Salo, who was idly lying amidst the tentacle smoke. "Much tastier than those." Bati's teeth clattered, and he narrowed his eyes. "That's the same answer I thought of. Then these guys don't seem to be from the Empire. Judging by the emblem on their clothes, they seem to be from the Western Kingdom of Giant Teo." Jen picked up a piece of cloth with an emblem, frowned, and scoffed. They've come a long way," Salo said cheerfully. "Who would have thought that local specialties would be delivered right to the doorstep? This world is getting more and more convenient." Bati was furious. "How do you come to such a conclusion? But I don't think we can postpone this dungeon reinforcement any longer," he worried inwardly. The rumor that there are no monsters in this dungeon spread too quickly. Bati was annoyed when he heard Salo yawn widely. Salo spoke about his own dungeon as if it were none of his business. "Why do you think it's not your business? I'm used to it now. You know I'm going to say it, don't you? Aren't you coming down before I submit my resignation letter?" At the three words resignation letter, Salo was startled. "All right, I'll come down." Bati turned to Mel and said with satisfaction. Fortunately, Mel visited at this time. "Thanks to Mel's magic, we were able to find the intruders quickly." Mel smiled happily upon receiving the compliment. "Hee, very reliable, right?" Even Salo offered words of praise, making Jen feel jealous. Jen quickly ran to Salo and pouted. "Jen knows magic now too." Salo happily stroked the girl's head. Yes, you did very well. You're the best." The two were tired of this scene of head patting. Mel's confidence also dwindled. "I'm truly happy to be able to help the esteemed ancient core." Bati had to praise Mel to boost her self-esteem. "Of course, thanks to you, we saved a lot of effort." But he hesitated, saying, "However," and was about to say something. "How long do I have to be a guest here?" Mel asked sincerely with sparkling eyes. Ignoring this question, in a certain palace a man bowed his head and reported to his master. "Preparations are complete." This man was not human, but a monster with multiple eyes. "We must advance to Dudekaka." His master also began to rise. "Your Majesty Duba." This lord was a magnificent monster with the face of a king and 2 pairs of red horns. In the middle of the night the moon shone brightly. On a rocky peak a lonely figure grieved. It was the little demon Mel. She sadly lamented alone. "My future looks truly bleak. I'm a demon lord, but I have no money and no home. It's truly sad. I need to make a decision quickly. In a few days there will be a demon lord meeting." At this thought Mel's eyes welled up with tears. Suddenly a rustling sound was heard. Along with it, a warm voice was heard. "The air tonight is truly fresh." Mel turned in surprise and asked, "Are you also out for a breath of fresh air?" Bati replied humorously, "No, zombies like jokes." Mel frowned. "That's too much of a joke." Bati asked worriedly, "What are you doing here?" Mel replied shyly, "As you can see, I'm just sitting and enjoying the fresh air. And you?" Bati replied honestly, "I don't need to sleep, so I use all my time to train." Mel was surprised. "You have to train too?" Bati nodded. "A swordsman's hand dulls if it doesn't hold a sword." Mel was also dazed. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Thinking about it, this was the first time she had talked to him alone. Bati cleared his throat to break the awkward silence. It's nothing serious, but Salo Lord Tentacle seems like he'll be fully recovered soon. Jen is waiting too. Mel, do you plan to go with us?" Bati asked Mel, and she was a little surprised. The two went to Salo. Mel looked at the winding tentacles and was curious. He doesn't seem recovered." Bati quickly bluffed. "This is probably the best he'll get. It's a miracle he's even recovered this much." From atop, Jen was carefully counting. 68. Finally she landed in front of the two. It was still a little lacking, but the recovery speed was very slow. Jen cautiously held a notebook and said, "It doesn't look like 5 more tentacles will grow." Mel stroked one of the tentacles and asked, "You fought with Hugh Trading Post?" Bati seemed to recall something and said, "Ah Mel, there's a demon lord's castle near Judaica, isn't there? It would be strange if you didn't know." Hearing about her homeland, a hint of sadness again crossed Mel's face. "That's right, I know. They were the raid party of the great hero Ben-Hishuthan. Same raid party that killed my father," Mel marveled inwardly. "How strong is Salo Lord Tentacle to have survived a battle against such an enemy? If it were me, I would have gone with my father." Mel unconsciously hung her head, disheartened. She couldn't escape her negative thoughts. Perhaps the dream of staying in the ancient core will remain just a dream. Bati rubbed his skeletal jaw with his hand. "Now that Salo Lord Tentacle is almost fully recovered, I need to persuade the master to hire a new monster," Jen advised. "We should only choose men, like the golem guarding room 4. That golem only knows a few basic phrases. 'Hello, I am golem.'" Bati immediately got a headache. "No Jen, that's a bit," Mel bravely spoke. "Jen, Bati," the two turned in confusion. Mel unexpectedly suggested, "I think I need to go to Judaica." The scene shifted to the old mansion. Night had fallen, but it was still bright inside. "Madam, how are your injuries?" Gwyn replied. "I'm fine, I'm perfectly well." Gazot frowned unhappily. "Madam must pretend to be recovering. Showing a quick recovery is not a good thing," Gwyn pouted and replied. "All right." While she walked around, Ribbit Tan stood beside her, opened the cupboard and asked the two, "There are snacks. Would you like some tea? It's ready." "Meeting?" Ribbit Tan paused. "All right, there was a meeting." He asked Gwyn again, "Did the servants come today?" Gwyn was dazed. I don't know, I went out to buy snacks." Ribbit Tan quietly closed the cupboard door and suggested, "Is that so? Gazot, Gwyn, would you two go to the meeting room first? I have some documents to handle." "I'll go later." "All right then, hurry. You should come early." The two girls left the door together. Even after they left, Ribbit Tan said nothing for a long time. Only after a long while did he casually ask, "Do you know who the servants are who cleared the tea here?" From the darkness, a masked figure replied, "I will find them as quickly as possible." Ribbit Tan said with satisfaction, "There's no need to report on the progress. There were thousands of secret documents in the office. The fact that they had cleared the tea table in his absence meant they had looked at them." Ribbit Tan glanced coldly back and added, "Find and eliminate those servants within 4 days." A moment later, everyone gathered in the meeting room inside the clock tower. Ribbit Tan began the meeting. "Thank you for taking your valuable time to come here. I have convened you to discuss the Black Calamity, the destroyer which threatens the peace of the Empire." A man with a scarred face, arms crossed, asked, "The Imperial Council has declared that the Black Calamity is not the destroyer. Are you contradicting the Imperial announcement?" Ribbit Tan immediately waved his hand and explained, "No, Commander Katie. That announcement was merely to reassure the citizens." Katie asked again, "If that's true, do you have proof?" Ribbit Tan said, "I personally witnessed him fighting with Hero Gwyn. Because of that, Gazot Anel lost one arm." Everyone lost their composure upon hearing this. "How can you lie? I haven't received any report." Ribbit Tan drew attention to the back, reminding them, "The proof is right before your eyes." Katie cast his gaze towards Gazot and Gwyn. Gwyn could only swallow awkwardly, feeling wronged. Katie also finally admitted, "It seems to be true." His heart also grew cold. Even Gwyn couldn't fight him. Ribbit Tan continued his speech. "The key is that the destroyer appeared without any warning. We have gathered here to prepare countermeasures because we don't know when he will appear again." Everyone said nothing. Some people spoke. "So what's the plan? How do you intend to stop him?" A bearded man also spoke. "Defending seems to be no problem. Isn't doing such a thing pointless in front of the destroyer?" Ribbit Tan replied, "You are right, Duke Ron too, and regarding your question," Ribbit Tan's eyes sharpened and he lowered his voice. "I would like to remind you of the 36 masterpieces. Perhaps everyone has set out to find the 36 masterpieces, haven't they? The 36 masterpieces are never easy to find," everyone agreed. "We have been tracking for some time, but even the recently appeared Zapong Augur package has fallen into the destroyer's hands. Who among us can wage war against him? Even if all the most outstanding talents in the Empire are gathered here, it's useless. Except for Gwyn, fragile human bodies, no matter how much they train, cannot inflict a single wound on the destroyer's body to overcome an overwhelming being and close the power gap. The 36 masterpieces are absolutely necessary." Ribbit Tan tightly pressed his lips together, tapped the table and said something strange. "The Pope's movements have been very strange lately. He is spreading rumors that the destroyer is divine punishment for the Empire." A female knight angrily stood up and rebuked, "That's too absurd. What divine punishment?" Ribbit Tan continued, speaking in a slow tone. "It's not surprising that they say such things. The Empire has suppressed religion for generations." The female knight grew even angrier. "Watch your words, suppression. Such talk could make people misunderstand that you are plotting rebellion." Ribbit Tan merely replied with a half-smile. The impatient female knight couldn't hold back and shouted, "Is this a joke?" She leaped from her chair and grabbed Ribbit Tan by the collar. He merely replied softly, "I am merely stating the facts." Furthermore, a blade was pressed tightly against the female knight's neck. Ribbit Tan merely stared with wide eyes and replied, "It seems you have greatly overestimated your own strength." The blade pushed the female knight away. The masked figure seemed to appear from thin air. As the female knight withdrew her hand, the masked figure disappeared again. Ribbit Tan continued, "I do not take this matter lightly. Of the 36 masterpieces, the papacy holds 3 pieces and calls them holy relics. To obtain them we must start a war, a great crusade." Returning to the familiar cave dome, tonight the sky had no moon, only twinkling stars. Sayla's voice echoed, "Really?" Bati unpleasantly asked. Is that all? Salo lazily repeated. So? Bati took a deep breath and shouted. Mel has left, Bati repeated again. Boss, Mel has left. Salo tiredly replied. Yeah, I heard. Then, Bati's voice turned to annoyance. He tugged Salo's ear and shouted, Boss, are those ears just for show, even though you have 2 pairs? Are you listening to me, boss? Mel has left our dungeon. Look, isn't it because of your ornamental ears that Jen and Mel left? Because there's no talking to you, boss. Salo hunched over, covering his ears, and tried to make excuses. What are you talking about? Didn't you just say they went to Judaica? So, is there a problem? Demon lords holding a ball is a normal thing. That's. Bati placed his hand on Salo's paw. He removed his hand and continued to scold loudly into Salo's ear. They probably won't come back. Salo also cried out. Ow, that hurts. They didn't say they wouldn't come back. Bati rubbed his jaw as if it were true. Oh, now I remember. That's right. Salo broke into a cold sweat. This guy always wastes his energy on the wrong things, Bati muttered, starting to think. Honestly, Mel was already acting strangely even before she said she was going to Judaica. From behind, Jen carried a large copper pot. Bati was still analyzing Mel's previous behavior. Instead of saying, I'll come back later, she said, I think I need to go. Maybe I'm overthinking it. As Jen placed the pot in front, Salo's gaze turned to it. Bati was still talking incessantly. But Jen also said it was very strange. Perhaps Mel is planning to create her own faction again. Jen, what's that? Salo asked about the fragrant pot placed before him. Jen tapped the pot lid and replied, Oh, this, you looked a bit tired, so I prepared this steamed dish for you. As Jen opened the pot lid, inside was a very bizarre-looking purple soup. Salo screamed in alarm. Do you want to kill me? He partially misheard steamed dish as death. Bati sneered. You misheard, but the outcome will be the same anyway, so you can think that. Jen angrily hit Bati hard. Salo calmed down, hugged the pot with his tail, and replied to Bati, All right, I know Mel left, but is there a reason we all have to gather like this? Do you have something to say? Bati tilted his head back and replied, I don't think we can postpone monster reinforcement any longer, boss. Jen also narrowed her eyes and agreed. That's right. Salo glared and said, Why is everyone trying to push work onto me? Bati made an unpleasant expression. Who's pushing work onto whom? Then Salo lazily lay down on the ground again. Oh, anyway, I'm not moving a single step from here. Doesn't it seem strange? You're a guard, aren't you? Shouldn't a guard handle all these things for their master? Bati slowly stood up, signaled to Jen, and then stepped forward. He nodded. Your lordship isn't wrong. Salo raised his head in surprise as Bati agreed for the first time. Oh, really? Of course, Bati asserted. But that's out of the question, he continued speaking. Salo was a little confused. Bati complained. Did your lordship forget? Your lordship entrusted all matters related to hasten to me. Your lordship must have anticipated how many resources that would consume, right? I have too much to do, Salo sighed. I thought you agreed too easily. If you can't go, then who should go? Bati pointed to the side and said, Jen, of course. Salo's eyes widened and Jen looked at him with big eyes. Our boss, don't worry about anything. Leave everything to Jen. Salo broke into a cold sweat as he recalled how Jen had messed up the village before. Salo hastily asked Bati again. Yes, Jen still can't control her eyes. Besides, wouldn't people easily suspect her? Bati pretended to have just realized. That's right, your lordship just needs to leave everything to her and rest. It's an easy task, boss. Bati seemed to imply something with his last words. Salo started to get flustered again. Bati continued happily. But boss, do you know, Mel is? Salo asked boredly. What now? Bati slowly said. Mel, well, I think I'll tell you the story about Mel again. An old coachman looked down at the young girl, happily laughing and saying, We've arrived, young lady. It must be hard to travel all over the world at such a young age. Take care of yourself. The old man laughed a few more words before driving the carriage. Mel replied indifferently, Yes, I will. She was actually confused herself. Who would have thought she would really come to a place like this? Her destination was the mercenary city, nay. This place was full of mercenaries everywhere, covered in armor from head to toe. It truly lived up to its name, she thought. Mel mused to herself, the people here seem quite dangerous. Located between the Empire's territory and the Allied kingdoms, this place belonged to no single power. Here, 1 out of every 4 people was involved in dungeon-related work. People said this place had the most information about dungeons. But why are there no maps or signposts? Mel looked around, amazed. I've never been to such an unfriendly place before, she thought to herself. It seems I'll really have to follow the stars to get to Judaica. She hurried towards a large house. The signboard had a roughly drawn picture of a monster, she muttered. This place is as big as a demon lord's castle. Mel narrowed her eyes and began to carefully assess the house in front of her. This place is full of concentrated mana. It seems there are about 100 people. The power is similar to the mages I met in Jazz. It's truly full of information and attack missions. But stop, a loud voice echoed from the door. A young man trying to enter was being stopped by a guard. A person with spiky hair approached and presented a card. The guard nodded and replied, Come in, Mel observed carefully. Is that a dungeon conquest certificate? It seems you can't enter without one. Collecting information won't be easy. Suddenly, she smelled something. It was coming from a nearby room. Mel hesitated whether to follow this smell or not. Her intuition whispered to her to go. Inside this room, countless growling sounds echoed from cages. The stench grew stronger and stronger and Mel had to cover her nose. It was full of beasts trapped in cages. These monsters, were they captured? Mel thought to herself. Click, a person appeared before Mel. Well, who would have thought a little girl would come to a place like this? What brings you here? the flamboyant young man gently asked May. May was temporarily unable to answer. From a nearby enclosure, a white dog with glowing eyes watched her carefully. Good heavens, what are you doing here? I was too foolish. Hello, I am Bun from Ambert Merchant Guild. Are you perhaps looking for anything special? The young man exclaimed. The young man knelt on one knee before May, displaying a respectful attitude. In fact, Bun was still observing all of May's actions meticulously. She seemed young, but coming here alone suggested that she was no ordinary noble child. There was no reason to be hostile towards her. Bun squinted and smiled amicably. May also began to introduce herself. I am May from the Agria family. Where is this place? Bun simply replied that it was a dungeon item storage. Usually the items here are used as materials for equipment or ornaments, but I simply sell the goods here. May nodded, calculating quietly. Anyway, when the castle is rebuilt, I'll need to recruit soldiers, so I should look around a bit. Seeing May carefully examining the displayed goods, Bun also squinted contentedly. There's nothing we don't have here, so feel free to look around. After looking around for a while, May's gaze stopped at a white werewolf sitting quietly in a cage. This is a powerful demon soldier. It lasted as a commander until the end of the war. The image of her fighting alongside the werewolf and achieving victory immediately came to May's mind, so May immediately decided to purchase it. She asked Bun, what is the price of this demon? Bun began to sweat at her words. Oh, you wish to purchase this creature. This creature is very dangerous. We sacrificed 4 B-rank reconnaissance teams just to capture it, May said without concern. Just tell me the price. Bun couldn't help but sigh at her words. Good heavens, if you insist, he began to unfold a list. Ahem, the price of this werewolf is 250 ons. These words fell upon May's head like a plummeting weight. Damn it, it's expensive. No, it's not that I don't have money, but this price. May involuntarily clutched her purse. She remembered the money Jen had given her. This was just a small token of gratitude. Lady Jen gave it to Lady May to thank her for helping Lord Dever, didn't she? May hesitated even more. All I have is 500 ons from Lady Jen, and I can't even spend half of it before rebuilding the castle. May gritted her teeth and turned away unhappily. I need to look at other things. Bun also felt relieved, as if a burden had been lifted. Yes, please take your time. At this moment May suddenly found a cage. He wondered, what is this? Bun looked in the direction she was pointing and shook his head. I don't know much about it. I heard it was found during a reconnaissance team's cleanup operation. They couldn't find its mother and it didn't try to attack. They just thought it was a big puppy. May observed the white dog in the enclosure and suddenly thought, couldn't find its mother? This white dog was the same one that had been observing May all along. It was panting with its tongue out, staring at May. May suddenly extended her hand into the cage. Are you a lost child too? Bun was startled by the sight. Esteemed guest, it's dangerous. It's a demon after all. Bun was surprised that May could pet the white dog as if it were a human's pet. May told Bun, you don't need to worry, I won't hold you responsible. Of course Bun didn't think that way. He exclaimed, it might bite you. May put both hands inside and pulled the dog's cheek. The dog whimpered, tilting its neck back like a docile pet. May was very satisfied with its appearance and asked, how much is this one? Night had fallen, and the moon shone brightly. May widened her eyes and muttered to herself, in the end I bought you. Across from her, the dog was happily looking at her with loving eyes. But don't you think it's much bigger than I thought? May now stood in front of the dog. The dog was about 3 heads taller than her. May rested her chin in her hand and thought. The dark fur made it impossible to gauge accurately in the faint light. Only its head was visible. Well, it's all done anyway. From now on, your name is Hyon. The dog happily barked upon hearing its name. They said the sun sets 30 minutes earlier in Conhit. It wasn't a lie. Saying that, she and Hyon looked up at the bright moon in the sky. May exclaimed, the sky of the ancient core is truly beautiful. She immediately shook her head vigorously. Now is not the time for sentimentality. I need to hurry to Judaica. Let's go, Hyon. And so their shadows disappeared over the hill. After a while, they arrived at a land littered with broken structures everywhere, and May stopped, her eyes wide. I think we've come to the right place. In front of them was the figure of a monster. Its eyes shone like lightning, and it had deer antlers on its head. At first glance, it resembled an ordinary deer species in about 9 aspects. May opened her mouth. The Great One has returned. Lead the way. With a thud, the black curtain disappeared, revealing a white-furred deer head. This deer, dressed in a neat ceremonial robe, spoke respectfully. Welcome, Demon Lord. Please come to the fallen monastery beyond the mountain range. The other demon lords have already arrived. Saying so, the deer pointed to the hill behind it. May nodded. Good. And so May and Hyon ran in the direction the deer indicated. Suddenly, May realized something was wrong and immediately turned back, stopping the 2 Hyons. Hey, why are you following me? As a member of the demon army, you should sit here and wait in this situation. Hyon was still staring blankly. May sighed. No matter how much I tell you, you won't understand. May lowered her voice and soothed Hyon. Just sit here and wait until I return. Hide if you see humans. I can't take you to such a controlled place. TCH May meticulously examined Hyon, thinking, no matter how I think about it, the name Hyon isn't very good. Is there a better name? TCH May widened her eyes. Hyon seemed very happy to hear this. They squinted, unable to think of any name. In Hyon's appearance, a glimpse of Lord Dever's figure suddenly appeared. May happily stroked Hyon's head and said, all right, from now on your name is Lord Didi. I'll be back soon, so sit here and wait. As May finished speaking, shimmering butterfly wings sprouted from her back, and so Didi quietly watched May fly away. She murmured to herself, anyway, I won't meet him again, so he won't mind if I use his name. I will not forgive you. Dever growled. As I always say, you won't die peacefully. The one being scolded was Pix. He bared his white teeth. You've cursed me for 100 years, aren't you tired yet? Salo changed his words and said, I hope you get osteoporosis. Batik exclaimed, oh, that's a new one. Batik waved his hand and said, don't think too badly of me, boss. You can think of it as an entertainment activity instead of a mission. Saying so, he grunted, trying to take something out. Hey, boss. Batik threw the item to Salo. What is this? Salo opened it and realized it was a bracelet. Batik, how many of these do you have? Batik hummed. I still have a lot. About 30. Salo thought for a moment, then asked Batik when he inquired. Why? Salo asked. Didn't you say this was incredibly expensive? You spent the entire dungeon budget on this? What are you talking about? Didn't I say it's very cheap? The two were so busy fighting that they didn't notice the approaching shadow. The two stared blankly. Salo felt something was wrong and asked, did you lie? Batik repeated. I merely told you to use it carefully. The shadow finally came closer and spoke. Lord Dev, have you been waiting long? Let's go. This shadow was, of course, Jen. On her back was a large backpack full of various items. She squinted and smiled. It feels like a honeymoon. Jen is really looking forward to it. Just Lord Dev and I, just the two of us eating together. The scent emanating from Jen's every word made the two stare even blanker. All right, let's go tomorrow. Salo quickly turned and ran. Fortunately, Batik grabbed her hair and stopped her. Where are you running off to? Before you two go, Batik warned. Don't do anything funny, and don't forget why you're leaving. Please come back without causing any trouble, please. Batik said so, his voice choked with emotion. After walking for a while, the two encountered an obstacle. Oh dear, she asked, where did you say we were going? Konhit. They say there are many mercenaries there, so there's a lot of information, Salo said calmly. All right, Konhit. Batik was still staring blankly. Despite being a skeleton, he was sweating with worry. Was it a mistake to send those two? Ah, my head hurts. Well, they'll think carefully before acting. The meeting place was an old building. At first glance, it looked like a long-abandoned church. May slowly walked inside. Her heart was also slightly agitated. It's been a long time since I came back here. Inside Duke Duka's party, numerous demon lords were already standing and talking. Some turned their gaze to May as she appeared. She slowly made her way through the crowd and some scoffing sounds were heard. May picked up a wine glass filled with blue liquid. May looked at the glass and became even more lost in thought. It's been quite a while, so I'm a little nervous. She remembered when she used to come to parties with her father as a child and she was the center of all attention. However, returning to the present, May was alone. Drinking the wine, May's eyes welled up with tears. I'm no longer important. Suddenly, someone poked May's back. The wine spinned onto her clothes. May shouted angrily, what the hell are you doing? The person who had just bumped into her was a tall, slender young man who didn't seem to be a demon lord. How dare you bump into a demon lord? I'll cut off your head. May, enraged, gathered mana in her palm ready to fight. However, the young man simply curled his lips. May was slightly confused. Is he laughing? Then he just walked away, and May couldn't do anything. The crowd immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, is that a demon lord? Seeing the scoffing faces, they went mad with anger. These damn bastards, they're all ignoring me. They're doing this intentionally, knowing I don't have the strength to fight back right now. Just you wait, I'll endure this humiliation. I'll endure it and build a powerful army. May powerlessly clutched the hem of her clothes. TCH, a hand rested on her shoulder. One time wasn't enough, it seems, May shouted. Who dares? Lady May, you're May, aren't you? The one who placed a hand on May's shoulder was a female demon lord. May, of course, recognized this female demon lord, Momolia. The female demon lord embraced May and shouted, Lady May, you're still alive. Do you know how worried I was, big sister? May was suffocating. Hold on, Sister Momolia. Momolia continued to rub her cheek. How long has it been? It feels like yesterday. We were still children playing and studying together. May was embarrassed. Sister Momolia, we're in a crowded place, but you're acting like no one's around. Please let go of me, sister. Don't be so rude. I don't think you'll ever become a noble demon lord. Please, we didn't act like this with each other. Momolia, feeling the unfriendly gazes, frowned and said in a small voice, let's go somewhere else. Returning to the familiar mercenary city of Konhit, give me the best room in this inn. 2 gold coins were placed on the front desk. The innkeeper was slightly surprised to see the 2 gold coins. The new guests were Swallow and the maid Jen. Due to Swallow's lazy and frail appearance and Jen's beautiful looks, numerous whispers could be heard from around. A maid? Is that beggar and his maid traveling together? The innkeeper hastily picked up the 2 gold coins and, I'll guide you two right away. As soon as they arrived in the room, Swallow, looking exhausted, collapsed straight onto the bed mattress. I just want to rest now. Jen was still observing intently. The innkeeper was also slightly flustered and stammered. Well then, have a pleasant night. Call me if you need anything. Swallow, lying on the bed, groaned comfortably. Ah, this feels so good. Jen gently reminded him. Lord Dev, you can't just lie there. Swallow sighed and replied, but I haven't rested once on the way here, Jen said. I heard there's a dungeon shop these days. Jen whispered into Swallow's ear. To cheer for Lord Dev, you just need to choose a few monsters from there. If Lord Dev comes with me, we can finish everything much faster. Lord Dev, you can do it. Get up. Of course, Swallow was lazy and didn't want to listen, so he covered his ears tightly with both hands. Ah, Jen's heart softened at the sight. I need to move quickly, but he looked so tired. There must be no other way. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jen, who no one knew what she was thinking, had eyes that gleamed like a hunting wolf. She recalled the previous situation. When Jen was cooking, Batik asked her, Jen, do you have time to spend with the boss? As soon as Jen heard the 2 words date, her eyes immediately sparkled. How date? Batik became serious again. Rather than calling it a date, you just need to tell the boss you'll go a few times by yourself. However, Jen was no longer interested. Her eyes twinkled and her heart pounded. Then can we go on a honeymoon? Bati reluctantly agreed. Didn't I just say date anyway? That's a good way to put it. Returning to the inn, Salo staggered and barely managed to get up. I can't even lie down properly or rest. Jen was still deep in thought. I did exactly what Bati said and Lord Dever came with me. He must know how important I am to him. Swallow sighed and said, Phew, let's finish this quickly, Jen. Didn't you realize you're no different from a beast right now? This time I'll definitely make him mine after I finish my task quickly. A bell rang. Only the church bell echoed in Jenny's mind. She imagined herself walking into the future with Swallow. For our happy future. Jenny covered her flushed cheeks with both hands and murmured, All right, Jenny, we're going on a perfect honeymoon. Jenny was truly a genius. This face actually began to spark worry in Swallow's heart. The scene shifted to another place where a woman's voice echoed in a dimly lit room. I heard what happened to your castle. There was only one table in this room. Momolia and May were confiding in each other as sisters. I sent some monsters to investigate. But the place that was once your castle has become human territory. In the end, it had become human territory. May asked another question. Everyone thought I was dead. Where have you been for the past 2 months? May was momentarily speechless. She thought it was unnecessary to mention that she had been in the ancient core. She stammered, I just wandered around. Seeing her sad expression, Momolia gently placed her hand on May's. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive. Momolia held May's hand tightly. Atmosphere instantly grew warm. May was also moved. Tears welling up in her eyes, she softly said, Actually, I thought you, sister, would also hate me like the other demon lords. Momolia seemed surprised by that remark. Why? May explained. Because our father's relationship wasn't that good. Momolia laughed and dismissed the comment. That was just between our fathers. Their competition is all in the past. Now we're all demon lords walking our own paths, aren't we? Right, May replied softly again. Momolia changed the subject again. Are you perhaps here looking for help? Is that why you came to Judaica? May was momentarily speechless. Sister knew everything. Momolia immediately offered her help. Above their heads a spider was catching a butterfly. It was as if it hinted at the story of the two sisters. Momolia continued to persuade her, saying, I'm telling you this as your friend, not as a demon lord. May, you can do it if you just try. May wavered internally. Sister Momolia is truly mature, completely different from me. Momolia still extended her hand to May and suggested, Let's go back together. May reached out her hand and said, Thank you for your help, sister. I will definitely rebuild my castle. Momolia smiled eerily and said, You can do it. May clasped her hands tightly. Beside her the spider began to tear at its prey. Our father was stronger. He was a true descendant of Asmodeus, young May cried out. No, our father was stronger. Your horns were cooler. Young Momolia also cried out. We always fought since we were children. Our personalities and perspectives weren't different, but strangely we always disagreed. Perhaps it was because of our father's influence. In my memories they were always at odds. We didn't get along well, but we couldn't say we weren't friends either. But one day, May cast a spell and broke a window. At that very moment, both families witnessed May's superiority. From that moment on, we began to change. At that moment, the way Momolia looked at May changed significantly too. At least May thought so. Back in the present, Momolia was leading her somewhere. Come this way. May seemed slightly awkward. It seems I'm still immature. Momolia looked at her and asked, what are you suddenly talking about? May quickly dismissed it. Nothing. Sister, where are we going? You alone can't help me regain my full strength. Some other demon lords also have the same goal. Really? May asked innocently. Yes, over here. As Momolia pushed open the door in front of them, the scene inside the room was revealed. May was still smiling. After seeing the sight inside the room, her smile gradually faded. Inside the room, numerous demon lords were looking down at them like insects. May was still dazed. Momolia bowed her head and said respectfully, I've brought her. May immediately realized inwardly, just as I thought, I'm still too young. Sister hasn't changed. May recalled Momolia's past expression of injustice. Now Momolia's eyes were full of contempt. She sneered, that loser from the start. Time passed in the red room, and May was kneeling listening to a deep low voice. Melagria, he called her full name. Truly disappointing. Before her were 3 demon lords, and the one seated in the middle seemed to be the highest in rank. He was Duba, the direct descendant of Satan, the 4th great demon lord. Momolia continued to taunt her from the side. Our foolish May, did you really think a demon lord who had lost all her strength would be welcomed in Judaica? Momolia whispered in May's ear. May could only clench her fists in frustration. I knew they wouldn't welcome me, but I didn't expect to be treated like this. Her current situation was beyond imagination. She had to kneel before higher-ranking demon lords and await judgment. Duba spoke again after a moment. Descendant of Asmodeus, I will give you a chance to defend yourself, May asked. Defend myself? She lowered her head and explained, it's all a misunderstanding. I was not defeated by humans, everything I say is true. The prejudiced gazes of the other demon lords made May uneasy. One demon lord growled, not defeated by humans, then do you consider it a victory for a demon lord to survive alone? Look at yourself, can you say you weren't defeated? Another demon lord next to him immediately suggested, kill her. May choked, unable to speak. This is, she bit her lip, not daring to even lift her eyes. I can't argue. The army was annihilated because of a demon lord's mistake. So May bowed her head. It's all my fault. The other demon lords became even more aggressive. You are a disgrace to our race. How shameless are you to dare come to Judaica? We must not allow her to retain her demon lord status any longer, so that she doesn't continue to defile this title. Right, kill her. Mamolia stood by, looking down at May with contempt. Hearing the violent words to kill May, she grinned with even more pleasure, trying not to laugh aloud. The words of disdain grew even worse. We cannot ruin Judaica because of someone like her. At the very end of Judaica, we will decide what to do with her. So until then, Demon Lord Duba observed May's expression intently, then sighed. Silencing all the other demon lords, Duba commanded, imprison the prisoner. Returning to Swallow's group at this time, he and his maid Jenny were at the mercenary gathering point. Suddenly a man's voice echoed in the middle of the night. Hey, you can't enter. This is a restricted area. You need to show your badge to enter. A young man blocked Swallow, preventing him from entering. Swallow, puzzled, asked Jenny where the badge was. While Swallow asked Jenny, the guard scanned the two. One looks like a beggar, the other a maid. That guy could collapse any moment. Hey, Swallow rummaged around and pulled out 2 golden badges, the guard exclaimed in surprise. Our rank assault team members. His attitude immediately changed. Come in, welcome to our dungeon shop. Please continue to strive for the safety of humanity. The two successfully entered. Salo softly asked Jenny, when did you prepare those? I kept a few clean badges while cleaning. Swallow unconsciously nodded at that. Oh right, there were a lot of those around the castle. Of course, there were plenty. Inside, the two stopped in front of an information board plastered with notices. Jen exclaimed, wow, there's a lot of information about dungeons. Swallow lazily thought, will I have time to read all this? Of course, even without time he had to. The two began to pull them off one by one and read them. Swallow asked, what were we looking for again? Jen repeated, a powerful monster that humans, no matter how hard they try, cannot defeat. Swallow nodded. All right, Swallow sighed. I should have brought another monster from the poison dungeon. But when Batik's face came to mind, he immediately felt unpleasant and shook off the thought. It seems impossible. Swallow asked again, just one level below the poison dungeon should be enough, right? What do you think, Jenny? Wait a moment. Jen pulled out a thick book from somewhere. She opened the book and replied, if it's one level below the poison dungeon, those monsters should be fine. Swallow frowned at that. Just then a man in an apron interjected. Hey, I'm about to start cleaning. Couldn't you two come back tomorrow? Jenny pleaded desperately. We'll stay a little longer. Can't you help us out? The young man sweated, trying to explain. Everyone else has already left. I can't keep the door open just for you two. Jen was angry, but didn't know what to do. No, if this is delayed until tomorrow, Jenny's date plan will be, have to come back here tomorrow. I'll die before I ever come back here again. A good idea suddenly struck her. Should I just kill him? Jen held out a gold coin and asked, are there still any dungeon conquest requests left? The young man was dazed. What kind of requests are you looking for? He also thought it was strange internally. You two have already taken so many and you still want more? Jen pointed with her finger and said, bring that one. The young man looked in the direction she was pointing. As night deepened, countless requests were piled on the in-room bed. Jen continued to click her tongue. These guys are all pretty weak. It seems there aren't many useful monsters this time. Swallow, even lying on the bed, still made an effort to read. How about this one, Jenny? I heard about an ancient metal slime. I think that monster is good, but the dungeon is too far away. Jen shook her head. Swallow tossed the request away. You're right. By this time, Swallow was exhausted. He lay flat on his back and sighed. Damn it, or should I recruit May? Jen pouted. I thought of that too. But as you know, if we entrust her with dungeon management, she's too weak. Salo immediately replied honestly. Jen added her analysis. Considering how long it takes for humans to clear the poison dungeon, May would reach her limit in 3 years. Besides, this might just be my opinion, but she looks best when she's a demon lord. In Jen's mind, May's back figure, transformed into a demon lord with butterfly wings, came to mind. Swallow also agreed. Right, but I should have asked her. She was quite useful for bringing you home. Maybe I let her go too easily. As his name was mentioned, Jen's eyes widened. Jen rubbed her cheek. No, wait a minute. Now that I think about it, didn't I blow up her castle? Swallow sat up and asked, how long will it go on? Jen replied, well, I know it'll be open for 2 days. If you're going, you should leave before it ends. Is that all right? Swallow put on his shoes. I can try it. If it's too far, then I can't help it. Jen hastily added, and you need to observe the stars to know Judaica's location. I heard it's a unique method for demon lords, but I don't know how to do it. Swallow scratched his cheek. He replied, I also know how to read the stars. In the cloudless night sky, countless stars twinkled. The deer-headed demon still stood solemnly. Beside him was May's newly purchased dog, Didi. The deer-headed demon clicked his tongue unpleasantly. Truly annoying. Suddenly, footsteps were heard on the grass in the middle of the night. The deer-headed demon shouted, who's there? Stop. You're not a demon lord, are you? The deer-headed demon scolded. Didi also slowly turned his head to watch. Only demon lords can approach. If you don't want to lose your life, don't come any closer. Despite the deer-headed demon's warning, the person still slowly approached. The deer-headed demon, angered, opened his third eye, emanating killing intent and preparing his ultimate skill. Even after being warned, you still approach. Foolish human, I am a servant of the great Duba. As long as I am here, an intruder like you. The deer-headed demon transformed, instantly becoming a giant deer, and roared, opening its tooth-filled mouth. Don't even think about surviving. The newcomer was none other than Swallow. He frowned and replied, what's all that noise about? the scene shifted to an underground dungeon where a woman's laughter echoed. Pooh-hoo-hoo, not bad. Are you comfortable? The one laughing was Mimolia. In front of her, May was huddled in a cell. Sister, you look well. We're old friends, aren't we? I'll give you a piece of advice, Mimolia sneered. When everyone was discussing what to do with you, they all wanted to kill you as an example. But you wouldn't do that to me, your friend, would you? Right? Mel stared blankly into space, not answering. Mimolia continued to press, trying to convince her of their difficulty. As you know, what do you think your punishment is now? She narrowed her eyes and asked. They just want to saw off your horns and break your fangs. Oh dear, what a shame. Poor Mel, now you'll lose even your horns and fangs. The entire demon race will despise you. Despite Mimolia's menacing words, Mel remained silent. Mimolia bent down, pressing close to the bars of the cell, and whispered, You probably don't know this. Your sister Mimolia has always wanted to see you like this. Mel didn't lift her head, but she heard a snicker. Ha ha. In this situation of all times, ha ha, Mimolia laughed triumphantly. If you lose your horns and fangs, you can no longer be a demon lord, can you? That's right, your sister has a good idea. If you become my servant, I'll forgive you. Who knows, maybe if you diligently lick my shoes, I might even give you a small position. Mimolia laughed until her face was red. Mel still remained silent. Mimolia began to get annoyed. You don't want to. Why aren't you saying anything? Just then, two lesser demons approached and said, Lady Mimolia, we have been ordered to bring the prisoner to the court. Mimolia immediately stood up and put on a solemn expression. Go. Yes, the two demons replied. Let's go. They opened the cell door and dragged Mel away. Seeing Mel being dragged off, Mimolia clicked her tongue. How boring, but then she narrowed her eyes. Now the fun part begins. A moment later, Mel was dragged back into the blood-red room. A demon lord shouted, Let the sentencing trial begin. This demon lord began to read Mel's charges. As a leader, she lost the trust of her subordinates. For the crime of defiling the status of a demon lord, the prisoner shall suffer the punishment of having her horns removed and fangs broken. A harsh verdict was delivered to Mel. Mel froze. I will give you one last chance to refute. Do you have anything to say? Mel slowly raised her head. She began to speak. I've been confined for a long time and I've thought about many things, but I still don't understand. Her words confused the demon lords present, that the strong survive and the weak perish. The demon lord army was originally created to protect me. What problem is there if weak soldiers die and I, a great demon lord, survive? Hearing this, all the other demon lords went wild and snarled. As a demon lord, how dare you treat your soldiers like trash? Mel retorted angrily. Do not speak so carelessly. Have any of you ever seen how I treat my soldiers? The boisterous demon lords all fell silent. Suddenly, someone burst out laughing. Your entire army was annihilated and you're sitting here so miserably, yet you're still boasting. You must be so sad you've gone mad. Mimolia said with contempt. Mel still answered firmly. No, my eyes have only just opened. No matter how I think about it, this trial is meaningless. You're pinning crimes on me and conducting a trial without even properly defining the charges, even though I've done nothing wrong. Mimolia was speechless at her words. Mel continued, You are the greatest demon lords, yet you are so narrow-minded and short-sighted that it would be better to poke out your own eyes to see more clearly. Don't you agree? Mel asked, looking directly at the demon lord. How dare she call Lord Duba's name? Mimolia's face turned pale when she saw Mel dare to call the demon lord by name. The crowd immediately erupted. How dare you be rude to Lord Duba, you insolent criminal? Rip out her tongue. Duba looked down at Mel with contempt. Stop. What's the point of dealing with someone who has nothing to lose? A few words won't affect me. Mel finished her words and bowed her head, accepting her fate. No matter what I say, my fate is already sealed. Lord, how dare anyone claim to know what a true lord looks like? It's truly laughable that a demon lord has no eyes. Mel unconsciously smiled with relief. The two-horned demon lord, enraged, glared and declared, The punishment for insolence will be carried out immediately after the first punishment. Begin the punishment. He. Let's cooperate cheerfully. A lesser demon approached, carrying a massive cleaver. It's going to hurt quite a bit, so enjoy it, demon lord. He. Let's start with the horns. The lesser demon carelessly placed the knife on Mel's horn. Suddenly a loud barking sound echoed, interrupting the punishment. The entire room buzzed with murmurs. What was that sound? That was the good part. Duba frowned in annoyance. The two-horned demon lord gnashed his teeth and shouted, Who dares to make such a ruckus? Mel began to think. Does this mean Lord Dever has come all this way? Indeed. Selo's voice echoed. It's strange for a dog to bark so loudly in a sacred place like Judaica. Mel began to feel a faint glimmer of hope. Even insignificant dogs make more sense than you lot chattering away here. Everyone froze, but Mel kept trying to shake off the thought. No way. There's no way he could be here. It must be a hallucination. It can't be. If Duba had turned around, he would have seen that Lord Dever was indeed there. Mel couldn't bear it. With tearful eyes, she slowly turned around, hoping for that shadow to appear. Lord Dever was truly before her. A young man with an utterly exhausted expression sat on a chair. He smiled and called her name. Lady Mel, you look quite troubled. With that single word, Mana erupted. The scene shifted to a magnificent and opulent castle under a bright moonlit sky. Countless demon corpses lay strewn across the floor, and amidst that bloody spectacle, one person still stood upright, speaking arrogantly. Are they all dead? Why do they keep resisting? Even if they're demon lords, they're no different from demons with a little talent. Suddenly, two glowing eyes looked this way. One is still left. That shadow drew closer. The person wore shining silver armor under the moonlight, and black tentacles constantly writhed around him. His voice was slightly low, echoing as if from a distance. He spoke to the one staring at him. "If you have horns, you must be a demon lord. How old are you?" "It's hard to guess compared to humans." The demon approached, stepping over corpses, and suggested he lift his head. "Hey kid, look at me." Only then could one see that his face slightly resembled Salo's, but his hair was longer and his face was full of arrogance. "Good, nice horns. What's your name?" the demon pressed. "Lesser demon you?" He trembled, teared up, and wailed word by word. "I don't have a name. My name is..." The lesser demon, with a face contorted by extreme fear, with bloodshot eyes, stammered out, "My name is..." In the blink of an eye, the demon in silver armor was now sitting in a chair, wearing ordinary clothes. But the lesser demon from that time, now Demon Lord Duba, still instinctively broke into a cold sweat. Thump, the sound of a beast's foot hitting the ground, and Didi rushed to Mel, showing affection as was his habit. Mel, embarrassed, lovingly chided, "Oh baby, I told you to be patient. You must have followed Lord Dever." Didi still happily licked Mel's face. Mamolia was disgusted by this sight. He pointed at Salo and Jen and shouted, "You two, whose subordinates are you? How dare you interrupt this sacred trial?" Jen glared and rebuked. "Do you still not know your place? How dare you?" Salo lazily reminded her. "Stop it, Jen, we really did interrupt them," he began to answer. "I'm truly sorry, we just got lost. Actually, we don't belong to anyone. We're just travelers passing through, looking for a place to rest. We were a little curious, you see." He said this as he approached where the demon lords were gathered. Salo continued, looking at Mel. "You think it's shameful for Mel to act like a demon lord even when she has nothing left. That's why you treat her this way and discuss all sorts of punishments, right? If that's the case, then if I wiped out all your armies, there would be no problem even if everyone here had their horns cut off and fangs removed, would there?" As he said this, Salo's lips curved into a smile, and his eyes began to glow. The demon lords all seemed to have touched a raw nerve. The two-horned demon lord gnashed his teeth, baring his sharp fangs. "You foolish wretch. You insolent fool, how dare you insult the demon lords gathered in Judaica, and now you even threaten Lord Duba." Salo looked at him indifferently. "I just asked a question." "Shut up, say another word and I'll tear you to shreds." The two-horned demon lord, enraged by the contempt, attacked. Countless blood-red blades erupted from beneath his feet. "Die in silence," he roared, and the blades beneath his feet began to spin like a fan. Salo still wore a bored expression, and as soon as he yawned, the two-horned demon lord's face was slammed into the floor. He was firmly trapped by a demonic circle, unable to rise. Everyone who witnessed this sight froze. Salo turned around and asked each person, "What? Why are you all looking at me? I didn't do anything." "He did it." Unconsciously, all eyes turned to Lord Duba. Why? The demonic seal circle in front of Salo was preventing the two-horned demon lord from causing any more trouble, which meant the demon lord had created it. Demon Lord Duba continued to speak in an incomprehensible manner. "How dare you act against the Supreme Being? Please forgive me. I will severely punish the one who dared to draw a sword." Mamolia exclaimed in surprise. "Lord Duba," Duba continued and finished his words. He spoke to Salo, "Welcome, Supreme Being Dever." Only then did the others realize. "Dever, Lord Dever of the ancient dungeon?" The two-horned demon lord raised his head and saw Duba kneeling before the newly arrived shabby young man. He asked in confusion, "Lord Duba, why?" The demon lord glared at him. "Does this fool still not understand the situation? If I hadn't personally intervened just now, the maid behind you would have cut off your head." Salo mumbled, looking at Duba. You seem familiar. Where have I seen you before?" Jen at that moment was exuding killing intent with no expression, and Duba also trembled slightly. Not only that, but she could have massacred all the demon lords here. Duba continued to speak respectfully. "Supreme Being, for what reason have you come to this humble place?" Salo thought for a moment, then remembered. "Ah, I remember now. Duba, right. I can't believe that kid grew up so much. I almost didn't recognize you," Duba replied respectfully. "It's all thanks to the grace your majesty bestowed 900 years ago." Salo lightly placed his hand on Duba's shoulder. He said, "Hey, get up. I didn't come here for that." Duba trembled all over. An unforgettable, terrifying memory, exactly like that day, when he had suddenly appeared 900 years ago. At that time, Salo had asked, "Don't you want to know why I came here?" Young Duba could not say a word then. He was still puzzled. Now, Demon Lord Duba was no different. The only difference was that his face had more wrinkles. Still the same question. Still the same look of contempt that regarded everything before him as trash. "Why do you think I came here?" Salo's lips curved upward. "Don't be so scared. I understand you're afraid because of memories, but I've come for something different this time." Duba finally managed to open his mouth. What is it?" Salo turned around and said, "I came to meet you, Lady Mel." Mel was bewildered. "Ha, me?" Jen immediately approached her. "Lady Mel, after discussions with Lord Dever, we have concluded that your presence is needed for the ancient core of the primeval dungeon." Jen cheerfully proposed, "Please become a member with us." Mel was even more surprised by her words. "Me? I came here to build an army, so how can you?" "If Lady Mel accepts our offer, you will become a core member of the primeval dungeon and the manager of one department within the dungeon," Jen explained brightly. "Ah, of course, demon servants will be assigned under Lady Mel's management, and those servants will become part of Lady Mel's demon lord army." Mel couldn't believe her ears. "I'll be a room manager? That's right. Furthermore, to ensure suitable servants for Lady Mel's army, all members of the primeval dungeon will." Salo interrupted Jen's proposal. "Don't drag me into this," Jen quickly corrected herself. "We, excluding Lord Dever, will do our utmost." When all was said and done, Salo approached Mel. "That's why we came here, Lady Mel." Salo knelt on one knee before Mel and bowed his head. "Will you make a contract with me?" He extended a hand, waiting for Mel to take it. Mel, overwhelmed with emotion, cried, "Yes, Lord Dever." She reached out her small hand and took Salo's hand. Mamolia immediately shrieked, "I cannot accept this. How dare a foolish little child who can't even manage her own castle properly become a dungeon manager? This is preposterous." Mamolia was furious. Salo thought in confusion, "Why is that woman like that?" Mamolia still shouted, "I've been compared to Mel and told I was inadequate for so long, and now finally I have a chance to put Mel down." Mamolia changed her tone, trying to persuade Salo. "Supreme Being, I am certain Mel has deceived your Majesty. How could your Majesty offer her such a contract? She is unworthy. Why not me? I am different from Mel. I am a demon lord of ancient blood, a legitimate demon lord." Mamolia forced a smile, trying to curry favor. "If your Majesty allows this, Mamolia will truly excel. I will dedicate my entire heart and body to your Majesty." "Ha." Salo merely stared sharply as the demon lord's filthy hand reached out to grasp him. Swoosh, like the maid Jen's task, she cut off the rude hand. She glared at the arrogant demon lord and shouted, "How dare you touch Lord Dever with those filthy hands?" Only then did the pain set in, and Mamolia screamed in agony. "Ah, my arm!" Mamolia clutched her arm, all her fingers severed. May felt a slight twinge of pity despite her being an enemy. Mamolia Duba, still maintaining her politeness, knelt before Salo and pleaded, "Lord Dev, please forgive this sinful act." Salo simply snorted and said, Fine." Duba, still seemingly concerned, added, "No, if you entrust this matter to me, I assure you I will punish her most appropriately." With a single glance, the demon army immediately dragged Mamolia away. She cried out helplessly, "What? Let me go, May, May Day." Only her screams remained. May was also slightly flustered by the sound. Didi growled to reassure her. Salo yawned, bored. Returning to the main topic, Jen asked May, "Don't you regret it? Just now, if you had asked Lord Dev to punish all these demon lords, he would have killed them all." Jen spoke of the gruesome matter as casually as if discussing a meal. May frowned and said softly, "If that happened, there would be nothing left in the ancient core." In fact, May also thought to herself, "Of course I'm not good-natured either. That's why I didn't make such a request. Since they won't ignore me anyway, it's better to let them live so I can gain something from them later." May thought for a moment, then turned to Jen and asked, "But now that I think about it, how did you find Judica's location?" Jenny squinted and chuckled. "Lord Dever knows how to observe the stars, although it was a bit troublesome because the gatekeeper here refused to guide us. But we coincidentally encountered a monster that had your scent." Jen pointed to Didi. May also exclaimed, "Oh." Then she cheerfully approached Didi. "Come here, good job indeed, my #1 warrior." "Oh no, I mean high on." Only then did May wear a worried expression. I'll try my best to fulfill my role as a core member of the ancient core. Will this be okay?" Jenny asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Surely the previous managers were much stronger than me. Since someone like me has been given such a position, of course I intend to do my best." "I'm still a little worried," May said, sweating profusely. Jen thought for a moment, then said, "To be honest, I think you don't even meet the standards. Perhaps you won't last 3 years. Perhaps your dungeon might even be destroyed tomorrow." These blunt words pierced May's heart like daggers. May collapsed onto the floor, tears streaming down her face. "I knew it already, but hearing you say it so directly still hurts." Jen paused for a moment, then continued, "But the reason we came all this way to get you is because Lord Dever wished for it. So never disappoint him," Jen said, stroking Didi's head. Didi squinted, delighted. May didn't know how to respond, but then said with a resolute expression, "I'll do my best." Jen nodded. "That's good to hear, and let me tell you in advance, I've already received permission from Lord Dever to confess to him," Jen boasted as if warning May. "Remember that." May was also speechless. All right." After chatting for a while, they suddenly realized, where did Lord Dever go? Lord Dever had no idea how much time had passed in this red room. Duba now sat quietly in the middle of the room. The other demon lords also stood motionless. After a long while, someone approached and spoke. "Lord Dubahum, as the representative of Northern Bisman, I'd like to say a few words." The demon lord, covered in thorns, spoke. Duba nodded lightly. "Speak." The demon lord continued, "I know Dever is an ancient monster and one of the most powerful beings in the poison dungeon. However, even considering all that, your actions just now were, how should I put it? You are the king of demon lords, but your actions just now were a bit extreme. What I mean is this." The other demon lords also nodded in agreement. Duba slowly stood up and replied, "My actions, I will take your words to heart. You seem concerned that I've stained the honor of the demon lords, do you not?" Several demon lords suddenly felt the pressure and hurriedly made excuses. "Lord Duba, that's not what we meant," but the northern demon lord reaffirmed, "Yes, it could be seen that way. If such incidents continue," Duba, filled with rage, snarled, "You fool," and simultaneously activated countless magical lightning bolts and sealing magic circles, a massive hand. Suddenly, blood-red magical lightning coalesced into a single hand and seized the short-tempered demon lord before him. "Lord Duba," Duba clenched his fist, veins bulging on his face, "do you mistake your impudence for courage and believe I will forgive you? Bisman, you saw my recent actions as an opportunity to undermine me, didn't you? If you truly worry about me, if you wish to rule all demon lords, why don't you take this seat yourself?" The hand squeezed tighter and tighter, and Bisman gasped in terror. "Lord Duba, please withdraw your wrath." Duba said nothing more and continued to apply force. The other demon lords barely managed to try and stop him. "At this rate, Bisman will truly die. Pop Bisman truly exploded into a bloody mess at Duba's hands. Now if any of you here think I bowed my head because I was too weak, speak up, Duba challenged, throwing the bloody remnants of Bisman onto the ground. The other demon lords were horrified by the sight, and all knelt bowing as if worshipping the stars. Please forgive our impudence, forget it. Everyone get out, Duba roared. He swept his gaze over them, warning this would be enough. HMPH. Duba let out a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Anyway, how could the child of the Agria family have forged a friendship with that ancient monster? Oh, Duba, there you are? Salo poked his head out and spoke to Duba, startling him. Lord Dev, did you call for me? He replied respectfully. Salo smiled and replied, well, I really didn't want to do this, but now that I think about it, Duba broke into a cold sweat, muttering to himself, damn it, surely he won't let this matter go easily. But Salo said, it seems I forgot something earlier. Duba trembled, preparing to answer. I've already bowed once, what more is there to lose? If this is for the survival of the demon lords under me, you are demon lords, aren't you? Salo casually pulled something from his clothes and Duba shrieked. Arg, Salo asked, bewildered. Why are you so scared? Only after confirming that what Salo pulled out was at least not dangerous did Duba calm down. This is, Duba looked closely and realized it was a letter of authorization. A moment later, outside Judaica, Jenny, now carrying a new backpack, began to wonder. I was curious why they suddenly held a meeting, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. Salo smiled contentedly, recalling the task he had just requested. They're really kind, I didn't expect them to put in so much effort, Jen responded. I also didn't expect you to be so proactive. Lord Dev, I'm really happy, Salo replied languidly. If you're this happy, then I won't have to worry about your happiness later. In his mind, he was patting himself on the back. It's best to let the demon lord solve the problems instead of using my own head. I'm truly smart. A moment later, a voice came from inside. Lord Dev, Jenny, May, are you done with your tasks? May and Didi walked out excitedly. Yes, now that I'm also a member of the ancient core, I can help you with your luggage. Do you really not need my help? Jen replied brightly. I'm fine. Sister May, do you really not need anything else here? May turned back, taking one last look. I've obtained everything I wanted here. There's nothing more I need, May replied with a radiant smile. After returning to the ancient core, I will do my best to become a powerful demon lord, May excitedly asked. Then shall we return to our city? Jen replied. We just need to make one last stop. Salo was still bored as usual. Let me rest a bit. The scene shifted to another dark dungeon. Have you recovered a bit, madam? My arm, this is, a werewolf and a demon anxiously looked at the hand before them. Someone must have used magic to reattach your arm, it seems. My horns, when the woman's voice was heard, the two demons immediately grew worried. It wasn't a dream after all. The hand belonged to Mimolia. And she clicked her tongue, fiddling with her severed horns. The two subordinates asked, trembling, You've slept for more than a day, are you all right? Mimolia shouted in anger, Enough, what happened to that May bitch? She has already left with that ancient monster. Mimolia laughed madly. Hee 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 hee. The two subordinates still tried to reassure her. Please don't worry about your severed horns. The other demon lords said they would come up with a suitable reason. Although not many, there are still factions that support you. We will also follow Lady Mimolia. So please forget about past grievances. And Mimolia clenched her hand in frustration, gripping the bedsheets. Bullshit, Mimolia shouted, enraged. Past grievances? That May bitch, my friend, how dare you say such a thing in front of me? I'll kill that May bitch, Mimolia chewed at her fingernails madly. I can't rely on other demon lords. I need someone more powerful, someone who can be an enemy to the ancient core. Yes, there was such a person, wasn't there? The more the two subordinates heard her calculating words, the more worried and sweaty they became. Someone who can fight against the ancient core and even defeat them. In another location, a person dressed in clothes with three eyes drawn on them asked, Why have you come here? The knight, Ribbit Tan, facing him, spoke with a solemn expression and a deep voice. I have something to ask you, the three-eyed, about homunculi. Evening, under the dim lights of the Conehit Inn, two drunk men could be seen returning, supporting each other. May and Jenny's bewildered expressions. Perhaps because the demon lord put in a lot of effort, it's very detailed. Documents and files were scattered haphazardly on the floor like assault requests made by humans. As Lord Dever had heard, they had filtered out the weaker grade monsters. That was their aura. While May and Jen discussed, Lord Dever remained asleep, oblivious. May asked, But Jen, even with monsters this strong, you're still not satisfied? Jen didn't know how to answer such a question. Regarding that, the picture of a sexy woman on the paper on the table was Queen Elizabeth of Sobert. Merely by race and record. She's just a succubus specializing in seduction, isn't she? Jenny immediately tore up the paper with the Queen's picture. Things like this, then what about this? May pointed to the giantess beneath Mount Ramia. The record stated her skin was very beautiful. As soon as Jen heard the Queen's name, she unpleasantly tore the papers containing the Queen's information to shreds. These kinds of things, May was bewildered by her actions. Truly all useless things. May was still surprised by Jenny's actions. Jenny's face now brightened and she said, All of them fall short of the standards. Hearing that, May thought, seeing her say that, could it be that she's afraid of her own beauty? May fantasized about becoming a captivating and beautiful woman, but soon realized she was delving too deep into delusion. Salo was still in a deep sleep, oblivious. The two continued to discuss. Let's keep looking now. I'll help too. The scene shifted to a magnificent and luxurious mansion in Conehit. Thick books were piled haphazardly on the table, and a voice was heard. Gabby Tan isn't here either. He rested his chin on his hand, staring at the books with boredom. Rizet, disheartened and helplessly bowing his head, fell into thought. In his mind he was still thinking, how do I plan to clean up this mess? In Rizet's mind only the thought, I must defeat that Dever fellow, for the safety of the Empire, filled him. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by someone's voice from outside. Captain Gazot. A knock from outside. Knock knock. Rizet replied coldly, come in. Gazot hesitated and asked, Captain, have you found anything? Gazot paused momentarily, taken aback by the captain's unrelated reply. Bring me a cup of tea. Gazot immediately used his magic to conjure a teacup. He manipulated the tools to make a warm cup of tea for Captain Rizet. A cup of tea was quickly prepared and placed before the captain. Is this enough? The only reliable information on the list was about the ancient core, the captain said, sipping his tea. Of course, it's information I already knew, but the more I read, the more it confuses me. Even after hearing that, Gazot still didn't understand the captain's words and asked, what do you mean? The captain said, flipping through the pages of the book on the table. The identity of the gatekeeper and the dungeon's purpose. I can ignore the Tentacle Lord. Most of the creatures there have unknown origins anyway, but no matter how much I search, I can't find any records of the other two. The captain predicted the situation. Even considering countless variables, there were still many strange points. While other poison dungeons focused on expanding their forces, the ancient core showed not even the slightest sign. Most importantly, Dever's purpose remained a mystery. Gazot stood with his arms crossed, listening to Captain Rizet's words without missing a single one. After a long while, Gazot finally offered his opinion. First, I must say this. Gazot was flustered and embarrassed by the captain's sudden question. Oh right, why are you here? Is it too late to ask now? Sunlight streamed obliquely through the glass windows of Conhit Palace, falling on the hot teapot and books. The conversation between Captain Rizet and Gazot continued. An urgent message was sent from the three-eyed. Demon Lord Mamolia requested a meeting with you. Outside the Conhit Palace, the night was already deep, the streets deserted and human presence sparse. A person in a blue cloak with three eyes drawn on it appeared. Thank you for accepting such a sudden meeting. Captain Rizet stood facing the person in the blue cloak, conversing. I heard a meeting was requested by the Demon Lord's side. You chose this place, and it seemed you were in a hurry, but I didn't expect you to accept this dangerous-looking meeting, the mysterious figure replied. Then the figure of a woman appeared, interrupting their conversation. Oh, I thought only old men would be commanding humanity. Gazot tried to block Rizet but was stopped by him. Before the captain were three figures, Mamolia and two subordinates. You're quite young and handsome too. The captain politely introduced himself. I am Commander Ahol BG Rizet. The message specified that you would not bring any bodyguards. The other party returned the captain's question without backing down. But you didn't come alone either, the man in the blue cloak suggested. Please sit now. As soon as everyone sat down, a purple-haired young man quickly greeted the captain and said, Shall we get straight to the point? You're more impatient than I thought. All right. Around my castle there's a small village called Lasui, inhabited by 400 humans. As soon as you play any tricks or the conversation ends, that place will be destroyed. Tricks? On the contrary, you seem more suspicious. Gazot reached out his hand and began to use his skill. The captain's wariness was justified. Thanks to Gazot's talent, he knew there was poison in the teacup. I'll pass on this teacup. I hope you don't use any more tricks. The other party also understood that the captain was not someone to be easily deceived. You are quite cautious. I couldn't detect any strange aura or magic from you, so I merely tested you. Not bad, Rizet continued expressionlessly. Then let's get straight to the point. Mamolia didn't speak at length, but immediately informed them that a demon lord would soon leave Conhit. Mamolia's eyes, burning with red rage, demanded of the captain, Kill her. Are you asking me to fight against the demon lord army? Are you trying to use me as bait or a sacrifice? Rizet asked indifferently. No, you only need to kill a demon lord named May. If you successfully assassinate her before she leaves Conhit, I will offer a generous reward. Mamolia carefully explained, Are you talking about the monster that damned cloaked man needs for his biological experiments? She pointed her finger at the purple-clad man. As soon as the captain heard the request, he answered without hesitation, I refuse. Mamolia was surprised. She hadn't expected the captain to refuse her demands so quickly. Refuse? Why, is that not enough? Rizet sighed. No, then why? If you, the commander of humanity, came all the way here, you must have something you want. No, Mamolia said, growing anxious. Rizet saw through her weakness. You seem to be in a hurry. The captain thought to himself as the other party's questions poured out. She seems to have had her nails and bones cut. Her actions are as if she's being chased by something. If a demon lord requests such a sudden private meeting, it must be a trap or a serious problem. With growing anger, Mamolia's eyes turned redder and redder as she glared at the captain. You human, how dare you disregard me? Disregard me? Me, on the contrary, you're the one hiding something from us. Rizet hit the nail on the head. You're asking us to kill a demon lord named May. Mamolia stiffened at this. Isn't that demon lord being backed by someone? This inference truly made Mamolia look at the person before her anew. The captain, seeing the other party's unexpected attitude, realized, as expected, there's no need to get involved in infighting among demon lords. The captain immediately stood up and turned without hesitation, saying, Let's go. Yes, Captain. That action further fueled Mamolia's anger. She shouted, Wait, as you said, she really does have someone backing her. In the end, Mamolia had no choice but to tell the truth. Rizet stopped and asked, All right then, let's assume we've never met. the ancient monster and the ancient core. At these words, Rizet paused for a moment. As soon as he heard the information about Dever, Captain Gali froze and glanced back. But there must be a way to bypass him and kill that damned bitch. Mamolia's voice grew softer and softer as she spoke. This was because she knew this proposal was no different from a suicide mission. I agree, the captain's reply surprised Mamolia, and she stammered, asking again, what did you say? I accept the proposal. Rizet confirmed again. Demon Lord Mel Rima, we will kill her. A giant red spider appeared on the ceiling of Conhit Palace. I didn't tell you Mel's castle. Could it be that you? Mamolia was surprised. You know Mel? How could I not know the name of the demon lord who lives right next to my castle? Rizet countered with a question. Anyway, I heard that demon lord will soon leave Conhit, so we must hurry. The captain's attitude made Mamolia think. This human surely smiled mockingly when he heard the name Dever. There's definitely something going on. So in the end she leaked information to corner the captain. I don't know what kind of plan you're concocting, but it doesn't matter. Don't forget, we are currently holding 400 residents of Lasui village hostage. I'm telling you clearly. Despite the threat, the captain remained calm and resolute. If you want, you can kill them all. The group was truly surprised. They hadn't expected the captain to be so calm. What did you say? Rizet continued. They will consider it an honor to sacrifice themselves for the resurgence of the great empire. You human, how dare you? Mamolia was openly indignant, and Rizet still maintained a calm demeanor. Since an agreement has been reached, please send the reward as promised. You promised to provide me with the corpse of an experimental demon lord, didn't you? Fortunately, there's one right here. At this moment, the red spider on the ceiling met its natural enemy. A lizard was looking at the spider as if it were a snack, a perfect demon lord. The Mamolia group, understanding Rizetan's intentions, trembled in fear. Master, get behind me. How dare such a subordinate? Mamolia clenched both hands tightly, her anger reaching its peak. Why is everyone trying to anger me today? How dare a lowly human like you disrespect me? Mamolia shouted. Kill him, faced with the other party's bloodthirsty appearance. Captain Gali Rizet could only smile. Scene shift, a voice echoed from outside the door. Good morning, Lord Dev. Dever's sleepy eyes glanced at Jen, who approached with a cheerful expression and exclaimed, Wake up, lazy Lord Dev. Just 5 more minutes? You said that 3 hours ago. Dever waved his hand tiredly and said, Since when do we care about day and night? Oh my, Mel, now's the time to use it, Jen suggested. Mel was also bewildered, and began to sweat. Are you talking about the wide area destruction forbidden magic? What are you talking about? The purple gem on the staff in Mel's hand emitted light. Outside the city was still bathed in peaceful morning sunlight, but suddenly an intense light appeared and simultaneously screams echoed. I'm up, stop that magic. What is this? It turned out to be the light emanating from the staff Mel held. Swallow had to wake up whether he wanted to or not. He was puzzled. I thought demons couldn't use divine magic. Mel explained. This is slaughter magic, not divine magic. That's magic, Lord Dev. Since you're awake, please have the breakfast Jen prepared. Dever's face turned pale at the sight of the bowl in Jen's hand. Roasted goat meat and steamed vegetables. The contents of the bowl were a chaotic mess like pig feed, so Dever's attitude had a reason. Where are the original ingredients? This is just a mess. As Swallow frowned, Jen just smiled happily and replied, I'm sorry, no, it's nothing, alright. Batik replied to the pigeon letter Jen sent after we returned. What did Batik say? Swallow was still confused about how to eat it. And he sent this with the letter. What Jen pulled out of her pocket was a piece of glass. A mirror. What is this? Is he telling us to primp? Everyone muttered. Unable to understand the meaning of the mirror piece Pix sent, while Jen and Mel eagerly speculated about the mirror piece Pix sent, Dever took the opportunity to hide his breakfast under the bed. This seems to be a magic communication device. A magic communication device? That's right, if I transmit mana like this, Mel said, gradually transmitting mana to the mirror piece. Finally, something surprising happened. Pix's face appeared in the mirror piece. It appeared. Can you hear me well? A voice criticizing him was heard from behind. Pix, your nostrils look absolutely terrible. Pix frowned. Boss, why do you always want to fight me every time we meet? Can everyone hear me well? First, I heard Mel is working very actively through the pigeon letter Jen sent, so I contacted you to provide information that might help recruit more monsters. Swallow interrupted. But where did you get that? Batik explained. I borrowed it. Boss, you know the mirror in Batho's room, right? It's a piece of that mirror. Swallow exclaimed. Oh really? I didn't think she'd lend it for free. Batik continued to explain. Oh no, she said she'd trade it for blood. As you know, I'm a lich, so I don't have blood. So she was curious about Batik's blood and I agreed to trade it for Jen's blood. Wait, Jen wasn't there, was she? Yep. As her name was mentioned, Jen immediately poked her head in. Oh, I'm here, Uncle Pix. Outside, Boa and Mel had helpless expressions. Batik, where did you go? The other party, whether intentionally or not, lost connection. And Pix's face no longer appeared in the mirror piece. Can everyone hear me well? Oh, it's connected. Hello, I'm the real Pix. First, Mel. Pix, despite being a skeleton now, had a confused expression. Jen widened her eyes and threatened. It's too late, real Uncle Pix. My claws are already ready to dig into your head. Mel also had a helpless expression outside. I thought you were hopeless too. Anyway, back to the point. I checked the exclusion list Jen sent and none of the monsters met the criteria, so I prepared another list and sent it. Pix tried to change the subject. Monster information, but Jen didn't see anything. She rummaged through the package but found nothing. Mel glanced back and said, Look, there's something stuck to the back of the letter. Oh, those are monsters not on the exclusion list, Lord Dev. Batik happily intercepted the ball. Aha, it took a few days. Individually, they're nothing special, but in groups they're incredibly strong. Some can even utilize the terrain to fight. I've been keeping an eye on them for a while, ha ha ha. For a while? Dever was surprised, as if he hadn't known Pix had researched so thoroughly. I mean, even before Jen and I thought about recruiting monsters, as Swallow seemed to realize something, Bati was confused and couldn't continue. And Pix's image in the mirror piece disappeared again. It seems the connection is really lost this time. Jen also thought so. It turns out it wasn't due to the connection, but Pix intentionally disconnected before Dever could scold him. I won't forgive that damn scoundrel this time. Pix's knowing smile showed he had escaped Dever's wrath just in time. Ha ha ha. Scene shift. Conhit Palace. At this time a massacre had just occurred. Demons truly can't be trusted. Commander Gali Ribbit-Tan and his companions stood over fallen demon corpses. I didn't think they'd prepare so many troops. Lady Agria, this monster is still alive, so may I take it? The captain immediately agreed. Good, now it's my turn to receive the reward. Demon Lord Mamolia. Mamolia was now kneeling on the ground, 2 blades at her neck. She still said stiffly, "You human, do you think you can get away with this? If you dare harm me, the other demon lords will." Ribbit-san immediately cut her off. "Don't say anything more, I don't care. Oh, but don't misunderstand, I'm grateful for this. Thanks to it, we've gained an opportunity to eliminate Dever." Mamolia didn't understand anything. "Aha, eliminate him." She burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha." Ribbit-Tan seemed slightly displeased. "What's so funny? What's funny? I mean, what you just said is truly laughable." Mamolia scoffed. "Eliminate him? Who do you think you are? I guarantee it's absolutely impossible. You don't seem to understand the terrifying nature of that ancient monster." One person hastily cut her off. "There's no need to listen to her anymore. Lady Agria, I am truly grateful for this material. Are you truly confident that it's possible?" Ribbit-Tan asked the cloaked man again. He lightly nodded and replied, "I will surely grant your wish. I will create the ultimate homunculus, using a demon lord." Just like the red spider on the ceiling, Mamolia's fate was also devoured. Rugged mountainous terrain. Dever's group was traveling to a new location, riding a one-eyed monster. I seem to have met my match. Between master and subordinate, trust is most important. To increase loyalty, one must recruit them directly as master, right? Imagining Pix's chatty face, Dever felt tired. "Oh Lord Dev, I think we've arrived," May announced. The trio's journey had been smooth. Just in time. Bati appeared in the mirror shard and told everyone that the top priority for recruiting monsters was the golem guardians of Conhit. These stone creatures would quickly reassemble and recover right after being destroyed, making them suitable monsters for the dungeon. This was clearly the habitat of the golem guardians Bati had mentioned. The 3 headed towards a rugged rocky canyon. The rocks in front of them suddenly trembled. "Oh, is that it?" He said. "They regenerate infinitely." The stone chunks assembled to form a shape that was neither human nor object. If it was a magic golem, regeneration would continue as long as its mana stone heart remained intact. To Dever it seemed like an ordinary occurrence. He still appeared to be enjoying the moment. "Really? Then I just need to find that mana stone and take it?" At this point, Jen warned Lord Dev that the situation wasn't good. "That can't be easily defeated." A colossal golem slowly rose. "What I mean is I'm weak and that's..." The golem began to charge, each step shaking the ground. "Looks quite strong." May and Jen seemed to hesitate slightly. May had a good idea. "I'll restrict its movement, so grab the mana stone before it recovers." Suddenly, Swallow placed a hand on May's head, stroking it, and stopped her before she could attack the monster. "It's okay, May. Thank you for bringing me here. Let's finish this." The monster furiously charged at the 3 as Dever lightly leapt. The 2 anxiously cried out, "Lord Dever." Small Dever was buried between the monster's fists. A massive fist flew straight at Dever, grazing May and Jen, but fortunately they successfully evaded the stone monster's attack. As May anxiously cried, "Lord Dever?" the powerful fist created a loud explosion. "Wow, Pix really found something interesting," Swallow exclaimed. The monster exploded in bewilderment. What was initially a colossal and ponderous monster was now shattered into tiny stone fragments. The power Dever gained from the monster seemed to cause him no difficulty whatsoever. "Interesting," he smiled with satisfaction. This was followed by a series of explosions and a cloud of dust. The 2 girls standing on the manta ray-shaped airship were bewildered by what was happening. "Don't just stand there, find the mana stone," May quickly reminded them. "Oh right, my clothes are dirty." "Who's next?" Swallow said, brushing off his clothes. Scene change. A desolate island. "Did you hear the news?" a one-eyed demon whispered. "The golem of Stone Mountain disappeared yesterday because of an earthquake. I also heard that the white wolf that destroyed the entire plateau has been defeated." Is it because of humans? At this rate we'll be the next target." The 3 one-eyed demons talked worriedly, then looked at the newly appeared demon. "Enough. No need to worry about what hasn't happened yet. No one will know the location of our dungeon." The newly appeared one-eyed demon had long lustrous hair, clearly different from the 3 chattering ones. As soon as he finished speaking, May and Jen appeared behind him. "You heard what he said, right?" Jen thought they were all terribly deformed and therefore very colossal. "I didn't think it would be here." Pix's information is indeed reliable. The colossal deformed creatures were startled and turned around. "Who are you? How did you?" Jen said. We've come to negotiate. We're looking for monsters to work in the dungeon." "I see, you must be conquerors of the monsters in this area. Damn it, how did you get here?" These colossal deformed creatures seem to have no intention of negotiating. "We won't go down easily." Jen frowned. "What? It seems negotiations aren't working." May didn't know how to answer. The seemingly foolish deformed creatures all wore bewildered expressions. Scene change. May and Jen were walking through a quiet forest where sunlight filtered through the leaves, talking. Oh, I didn't realize they were so weak. I really didn't expect them to die so easily. Jen's eyes welled up with tears as she recalled accidentally striking down all the deformed creatures with one blow. So who's next? Jen asked. A monster named Sa. A strange person's shadow appeared on a branch in front of May. Hey, I didn't expect you to be here, but I found you. A red-haired man, dressed in red clothes with a dark red style, spoke to them. I heard the deformed creatures living there were defeated. Good heavens, rumors spread really fast, Jen murmured. The red-haired young man leaped from the tree to the ground. That's how we were able to live so long without being discovered by humans. We collect information very quickly. So you understand what's happening, right? Jen said with a smile. Of course, you want me to work in the dungeon, right? The young man replied, I agree, but on one condition. You over there, you're Dever, right? Jen's eyes widened. He's calling your name without fear. That's right. Swallow replied lazily. The red-haired young man suddenly proposed, let's fight. I've always wondered how strong an ancient monster is, Jenny said, annoyed. How dare you speak so rudely to Lord Dever, impudent fellow. Lord Dev, you don't need to grant his request. Jenny will take care of him. Dever stepped forward and accepted the request. I mean, he wants it, so I should grant it. All right, let's see what you can do. Upon receiving permission, the young man excitedly brought his hands together. Immediately, a brilliant light erupted from his palms. Ah, good, give it your all, Dever said. The young man took a stance and magical power sparked beside him. Give it your all. Swallow narrowed his eyes. Scene change under a quiet night sky, twinkling stars. Swallow let out a long sigh. Damn it, I'm tired, so tired. We've been moving for 2 days without rest. They say that if you do unfamiliar things you might die, whether human or monster. Lord Dev, would you like to try this first? Jen came over with a bowl of food and offered it. Dever, thinking it was Jen's usual cooking, recoiled in disgust. I didn't have time to prepare a meal for you, so I bought it in the city, but in fact today's meal was much tastier. Dever ate voraciously as if he had never eaten before. Let's see. Now we've recruited the golem, the deformed creatures, and Saw of the Sky. That Saw fellow just disappeared with a flick of a finger, and Action apologized for refusing our offer. But we gained a lot, Jen said with a smile. This is true conquest. Since we killed them all and took all their treasures, we have many valuable items now. Are you too serious? I'm curious about what's inside that box. It must be things the monsters hunted from humans, right? Oh, I'm curious too. We were in such a hurry we didn't have time to look inside. As expected, there are many magical tools. What's this, magical tools? Let's see. What magical tool could pierce Batik's bones? Swallow murmured, looking at the pile of magical tools, and May, listening from behind, was startled. What is stopping Dever right now? In Dever's hands were 2 beautiful red flowers. What is he curious about? Scene change. Conhit Palace. Thank you very much for providing such excellent experimental material. The three-eyed bowed respectfully. Everything is for the Empire. Ribet Tan replied. Truly excellent. I didn't expect you to provide experimental material in such pristine condition. Look at this one, isn't she beautiful? The two turned around and looked at something. What they were referring to was Momolia. She was now trapped within a magical seal, bound by countless ropes. Beautiful? Captain Gali Ribet Tan was triumphant upon hearing that. I think so too. The two nodded and looked at the experimental results. But appearance isn't that important this time. It's just to confirm what kind of results the experiment will yield. The three-eyed replied, yes, we are all doing our best. But if we were to take this body out now, it would be ruined in less than 2 days. Despite the three-eyed's warning, the captain still wanted to see the results. That's enough. It's not important. And I'm not sure if I can stably suppress that mind. The three-eyed, unable to refuse the captain's opinion, also nodded in agreement. Yes, I trust your judgment. Whatever purpose you use it for, you will surely see the effects of the experiment, Gali Ribet Tan thought to himself. So he can do anything. I've decided what to use it for. Returning to Dever's group, in his hand were 2 red flowers he had just taken from the magical toolbox. May, are these magical tools too? Yes, but they seem to have already been used. They have no effect now, only the preservation magic spell is valid, May replied. Jen turned and admired. Those flowers are really pretty, As Dever was admiring the flowers, Jen's voice startled him. Lord Dever? Dever suddenly grabbed Jen's head. Stay still, Jen said, startled and struggling. Ah, Lord, you told me to stay still. Swallow reminded her. Jen was even more flustered. May. Seeing this scene from the side was deeply moved. Good, Dever smiled, satisfied with his creation. Jen's white hair was adorned with 2 red flowers. Pretty, Dever praised. Dever looked at Jen and thought, she always works hard and she seems to have changed a bit since coming to Conhit. She seems to want something from me, but I don't know what it is. Besides, I've never given her a gift. Her beauty captivated even May, who could only exclaim, you're really pretty, Jenny. Jen's cheeks flushed red and she shyly asked everyone, am I really pretty? Yes, very pretty. Don't you like it? I'll give you something better later. Jen, receiving Lord Dever's attention, politely bowed her head in gratitude for the unexpected gift. I'm truly happy. Joy and happiness moved Jen. All right, Dever seemed to hesitate, as if wanting to say something, but then, we're done with our work now, right? I need to rest a bit. He expected a comfortable sleep, but Jen threw cold water on his hopes. No, we still have 2 more places to visit. Dever also seemed exhausted. No scene change. Bright morning sunlight streamed into Conhit Palace. Gwyn lay on the sofa complaining. Boring. Stretch. Gwyn was probably under house arrest and didn't have much to do. Joints stiffened. By now she was probably confined to her room and unaware of what was happening outside. So boring. Gwyn had no choice but to alleviate her discomfort by flailing her limbs and hitting the sofa, but nothing seemed to improve for Gwyn. Suddenly a voice was heard from outside. Lady Gwyn, although you've recovered, it would be better for you to rest a bit more. Especially, don't show any improvement in front of the nobles. Gwyn herself understood why he was saying that. He was worried she would be dragged back to the front lines, but doing nothing is worse. Now people outside might be in danger. At least I want to check if Dia is safe. Gwyn intended to sneak out through her room's balcony. Alright, it'll be fine if I just go out for a bit and come back. Let's go. As soon as Gwyn tried to escape, she was immediately discovered. Where are you going, Lady Gwyn? Before she could do anything, Gwyn was caught by an unexpected person. The person who discovered Gwyn's actions was none other than Captain Rizet. Can we talk for a moment? Gwyn shouted in annoyance. At least say something before coming into my room. I came in without announcing myself because I expected you to try to escape. Gwyn stammered despite being caught. Escape? What are you talking about? Really? I'm sorry, what I just said was a lie. You know him. I've wanted to ask you about this for a long time, but what about it? How's Rizet? I haven't been able to talk to Rizet since his arm accident. It's my fault that he lost his arm. Gwyn felt guilty for having injured someone else. Captain Rizet also understood that Gwyn was in great distress and encouraged her, explaining, You don't have to carry all the burdens of this empire alone. Of course, such thoughts are admirable for a hero. But remember, everyone in the Black Wolf Knights is ready to lay down their lives for the empire. Rizet is no different. He merely sacrificed his arm for the empire. Despite the captain's explanation, Gwyn was still worried. Besides, Rizet himself doesn't complain. I think he's considerate of your feelings, so don't feel too guilty. Alright. I have one favor to ask of you. What is it? It's about the homunculi that the Empire has been researching. Recently, I received a report of a strange accident in one of the research areas. Gwyn was curious. A strange accident? It seems the homunculi inside the research area have escaped. Fortunately, the place is quite far from the village, so there were no casualties. Hearing that, Gwyn became anxious. Then we must inform everyone. The captain reconsidered upon seeing Gwyn's anxious expression. I see. This accident must be handled in secret. This task must be handled discreetly and entrusted to as few people as possible. Besides, she can't go to the front lines right now, can she? If she does, the royal family and their close associates will suspect her. Gwyn couldn't patiently wait for the captain to come up with a solution. Then what do you want from me? I've already informed the soldiers guarding the teleportation gate at the west gate of the palace. I've also given them the coordinates, so you just need to go there within 3 hours. As soon as the captain finished speaking, Gwyn rushed off to prepare. Alright then, I'll go prepare right away. Rizet immediately stopped Gwyn. Gwyn turned back to see the captain holding up 3 fingers, cautioning her. You must arrive exactly at 3 hours. Gwyn had no choice but to do as the captain instructed. Phew, the tea leaves are finally all gone. I need to hurry within 3 hours. Oh, the captain suddenly froze. Thank you for opening the door. A shadow flickered behind the door. The captain stared intently at the person who appeared before him. It's been a long time, Pope Dwanisia III. Outside the hall of Conhit Palace, Captain Rizet was speaking with Pope Dwanisia. It's been a long time, Your Holiness. No, I should call you Commander now. Why is someone who doesn't serve the king but serves someone else here? The Pope could only offer a friendly smile at the captain's question. Commander. Still as sharp-tongued as ever, I merely wish to visit the Empire's hero, a pillar of the Empire. As far as I know, the Empire's hero, Gwyn Histoya, has never met the Pope. The captain stared at Pope Dwanisia. And yet you've come to check on her situation? Rizet walked away, speaking indifferently. I'm busy. Would you believe me if I said I came to see you? The Pope pleaded to speak for a moment before the captain left. The sun was slowly setting behind the mountains, and the captain stood on the balcony, lost in thought. What is this person plotting to make such a suspicious offer at a time like this? While the captain was still deep in thought, fireworks boomed in the distance. A grand party was being held to celebrate the return of the Diana Silver Deer assault team. Conhit was a mercenary city, with 1/3 of its population belonging to assault teams, and Devouring was hidden somewhere in this city. To eliminate that ancient monster, more information was needed, and to get it, a little risk had to be taken. From behind, a voice called the commander. A burly man in a massive military uniform said, "Preparations are complete. Awaiting your orders." The captain acknowledged Mr. Storm's thorough preparation. "Thank you, Storm. We are also ready." He asked Storm, "How do you plan to find the demon lord hidden in this city?" "Common human like me has no ingenious method." "Then what will you do?" "We will use the one who tracks that demon lord more closely than we do." "We will use that woman," the captain asked Storm. "How much time do we have left?" 78 minutes until the hero arrives. It's a bit early, but it's best to start right now." "Understood, Commander." Summoning a demon lord is a unique ability that only other demon lords possess, so we will find Mel, then we will naturally find him. It will be an interesting sight. Scene shift. The party was still lively with conversations and toasts. The dungeon was dangerous again today, but it was truly a miracle that there were no casualties. A bald young man sitting at a table asked Bati where he was going. Bati replied naturally to pee. Bati eventually left the noisy party. Bati leaned against the wall, looking tired from drinking too much. "I feel like throwing up. I shouldn't have offered drinks to just anyone." While relieving himself, Bati discovered, oh, someone seems to have had too much to drink. Bati approached and greeted him. Hey, are you all right? The young man had drunk so much that he threw up and Bati had to cover his nose. What's that smell? Suddenly, a three-eyed monster appeared and bit the neck of the young man, who was too drunk to realize what was happening. Bati was also surprised by the sight. Damn it, how did a monster get into the city? The monster extended its arm and attacked Bati. Fortunately, he was able to defend with his sword. What is this? This guy is incredibly strong. Bati had to resist with all his might to block the three-eyed monster's attack. What else? What exactly is going on? What's happening? Even if it's the Empire's commander, this isn't right, is it? Even if it's the Emperor's order, this is too wrong. Silence. I knew that the three-eyed's alchemy experiments were inhumane, but I didn't expect them to cause such a disaster in the middle of the city. Captain Gali Ribbit-Tan said, no need to worry, the city won't be utterly destroyed. The Lord couldn't understand. What do you mean? The houses below Konhit Palace were slowly collapsing. The Lord seemed to realize something. What? The captain behind him was calm, as if he already knew what was going to happen. He's finally here. A massive foot with sharp claws emerged from among the flames and smoke. The Lord's face was pale with fear. Is that also an artificial life form? Didn't you just say the city wouldn't be destroyed? If that's left to rampage, the entire city will be in even greater danger. Moreover, at this rate, the city's people will also. The Lord seemed to realize something. Could it be that everything was planned from the beginning? The captain reassured everyone. Calm down, it's just a small sacrifice. As far as I can see, Dever doesn't seem to want to destroy Konhit. Given that he shows no destructive behavior, he clearly has another objective besides massacre. Looking at this situation, he might even be fighting against the artificial life forms. Captain Gali Ribbit-Tan laughed triumphantly. Ha! Look, isn't it beautiful? The sacrifice of the Empire's people for the nation's development. This damn guy is crazy. The fire was visible to everyone from afar. Isn't that our inn? Probably. No, my bed, Swallow screamed, watching his bed burn. As night deepened, Dever's trio was still wandering in the Hu-Hayuti forest. Wow, this tree is as big as the one in the Gafinia forest. This forest is quite old now. Lord Dever's sleepiness came over him. Jan, now that we've recruited all the monsters, I can sleep, right, Pix? Yes, please rest before we return, Lord Dev. Suddenly, May's dog started acting strangely. What's wrong, Ron? A strong wind blew from somewhere, startling everyone. May covered her eyes with her hand, glimpsing the ground covered in flames and smoke. That city, isn't that our inn? Dever couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. No, Lord Dev, Dever screamed in despair, feeling helpless as his home and beloved bed were engulfed in flames. Jenny turned around, blushing, and encouraged him. You can sleep on my lap, Lord Dev. Lord Dev. May didn't feel good hearing that. This demonic aura. May, sitting on Jenny's back, asked herself. Could it be Momolia? Dever murmured, looking at the burning city in the distance. Some damn bastard seems to be over-releasing mana. May's thoughts also aligned. Do you think so too, Lord Dev? His face was now very worried, and so were the people below. What's going on? May immediately said. Lord Dev, Miss Jenny. Wouldn't it be an inconvenience for us to go and see what's happening? Scene shift. The burning city. Houses collapsing, all residents fleeing from the pursuit of monsters. The villagers were being chased, but somewhere heroes were fighting monsters to defend the city. It was none other than Bati, still fighting fiercely against numerous monsters. Bati urged everyone to flee quickly. Hurry and run, thank you. Now, in a place filled with danger, Bati's dignified and firm demeanor was evident. A grotesque mass of monsters in front. My goodness, too many disgusting creatures. A young man in a red cloak appeared next to Bati. Thank you for your help. We are from the Red Lion Guild. The Red Lion Guild? Aren't they a famous A-rank guild with many high-ranking members? They will be a great help in this situation. A member of the Red Lion Guild swung his sword, decapitating a charging grotesque monster. The Red Lion Guild member asked curiously, We've defeated all the surrounding monsters. Do you know anything about these monsters? While fighting, Bati also introduced himself. Not really, I'm Bati from the White Guild. They seem to be artificial life forms, but they look nothing like homunculus Jeff P. Whatever they are, that seems to be the most important thing. You're right, we're also targeting that. A massive monster appeared and was destroying the city. The two discussed how to eliminate that grotesque monster. We need to get closer. I'll follow. I don't think so. I'm also an A- rank agent. No, you'll die if you go there. Bati stood dumbfounded at those words. Of course, me too. Listen closely around you. I hear someone calling for you. The Red Lion Guild member patted his shoulder encouragingly. Bati glimpsed, thinking he was trembling. Oh no, Bati's thoughts were completely different from his face, which was sweating with worry. I'm the one trembling. I know you want to protect the city residents, but you seem to need to protect yourself and those around you more. Leave this to the Red Lion Guild. Bati sincerely accepted the Red Lion Guild's words and agreed, I'll leave this to you. The young man from the Red Lion Guild also happily agreed. He then immediately ran off, leaving Bati behind. Although Bati agreed, he still felt empty inside. He knelt on the ground, disappointed. Too, amidst the thick smoke, a cry echoed. Here, I'm here, a strange sound that irritated the Red Lion Guild warriors. Damn it, too noisy, really annoying. Is this ear-splitting sensation magic? What is that? A strange sight unfolded before the Red Lion Guild warriors, and everyone exclaimed, I've never seen a monster like that before. Then that's the monster causing this chaos? That monster's mana level is not to be underestimated. We can't underestimate him based on his appearance alone. The monster emitted a captivating blue circle around it. Everyone retreat. Damn it. and as we just said, it's just a reconnaissance reaction, not for defense. Mana reconnaissance, what is it looking for? To eliminate it, we must attack simultaneously. The Red Lion Guild warriors prepared to unleash their skills on the monster simultaneously. Use flames, these skills seem to have inflicted considerable damage on the grotesque monster. Arg, seizing the opportunity, one of the guild warriors reminded everyone to put more power into their attacks. Good, it's working, don't stop. Wait, something's wrong. The attack wasn't working, the monster was also feeling pain right now. Ahaha, but suddenly one of the guild warriors noticed something strange. Wait, something's wrong, the attack wasn't working. Suddenly one of the Red Lion Guild warriors leaped up despite his comrades' attempts to stop him. Wait, the young man rushed straight towards the monster, preparing to deliver a sharp sword die. The sword gleamed, flying towards the monster's head. The monster seemed to be in great pain from such a painful blow. The pressure spread around and everyone watched with gritted teeth. A massive explosion erupted from the grotesque creature like a nuclear bomb, and immense pressure pushed everyone far away. The warrior stammered, "That's not something a human can defeat. Are you looking for me?" A person with brilliant wings appeared in the sky. An angel, Mamolia May, you've become so pathetic. Are you that angry with me? Hey, let's end this here forever. High-level magic, darkness, destruction. Judaica ended a few days ago. After everything that happened to Mamolia, there was no reason for her to stay in Conhit. However, the demonic power that called her was definitely Mamolia's. Mamolia, you hated me so much that this happened, and yet you still can't forget. I don't know what happened to you, but I won't pity you. High-level magic, darkness, destruction. Is that a demon lord? What? The demon lord defeated that monster. Why would a demon lord do such a thing? Fortunately, she doesn't seem interested in us anyway. There's nothing we can do in this situation, so let's retreat quickly. Demon Lord Maygria thought, something strange. I used magic with pure destructive power. There's no way that monster would die so easily. Weren't all the people who struggled and retreated from here A-rank assault team members? From inside the monster's corpse a strange sound suddenly came. One of the Red Lion Guild members was startled and turned back, searching. Ah, the young man thought to himself, has this guy's mana attribute changed? From above, Maygria was also curious about that phenomenon. From inside the corpse of the monster that Demon Lord May had just defeated, a hand popped out. The sight startled the Demon Lord. The grotesque monster in a new form. Ah, all the Red Lion Guild warriors were surprised, their eyes wide with wonder. What's that? Someone popped out of the corpse. Is that monster not dead yet? The monster, transformed into a woman, walked out covered in blood. Intermediate magic. A dagger was lodged in the city wall. Whoosh, one of the Red Lion Guild warriors was suddenly attacked while his comrades watched in surprise. Oh no, the monster suddenly appeared and attacked the guild members. It seems the warriors have lost the initiative to the monster. The monster cast a spell without a word. Suddenly a massive explosion rocked the entire city and immense power blew away everything around it. Mamolia May, my body is melting away. It hurts so much, it's hot. Steam was rising from the monster's body as if death was imminent. But with a distorted face and a gruesome smile, it provoked the Demon Lord. It seems I can take your life before I die. May, as if anticipating the situation, immediately used her ground penetration ability, and the two showcased their power to each other. Gahahaha, you're finally showing a bit of a Demon Lord's true self. The monster's aggressive appearance sharply contrasted with May's cold demeanor. The fight continued without any sign of stopping. Are you satisfied? Now I understand why you were so confident. The captain, observing the entire situation from outside, seemed very pleased with his plan. From behind, Guanjik added, if you wait a little longer, you'll see an even more interesting sight. The captain, greatly excited by those words, said, I'm really looking forward to it. Everything was proceeding as planned, and May continued to use various techniques against her opponent. Though not much mana remained in her body, that body would not last long. If she just keeps enduring, she can win. It's best to stop here. Mamolia received an unexpected attack. Teehee, hey you. Lovely May, hey, this time it's going to hurt a bit. Chobi's refusal, damn it Mamolia, there's no mana left at all. It's just like when Lord Dever assigned me the task of guarding the teleportation gate. Lord Dever came to help, but I collapsed, and suddenly useless thoughts popped into my head. So this is what death feels like. Lord Dever, I'm sorry now. Before I could even begin the task Lord Dever entrusted to me, May fell to the ground. Her father was waiting outside for May's return. Will Lady May be alright? She'll be fine, although it looks that way. There's no need to worry about May's demonic energy. She doesn't seem to realize it herself, but May is an excellent demon lord. What do you think? I don't know how to answer. Lord Dever finally captured the demon lord. Combining magic conversion with high damage techniques produced a noticeable effect. What technique did you change that it's so effective? I'm continuing my research into seizing the enemy's power, making every effort to ensure the user doesn't suffer side effects like in the Knife Gym incident. But that one disregarded side effects and focused solely on seizing the enemy's power. It was unstable, but its power was immense. Captain Gali Ribbit Tan thought blankly. All of this was necessary for the conquest that was about to unfold. This was to measure Dever's power. But he seemed quite relaxed. The man in the blue cloak asked, why does Demon Lord May have no business with Dever? At this rate, everything will be over before Gwyn arrives. We need to gather as much information as possible about Dever before the battle begins. Where is he? Dever. Storm interrupted the captain's train of thought. Your Majesty, please look over there. The captain glanced at where Storm was pointing. The strange sight reflected in the captain's eyes was Dever, transformed into a monster, shielding May and protecting her. Lord Dever's mana. Gahahaha. Dever appeared colossal before the monster. The monster roared loudly and charged at May. May immediately thrust her staff forward, activating energy from its purple gem. The light from the staff spread around May, and this time May used a simple ice technique. Due to the incredibly powerful energy, even May couldn't endure it. The staff fell at May's feet. May was startled to see the monster completely frozen. What? This spell shouldn't be able to inflict such great damage with just my own power. The immense power of this spell made May recall the past once again. She had clearly expended all her mana to push Momolia back. In that situation, she should have died from mana depletion and bleeding. But why is Lord Dever's mana still remaining in my body? All her wounds had also disappeared. Could it be that Lord Dever took some action regarding her? May was curious. First, I need to check again. The staff's purple gem suddenly turned green, detecting a life form. May, it's dead. The battle was truly over. It was just as I thought. If Lord Dever had used all his dark magic, he would have inflicted immense damage on Momolia even before she could reach her. Fortunately, I won this battle. I need to return to Lord Dever as quickly as possible. I need to ask him in detail about this mana remaining in my body. A strange sound came from behind May. May glanced back. I must have pushed myself too hard. Now I'm hearing things. Another monster appeared from the body of the monster frozen by the spell. May looked up with startled eyes. What now? Is that thing devouring Momolia's corpse? No, it's absorbing her mana. The curses. I don't know what's happening, but I have no obligation to deal with this. Momolia is dead and I've done my part. I know nothing about that monster. I'll draw its attention with a simple attack, then use teleportation magic to get out of here. Gag. May suddenly coughed up blood and fell painfully to the ground. Damn it, I have no more strength. The price for using unfamiliar magic. Move, I need to get up. The monster extended its long arm and grabbed May. Jen appeared and threw May backward. May's dog caught May with its entire body. May was overjoyed to be reunited with her beloved dog, and Jen, I wondered why it took so long. I didn't know you were fighting that thing. I'm sorry. The fact that Jen is here means it's too late. May, I almost fell asleep. Lord Dever. Jen, what you just did to that monster is fine, but it's not enough. I don't know either. If a person like me without skill tries to use your technique, it won't be effective, but Jen believes she can do it with your power. Alright, do it. But why does that thing keep getting bigger? Truly annoying. Jen will finish it quickly. No need. Lord Dever's cold remark. I'll take care of that monster. The horrifying monster rushed at Lord Dever. Lord Dever's posture was still, very relaxed and calm. Thwack thwack. The monster's fist seemed to have no effect on Lord Dever at all. The attack shook heaven and earth, but Dever stood firm as if nothing had happened. As its deformed arm broke and shattered, the monster stood dumbfounded. What is this? Dever said with a solemn gaze. Will you shake my hand? At this time, Jen was talking to May outside, and May's dog was happily playing with the fireflies around them. Would you like some tea? Where did you get that from? Even a maid like me should be able to prepare this much. Indeed. Dever lightly severed the horrifying monster's arm. Dever grabbed both of the monster's arms, twisted them together, and spun them around in the air as if playing javelin. Suddenly, Dever threw the monster forward. With a merciless throw, the monster painfully crashed to the ground. Scene shift. Outside, May and Jen were still talking, waiting for Dever to deal with the horrifying monster. May was worried about the situation inside. Are you sure it'll be alright? No need to worry. Jen had strong faith in Lord Dever's abilities. Because Lord Dever himself stepped forward. In Dever's hand were the monster's fingers. Dever tossed the monster's arm aside. Seems quite sturdy. Then what about this? A stream of black energy appeared in Dever's hands. He placed his hands on the monster's corpse as if to check something. The monster's corpse suddenly swelled up. Bang! The monster's corpse burst apart like a water balloon, shattering into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. The monster's blood rained down like a shower. Dever was disappointed. Damn it, it seems I injected too much mana. Outside, Jen also had to block it with an umbrella. Good heavens, what a mess. Where did that umbrella come from? May gazed into the distance, lost in deep thought. That was clearly a very powerful opponent. She was confident that she was stronger than all types of dragons and most demon lords. At least she thought so. After completing all the challenges as usual, Dever grew sleepy again. Yawned. Sleepy? Really? May, seeing that, immediately roused him. Sir, no, Lord Dever, what if that dirty thing gets into your mouth? In May's dog's mouth was a small piece of the monster. Horrifying. Why did you bring such a dirty thing? That dirty piece was Momolia. Momolia? So that cunning woman was that thing. Oh, I remember. When I first encountered Momolia, her body was already deformed, but after that thing came out and devoured her body. I can't be sure if the two were a type of parasite, but such parasitic organisms are quite common, so it's likely the case this time too. Zuo also seemed to greatly enjoy eating that deformed thing. Oh my god, Zuo, don't do that. Jen immediately looked at that deformed thing. Lord Dever, Jen realized what it was. It was an artificial life form. The two guards couldn't believe their eyes, seeing Dever unharmed. No way. The pinnacle of alchemy, our latest masterpiece, should normally last at least 3 minutes. Captain Galley Ribbit Tan unpleasantly cut him off. No need to make excuses. The captain seemed to have already known this would happen. As expected, no matter how strong a monster alchemy could create, it would be no match for Dever. But he finished it too quickly. There would have been no need to call Gwyn either. Let's return to Riyadh. Are you alright? Master's magic, I'm fine. Our deal ends here. What? Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. Didn't Your Majesty say that all these sacrifices were for the future of the Empire? How can you say you're leaving? If so, all these sacrifices become meaningless. Meaningless? Look closely. The scene of the castle that the brave soldiers of Konhit protected with their lives. This is only half of the expected casualties. Captain Gali Ribatan calmly left, and the man fell into deep disappointment. Meaningless sacrifice? Clearly we gained a lot. Now we've clearly learned that defeating Dever with ordinary strength is impossible. And we also know that there is someone important enough for him to personally fight. Moreover, this disaster will lead to war. And then there will be those who need the power of our masterpieces. Konhit's casualties will only be seen as the result of conflict between humans and monsters. The city was engulfed in flames. Outsiders would not know that this disaster was related to artificial life forms. The corpses of deformed creatures lay scattered everywhere. Around that corner there's a teleportation gate leading directly to Riyadh. I contacted the subordinate I had planted there beforehand. Just as everyone was about to move, Jen suddenly raised her hand to signal. The captain asked, puzzled. Lady Jen, Storm replied. Your Majesty, I just received news that an intruder appeared at the teleportation gate. There's one of them, a monster in the form of a maid. Hearing Storm's words, the captain seemed to recognize the maid with the sword. She is trying to block our retreat path. This means she knows that humans were also involved in this. Artificial life forms seem to be able to recognize their own kind. We must immediately return to the magic tower and create a temporary teleportation gate. The amount of mana flowing through the magic tower should be enough for us to teleport quite a long distance. A sharp blade fiercely charged forward, clanging. Fortunately, the captain's knight successfully blocked it with his sword. Captain, what flew at him suddenly transformed into a thread-like shape tightly wrapping around his weapon. And then it began to pull him. The battle became a tug of war. Sir Storm, please leave this position to me. Please take the captain and go. I know your strength and courage well, but how can I leave you alone? There isn't much time. Please hurry. Knight Quinn was desperately buying time. Go quickly, Captain, let's go. Knight Quinn, before leaving, the captain urged. If you die before I permit it, I will not forgive you, the knight replied robustly. I will obey your command. The captain and Storm quickly left, and Knight Quinn remained alone to stop the maid. Beyond the rising smoke in front of Knight Quinn, a faint female shadow was visible. I heard you killed countless assault team members, didn't you? I've heard a lot about you too. Show yourself. Sword-wielding maid, I am too old to understand your intentions. Why did you allow Knight Quinn to act alone? Does he really look like he's alone, Knight Storm? Then. I also know he's not alone. You know Knight Quinn's abilities very well, don't you, Knight Jen? That's right. That's why it's even harder to understand. We should have left at least one more knight to support him. That would only hinder him. What? Knight Quinn is blessed by spirits. Quinn was running, evading attacks, and every place he stepped instantly shattered. Quinn flinched and backed away, seeing all the structures behind him destroyed. Lord Dever told me to destroy the area where the teleportation gates are gathered and kill all suspicious humans. Understood? Are you trying to play with me because I'm the last human left here? Stop playing around, human. The reason you've been running away until now was to buy time for others to escape, wasn't it? Did you think Jen wouldn't know? Hey, even alone, you did very well. That human Obi Albi is no ordinary swordsman. Was he just gathering mana? Moreover, is this mana from spirits? Luzika Windstone Wall. This storm was formed with an immense amount of mana. He basically sealed this entire area with high-level spells. This is the price for despising humanity. Stay in there. A monster that can control 2 high-level spirits simultaneously. Interesting, human. Canhun temporary shelter. Wait. Batik already said that the bear assault team was wrong. Are you telling me to do nothing and stay put? We have to at least try something. What can you do alone? I don't know, but I can't stay here. I need to go into the city and check. And Captain, stop Batik. He hasn't fully recovered yet. Damn it, I'm really fine. We can't do that. Batik, listen carefully. There must be survivors, so let's go to the assault team rally point and the magic tower. We will open the way there. Silver Deer assault team, Anna, everyone prepare. Drive out the monsters that destroyed our beloved city. Hey Captain, look over there, it's the escort. The Golem escort from the Kanhan Mountains. They probably came with the assault team to rescue us. Perfect. The Golem escort will be a valuable and important resource for our team. No, Batik, what's wrong? No way, everyone run. A few minutes ago it was roughly like that. We thought it had lost control while you were doing something, so you made up the story, didn't you? Damn it. Who do you think I am? I thought the Empire's Alchemy Association was the only place that could create artificial life forms. And on that scale, the Empire must definitely be involved. Most likely, Demon Lord Momolia made contact with humans, and in the process both sides clashed and humans defeated the Demon Lord. This story is starting to get long. Do you know what happens when humans defeat a Demon Lord? They will behead the Demon Lord and send it to the Demon Lord army or hang it in the Grand Square. They say it helps boost the morale of the soldiers, but I only think it's cruel. I don't know why they do such things. If they stop creating artificial life forms and releasing them into the village, something else must be going on, right? Suspicious. While I was looking for Jenny, Batik encountered a flying artificial life form. But it doesn't just fly, it's much more special. All research data should have disappeared. I destroyed all their raw materials. Suspicious. Is that all you think, really? At this rate, they'll be able to create artificial humans on par with Jenny in a few years. Then it would be a bit scary, wouldn't it, Lord Dever? Yeah, I'm so tired. Can't we just leave it? Where should I look for clues? Can I just wipe out the entire village? Let's do that. Hey, isn't that right? That's right. Who would have thought that those humans would experiment on demon lords and then stop? They must be watching it from somewhere. So that means they saw me too? They picked a fight with May and saw you. Moreover, they even tried to dump that experiment on you. Aren't they being too much? Alright, then I guess I have to. They forced my hand, don't regret it. That's right, alright, if the situation is beyond salvation, let's completely wipe out that village. Demon Lord May listened carefully to Swallow's words with her wolf. The esteemed one has permitted us to destroy everything. They clapped as if he were putting on a play. Wow, he looked back, it's truly beautiful. Words flowed from his mouth. Humans seemed to have gathered. Suddenly, it's easier to track their movements. He noticed the explosion in the back. Is that a nuclear bomb? Given the magical power I'm sensing, are there two ancient spirits? Jen seems to be facing a strong opponent. If a strong one is there, the Empire's leaders must be hiding somewhere. As he spoke, Demon Lord May sank. Don't have to worry about the fortress. I'm tracking it using shared vision. My body has also recovered, so leave it to me. She quickly regained her composure. Swallow was flustered, but the main gate is on the opposite side. Because everyone is doing very well, Swallow detached the giant bell from its latch. I should start too. He lifted it. Let's see what draws me first. How about I start with this? Swallow threw the bell. The giant bell struck the tower precisely. Captain, where did that come from? Was it done by an ancient monster? The soldiers below were confused. Wait, the tower is falling this way. No, they screamed and fled in panic. Stop it, someone shouted, and the mages created a shield to block the falling bricks and stones. The tower collapsed on them, and even the shield trembled. Someone reported, Officer, just as the core gathers mana from the mana stone, we need to accumulate mana in this temporary core. But since the tower has been destroyed, it will probably take another 10 minutes. Sir Toman, when will Quinn arrive? Approximately 5 minutes. The captain and Toman conversed. The captain thought that the core destroyed by the maid only had its equipment damaged. The coordinates to Annihilates still remained. Would it be possible if Wind met him? Wind would not be able to defeat him without a complete apocalypse. This time, I'm really going to die. Captain Toman asked her, can you let me return to the teleportation point? I swear I will bring Gwyn Hitoya. The power of spirits is not absolute. Wind was resisting at that time. Even summoning them required a massive amount of mana and cooldown time, not to mention the vast amount of mana required to maintain them in battle. The longer the fight drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be, he thought. But as long as this mana vortex remains, I still have the upper hand. Even if she can pass through, I can stop her with earth spirits. I will not forget my purpose for coming here. What I want is not a temporary victory. I will not surrender until my mana is exhausted. 3 minutes later, Wind collapsed. What is this? His eyes rolled back. It appeared in the stories I read when I was young and admired heroes. The name came from how the blade appears small in the sky and grows larger as it falls. When it strikes, it's like a guillotine. Why? He weakly uttered, his eyes turning red. Why is the monster? He couldn't finish his sentence. One of the 36 masterpieces, Fang of Death, appeared before him, slicing Wind's body in half. Wind collapsed on the ground, gasped. His wood elemental spirit also disappeared. Wind couldn't believe it. Jen's shadow slowly emerged from behind the smoke. This blade and string could freely extend and retract up to 10 meters. I can easily penetrate and cut through the magic vortex. Human, you were blessed and protected by spirits, weren't you? Now that you're cut in half, it seems you won't survive even if a nun heals you. So is there any reason not to kill you? Jen stood before Wind, the butcher maid. Suddenly someone shouted loudly. Jen glanced sharply in that direction. Good, she stopped. Toman thought that since Lord Wind was blessed by the goddess, he only needed to buy time. Toman's eyes widened. Wind, he cried out loudly, seeing Wind's appearance. Toman immediately rushed forward. Jen sighed. There's more to gain from you than from this corpse. She threw the blade at him. What can that small blade do? Toman scoffed. But Jen quickly proved him wrong. Toman's eyes widened. It got bigger. He was surprised. The flying blade was 10 times its original size. Jen suddenly stomped her foot and kicked it up, causing it to miss and fall to the ground. You threw away your weapon? Foolish choice, butcher maid. Toman thought he had found an opening. He suddenly noticed a giant blade falling from above right over his head. He quickly blocked it. Toman used all his strength. Jen said, Momolia and the homunculi, it would be best to confess everything otherwise. As she tightened the string, the blade transformed and grew even larger. Toman barely resisted. It's getting bigger? He didn't snarl. Butcher maid, you win. Toman surrendered. But you focused too much on this old man. Footsteps were heard from behind. Jen didn't expect it. Gwyn shouted. Hey, monster! She charged in armor and delivered a powerful punch to Jen. Gwyn's steel fist was slightly dented after the blow. Gwyn stood, looking at the battlefield that had just erupted. Toman held a hammer and looked at her. Indeed, it is the hero Gwyn Hitoya. She defeated that maid with a single blow. Truly amazing. The commander below was deep in thought. Safety is the top priority. The temporary teleportation gate is still operating smoothly, so Toman should be able to easily join Gwyn's group. This plan cannot fail. Even if they notice the homunculi, the people of the Empire will not know for a while. Swallow's illusion appeared before On. "How will you deal with him?" he said. "Commander," one of the mages called out. "Are you all right?" They worriedly saw On suddenly collapse to the ground. "I'm fine. When will the gate be operational?" On replied. Approximately 3 minutes later, the mages informed them. "Yeah, leave me alone and do your work. Am I seeing things?" On asked himself. "Damn it, my fear has turned into an obsession. Look, how did our commander end up sitting on the ground? Unbelievable." Someone descended from above, she surprised the commander. Rizet reached out his hand to help him up. The head of the magic tower, Lord Polai, said that a member of the royal family was asking for help. "Fortunately, I was passing by. What a coincidence." The commander glanced to the side. "What does it mean for the head of the magic tower to be here?" Rizet nodded. "That's right, all members of the Black Wolf Knights have gathered here," Rizet said. "I don't know if this is part of your plan, but Wind is dead. Lord Toman is also severely injured, so Wind has to fight that maid who uses a mirror," the commander asked urgently. "Wait, did you hear this information from Lord Toman?" Rizet was flustered. "I don't understand what you mean. We just received the information and came here." "Damn it," the commander shouted. "We need to leave here quickly, Rizet." She became even more confused. "Commander, why? We all need to leave here right now." On fled with a flushed face. Someone was watching them from above. They whispered. "Got it." He went inside. She turned and looked at Swallow. He didn't say anything for a few seconds. "Is that so?" He gave an enigmatic smile. The dust cloud slowly dissipated. Jen emerged. She opened her eyes and looked forward. The woman fighting her, Toman, instructed the other soldiers. They asked, "What do you mean? We have Gwyn and the Legion. What's so hard about defeating a monster?" "This is the commander's order," he emphasized again. "We must not hesitate." "Gwyn, retreat," he called out to her loudly. Gwyn was startled. "Why? I was about to defeat this monster." She raised her steel fist, ready to continue fighting. "No, Gwyn," the commander's voice echoed, stopping her. "Huh?" She looked back at On. "You must return immediately," he said. Gwyn vehemently objected. "Why? Now is the perfect time to defeat the ancient core's guardian. The time will come, but not now," the commander replied. "Let's aim for the next opportunity." On tried to persuade her. "Since he said so, there's no choice," she agreed. Everyone immediately moved towards the teleportation gate. Before the command was even finished, trouble arose. Jen's blade blocked their path. "Who allowed you to leave?" She slowly approached them. "Lord Dever trusted me and sent me here." Jen's eyes widened. "None of you can leave here." Jen thought that the black-haired man must be the commander and killing him wouldn't be easy. Gwyn stood in front of the commander, blocking her. "Rizet, quickly take On. I'll stop her. That blue-haired girl is quite strong." Jen looked at her. "I've fought many A-rank guilds conquering this dungeon, but I've never met anyone who could fight me on equal terms like this. That blue-haired girl, I'll kill you first," Jen said. "Kill me?" Gwyn, despite On's dissuasion, angrily retorted. "Go ahead, you won't listen to good words and choose to drink the punishment wine?" Jen snarled. The soldiers looked up at the sky. Where did the butterflies come from?" "Commander, it's magic," someone shouted. "What is this?" As Swallow's voice echoed, the soldiers froze. He walked slowly. "I came here to find Jen." On's eyes widened. "It's really lively here." Swallow slowly approached. On watched his red eyes waver in disbelief. "Hello." Swallow stood before them. The monster behind him terrified everyone. You all look familiar," Swallow said, narrowing his eyes. "I remember. I thought I'd never see you again. There's this blue squirrel and a red-haired one too." You were brave young men," Swallow said. On gasped. His voice still echoed in On's head. "How will you handle the outcome of this?" Swallow continued. "For us to meet again when there are so many people in the Empire. Interesting, isn't it? There must be a reason that monster didn't rampage through the city but came all the way here to find us." On tried hard to think. "On," Gwyn called him. On knelt before Swallow and respectfully said, "It's an honor to meet you again, Your Majesty. How has your health been lately?" There's no need to go that far," Swallow nodded. On said, "Your Majesty, this incident has nothing to do with us." Swallow replied, "Since you're living in the Central Citadel now, you probably didn't come all this way for nothing, did you? We came here to resolve that troublesome issue. If Your Majesty wishes to find the true culprit behind this incident, we will cooperate as much as possible." On maintained a calm demeanor. "Even though Your Majesty went in there, you still just looked at me." They met each other's eyes. "Anyway," Swallow turned around. "Jen, I'm sleepy. Let's go now." "Yes, Your Majesty," Jen replied happily. "Huh?" Swallow was startled. "Jen, you're bleeding. Are you okay?" On worried inwardly. His sweat dripped to the ground, and Swallow's retreating figure slowly faded. "I succeeded." On's relieved smile was reflected in the sweat drops. "Why are you smiling?" Swallow suddenly whispered in his ear. On fell backward. On, Rizet and Gwyn rushed over. "Do you think I'd let everything go that easily?" Swallow slowly transformed, growling. The remaining soldiers grew wary. Gwyn and Rizet rushed to On as quickly as possible. "On," Gwyn shouted as Swallow's shadow enveloped him. "Perhaps I might owe you something, but this matter," Swallow said, "cannot be overlooked, especially you." Swallow's judging finger was reflected in On's eyes. Countless arrows flew, distracting him. One of Gazodi's soldiers created an opportunity for them right now. "Captain Gwyn?" Gwyn quickly grabbed On and fled. Swallow shouted from behind, "Hey, where are you going? Everyone listen. Protect them with all your might," Rizet commanded. "Seriously?" Swallow sighed. A massive explosion occurred. Gwyn held on and continued to flee. "You guys are really annoying." Swallow reached out his hand. His shadow pursued them. I can't avoid it." She was flustered. The soldier blocked the attack for the two of them. Even as blood dripped, he smiled in victory. "This time I was faster, Captain." "Please take good care of Captain Gwyn," he said weakly and collapsed. "No, no." Gwyn's eyes widened. "Ah," she cried out violently. Gwyn gritted her teeth. She moved forward with heavy steps, but a hand pulled her back. On stopped Gwyn. "Gwyn, no." "Why are you stopping me?" Gwyn shouted. Why shouldn't I stop you? She still stubbornly wanted to fight. Rizet, sweating profusely, thought of a way to escape. To end this fight I have to use the teleportation gate. Black magic surrounds the area. It's hard to breathe like poison gas. The consciousness of others is also affected, so choosing teleportation coordinates is very difficult. Damn it, there's no other way. I have to sacrifice. She covered her mouth with her hand and took a deep breath. Aina, she called. The voice reached where it was needed, Aina replied. Understood, here we go again, Swallow mumbled. I need to push back this black magic and buy time to set up the teleportation gate. Aina stepped forward to do so. He pulled out his shield. I have to face him. Aina, Gwyn saw him rushing and shouted. Aina charged with his shield. Swoosh, his arm was suddenly cut off. Rizet and Gwyn were flustered by the sight and On dared not look. Aina's scream echoed. Human, Jen said. I don't know what you want, but you won't get your way. Aina gathered his strength, but soon after he was impaled from below by Swallow's shadow. Gwyn stood dazed, her eyes red with anger. She mumbled. Gwyn, On hesitated. I'm going to kill you, Gwyn shouted fiercely, clenching her fists. No, Gwyn, On stopped her, holding her tightly. Let me go, Gwyn struggled. She had to survive. Please, Gwyn, On pleaded with her. What are they doing? Swallow casually asked, putting his hand to his ear. He felt a movement. Sir Tommen, On was surprised to see him pick up Aina's shield. Tommen quickly activated Heart Wall. What's that? Swallow wondered, throwing a few shadows to deal with it. His shadows shattered when they hit the wall. Phew, did I block it? Tommen sighed. Quite sturdy, Swallow said. Looks like I'll have to get serious. He opened his eyes wide. Tommen was flustered by the sight before him. Swallow's shadows had grown 100 times larger. What's that? He shouted. Magic, too much magic, Rizet said nervously. Just a little more and the gate will be set up. Please just hold on a little longer, Sir Tommen, please. The 36 masterpieces are said to have been created by gods. Even the serious attack of an ancient monster, the attack from the magic circle shot by the monster, shook the shield and the shield began to crack. At that moment he knew what he had to do. His eyes became resolute. Tommen braced his feet. Crash, a massive explosion echoed. Dust billowed. On's eyes widened and his heart sank. Run, Captain, Tommen said weakly. Sir Tommen? Gwyn was confused. Leave this old body. Gwyn, I leave the captain and the future of the Empire to you, he told her. No, no, Sir Tommen, Gwyn cried. It is an honor to sacrifice myself for His Majesty. His voice grew fainter and the light in his eyes faded. You're still alive, Swallow asked. Gwyn stood up. No, Gwyn, you can't defeat him. On tried to dissuade her. That no longer matters, Gwyn replied, because I'm a hero. Gwyn approached Swallow. A hero will always protect everyone. Mana stones lay quietly in a bucket. Wow, they're beautiful and sparkling, Your Majesty, Jen said, delighted to see them. We didn't come here for this, but we still earned a lot, didn't we? She asked him. Yes, not bad, Swallow said, resting on his arm. Right. I sent the golem to the village to see how much it could rampage. It still did well before its mana ran out. I need to fill them up with mana when we return. It took a long time for Your Majesty to reveal your true form too, Jen said. Tisk, I can't even crush them. He picked up a few mana stones. But when I think about the problems they caused me, what can I say? Killing them like that is too wasteful. In the cemetery, a blue flower dropped into a newly dug grave, landing on a coffin of the deceased. A shadow stood there. Gwyn stood, holding another flower in her hand. Someone spoke to her. Do you remember when the Vayne assault team faced the ancient core, Gwyn? This time we only lost 4 members and 1 artifact. Thanks to you, we avoided ruin. Bazet of the Black Wolf Knights stood beside her. Gwyn frowned and replied, I know, but footsteps were heard. And Rizet said, that flower is beautiful. Rizet. Gwyn immediately recognized him. Rizet comforted her. Gwyn, everyone will surely be grateful. No, Gwyn's eyes welled up with tears and she could no longer hold them back. Everyone will surely resent me. If only I had arrived a little sooner. If only I had been a little stronger, I could have defeated that maid. If only I had been a little stronger. The images of the fallen flashed through her mind. Gwyn gritted her teeth. Her voice choked. Remembering Sir Tommen, she said, Certainly, I could have killed him and saved everyone, Gwyn shouted. Her tears streamed down her cheeks. She could have defeated him. Rizet interrupted her. I believe that someday you will defeat him. And everyone fought for that victory, so Rizet hugged her. You have to forget the past. Gwyn, Gazoti's gentle whisper was the final blow to Gwyn, and she burst into sobs. The blue flower in her hand was also tightly clutched in that emotional moment. In another dark place, On's shadow sat alone. He was deep in thought. How did I survive? Why didn't he kill me? It was clearly the perfect opportunity to kill me. On recalled when Swallow had charged. Gwyn had rushed to him. The two had collided. Swallow suddenly stopped. Tisk. So boring. Teleportation magic, Rizet and Gwyn exclaimed in surprise. Hey you, the black-haired young man. Swallow called him and transformed again. He said something, but On didn't hear any of it. It seems that ancient monster wanted to tell me something. He sighed. I want to investigate further, but too many eyes are watching me. I can't act. I couldn't even attend the funerals of my subordinates. From now on I'll have to take on the report writing myself. On stood up but suddenly felt dizzy. His eyes felt like they were bursting. He staggered. On took a candle and went to the mirror. Damn it, what is this? He mumbled. Am I just sick from being too tired? He looked at his reflection in the mirror. Suddenly Swallow's image appeared in the mirror. On screamed in surprise and fell backward, his eyes blurred. Captain, someone called him. Are you alright, Captain? Rizet asked. Rizet? On slowly opened his eyes. Did I just collapse? How long has it been? On coughed violently, spitting blood before he could finish speaking. Captain, Rizet said urgently. Are you okay? Hey, quickly call the apothecary, her voice echoed in his ears. Ah, I see, he did not kill me, damn it, that damned Swallow. He looked into the mirror. He recalled the moment Swallow had told him, you have about 6 months. Rizet stood before the pile of shattered mirror pieces. She sighed and bent down to pick up the pieces. She asked An, are the hallucinations getting worse? An replied, I'm used to it, so it's fine. Still, I should be grateful I can still see people as I used to. An looked up at Rizet. Swallow's image still lingered. Rizet said, 4 days have passed, so it's only a matter of time now. The treatment has no effect and the symptoms haven't improved. We haven't even found the cause. An understood that modern medicine couldn't solve this situation. He thought to himself, the one who left this is that Swallow. There's probably no cure. Since it's come to this, there's only one choice. He ordered Rizet. Rizet, I command you with the authority of the commander. From now on, no one is to know about my condition, not even Gwyn. Before I die, the end will be complete, and for that purpose we will prioritize restoring the destroyed masterpieces and the lost strength of the knights. Rizet listened to his words and replied, I will personally handle the affairs of the knights. I will gather the talents that your majesty has taken notice of. Since they left here a few hours ago, they have probably already approached their target. An remembered wondering where Gwyn and some of the members had gone. Since when did they, he asked. Don't you think you should have reported to me before starting? Rizet replied. I thought reporting to a superior in such a dire situation was pointless. It would only complicate things further. I will write a detailed report once everything is over. I'll probably have to leave this place for a while, because on my way here I saw someone His Majesty dislikes most heading this way. Rizet turned around and smiled. What, you mean? Before An could finish, Rizet disappeared with a teleportation spell. He sighed. Hey, I told you not to use magic recklessly in this room. Tisk, as she said. He immediately heard a knock. Come in. A priest entered with a gentle smile. He said, hello, Commander. I came after hearing the news. I hope this old man's consolation can alleviate some of His Majesty's sorrow. An's eyes widened. What do you know? Perhaps you've been a priest for too long and are terrible at lying. Your Majesty has only come to hear my answer, haven't you? You're not wrong, he replied with an inscrutable smile. Why us and not others? An turned around. He explained, I want the Black Wolf Knights Elbias, the most powerful army in this empire, to join us. That's all. Right now, religion in the empire is just a tool to maintain relations with the empire. But in reality, we are a secretly oppressed organization. Sometimes my life is treated as less valuable than that of some petty noble. Your Majesty makes it sound as if we are suppressing your Majesty's values. An sat down. Even if God truly exists in this empire, our God is His Imperial Majesty the Emperor. Hey, of course, he chuckled. For now, yes. His smile twisted, becoming wicked. But soon a blessing will reach every corner of this human land, he began to babble. And then we will be freed from this oppression and be able to spread our doctrine far and wide. It sounds like you're about to start a holy war. An's face darkened. You're jumping to conclusions, the priest said. I can barely hold a silver spoon, let alone a sword, just like you, Captain. He curled his lips and said, it seems the captain isn't feeling well today, so I'll be taking my leave. Please disregard my answer. He turned and walked away, An's dark eyes following him. May you follow the will of God. He glanced at An and closed the door. Answer, An thought to himself. All right, next time I'll answer you in a different way. This is the fourth room, a person said. May called Bati. Several stones fell and vines rustled. He said, from now on this room will be under the responsibility of the lady and her dog monster. Really? May's voice trembled. That's wonderful. She jumped for joy with the dog monster. May chattered to her dog monster. This is a famous ancient ruin, High On. Isn't it like a dream? I can rebuild the castle in this entire room. Let's think about how to decorate it. Fortunately, she likes it, Bati chuckled. You seem to like it too, Swallow asked. Of course, it was worth destroying Conehit. He replied, the boss found a great gatekeeper. Ah, are you talking about High On? Swallow put his hands in his pockets. That's right, Bati agreed. In fact, High On, or rather just that dog monster in this room, is enough. I didn't name him. Don't look at me, Swallow replied irritably. As I recall, Lady May brought him. Swallow nodded at Pix's words. And she named him. Lady May truly has an eye for choosing subordinates, Bati said with difficulty. But her naming sense is truly, Swallow also agreed. Right, but she doesn't seem to know the dog's true identity. May was still playing with High On. Perhaps now isn't the right time. She'll find out someday. Bati watched May enter. Jenny suddenly rushed over. I've finished placing the golems in the third room. I've also charged the mana stones, their energy source, and hidden them within the walls so ordinary humans won't be able to find them, she reported her achievement brightly. Salo stroked her head. Well done. Jen, you really worked hard this time. You did everything so well, he praised, stumbling over his words. Thank you, Your Majesty. Behind them, Bati exuded killing intent. I'm truly sorry, but I've seen this sight too many times. You two still haven't changed at all. Every time I see this sight, I get a headache, he shouted. I can't watch anymore, so let's get straight to the point, Swallow asked puzzled. Boss, this time. He hastily interrupted Bati. If I have to go outside, I won't. That's right, Bati replied. Oh really? Swallow paused. Bati explained again. This time you must not leave the dungeon. Haven't enough things happened already? And this time you even destroyed a fortress. Swallow was speechless. And it seems the other poison dungeons have heard about it too. They think Your Majesty's actions are highly abnormal. So what? Swallow lay languidly. Are they going to come here and complain to me? Bati confirmed. That's right, huh? Swallow was stunned. Even Jen turned to look at him. Bati said, I've contacted Bati High. The other poison dungeons say they have a lot to talk to your majesty about. Phew, what a pain in the neck, Swallow sighed. So when are they coming? He sat up and scratched his head. Today, Batik replied. They all looked at each other in silence. Really? Swallow's scream echoed throughout the forest. Swallow transformed into a dog, yawned and lay down comfortably. Home is best after all, Batohai. Do you know what's happening right now? She stomped on him angrily. End of year cleaning? Swallow said casually, irritating Batohai. She kicked him. It's not even the end of the year yet. May saw the sight and broke out in a cold sweat. Do other dungeons gather this often? Not really, Batik replied. If you're talking about gatherings like Judaica, there aren't any. Judaica aims for the unification of the demon lord race, but the other large-scale dungeons are too different in type and characteristics than is this unprecedented. May exclaimed happily. Then I'm going to witness a historical moment, Batik replied. Ah, the lady isn't wrong, he agreed, not wanting to disappoint May, he quietly thought to himself. A historical moment? I've never heard of the owners of large-scale dungeons gathering before. It means the boss has caused too many problems recently. I shouldn't get too excited, he said irritably. Look at the letter I received this time. It says to come to the ancient core, he added. They didn't even ask for permission or state the purpose of their visit. Such a disrespectful attitude, May frowned. That's right, Batik nodded. They're really rude, he crumpled the letter unpleasantly. Rude, he threw the letter away. May followed the letter, her eyes stared at the crumpled letter as May frowned, the seal on her face glowed. She called, Lord Pix, it seems there's an intruder. May announced the news to everyone. He commanded, understood, and she immediately rushed off. I'll go and see what's happening. What's the reason for these guests' arrival? Batik muttered. In the central region of the Kingdom Alliance, a carriage sped across the desert. The Great Desert was the largest trade route throughout the 5 kingdoms. As the carriage drove, the driver was startled. The ground is shaking. As something massive rose before him, he exclaimed, Oh, what's that? As the dungeon appeared, a person stammered and a colossal worm monster rose, dominating everything. What is that? The merchant screamed. A trade route. The desert night was silent. The people living there gathered. The chief, holding a torch, shouted, Let's conquer the dungeon and reclaim our land. The enemies are just giant worms. Let's drive out those vile creatures with the elite forces selected from the 5 kingdoms. Of course, it wasn't that easy. They were torn apart by the monsters in an instant. No, save me, I don't want to die like this. Screams echoed as the monsters turned them into a sumptuous dinner. This is absurd. Where did they get an army 10s of times larger than ours? The commander of that legion watched helplessly as people entered the mouths of the monsters. He was trapped in the sand. This is a nightmare. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook, and the mother of all worms, a colossal worm, rose and swallowed him whole. The ruler of the desert, all the monsters headed towards that colossal worm. It was despair that covered the entire 5 kingdoms. Batik rushed to the cave entrance. The movements I saw in the video were very clear. Batik stopped. It seems not all the monsters have recovered, the monster said. What stood before him was Hasahal, mother of the desert hell, boss of a large-scale dungeon. Batik glared at her and a human voice was heard. I heard some worm monsters can mimic the voices of the people they've swallowed. No, more importantly, the intention hidden behind her words. Is she trying to measure the strength of the ancient core? As expected, I need to act first before the boss appears. Batik drew his sword. Before he could do anything, Swallow walked out. Your Majesty, Jenny and May rushed over, saying, Take us too. Batik was startled. Lady Jen, Lady May. I'll step back. I'll handle this, he said. Swallow approached and asked, why? Oh heavens, master. The colossal monster greeted him joyfully. It's been a long time. I'm glad to see you're well. Oh Habello, you've gotten bigger. The two greeted each other amicably. I haven't gotten bigger. Master shouldn't say such things to a lady. This clumsy master, she was embarrassed. Swallow asked, I heard news about you. It seems you're becoming more and more famous. Yes, how have you been lately? I'm still doing well thanks to Master's teachings. Batik's mind stopped dead at those words. Still doing well, Swallow replied. I can tell by your expression. Jenny stiffened. A lady, say hello. This is Habel, the former gatekeeper of the ancient core, Swallow introduced. Hello. I apologize for the late greeting. I am Hasahal of the desert hell. The monster blushed shyly. Swallow's 3 subordinates were completely shocked. Bato listened to those words without saying a word. So Habel was the gatekeeper guarding the blue path before I arrived. Was your Majesty's question about recovering the monsters due to concern for our dungeon's safety? Was the reason for your silence throughout our confrontation due to embarrassment? Batik asked. Habel slowly nodded. Bato thought to himself. Really? Swallow asked again. Habel? Habel replied, flustered. It was our first meeting, so I didn't know what to say. Why didn't you tell me? Batik blamed his superior. Swallow mumbled, I was lazy and forgot to tell you. Batik sighed. Even if the lady is the former gatekeeper and has a close relationship with our boss, she is now the owner of another large-scale dungeon. We cannot let down our guard. Before he finished speaking, Hasahal approached Pix and poured out words that startled him. I'm your Majesty's biggest fan, Lord Pix. People say that when your Majesty wields his sword, he's unmatched. That's why your Majesty received the titles of the strongest swordsman and Death Knight, even though you're a skeleton, right? It's an honor to meet you. After hearing a few compliments, Batik immediately changed his attitude. He smiled at Hasahal and said, Please make yourself at home here, lady. Did everyone hear that? Batik said. The owner of another large-scale dungeon is my fan. How embarrassing, Jenny and May sighed. What about you two? Habel asked them. Jenny replied, I am the current gatekeeper. May was flustered and hid behind Jenny. My name is Demon Lord. I'm still growing so I probably won't taste good, Jenny smiled. I'm sorry Hasahal, but the lady is the mother of all worms. You just introduced yourself as a lady. So what is your gender? I am female, Hasahal confirmed. Understood, Jenny's voice deepened, then Hasahal. Jenny exuded killing intent. Are you a woman close to His Majesty, is that right, Lady Jenny? Judging from my previous dating experience, their relationship was definitely inappropriate. May added fuel to the fire, and Pix covered her mouth. May, you've never been on a date with anyone. Lord Pix, that's a worm, Jenny glared. Ah, wait, Jen, Bati tried to stop her. Lord Pix, are you making fun of me? Of course I haven't been on a date, the three of them chattered loudly. Bati, flustered, apologized to Hasahal. Hasahal, please forgive this chaotic situation. A creature from another large-scale dungeon came without permission, so everyone is a bit on edge, Hayball mumbled. I just came to see Master after a long time. Of course from outside, a blue-haired woman muttered. So this is the famous ancient core. This time I have to warn that ancient monster not to cause any more trouble. Maga Idahaka, boss of a large-scale dungeon, appeared. The poison dungeon, Desert Hell, was covered in white snow. So you're leaving, the dragon horse asked. Idahaka, our lord, the lord explained. Kizibos and Batawalo, two large-scale dungeons, clashed for no reason. The incident in Nahite was the same. She slowly got down from her chair. I can't let Swallow continue like this, she said to her subordinate. Returning to the present, she stood before Swallow's cave entrance. I am Idahaka, owner of the White Mountains and the strongest dragon. I cannot allow others to disregard me, she vowed to herself. Sister, look at me. A small dragon lizard crawled out. It wagged its tail and boasted, I can transform into a human. Look at my tail. Isn't it cool? Ida sighed. It's probably cool. I was going to go alone. Ida recalled when the creature followed her. It pleaded. I want to go too, please, she asked the child. Papnia, in public, can you call me boss or lord? The child replied happily. Yes, sister. I mean lord. It followed her, chattering about everything in the world. Lord, doesn't my tail look smaller? Isn't it cool? It's probably cool. Behind them, someone was watching them. Two followers said, bringing a child to a meeting of large-scale dungeon bosses? Ida replied calmly. And are you going to show such a threatening attitude at a meeting of large-scale dungeon bosses? The person was the boss of the large-scale dungeon, Nikum Bao Kujiek. Ida evaluated him internally. So this guy is the boss of Nikum Bao. He looks like a worm monster on the outside. Is he strong enough to become a boss with just his own strength? I didn't expect this to be my first encounter with him. Even though she looks like this, Papnia is much stronger than an ordinary dragon. The child won't listen to you. Papnia also bristled and growled, I won't listen either. If so, that's good, but remember this, the Dragon King replied. Your comrades can die at any time. The child felt uneasy. That man, that expression he just made. She instructed young Papnia, no matter what happens, you must stay by my side, all right? Yes, master. Papnia nodded. Good, let's go. She walked with the child on 2 feet. How but going like this is more comfortable. The two chatted as they went deeper into the cave. Inside the cave, the child spoke. There's nothing here. The book clearly said that hundreds of ice pillars gathered in this demon cave, but there's nothing strange. She unfolded a map. Kujak said, this is the first I've seen that book. It must have all been swept away, right? That can't be. The two chatted. My child, this is the ancient core. This isn't a class 3 dungeon where monsters no one cares about for a long time are dealt with, is it? This is clearly a trap. They're trying to test me, the great Idahaka. I will not tolerate such disrespect. She went deeper. There's nothing here. Papnia announced that she had found Swallow's golem. This golem is sleeping. The child couldn't believe it. Perhaps it's one of the tests, Papnia interjected, saying, how dare they? The child felt insulted. Are you planning to play with me again? How many times do you plan to make a fool of Idahaka? An explosion occurred in the middle of the cave. If you want, I will fight back, the child growled. I will turn this place to ashes. What are you doing? A voice suddenly echoed. Lady Mel told us, that's why we came. You must be Lady Idahaka. Bati came out to welcome the two dungeon bosses. And are you Lord Kujak? You two came together? We just met at the door, Kujak replied. Bati said cheerfully, ah, is that so? That's good. The others are waiting. Shall we begin now? Begin what? They asked. Papnia looked at Bati like a bone and growled. What are you thinking? Of course it's the first dungeon boss meeting ever, Bati said. They quickly gathered at a table. Master, what are we doing? Papnia asked curiously. If I'm right, most of them gathered here because they couldn't endure Swallow's wrath any longer, Ida replied. If so, there's only one thing to do. Even if we have to confront Swallow, we must collectively resist his wrath. Her eyes were sharp. Ida predicted, everyone seems to have complaints about him. She looked at Batoy, Kujak and Hasabel. Although I'm not sure what this fellow is thinking. Batik announced, thank you all for waiting. He has finally arrived, Ida said nervously. Let's see what he's like. It was as if a gloomy current swept over her. Swallow walked in, exuding dark and gloomy energy. So this is the Black Calamity, is it? As expected, the strongest dungeon boss, Ida said, glancing at him. Swallow, she became cautious. Boss, Batik bowed in greeting. Swallow replied with a single hum. Swallow sat like a boss. Jen and Pix guarded him on either side. The 4 dungeon bosses remained silent, watching him. Will it be all right? What if he gouges out my eyes? Ida flinched, then encouraged herself, be brave. Idahaka, you are the representative of the dragon race. Everyone must be feeling the same way I am, but they're silent due to his pressure. Then I must step forward, but before she could act, Batoy spoke first. I have nothing to say, I just came because everyone was gathering. But why isn't anyone saying anything? You came to play. Ida was shocked. You're the problem. Bati sprang up and scolded Swallow. You're the problem. How long are you going to sit there and pretend as the owner of this dungeon? Take proper responsibility, Salo replied in a sleepy voice. I just dozed off for a moment, Bati also scolded. Are you silent because you're tired? Oh my, please take care of yourself. Ida was confused and couldn't understand what was happening. This is truly absurd. The owner of kites is an acquaintance of Swallow, and they seem friendly. I also have nothing to say, Isabel said cheerfully. I came to see my master. Ida was shocked once again. Master, Isabel of Desert Hell is that monster's disciple. Ah, how boring. Why did I waste my time coming all the way here? Bati sat down again. How right, that woman seems to have a lot to say. Let's let her speak first. Bati suddenly reminded Ida, startling her. Yes, all right, everyone agreed. I must speak, Ida told herself. Even if Papnia is watching, I will declare war on the Empire. Swallow opened his mouth and stood up. No one in the room said a word. That wasn't me, Ida shook her head. That was me, Kujak said unexpectedly. I delivered the message inviting everyone to the ancient core. I gathered everyone here to ask for help. I'll get straight to the point. Before winter ends, our Nikum Bao will destroy the Empire, he declared vigorously. Bati squinted and looked at Jen, and she also glanced at him. The room fell silent again. Bati asked, and what do you want? Reinforcements? No. Kujak replied, simply do not interfere in my war, he said, looking at Swallow. 4 pairs of eyes met for a moment. Isabel asked, excuse me for interrupting, but do you know how long until winter? 1 month, Kujak replied. Let me reiterate, the people of our Nikum Bao will destroy the Empire. All preparations are complete within a month. All warriors of Nikum Bao are waiting for me to give the order to attack, Isabel objected. You won't be able to defeat the Empire with just those mud soldiers. How many mud soldiers does Nikum Bao have? 200,000? 300,000? The Empire has millions of soldiers ready to fight. Now is the only chance, Kujak replied. While they are in chaos after the fall of Jazz and the Nahite incident, moreover, I have formed an alliance with the Empire which shares the same goal. His confession shocked everyone. Ida's forehead pulsed with anger. Bati looked back at him in surprise. Isabel said nothing. You? Bati's voice echoed, making everyone flinch. You formed an alliance with humans, she growled, addressing him. Her killing intent was fierce. Bati's killing intent was so fierce it filled the entire room as if the room was about to explode, yet Swallow and his subordinates remained unaffected. Hey, Swallow opened his mouth. If you want to fight, go outside and fight. Don't cause a ruckus in my home, or do you want to fight me? Salo glared at them. HMPH, I have nothing to say to someone who has abandoned the honor of our race. Bati turned her back and left. Jen called out to her, but it was no use. See you next time. Isabel greeted her old master and left. I felt like Swallow was telling me to end everything. Salo looked up at the ceiling hole in his room. Did you want them to leave? They already left. Bati approached. Salo replied, it sounds like I drove them away. Kujak was very confident. Bati sat next to his chair. He seems to have allied with a rather strong empire. Overthrowing the empire is a common goal for many, so why such a fuss? Salo turned and left. Bati sighed, only you in the world can say that, now is not the time. He mumbled, at least. Swallow pulled his clothes over himself and continued to sleep. Master, he said he would destroy the empire. So do we really have to destroy the empire? Papnia asked Ida. She replied, I want to too. I want to destroy those humans too, but destroying the entire empire isn't easy. That's really good, but remember, the Dragon King said, you can lose your comrades in a moment of carelessness. Ida remembered what Kujak had said to her. Could it be related to what he said then? Ida, yes, why? She suddenly noticed something. Isabel and Kujak, she saw the 2 dungeon bosses in the distance in the forest. They clearly parted ways, so why are they together now? Heavy snow fell in the southeastern empire of Babase. Aren't you going to eat? I don't want to. The 2 were talking to each other. We're the only guests here, it's probably still too early, Rizet said. Gwyn said nothing. Rizet asked her, how long are you going to be like this? He irritably stuck his fork into the meat. He chewed, threatening her. Starving yourself won't bring your comrades back to life. I understand why Rizet sent you here. The others are looking for traces of the cup, so what about you? Rizet boasted, seeing her glance at him. Are you interested in hearing about other heroes? Perhaps they're hiding somewhere. Can we summon them? Gwyn asked. Rizet replied, it's possible if we can find them. At the very least, they should leave contact information so we can easily find them. Anyway, don't even think about leaving before you finish your meal. I have to go do my job now, Rizet urged her. Gwyn only said, yes, sir. Rizet called out loudly. Yes, the sir slowly walked out from the kitchen. What is it, your majesty? The person asked. Rizet got straight to the point. We're looking for someone. We heard he's here. Have you seen anyone like this? He handed over a piece of paper. I probably haven't seen him, the sir replied. Anyway, I can't remember the appearance of all my guests. Is that so? Rizet said softly. Strange. The 2 quickly grabbed the nearest weapons. Rizet suddenly attacked the sir. But he somehow blocked it. Because you greatly resemble the person we're looking for. Should I call you chef or former hero? Rizet said. The person he was facing was the former hero. Jasper frowned. I don't know what you're talking about, Rizet scoffed as if seeing right through him. Are you saying that after blocking my sword with a kitchen knife, we need your help? Before he even finished speaking, Jasper knocked Rizet's sword away. I refuse, he pushed him back. You haven't even told me what it's about yet. Rizet said, maintaining a safe distance. Jasper replied, the royal palace already has too many chefs, so I just want to retire and rest. Haha. Bazit laughed and Jasper still consistently refused. Just go back. While the two were still enjoying themselves, Bazit smiled eerily. Rizet said he could tear you into 100 pieces. They even told me what to do if you refused. He slowly transformed. Ah, this is more comfortable. Bazit quickly transformed into one of the 36 masterpieces. Magic blood red. Jasper sighed, but I'm not. Bazit stood, brimming with spiritual energy. I am Bazit of the Black Wolf Knights and you are Chef Jasper, he introduced. A person noticed something. What is this grinding steel sound? He looked at Bazit, who was preparing to rush at him, and felt bored. It doesn't matter anyway. He landed a powerful punch on him, releasing him from his transformed state. Bang, the entire building felt like it would collapse. Ouch, Jasper rotated his wrist. I haven't used my strength in a long time. My power control isn't quite right. Fortunately, I didn't punch through the wall. He looked at Bazit. Are you alright? Gwyn helped him up. Bazit complained. Couldn't you have lifted me more gently? That woman. Jasper was wary. She was quite far away, but she moved so quickly, he praised. Your movements aren't bad, be careful. Since Bazit was injured, he yielded his place to Gwyn. She stepped forward and greeted him politely. It is an honor to meet the hero of this era. My name is Gwyn Hitoya, Jasper said unexpectedly. The Empire's great hero has come to meet an old relic like me. Gwyn replied, we have our reasons. The Empire is currently in crisis. You must have also heard the news of Sir Batoman's passing, correct? Gwyn's words made him pause. Ah, I see. His voice was slightly sad. The rumors were true. Will you come with us? Gwyn asked again. Do you know why I wield a kitchen knife instead of a sword now? Jasper asked. Because we are currently living in an era of peace. The Empire is already wealthier and more prosperous than any other nation, but the Empire's ambition knows no bounds. They are driving young people to their deaths under the guise of dungeon raids. Are you refusing the Empire's noble dungeon raid mission? Gwyn frowned. Haha, you have sharp eyes, Jasper laughed. So you intend to arrest me for treason, because you refused our polite offer, Gwyn replied, taking off her cloak. Her steel armor was revealed. I'm afraid I'll have to subdue you and take you to the Empire. She took a battle stance. Oh dear, Jasper said casually. As her fist came very close, he quickly dodged. Young people nowadays are full of energy. Ha! Gwyn turned and prepared to throw another punch. Bang, her fist shook the floor. Why, she asked herself. With every punch she threw, Jasper dodged them all. Why aren't my attacks landing on him? While the two were engrossed in their fight, Bazit stood up. He thought to himself, he's treating Gwyn as if he's fighting a child. Gwyn moved at tremendous speed, but Jasper dodged effortlessly. He saw Gwyn extending her steel hand to grab him, and tears of frustration streamed from her eyes. You seem to be having trouble figuring out the cause, Jasper said. He clutched the kitchen knife. Gwyn cautiously stepped back. Your attacks are too direct, Jasper said. Perhaps it's due to your straightforward nature, but such simple attacks only hinder you when facing an enemy of equal or greater strength. At his words, Gwyn was speechless, as if her mind had been seen through. She suddenly thought of Jenny and Dever. Gwyn's feet spontaneously sprang up. Both stopped short when they heard a loud noise. Gwyn's voice came through the comms device. Is Sir Jasper there too? Who is he talking to again? Jasper sighed for the nth time. Introduced himself. Hello, I am Ethelby Adon Ribbit Tan, Temporary Supreme Commander of the Dungeon Raid Alliance Command, Jasper replied. So you sent them here. Are you also planning to persuade me? Gwyn called. Could you give us some space? I have something private to discuss with Sir Jasper. Understood. Gwyn complied. Began to explain. First, I apologize for contacting you again in this manner. The circumstances were not favorable. I truly wanted to meet and speak with you directly. Unfortunately, I have nothing to say to His Majesty's subordinate. As Jasper refused again, replied, You still resent the Empire's high-ranking officials, I see. As soon as he heard those words, Jasper was surprised. So you've investigated my past, he asked. Continued, I would appreciate it if you would consider it merely minimal preparation for a smooth conversation. Then you must also know why I cannot return to the Empire. Jasper gradually lost patience. I'm cutting off communication. Before he even had a chance to do so, said, It's not just 6. What are you talking about? Jasper asked again. Jacob, Venda, Anyo, Kenneth, Quinn, Jen. Rattled off the names. Jasper frowned. How do you know those names? But it's not just 6. There are a total of 8, replied. There are 2 more you haven't discovered. Really? Jasper immediately changed his demeanor, slammed the table, and asked Do you really know the names of those 2 in Dever's dungeon? The sun rose high. But Dever still lay sprawling on the floor, ordering Pix not to do anything. Bati was tired of his boss. Honestly, doing the least amount of work right now is for the best. Dever continued. Think about it, whether you do it now or later, you'll have to put in the effort anyway, won't you? Bati agreed. Yes, boss, but if we start after things break out, the effort might be more rewarding. Dever's lips curved upward. Bati shook his head in disbelief. I truly didn't expect the boss to have such a productive thought. I prefer to enjoy the certain happiness of the present rather than chasing an uncertain future. Dever continued to lie comfortably. As you say, Bati said, bored. In that case, for the sake of present happiness, I would like to request a leave of absence starting now. Bati pulled out his trump card, a letter of resignation. Dever reluctantly replied, All right, I'll do it. Let's start with dungeon repairs. Let's call it self-maintenance. The first and second rooms are empty anyway. Bati ordered his boss. Dever sighed, displeased. HMPH, self-maintenance, but I'm already perfect. Tisk. Bati presented the resignation letter again. Dever was threatened. Immediately started working. All right, so I have to go check out the rooms, right? Dever walked around the cave. He complained. HMPH, this damn resignation letter. I'll tear it up if he lets his guard down, he suddenly noticed. Wasn't this the food storage? I should check here too. Dever stopped. Bati, he called. Bati, seeing his boss return early, casually said, "Oh, you're back earlier than expected. You didn't just slack off, did you?" Dever transformed into his human form. "No, I just found a problem sooner than expected." "A problem? What kind of problem?" Bati asked. He noticed the change. His Majesty's demeanor has changed. The food storage, I mean. Dever scratched his ear. "It's completely empty." His words froze. Bati, "I apologize," a dwarf goblin said to Dever. "Our lord is coming." He knelt at his feet. "Has the Monster Merchant Guild come directly regarding the food supply issue?" May asked. Bati stood beside her, watching. "Yes, while other dungeons search for merchant guilds to stock up on food, our poison dungeon is different. For us, it's a symbiotic relationship, more than just VIP customers. We look after the goblins." May was surprised by Bati's words. Goblins? You're saying the Monster Merchant Guild is the best?" But Dever said. "Where's Newt?" he asked the lord. "He remembers the name of a guild member." May was aghast. "Newt?" Bati chuckled. "Yes, Newt has a lot of talent among the goblins, so the boss quite likes him. Let me explain. A few days ago, numerous merchant guilds were raided for supplies," the man said. Dever asked for more details, not just that person, but other guilds too. "Who was it?" "It was the Trantin tribe," he replied, hesitating. "It must be the Bao tribe," Bati thought. Bati's words pierced his heart. The goblin recalled that moment. "Newt stood before a pile of goods. You can't take all of it. These are supplies given by our lord," the goblin continued. "Newt tried to stop them, but they wouldn't listen. Furthermore, did they kill him?" Dever asked coldly. Dark traces were etched on his face, showing how angry he was. No, the man replied, terrified. "He was taken along with the supplies." "Really?" Dever asked again, amidst a burning killing intent. The goblin dared not lift his head. "Yes, lord, how dare I lie to you? I am truly sorry. Please take my life and spare the others." "Where did they go?" His question surprised him. "More complicated than I thought," Dever sighed. "I didn't expect the Bao tribe to attack the Monster Merchant Guild and steal war supplies." "We will be able to retrieve the food," Bati said. "But Newt is the problem." Dever got off his chair. "Take me to that Trantin tribe," he commanded. "Shall I follow boss?" Bati asked. "Of course," he replied, and followed the goblin. "They dared to lay hands on our food. I'll show them." Night was deepening at the Trantin tribe's camp. They sat around a campfire. One complained if that idiot had just given up the food from the start, but that guy said it belonged to the poison dungeon. Another chimed in. Shut up, suddenly. Another one loudly scolded them. "You believe his words? Cowards, cowards." The Trantin tribesmen were flustered. "Is he saying we should find a way to cooperate to avoid conflict with other dungeon tribes instead of just plundering supplies?" "HMPH, stop it, Captain. Now is not the time to be kind. We have to win this war," another one said. "Even if there's friction with the poison dungeon, as long as Lock-kun is here, there'll be no problem," that guy said forcefully. "If you want to play with me, bring the monster living in the ancient core. You won't regret it," the goblin said. Who are you?" The Trantin tribesmen were surprised. Human? Wait, that little guy, he's the goblin who escaped," they exclaimed. The goblin said, "I've come to take Newt." His words made them burst into laughter. You only brought one human mercenary. Where's Newt?" the goblin asked loudly. The bearded guy. "Hey, bring him over here," one commanded. "I admire your courage. Here's your reward." As blood dripped, the goblin flinched. "Newt," he shouted. "Are you all right? Can you hear me, you damn bastards? What have you done to him?" Newt's weak voice echoed. "Mr. Kobina?" The Trantin tribesman laughed. "He was being annoying, so I taught him a lesson. Here, take him." He threw Newt to Kobina. He called Newt's name. "Run!" Newt gasped to Kobina. Kobina burst into tears of joy. But before he could even let out a sigh of relief, Kobina witnessed Newt being pierced by a Trantin tribe arrow. "No," Kobina cried out miserably. The Trantin tribesman rolled his eyes. "He was dying anyway. You should be grateful I let him go." "Newt, please open your eyes." Kobina burst into tears and tightly hugged his friend's corpse. Dever growled lowly. "This is the price for daring to challenge me and mention the ancient core." As soon as he finished speaking, the Trantin tribesmen were torn apart before their captain. He was aghast. But soon he was grabbed by the neck and lifted by Dever. Dever was enraged. "You shouldn't have done that. I only intended to warn you about stealing our food and insulting the ancient core, but truly you shouldn't have done that to Newt in front of me." Dever's eyes trembled with rage. "You can't mean." Before the Trantin tribesman could finish speaking, he was terrified. "An ancient monster? Did that damn guy tell the truth?" "Wizard, quickly teleport me. I can't die yet. I must live for the greater good," he quickly ordered the Trantin tribe's wizard. "Teleportation not bad, huh?" Dever scoffed at them as the wizard cast the spell. Farewell." The Trantin tribesman thought he could escape. The ground shook violently, and the one who emerged from the teleportation gate was Kujak, boss of the Bao dungeon. His appearance startled the Trantin tribesman. "Captain?" Kujak frowned, seeing the corpses of the others. The Trantin tribesman scolded the wizard. "Wizard, I told you to teleport me, not bring the captain." "Captain, I can explain everything." Before he could finish speaking, his head was cut off by the captain. "This is my fault," Kujak said. "Because of my foolishness, my subordinates acted so recklessly. I will take responsibility." He stood before Dever. He transformed into a demon again, and his appearance was far more terrifying. "Responsibility?" His growling voice echoed throughout the entire camp. "Yes, I like that word. A good idea just came to me. You said you could destroy the Empire within a month, didn't you? Bring me 20 times more food, 20 times more than what you stole, right to your face. The deadline is not 1 month. 3 weeks will be enough." His words froze Kujak. "Impossible. Where am I supposed to get that unreasonable amount of food? But if I refuse, not only Bao, but the entire Trantin tribe on the continent will face extinction. In that case, there's no choice but to attack the Empire as quickly as possible." "Understood," Kujak said. I swear by my name Kujak at the night command. Jasper was surprised. Oh, did you call someone else besides me? An stood before him, blindfolded. Yes. I have something to discuss with him, Sir Jasper. Footsteps entered the room. Right, 3 weeks. I'll give you 3 weeks. What happens if you don't accomplish it within the deadline, he asked. Feigning thought. You know well, don't you? I don't like to move and it's not strictly necessary for me to intervene. Kujak stood facing him, hesitating slightly. All right, I have a good idea. Shall I unleash the black tentacles on Nikambao? He replied to him. Be careful. Child of the Creator, it will devour everything. Do not look away. The end of prosperity is decline. Never forget that the battlefield has already begun. Welcome, your return is a song of victory, not a miserable battle. Welcome, welcome, welcome. A voice echoed before the burning camp. This is not my story, Kujak said. You already realize it, don't you? You know what I'm talking about. I bow my head to the great general, the wizard replied. No need to trouble yourself, Kujak immediately asked. How far has the research progressed? The other party replied. There are no errors. Everything is precise. All of His Majesty's tentacles living in this area are familiar. To be exact, the black tentacles that were central in ancient times almost wiped out everything in the world. Kujak clenched his blade tightly. The wizard continued, if they are truly unleashed on Nikambao, they will completely wipe out the Trantin tribe. Not just the Trantin tribe, but probably all life. Enough, Kujak cut him off. No need to say anything more, he stood up. Great General, all Trantin tribesmen of Nikambao await your command. His subordinate said respectfully, he thinks the Trantin tribe dislikes listening to you speak at length. Dever began the battle. He issued the command to slaughter. His subordinates howled loudly. Kujak could not hide his excitement. It's been a long time since my heart has beaten like this. I feel truly good. I, Kujak, will accomplish this mission, his voice echoed throughout the entire sky. Hear me, humanity. A Trantin tribesman beat his chest like a drum. Another joined in, making the moment even more majestic. In this battle we, the Nikambao tribe, will surely be victorious. We will crush your empire and build our new Nikambao upon it. There will be a war soon, An announced. What? Why so sudden? Jasper asked. An explained further. It will be a world war and it won't be easily won. Ha ha ha, Jasper laughed. A world war? It's not a funny joke to call 2 heroes and then suddenly announce a war. Tell me the truth, do you have proof? Jasper didn't take his words seriously. An replied, I do, or perhaps something similar. Are you trying to pick a fight with me? Jasper became annoyed. An immediately said, it was Pope Dwanisia III. He may not have used the word war, but he affirmed twice that war would soon break out when he was alone with me, without any bodyguards. What? There must be a misunderstanding, Jasper retorted. An continued, if you find it hard to believe my words, you can confirm it yourself. Mr. Xian, you can confirm what I'm saying, can't you? That is correct, Xian confirmed. I confirmed it with magic. No, did he really say that? When did he come in? Gazot was startled. She hadn't felt anything, nor had she seen him use magic. It was unbelievable. An said, then are you asking us to keep the peace and stop this war? Of course not. I haven't called you here to do such trivial things. I love this kingdom very much. Gazot lost her composure. This damn guy, she thought, as she lunged at An and gripped his collar. I didn't come here to listen to your lame jokes. You? An's eye patch came off, revealing a scar. Gazot screamed. His half-distorted eye was visible. What happened? Gazot was horrified. Lord Gazot, please calm down, An said. Of course I haven't forgotten what I promised. An handed her a letter containing 2 names she could never find. He said that all the details of the incidents were also included, so he would let her judge for herself. I was too hasty. I apologize. Gazot bowed her head. An replied, it's all right. I understand everything well, so I fully comprehend your anger. Shall we get to the main point now? An said, what do you ultimately want from us? As I said, An replied, a war will soon break out. I believe it's too late to stop it now, so I want you to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Empire in this world war. The papal forces don't seem strong enough to stage a coup, Xian said. Gazot also agreed to participate, glancing at Xian and thinking, he never even looks at me. An explained, he may have formed an alliance. Given the current situation, the most suspicious place is the Holy Kingdom, but we don't have enough convincing evidence yet. If it's truly treason, then just killing the Pope would end it, wouldn't it? Gazot thought simply. An said, we don't know who the Pope's allies are, so that's not the best approach. Moreover, if foreign powers are involved, killing the Pope wouldn't stop this war. Then we just need to add more firepower, right? Understood. I'll go first. Xian used teleportation magic. Gazot also replied, I don't think I can side with the Pope, but is that person just leaving? I really can't understand. Are the 2 of them strangers? When An asked, Gazot answered firmly, not at all. He likes to act alone and we've never carried out missions together. Ever since everything returned to normal, I've always been busy teaching that guy. Are you talking about Wind? An started to speak, but Gazot cut him off. It's all right. Didn't that guy die in the Swallow subjugation mission? His fate was already sealed. Regarding Swallow, An hesitated. I have a favor to ask. Wait, Gazot frowned. Don't tell me you're talking about Swallow. For that conquest and the future of humanity, I want to ask you to train the hero Hitoi. Ha, Gazot scoffed. Even if I train her, she will never. An turned and said, you're right, she will never surpass him. I know that well, but Hitoi must grow. It's an inevitable natural process, Gazot thought. Even if it's impossible, she must try. An said. Gazot suddenly became wary. An looked at him with a hint of madness in his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. Because I love this kingdom very much, Gazot breathed a sigh of relief. So you ultimately invited everyone to join as you wished. Ultimately, a war will break out, An replied. This fight, Rizet asked. Is there really no way to stop this fight? No, An replied firmly. We can only win. By the way, I'm a bit curious, Rizet continued to ask. Why was Rizet able to obtain that list so easily? What if he doesn't help us after getting it? Now is the time to gain his trust, not to scheme behind his back, An said to her. Besides, if we hadn't given it to him, he would have found the truth himself. The fact that he's in jazz right now makes that absolutely impossible. Rizet, that's enough. An stopped her in front of the coffin. He knelt, clasped his hands, and murmured, May good fortune be with you in the upcoming battle and in the future, and peace for the kingdom, a voice echoed. Oh, both of them, Bati froze. What's wrong? Why, I didn't do anything wrong, Swallow asked. Oh, nothing. Bati returned to his original state. My ear just suddenly tickled, he said. But you don't have ears. Swallow looked at his subordinate in confusion. That's also true, Bati admitted. But sometimes it still tickles. It feels like someone is calling me. Could this be a sign that the demon lord within me is slowly awakening? Swallow asked. You can already use basic magic, right? But if you could cast spells like May, it would be much more convenient. He immediately grew hair on himself. At this rate, I might become the second Hypos. Swallow stared blankly at his subordinate. Should I break your head before that happens? In an operating room, someone said, I envy the freedom you possess. Damn it, what is that sound? Am I hallucinating? All right, continue the experiment. The two experimenters spoke to each other. He, you might desire freedom. The person muttered at the unfamiliar voice in his head. Who is it? The two scientists were flustered. Damn it, if he passes out we can't continue observing his reactions. Freedom would certainly be beautiful. The voice echoed again. But it's dangerous, yet do you still crave it? Yes, the person on the operating table whispered in response. Then shall we change things a bit for your freedom? Suddenly the person bolted upright. He gasped, pant, I feel nauseous. I abandoned my comrades and fled. The blonde-haired boy ran desperately through the forest, but it was after he had consumed them, he recalled, tears streaming down his face. That's not what I wanted. Anything is fine except eating my own kind, he vomited. I consumed them to survive. That skeleton tortured me. I just wanted to live. Inevitably, he fell. The blonde-haired boy propped himself up with his hands and tried to stand when suddenly a sound came from behind him. Gasping, he looked into the dark forest, his eyes wide, he trembled with fear. Quickly, the person continued to run. A light appeared ahead. He mumbled to himself, No, I shouldn't have done that. He stood up and took one step after another. Everything is just an excuse, but he saw someone illuminating a light among the trees and resting. Stop, I must live. In his head it was only, Don't do it. I wonder how much you can recover. Bati appeared in his mind. If you just eat, can you recover even if your limbs are severed? What are you waiting for? Devour it. There are 2 more. Come on, eat. He opened his mouth and his eyes rolled back. He screamed in his mind, I can't help it. A bird sat on the windowsill. Sunlight illuminated half the room, but the blonde-haired boy hid where the sun didn't reach, sobbing. I'm sorry, he mumbled. I'm sorry to everyone. Hot soup was placed before him. Eat a little, the grandmother said. Even if you feel nauseous, eat something. Yes, he replied. Grandma, you don't need to worry about me. I've eaten well, he offered to his grandmother. The grandmother said gently, Yes, I'll go to the fields. Eat slowly. Footsteps thumped closer, and those footsteps burst open the door. The culprit called out loudly, Lancelot, it's already afternoon and you haven't even finished breakfast yet. I told you I need to pick herbs before it gets dark. Girl the same age as or younger than the boy stood with her hands on her hips, scolding him. Wait, Grandma, where are you going? She didn't lower her tone, and the grandmother, annoyed, scolded her. Be quiet, I'm not deaf yet. I'm just going to the fields. Stop bothering that kid, he's trying to eat. Come here and help Grandma. Oh, then what about the herbs? What herbs? Just pull weeds. I know you just want to go play in the mountains. I never played tricks, did I? This time I'll definitely pick herbs. Hey, where are you going? Come here and help Grandma. While the grandmother and granddaughter argued for a long time, Lancelot quietly ate his soup. Eat quickly, Ran, the girl said loudly. Even as her grandmother tried to chase her away, Lancelot replied softly, Yes, just a moment. Still don't remember anything, the girl asked. Like your real name and what you used to do, you know, Lancelot couldn't answer. The girl continued, When Grandma brought you, you were really scary. You were wearing armor. You were probably a mercenary. I don't know, Lancelot replied. But it's probably similar. It's okay, the girl comforted him while picking herbs. Your memory will come back soon. Belle, Lancelot, what are you two doing here? Another villager approached and asked. Wow, did you just hunt that, uncle? Belle went closer to see the animal in the uncle's hand. Yeah, thanks to the guardian spirit. Hunting has been much better lately. Guardian spirit, Lancelot asked. Yeah, thanks to the guardian spirit, the monsters are gone and now there are lots of animals in the mountains, the uncle replied. Remember that tranging monster that was lurking near the wall last time? I saw its corpse. I don't know who killed it, but it was probably the guardian spirit. Oh, and don't tell Grandma about this, all right? The uncle urged. Belle nodded innocently. Yes, we'll keep it a secret. Come back before sunset. I'll go first. The uncle greeted them and walked away. Belle turned to Lancelot and asked, I think we should go down too, Lancelot said. Belle, did monsters used to come close to the village? The girl replied, No, people didn't set up camps near dangerous places, although they rarely appear these days, as Uncle said. You can't see any monsters at all these days. All right then, that's fine, he sighed. What? Belle was curious. Are your mercenary memories coming back? I don't know if I'm a mercenary, he replied. It's okay, Belle comforted him. Let's go down the mountain, the tranging chief said. The villagers were burning the fields. Lancelot watched them. Another uncle spoke to him. Surprised, aren't you, Lancelot? This is your first time seeing fields being burned. Ah, yeah, he hesitated. People always farm like this, and when the land becomes barren, they leave. Ah, right, it's not the most efficient method. But for people like us, it's the only means of livelihood, the two talked. Even after your memory comes back, won't you stay with us? The uncle asked him. I mean, you're one of us now, and Belle seems to like you. Her personality is strong, so it must have been hard to take care of her, Lancelot replied, flustered. No, actually, she always helps me. Haha, being lively is one of her strengths, except for talking too much sometimes, the uncle continued. Ah, there she is. I think she's calling you. All right, I'm coming, Lancelot replied to Belle's voice. Lancelot thought his name here was Lancelot. After fleeing from the ancient court, they accepted him as a villager. Everyone here was kind and didn't pry into his situation. Although he couldn't reveal himself, this person was an exception. He watched Pooh scolding him fiercely. He clenched his fists, but they are weak. They have no way to protect themselves from monsters. A single Tranjing would ravage the entire village, so every night I have to sneak out and hunt monsters near the village. Guardian spirit, yes, once I'm sure they're safe I can leave. I can even die then. The forest was filled with smoke. A Tranjing held a small branch and examined it closely. He mumbled, found it. Other Tranjing stood in abundance behind him. On the cliff, that group of Tranjing stood before other Tranjing corpses. One asked, Chief, what do we do now? Do we continue marching? The chief pondered. What do you guys think? Another replied. It's just a pile of corpses, but I've never heard of so many corpses being here. Only one person, the chief said. No way, his subordinate was surprised. He's quite short, and he uses knives with both hands. He first binds the enemy and inflicts many bleeding wounds. He examined the corpses closely, and they were cleanly finished. His words froze his subordinates. Always one hit, precisely targeting the weak point. The one who did this is very skilled. All the corpses here were hunted that way, the subordinate said. The Legion commander ordered us to march. We can't delay. Marching? Of course, the commander nodded. We're just changing direction a little. From where smoke billowed from the burning fields, the Tranjing discovered the village. Night was deepening, and Lancelot, clad in his outer garment, went on patrol. He stood up and dusted himself off. I thought more monsters would come this way after the smoke, but there isn't a single one. I should probably check the other side. He made a few marks on the rocks with his knife. This patrol is over. In the past few days, monsters have noticeably increased. Too many to be just wandering around looking for winter food. As he walked, he saw exploding smoke in the distance. What's that smoke? Smoke, a villager asked. I don't know. It's probably smoke from a larger village below Mount Dalson. There's a village there, Lancelot asked again. Yes, it's 3 times bigger than ours. With that much smoke, they might be having a party there. We too? Another started to speak but was covered by his companion's hand. It's nothing, they replied. Is that so? Thank you for the information, Lancelot said. Good luck with your hunting today too, he greeted them, and they thanked him perfunctorily. Ha ha ha, we're just going to pick up hunted monster corpses. Dry the remaining blood from yesterday and prepare it, Ran. I'm going to treat everyone lavishly today. Anyway, Belle is looking for you. Go meet her, Lancelot smiled. As soon as they left, his expression changed completely. Nothing will happen, right, he muttered. In the village, Lancelot sat surrounded by the village children. Big Brother's hair is so soft. Lancelot, Big Brother, you're handsome. Is this my welcome party? He asked hesitantly. Belle, turning from tending to the children, replied, I've been too busy lately to do anything. The adults are planning an event for you, Big Brother. So don't tell anyone what I just said. Got it? That's an order? Aha, Lancelot mumbled, and then here's a gift. Big Sister Fiel, a child asked, sitting on her lap and looking up. Are you and Big Brother Ran going to get married? At the innocent question, Belle jumped up in surprise. Hey, she said, blushing. Who said such nonsense? The child innocently replied. Mom and Auntie said so. They said you like Lancelot, Big Brother, very much, and if you like someone, you have to get married. No, it's not like that, Belle desperately denied. The other children chimed in. Big Brother Ran is going to get married soon, so Big Sister Fiel must like him a lot. No, I don't, she scolded the children. The children continued to tease. You're not being honest, Big Sister. Well, he's kind of handsome, Belle stammered. She pointed a finger at Lancelot. Lancelot, don't misunderstand, I just said you're kind of okay, that's all. Oh, what did I do? Lancelot was flustered. Why are they taking so long? Belle changed the subject. Lancelot, go check on them. What are they all looking at? Belle opened the door. Lancelot frowned. Smoke from the mountain. What on earth is happening? The villagers were distraught at the horrific sight. As expected, it was yesterday's smoke, Lancelot thought. Belle grabbed him with trembling hands. Belle, go inside. The children are probably scared, he reassured her and led her inside. Has Dad not come back yet? When will he be back? The children ran out and asked. Belle comforted them. He's probably bringing more food. He'll be back soon. Lancelot urged her. Belle, I'll go look for them. Stay at home no matter what. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, he smiled. Lancelot stood silently in the dark forest. Before him, the snow-covered ground was soaked with blood, and the belongings of those who had gone up the mountain were scattered everywhere. Looking around, he saw the footprints of the Tranjing tribe. Lancelot frowned. As night deepened, the Tranjing swarmed like ants. They looked up. Lancelot was already hidden in a tree. They shouted. Lancelot drew his knife. He descended before them. His eyes sharpened. A moment later, he stood atop a pile of their corpses. Ah! Suddenly a scream echoed from the village. Belle, he was startled. Damn it, no, he was confused. Faster, he thought. Sprinting toward the village, his feet didn't stop. Lancelot gasped and stopped. Before him, more Tranjing awaited. The chieftain spoke. Welcome, warrior. I am Cadum of the great Cadum tribe. Don't worry, come, I won't harm you yet. Where are the villagers? Lancelot asked. The chieftain ignored his question. You're quite strong, as expected. I just heard that one of our units was wiped out. Where are the villagers? Lancelot growled. The chieftain continued. Seeing the pile of corpses at the bottom of the cliff, it made me want to fight you. Lancelot glared at him with bloodshot eyes. Last chance, where are the villagers? Bring them. Only then did the chieftain command. Lancelot paused. Bring all the remaining people too, I want to fight you, he said. I swear if you win, I'll release everyone. And if you lose, kill them all, Lancelot worried. What are you waiting for? Take your stance, Tranjing. I will fight you. He clutched his knife, his eyes devouring his opponent. Good, very good, the chieftain laughed. This is a one-on-one battle, he declared forcefully. The chieftain swung his hammer. Bang, it hit the ground. Lancelot evaded the attack and charged forward. The chieftain was surprised. Lancelot lipped. He inflicted several wounds upon him as he descended. Lancelot swung his knife again, but the chieftain blocked it. His knife, unable to withstand the durability of the steel hammer, shattered instantly. He rotated the hilt and embedded it in the chieftain's chest. The hilt was stuck. Lancelot raised his knee and rammed him, and the hilt pierced his chest. The chieftain looked up as Lancelot moved to finish him with the remaining part of his knife. The chieftain's eyes widened. As Lancelot swung the knife with both hands, broken pieces of the blade slowly fell. Lancelot was aghast at his broken knife. The opponent spoke. Fighting always requires innovation. To win, you must understand your opponent and yourself. The experience of hitting rock bottom has made me stronger, he scoffed. Beneath the leather hood was steel armor. Damn it, Lancelot swore inwardly. His defense is too tough. If only I had a proper weapon. He quickly fled. Hey, the chieftain grabbed his foot. This is a proper duel. Are you trying to run away? He threw him, slamming him to the ground, and Lancelot was severely injured. This is more interesting than I expected, human. The chieftain enjoyed his pathetic sight. With this, I've taken another step on the path to becoming the strongest warrior again. Then, as promised, I can kill all these humans, right? The villagers called his name. Ah, their screams awoke him. Bell, everyone. He couldn't move. Ah, save me, they screamed. The chieftain commanded. Good, kill them quietly. There'll be food anyway. The chieftain trembled from the wounds Lancelot had inflicted. The wounds swelled and bled. The man thought about the fact that he could inflict such severe damage with a makeshift weapon. He has immense talent. Damn it, I won't be able to use my left hand for a while. Lancelot moved weakly. Bell, he thought of her. Lancelot, Lancelot, she called his name, but his eyes gradually closed. Bell, I'm sorry. Nip Jim, the blue-haired girl awoke him. Big brother, you're such a sleepyhead. How can you sleep so well? You're in the middle of an experiment. Lancelot woke up. Sylvia, what experiment did they do today? The other prisoners also asked him. Good brother, looking at your face makes me want to eat shakula, Sylvia said. I want to drink good wine. I want to eat a Koro family stew. I want a lot of freshly baked bread and fruit juice. I want roasted wild boar meat. They each stated what they wanted. Nip Jim, big brother, what do you want to eat? Sylvia scolded them. How can you have an appetite when you're being experimented on, you fools? One of them retorted. You started it first, Sylvia. Let's eat everything together, Lancelot said. I'll try harder to get us out of here. And we'll eat until we burst together. He smiled brightly. Back to the present, Lancelot, tightly bound, muttered endlessly. What? That guy is still alive outside. The Tranjing watched with interest. Human. You survived the chieftain's punch. Amazing, they scoffed at him. Chieftain Kadum likes you, so he decided to offer you as a sacrifice. You're really strong. Are there other strong humans like you in the capital? Why do I care? We have General Kujak, they whispered. Anyway, he's very dangerous. Fortunately, we cut off his legs, they said. Back in Swallow's cave, Batik exclaimed. Oh boss, it's about to begin. What? He asked. The war. Batik read the newspaper on his body. Swallow replied in a sleepy voice. Do you have to read it while sitting on me? This is information from many merchants. But everything seems to be progressing quite excitingly. Rivers, mountains, plains, and even the oceans, they are advancing across all terrains. They are slaughtering human villages along the way and burning everything, Swallow said. Go to all that trouble, it's really annoying. I think it's a strategy, Batik explained. After gathering information, they will secretly move in widely dispersed large formations to attack the capital. They're taking the hard way, Swallow retorted. And another interesting aspect of this action is, Batik tried to read more, but Swallow stopped him. Enough, that's it. Don't say anything more. Why are you so interested? Because it's fun. War is a much more interesting spectacle than watching fireworks, Batik replied. Oh really? Swallow wasn't very interested. But there's a terrible smell that disturbs my sleep. What is that? He looked at the bag in the middle of the room. Oh that, Batik looked with him. That's called popcorn. May made it with magic oil and fire. She told me to eat it while watching something interesting. Popcorn, what's that? Swallow was confused. She made popcorn. Boss, let's eat it together while we watch. Bato Hai will arrive soon. Batik calmly announced the shocking news. Swallow screamed. Hey, why is she coming? This is my house, not hers. The sun was about to set. The guards complained to each other. We have to suffer like this because of these damn Tranjing. They'll get tired and retreat soon. It's not even a dungeon. What are they doing in our territory? Anyway, the paladin has arrived. Haven't you seen him? He's truly extraordinary. He doesn't even seem human, a commander-like person spoke. They are numerous, but they are still just monsters. It's child's play for our imperial army. The problem is the atrocious dungeon boss Kujak, but if we hold out a little longer, warrior-class reinforcements will arrive and then victory will be ours. Those Tranjing bastards, I won't let them step their filthy feet on our territory. A shout erupted from the dungeon. Huff huff, Kujak escaped outside. Are you Tranjing? Someone asked. Is it your turn next? Kujak replied. Wow, what an extraordinary aura. We commend you for daring to face us even knowing the difference in strength. I like it, the man said. Tell me your name. I'll remember it. Commander. His subordinate called. How far did I get?" Kujak replied in surprise. His subordinate said, "You seem tired, would you like to rest?" "I'm fine," he said. "Katem," his subordinate reported. "Katem will join soon. According to the report, he has captured a special human." "A special human? Ignore it." "Any reports on the Legion?" Kujak asked additionally. "According to the report, they successfully attacked several villages and collected humans as food. When they come here we must kill them all, and distribute them fairly," Kujak said. "As you command, Commander." His subordinate received the order. "Can you also contact Kadachi?" he asked. "Did you call me, Commander?" The man entered as soon as he was mentioned. "I have something to tell you." "Come here," Kujak commanded. The wizard went outside. Kujak told the subordinate who had just entered something. "In the Imperial Army camp," the commander said, "it's truly good that you are all here. When this is over, I will personally go to the church and thank them. What helps the Empire will also help the church. Of course, we must also contribute even a small amount of strength. On behalf of His Holiness the Pope, I thank your Majesty for your goodwill." The church soldiers knelt. "Master," a subordinate approached and said, "There is a report on the current war situation. The Tranjing Legion has surrounded us with numbers tens of times greater than ours, almost certainly confirming them as their main force. However, the siege unit commanders believe that the enemy has too few siege weapons for the size of their army, making it difficult for them to exploit their numerical advantage." "Good," the commander asked. "Is there enough food?" "Yes," the subordinate replied. "We prepared for winter, so there's enough to feed the army and civilians." "How is the conscription progressing?" The expeditionary force has assembled completely silently. Both the army and civilians are enraged at the Tranjing. Morale is high, they discussed. Good. To maintain morale, we cannot lose. We only need to hold out for a week. They promised to send the strongest from Joa's Red Lion Guild in the Empire. Let's show those Tranjing bastards what we're made of. "Do we really have to wait, Master?" another soldier asked. "Look at those fools, no need to hear the report. Do they think they can contend with us with some shoddy tools? This is too easy. They seem to rely heavily on magic. According to intelligence, their mages can defeat ours." The soldiers conversed. The Count glanced at them. But it's no longer a problem. The Church Knights will neutralize their magic with us." "Something strange," the tall soldier said. "Since when did they help the Empire? I think they're more dangerous than the Tranjing." "No," the Count urged. "Our enemy is the Tranjing of Nikum Bao. Doubting our reinforcements will only cause confusion." "Understood," the soldier replied. "Anyway, when the Tranjing start, something's approaching," they reported immediately. Giant feet thudded on the snow. There it is that the famous one?" Kujak, the master of Nikum Bao, but as I recall he has red hair." The soldier next to him was puzzled. "What does hair color matter? That's clearly a boss from an evil dungeon. Focus." "The Tranjing have started to move, archers. To your positions," the Count commanded. "Mages, prepare your spells, raise your shields high. The top priority is to protect our master." "Master, something's wrong. What is that soldier looking at? Is it just one person moving forward besides Kujak? Is that magic?" He looked. Kujak took a deep breath. "Do you fear me?" he said. His voice echoed in the minds of the soldiers on the wall. Is this a sound amplification spell?" a soldier cried. "I commend your fighting spirit, but you cannot stop our advance," Kujak said. "Do you think you can stand before us? Do you dream of stopping us here? Humanity must face extinction for refusing to awaken from its foolish slumber." The church soldiers stood motionless. "Within half a day I will kill you all and awaken you from that dream," Kujak declared. His words sent shivers down everyone's spines. "What is that Tranjing talking about? Haha, what? Half a day? You're the one dreaming, you fool." A soldier burst out laughing, but the Count was not amused. How could he be so confident? "Those are not words a leader of a race would utter in jest. He is clearly serious. What is it? What was he waiting for? What did Wind miss?" he shouted loudly. "Be on your guard. Those are the words of a wicked large-scale dungeon boss. He is clearly plotting something." Before he could even finish speaking, a spear pierced his chest. The church soldiers were the culprits, they said. "The Pope was right, Count. You are indeed an exceptional individual. Attacking this territory first was the correct decision. Traitors betraying the Empire." He uttered his last words in a trembling voice. He saw a red magical light behind them. "Don't stop them. It's teleportation magic. They were trying to teleport the Tranjing into the fortress." The Count struggled to warn everyone. "It's too late, Count. The holy war has begun. Non-human races roamed searching for prey. Tisk, humans kill each other but don't eat each other." "Why?" the Tranjing said. Lancelot lay there. A piece of meat was thrown near him. "Eat, human. You must live." "I must bring you to the commander." Lancelot lifted his head and glared at him with bloodshot eyes. "Are you insulting me in this state? I lost a bet because of you, because you wouldn't eat." "Eat," he said again. "There will be no more mercy. Never, human." Lancelot stared at the raw meat. "I will never eat it," he said. But his bloodshot eyes grew increasingly dim. "Will you die?" "Never, no matter what happens." The piece of meat seemed to tempt him to eat it. A voice echoed in his mind. A Tranjing entered. "Damn it, you won't eat?" He lifted him. "Then what are you doing?" "Stop," he screamed inwardly. He took the piece of meat and said, "I'll help you." He immediately threw the piece of meat at his face. "Please," Lancelot pleaded inwardly. "Stop, chew human meat." The Tranjing growled. "Please," Lancelot begged. "Please." No matter how hard he tried to refuse, the smell of blood and fresh meat kept assailing his face. The Tranjing slammed him to the ground and only "please" echoed in his mind. He wanted to scream. The Tranjing said, "Start eating, otherwise you will die, human. I'll do it again next time." As soon as he finished speaking, he left. Immediately, the ropes binding him snapped. Lancelot leapt at his throat. Why? He was startled, but Lancelot quickly twisted and broke his neck. The doctors exclaimed, "Oh, we finally succeeded. Is this regeneration perfect? Do you feel anything abnormal?" they asked Nip Jim. "My severed arm regenerated instantly?" Nip Jim stared at his hand in surprise. "That's right, with this result we can mass-produce invincible warriors," they rejoiced as Nip Jim looked at them. Drool dripped from his mouth. "This damn fellow," they scolded him. At that moment he was in handcuffs. "Just eat it once. Why are you making us do this? Don't you need to eat that meat to activate the ability? Damn it. He needs to eat that meat to properly use his ability," they scolded. "Why that of all things?" Nip Jim glared at the meat. Returning to the present, Lancelot stood atop a tranging corpse. "What? That human cut off his own leg?" Another was startled. "But he grew a new leg? Unbelievable," they whispered to each other. "Ah," Lancelot recoiled. He vanished like the wind. Lancelot charged at the tranging, punched a hole through one's face and kicked another's jaw, shattering it. He put them in a tight spot. "This damn human, die!" More rushed and slammed him to the ground, ganging up on him, but no matter how many there were, they couldn't take him down. Lancelot cut them down one by one. As another approached, he fled, and before long Lancelot threw an axe, embedding it in its head. He stood atop their pile of corpses, and more tranging appeared. Blood dripped from Lancelot's head. Lancelot still stood, despite an axe blade embedded in his back. They shouted, "Immortal! That's definitely an immortal. Humans can't do this. Use magic," the commander said. "We can't expend unnecessary power when Kadam isn't here. Magic unit, prepare," Lancelot panted. He thought the effect was wearing off. "I want to properly avenge the villagers." His eyes grew dim again. "Where are the remaining humans? Have you sent them all away?" "We sent them all to the main force," they said loudly. Lancelot's eyes immediately flew open. "You sent all the remaining humans, Bell." His blue eyes shone with hope. Previously his gaze had been as empty as a dead man's. "You must not eat the meat of other demi-humans. We don't know what side effects might occur," the experiment doctor said. "Your self-repair ability seems to respond to organisms of your own origin, but if you eat the meat of other demi-humans, the result will not be recovery but rather collapse. The effect will probably only appear initially and you won't die immediately. But you will definitely long for death." The deranged doctor smiled maniacally. Returning to the present, the tranging gave the order to fire. The mages shot fireballs. The fireballs flew directly at him. "Good, we've taken him down. We can't delay any longer. We need to quickly move our troops," they rejoiced hastily. "How can that be?" the mage cried. "He's still standing, that immortal human." They were startled. "Unbelievable. How can he stand in the flames?" "Ah, whatever," Lancelot thought. "He was right about not dying immediately. And that's enough." He pulled the arrows from his body. "Kill him," another was flustered. "Don't send him to the main force. Kill him, he's eating." "Ha, he's eating our own kind's meat?" The word startled the tranging. Lancelot crawled over the pile of his own kind's corpses in the burning flames like a true monster. "Everyone attack." "He's just a human," he commanded. "Kill him. Nip Jim is here. Bell, he is fully recovered in the desolate forest." The tranging thought, "Unbelievable, something's wrong. We are the Tranging, the Kadam tribe, the strongest. Others were losing their heads and bodies one after another. We're losing?" He couldn't believe it. To just one human he fell to the ground in shock and terror. "He can't kill us like this." Lancelot pulled out his axe after taking down one more. He put the entire piece of meat from his back into his mouth. "Wait," another tried to negotiate. "Let's talk. What do you want?" "I can tell our chieftain." "No need," Lancelot replied. He raised his axe. Swish. The sound of chopping echoed throughout the forest. Lancelot collapsed onto the snow-covered ground. "Now I understand," he mumbled, "what they meant by the path humans pass through. It's their food source. I'm sorry to everyone." He knelt among the wrapped corpses. "I couldn't save everyone. I'm sorry, I should have died. Only I should have died. I'm truly sorry. Nip Jim is sorry." Lancelot was startled. "You're out there, still wrapped up, Lancelot." Bell called him softly.